Oh my god, how did I, Su Ming, end up in a place like this? It's the dead of night in Brooklyn, New York, and the streets are in utter chaos, as if an out-of-control party has taken over. Several gangs of thugs dressed in suits, hyped up, like they're on stimulants, are shouting, "Hail Hydra!" while spraying bullets from submachine guns as if ammunition were worthless. They bellow about wiping out all traitors, fueling the mayhem with every shot. Not far away, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lurk in the shadows, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, the future Iron Man, Tony Stark, is still flirting with beautiful women at a gala, oblivious to the storm outside. It's clear now, this is the Marvel Universe. At last, I understand exactly where I've landed. Right now, I'm lying on a metal bed that reeks of disinfectant, my left shoulder still oozing blood from a gunshot wound. The fluorescent light overhead buzzes incessantly, while a few flies circle my injury, greedily feasting on the fresh blood. Standing beside me, a doctor wearing a skull mask dangles a pair of rusty forceps. His voice icy as he says, $300, sir, or you can pay with a kidney. My mind is still stuck on memories from before I crossed over. The awards ceremony, delivering takeout in a torrential downpour, headlights glaring in the rain, and that rainbow vortex that suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. The next thing I knew, I woke up as some unlucky guy caught in a Brooklyn shootout. Ding! Host vital signs below threshold. Premium system activated. Suddenly, golden data streams flashed across my retinas, a holographic interface unfolding before my blood-flecked vision. On the screen, I saw name, Su Ming, age 28, physical fitness, 5, current account balance, $0, innate talents, none, along with a starter pack talent, basic, healing factor, a recovery ability just shy of Wolverine's, priced at $5,000, eagle eye vision, dynamic sight LV.1 for $3,000, basic combat cheat, Kyundu mastery at $2,000. As for the starter pack's price, there wasn't even a reference. The whole thing was so ridiculous, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My consciousness gradually cleared, and I remembered how, after being shot, I had struggled to crawl into the shady clinic. A cloud of confusion lingered in my mind. Just moments ago, I'd been delivering food, so how did I end up here in the blink of an eye? Could it be that I had really traveled through time? The searing pain in my shoulder kept jolting my nerves, making it painfully clear that my body was in terrible shape. Yet, this heartless doctor actually wanted $300 before he'd treat me. Where on earth was I supposed to find that kind of money? And that so-called Wolverine-level healing ability, was it really the same self-healing power as the superhero I remembered? If it was, maybe I wouldn't have to beg this despicable doctor for help. But then again, the price was $5,000, even labeled as a bundle deal. This system was charging me now, too. Classic capitalism, I thought bitterly. Hey, yellow monkey, did you hear me? The doctor pressed a pair of forceps threateningly against my throat, his voice cold as ice. Or, do you want to try having a bullet taken out without anesthesia? My gaze locked onto the Glock 17 at his waist, and suddenly, a price tag flashed across my retina. Used Glock with 12 rounds, estimated value, $350. So, the system could appraise weapons too. I couldn't help but wonder, was this function limited to weapons only? Forcing myself to ignore the dizziness, I quickly slipped my hand into my pocket and gripped the Gold Star Rider badge I'd been clutching since I crossed over. The gold-plated badge flickered with a faint glow in the system. Interface, 24K gold-plated badge, estimated value, $50. It seemed the system could appraise all sorts of items, not just weapons. But this raised another question. Could these items actually be exchanged? And if so, how? Redeemable item detected. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in my mind, asking if I wanted to redeem it. My spirits lifted, and I silently willed. Redeem. Instantly, the badge vanished from my hand, and my account balance jumped to $50. My fist clenched with excitement in my pocket. The system really worked, and the proof sent a thrill through me. But $50 was nowhere near enough. I quickly scanned the room, and my eyes landed on the gold chain around the doctor's neck. The system immediately tagged it. Gold-plated alloy necklace, estimated value, $3. I steeled myself. Looks like I'll have to resort to some desperate measures. In a moment of desperation, I decided to risk everything. I suddenly burst out with a curse, catching the doctor off guard. With my blood-soaked hand, I snatched the surgical forceps, twisted them fiercely, and with the sickening crack of a breaking wrist and the doctor's scream, chaos instantly erupted in the clinic. He had just drawn his Glock 17 while my knee crashed into his nose, drenching his mask in blood. The system chimed in. Unclaimed weapon detected. Would you like to appraise it? I shouted without hesitation. Appraise. Redeem. The Glock dissolved into a stream of blue data in my palm, and my account balance shot up to $400. But it was still far from enough to exchange for the self-healing factor. Agonizing pain in my scapula nearly made me black out. At that moment, the clinic's back door was kicked open. 3 men in suits stormed in, wielding submachine guns and shouting, "Hail Hydra!" The Scarface leader racked his weapon, bellowing, "Dr. White, how dare you treat a traitor to the organization?" Before he could finish, my bloodstained hand slapped down on the operating table, and the system interface flickered wildly. Multifunctional surgical bed, $4,400. Medical alcohol, 5L, $50. Adrenaline X, 3, $150. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed before my eyes. I yelled, "Redeem everything!" Gunfire exploded, bullets pounding the clinic like a torrential storm. Just as Scarface's bullet tore through my chest, golden light seared across my retina. Account balance, $5,000. Exchange for self-healing factor. I felt a surge of scorching power, like molten lava coursing through my veins. My bones snapped audibly back into place, and the weakness vanished as strength flooded my body once again. 3 submachine guns spewed fire, but the wounds from their bullets closed almost instantly. In my mind, a single thought echoed. Who kills must be killed. Scarface's terrified expression froze amid the smoke as I crushed his throat, and the system notification chimed in my ear. Hydra. Bounty thug eliminated. Bounty plus $5,000. Account balance, $5,000. Would you like to redeem the remaining recommended talents? Dynamic vision. Jeet Kune Do mastery? My vision instantly sharpened. Everything before me became crystal clear. Darkness no longer an obstacle. Even a fly's flight path was visible to me. At the same time, a surge of instinctive understanding filled my mind. I could now counter any close-quarters assault with ease, intercepting and retaliating against my opponents effortlessly. I drew a deep breath. The gunshot wounds from moments before had nearly suffocated me. I couldn't help but marvel at the power this system had granted me. The self-healing factor sped up my recovery. The enhanced vision let me pierce through darkness, and my martial prowess could keep me alive. Most remarkable of all, the price for these abilities was surprisingly reasonable. A faint smile played on my lips, but I quickly wiped it away. Through the grimy glass window, I could see, several hundred meters away, a group of suited thugs charging in this direction, their weapons glinting menacingly in the dim light. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath. A rocket launcher? They really do see me as a big target. Without lingering a second longer, I spun around and bolted, leaving nothing behind but a hurried shout in the air. Thanks for the surgery bed, doctor. At midnight, Brooklyn seemed to wear 2 faces. On one side, it was clean, luxurious, and bright. On the other, filthy, impoverished, and shrouded in darkness. The successful savored life at grand balls, while the homeless might perish at any moment beneath bridges or in the shadows. Most people struggled just to get by, doors and windows locked tight, pistols cocked, and ready for whatever danger might burst in. But I had no time to worry about them. I was running for my life. Sure, my healing factor could keep me alive through a storm of bullets, but I had no intention of putting my resilience to the test against a rocket. Before I arrived here, I was the ace rider of a certain squadron, always confident in my speed. After darting through a few back alleys, even I had lost track of my bearings. I figured those pursuers must have been left far behind. My mind raced as I ran. If instant healing from gunshot wounds hadn't happened to me personally, I would never have believed it possible. The system's label, secondary Wolverine-level regeneration, flashed through my thoughts, conjuring the image of a rugged, bearded man in a leather jacket, and the memory of those suited thugs shouting, "Hail, Hydra!" I couldn't help but suspect that I'd crossed over into the Marvel Universe. Considering the powers I now possessed, I realized that, at the very least, I finally had the right to choose my own destiny. Back in my old life as the Ace Rider, it wasn't glory that bound me, but the weight of responsibility, a man's burden. But now that I'd arrived in this new world, but no one, absolutely no one, was going to shackle me with morality again. Not even myself. Just thinking about the system that let me exchange cash for all sorts of abilities, I couldn't help but smile. From now on, my only focus will be making money and growing stronger. Lost in thought, Su Ming nimbly dodged the obstacles at his feet. Suddenly, a high-heeled shoe loomed large in his field of vision. Su Ming reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block. There was a sharp crack and the heavy thud of rapid footsteps. The heel crashed against his forearm with a dull, bone-jarring force, twisting his arm out of shape from the impact. He staggered back several steps before managing to steady himself. In perfect silence, his bones knitted themselves back together, and Su Ming narrowed his eyes at his attacker. She was clad in a sleek leather outfit, equipped with top-tier tactical gear. Tall and striking, her golden hair, piercing blue eyes, and chiseled features gave her an exotic allure. There was no mistaking it. This was a rose with thorns. Her alluring silhouette blocked the only light in the alley. The Golden Lady, Eliza Sweet, clapped softly and said, "Not bad, handsome." Su Ming was staring at her when he suddenly noticed a sound behind him. Just an ordinary car passing by. Eliza glanced around, her eyes sweeping past a puddle of vomit near the trash can, and a clear look of distaste crossed her face. "Don't worry. Those men in suits lost their way a long time ago. You run fast, almost like you know this place well." "Who are you?" Su Ming asked, trying to keep his composure. The high-tech gadgets hanging at her waist made him feel a subtle pressure. And besides, she'd broken his arm the moment she arrived. Clearly, she wasn't here for friendly conversation. "Who I am doesn't matter. Someone's paying me to retrieve something that never belonged to you." As Eliza spoke, she pulled out a photograph. The man in the photo had distinctly East Asian features, short black hair, deep brown eyes, slender and sharp, his handsome face carrying a trace of nobility. It was Su Ming himself. "Su Ming's pupils contracted," he muttered under his breath. "A bounty hunter?" He froze, confused by the unfamiliar word that had slipped from his lips. Yet somehow, it felt like the name of a profession. Suddenly, fragments flashed through his mind. An abandoned dock, a dimly lit bar. A man in a suit with a scorpion tattoo on his face clapped him on the shoulder. "Ming, this job's yours." Instinctively, Su Ming reached into his pocket, and sure enough, his fingers brushed against something. At that moment, a tide of memories surged through his mind. He looked down at his suit, riddled with bullet holes, a strange light flickering in his eyes. "So, I'm actually with Hydra?" Su Ming stood rooted to the spot, memories from before and after his crossing interweaving in his mind, leaving him with a powerful sense of unreality. But there was no time to hesitate. His opponent launched another attack. Seeing Su Ming ignore her, Eliza grew impatient and sprang into action. A flurry of close combat moves closed in around Su Ming. Relying on the skill he'd acquired, mastery of Jeet Kune Do, he deftly neutralized every strike. As the fight progressed, his movements grew increasingly fluid, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Brother Bruce Lee truly was a martial arts legend. Soon, Eliza realized his fighting style was highly unusual. Every time she was about to make a move, he would intercept her with uncanny precision. She couldn't bring her full strength to bear, and the sense of being restrained frustrated her deeply. Seeing that close combat was useless, Eliza flipped backward to create distance, drew her pistol, and aimed it at Su Ming. "Too bad," she said. Su Ming glanced at the gun in her hand. On his retina, a price tag appeared. Used Glock 26 with 10 rounds. Estimated value, $400. Wait, Su Ming had just opened his mouth to speak. A gunshot rang out. A faint blue smoke curled in the air as the bullet pierced through Su Ming's shoulder. Under Alyssa's stunned gaze, the bullet wound on Su Ming's shoulder began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Ming let out a gentle sigh. "If bullets could hurt me, I'd have died dozens of times by now." He decided to get to the bottom of this woman's identity first. Su Ming walked slowly up to Alyssa and, with the demeanor of a gentleman, gently took the pistol from her hands. "Miss, it's rather rude to shoot at someone without warning. I'll be holding on to this for now, if you don't mind." Unclaimed weapon detected. Redeem. The Glock 26 dissolved into a stream of data and vanished from his hand. His account balance increased by $400. Alyssa's pupils contracted sharply. She didn't even have time to react before Su Ming had already taken her gun. Her mind reeled in disbelief. What on earth did I just witness? The bullet definitely hit him. So why is he completely unharmed? This was supposed to be a routine mission. How'd I end up facing a monster like this? Her eyes flickered as she weighed her options. She considered making a run for it, hoping to escape this dangerous man, polite as he might seem. But Su Ming's grip tightened firmly around her wrist. "No need to rush off. You still haven't told me. Who sent you?" He could feel the delicate chill of her wrist beneath his fingers and looked in her wide, fear-filled blue eyes. With his other hand, he reached toward her waist. Unclaimed blade detected. Appraise. Unclaimed rope detected. Appraise. Unclaimed device detected. Appraise. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Appraise. Redeem. Alyssa Sweet, codename Blonde, now found herself in the darkest hour of her career as a bounty hunter. Captured and utterly outmatched by a man she could neither defeat nor kill, forced to reveal her employer under his relentless questioning. A professional to the core, Alyssa felt deeply humiliated. She glared at Su Ming, silver teeth clenched in anger. It was bearing, scorpion bearing, from Hydra. He ordered me to retrieve that item, or kill you. The reward was $2,000. He nearly forced her to spill every last detail, down to the color of her underwear. A face flashed through Su Ming's mind. A burly man in a suit, a scorpion tattooed on his cheek, bearing turd. That was his predecessor's. Old boss. Wasn't it Bearing himself who had handed him that thing? Clearly, there are mysteries here that need to be unraveled. At this thought, Su Ming found a female bounty hunter before him, who had spilled everything at the slightest threat. Rather amusing. Since he had nothing to lose anyway, he figured, why not just let her go? Just then, a commotion rose in the distance. People were clearly searching for him. Su Ming knew he couldn't linger any longer, so he left the woman still standing there in shock and quickly slipped away from the scene. Alyssa looked down at the bruises on her wrist, recalling the glance Su Ming gave her before leaving, and a chill ran down her spine. Just now, was he hesitating about whether or not to kill me? She suddenly realized that all the weapons and gear she had carried at her waist were gone without a trace. The sense of loss hit her hard. With terror and rage tangled in her chest, she fled the scene in haste and didn't dare take on any new assignments for a long time afterward. Meanwhile, Su Ming was heading toward a place he remembered, a long-abandoned shipyard. Along the way, he easily subdued one of the agents hunting him and swapped out his bullet-riddled suit for the agent's. He had to admit, the suits issued by Hydra were truly top quality. Catching sight of his tall, lean figure reflected in a pane of glass, Su Ming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in quiet approval. With a rare moment to himself, he turned his attention to his system. Streams of golden data floated before his eyes, coming together to form a holographic interface. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 5. Current account balance, $10,200. Acquired talents, Subwolverine, level regeneration, dynamic vision LV.1, Jeet Kune Do mastery. He was genuinely surprised at how valuable the equipment he'd taken from that blonde bounty hunter turned out to be. So for the first time, he opened up the system shop. Infinity Stone Blue USD. Infinity Stone Green USD. Magneto-magnetic control LV.1, $20 million. Superman Man of Steel LV.1, $10 million. Professor X Telepathic Projection LV.1, $6 million. Doctor Strange Item Summoning LV.1, $5 million. Seeing these familiar names, Su Ming realized that most of these abilities came from the Marvel Universe. Could it be that he really had landed in the world of Marvel? Even Infinity Stones were up for grabs? He squinted at the price. $1 trillion? Well, forget it. That was a pipe dream. Aside from the Infinity Stones, the shop displayed a dizzying array of talents, hundreds of pages, with the cheapest still costing $10,000. This made Su Ming appreciate even more how rare those 3 talents were, the ones the system had proactively offered him with a 10% discount. After all, those talents were originally worth $100,000. It seemed that, as long as he had enough money, there was almost nothing in the system he couldn't buy. If that was the case, why am I still slaving away at the bottom of the Hydra organization? In his memories, Su Ming's former self had been nothing more than a low-level grunt in Hydra, barely scraping by on a meager salary. Earning money was the real path forward. He had to change his approach. Becoming a bounty hunter, making money while honing his skills. Wasn't that a far better life than this? But for now, the most urgent thing was to figure out his current predicament. Being hunted by a gang of people was hardly anyone's idea of a good time. With his mind made up, Su Ming hailed a taxi. Near the abandoned shipyard, there was a hidden bar called the Sunset Fence. This was Scorpion Bailing's turf. The Hydra organization was flush with cash, owning businesses in the prime areas of every major city, but Bailing, the one in charge of the sector, seemed to have no taste for urban glitz. He was a Texan by birth, more at home with the cowboy lifestyle, wrestling wild horses on sprawling ranches by day, gathering with friends in dimly lit bars by night, measuring freedom and loneliness in whiskey and tales. At that very moment, he was showing off his cunning to his men. I've had enough of that, kid. Dangerous work like this should be dumped on that yellow-skinned monkey. The massive scorpion tattoo on Bailing's face twisted, making his grin even more menacing as he burst out laughing. His words drew raucous laughter from over a dozen agents, some of whom were Asian themselves. The bar, thick with smoke, buzzed with rowdy energy. Suddenly, the wooden door crashed open and slammed hard onto the floor near Bailing, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The bar fell instantly silent. Every eye turned to the doorway, faces tense, hands inching toward the guns lying on the tables. Su Ming's voice cut through the quiet, casual and nonchalant. Mr. Bailing, if I may ask, after all my hard work on the job, How did I suddenly become a traitor to the organization? Back in the taxi, Su Ming had browsed through the system marketplace. He couldn't shake the image of the blonde woman snapping his arm with a single kick. Even with his strong regenerative abilities, his body was still far too fragile. If only he could boost his physical stats a little. Physique enhancement permanently increases stamina by 2 points. Price, $20,000. He'd already traded in the blonde woman's gear for over $10,000, but he was still a long way from affording that enhancement. Just then, the taxi slowed to a stop in a deserted spot. The driver turned around, his bulky frame nearly filling the front seat. In his hand, he held a gleaming revolver, pointing it directly at Su Ming. "Don't move. This is a stick-up." The taxi driver? Su Ming looked up, puzzled, at the driver and the revolver in his hand. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. Used Ruger GP100 revolver, loaded with 6 rounds, estimated value, $180. "Excuse me, driver, what did you just say?" He pretended not to catch the driver's words. "Hand over your cash and valuables, now." The driver shook the pistol in his hand menacingly. "Oh." Su Ming glanced at the meter, which was thick with dust. At that moment, he understood. Under these circumstances, a gun was clearly far more persuasive than a fair meter. He smiled at the driver and said, "Sir, there's an old Chinese saying, what goes around comes around." As the driver hesitated for a split second, Su Ming lashed out, kicking him squarely on the bridge of the nose. Teeth flew with the blow. He then dragged the driver out of the car and gave him a lesson he would never forget. Only when the driver slipped into unconsciousness, mumbling a blurred promise to pay tuition, did Su Ming finally stop. Su Ming looked at the taxi, which was still in decent condition, and a stream of data flashed through his mind. Used Ford Explorer Hybrid, valued at $31,000. Convertible item detected. The system's cold prompt echoed in his mind. "Would you like to exchange it?" "Wait a second." Su Ming bent down, picked up the revolver lying by the unconscious driver, tossed it into the car, and dusted off his hands. "Exchange everything." The taxi faded away before his eyes, and his account balance surged by over $30,000. Account balance, $41,380. "Would you like to purchase physical enhancement?" His suit and slightly long trousers gradually fit his frame perfectly within seconds. He could feel every subtle movement of his body becoming stronger and more resilient. Full body enhancement, what a delight. He opened his attribute panel, and a holographic interface appeared before him. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical power, 9. Current account, $1,380. Acquired talents, Sub-Wolverine level regeneration, Dynamic Vision LV.1, Jeet Kune Do Mastery, Physical Enhancement LV1, 2/5. His physical power had actually increased by 4 points. Su Ming had assumed that spending $20,000 would only boost his stats by 2 points. He hadn't expected the effects to stack. 2 out of 5? Does that mean the enhancement can be applied up to 5 times? If this is level 1, what happens at level 2 or 3? Physical Enhancement LV1 LV2. Permanently increase physical power by 20 points. Required amount, $2 million. Physical Enhancement LV12 V3. Permanently increase physical power by 200 points. Required amount, $20 million. Physical Enhancement LV3 LV4. Permanently increase physical power by 2,000 points. Required amount, $200 million. Su Ming's face remained expressionless. He had once believed the upper limit for physical power was 10, and had been quite pleased to reach 9. Now, he realized there was no ceiling at all, but when he thought about the world he lived in, he quickly accepted this new reality. At that moment, Su Ming finally realized that he'd been robbed before even reaching his destination, and to make matters worse, he'd lost the taxi as well. He gave the driver a casual kick. "You annoying bastard." Suddenly, the driver's hefty body tumbled across the ground, rolling over and over for more than 10 meters before crashing hard into a large tree on the opposite side of the street. His pants were torn, exposing his pale legs. "What?" Su Ming stared at his own leg in disbelief. He was certain he hadn't used much force, so how could it have caused such a powerful impact? Was this physical enhancement really that incredible? A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Glancing back toward the abandoned shipyard, he then broke into a swift run. The wind howled past his ears as Su Ming, for the first time, felt the exhilarating freedom of a body no longer bound by its old limits. Only one word echoed in his mind. It was utterly effortless. His figure quickly disappeared at the end of the road. In the deepening night, his joyous shouts startled the sleeping birds from their perches. Sunset Fence Bar. The moment the doors were pushed open, the Hydra agents sprang to their feet, loading their guns, eyes fixed warily on the entrance. If anyone dared start trouble here, they wouldn't hesitate to open fire and kill the intruder on the spot. They had sworn as much. Scorpion Bailing recognized Su Ming's voice. The suspicion on his face shifted to a trace of contempt. He signaled his companions with a glance to get ready, then called out loudly. Hail Hydra! Ming, my brother, is the mission done? Come over here and have a drink with us. Yet inside, his mind was full of questions. He'd already sent people to deal with Su Ming. How was this kid still alive? The intel on the vibranium deal had already been acquired through other means. To them, Su Ming was no longer of any use. So all that scheming had been for nothing. What about those bounty hunters? Weren't they supposed to value their reputation? They took the money and did nothing. Infuriating. Hearing Bailing's enthusiastic greeting, Su Ming didn't respond. He simply walked slowly into the bar, holding up the envelope Bailing himself had given him just days ago. Mr. Bailing, I'm really curious. What could possibly be inside this envelope that would make an ordinary agent like me hunted by both the organization and bounty hunters? As he spoke, he slowly tore open the envelope. Scenes from 2 days earlier flashed through his mind. Bailing, hand on his shoulder, sternly warning him never to open it. Bailing's face darkened. Su Ming's actions had left him exposed in front of everyone. But whatever was inside that envelope, it could never be seen by others. If it leaked, their enemies could use it against them. Ming, my brother, listen to me. You're not allowed to open that envelope. If you do, it's considered betrayal. Balin tried to stop Su Ming, all the while quietly chambering his pistol under the table. Su Ming smiled easily, his gaze sweeping over the agents in the room. These were all high-ranking members, second only to Balin himself. He waved a letter in his hand. Gentlemen, aren't you all curious about what's written inside? Though no one spoke, the glimmer in the agent's eyes said it all. All right, next let me. Before Su Ming could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out. In the wake of the shot, the bar fell into a heavy, chilling silence. Everyone stared in shock at the blood hole, the size of a ping-pong ball, that had appeared in Su Ming's chest. Before their eyes, the wound rapidly healed, vanishing completely, leaving only a ragged hole in his shirt. How is this possible? The acrid scent of gunpowder hung in the air, masking the aroma of cigars, but could do nothing to dispel the terror in Balin's heart. His mouth fell open in disbelief. Balin had believed that the large-caliber pistol in his hand would be enough to bring Su Ming down, maybe even blast a hole straight through his chest. But he had never imagined witnessing something so utterly inexplicable. The agents in the bar were just as stunned. They were no strangers to the bloody, brutal aftermath of bullets tearing through flesh, but never had they seen anything so beyond reason, as if they were watching a scene from a science fiction film. Su Ming shot Balin a reproachful look, clearly displeased with his reckless move. He calmly unfolded the letter, as if he hadn't just been shot. On the letter, there was only a single sentence. Kill the yellow-skinned monkey delivering this message. After reading the words, Su Ming looked up in curiosity. Mr. Balin, if you want me dead, why not do it yourself? Balin, now enraged and thoroughly exposed, raised his pistol and shouted. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. Now. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, filling the cramped bar with deafening chaos. The wall by the door was soon riddled with bullet holes, looking like a piece of torn fabric. Sensing the situation had escalated into all-out conflict, Su Ming licked his lips in excitement. For him, running a dozen kilometers was nothing more than a warm-up. He ducked low and vanished into the darkness, moving like death itself in the night. His shadow flashed among the crowd, and with every pause, another life was claimed. A body honed to perfection, wounds that healed faster than bullets could harm him, and a mastery of Jeet Kune Do. When these three forces combined, just how terrifying could he become? The answer was obvious. In a matter of moments, all the agents lay sprawled on the floor, each in a different pose. The lucky ones, noses pressed to the ground. The unlucky, bodies riddled with bullets, torn beyond recognition. When the carnage ended and Su Ming turned his gaze back to Balin, the former Scorpion had lost all trace of his former authority, slumped helplessly on the ground. His legs scrabbled against the floor in a desperate attempt to retreat, though his back was already pressed tight against the bar counter. Several gunshot wounds on his body were all caused by stray bullets, and they were still bleeding. Oh, by the way, Mr. Bering, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. Su Ming crouched down in front of Bering, looking relaxed, and casually picked up Bering's tie to wipe the blood from his own hands. You're fired. In all these years, old Bering had never felt such a complex mix of emotions as he did today. Just moments ago, he had obtained crucial information about the vibranium deal straight from the streetwise bosses of Hell's Kitchen. The higher-ups had promised him that if he could uncover the source of the vibranium, his agent ranking would rise, and it would only be a matter of time before he reached the top echelon. I knew it. He had always understood that the organization would never pass up any opportunity to get their hands on vibranium. So, the moment he first heard there was vibranium in Hell's Kitchen, even with his less-than-agile mind, he racked his brains for 2 sleepless nights before coming up with a plan. His strategy was simple. Find some unlucky soul to infiltrate the heart of Hell's Kitchen, by any means necessary. At the same time, he started spreading rumors that there was a traitor within Hydra who held crucial information about vibranium. That way, he could justifiably send his own men into the core of Hell's Kitchen, and Wilson Fisk's vibranium deal would inevitably be disrupted. Stir up chaos, then reap the rewards. This was Hydra's favorite infiltration tactic. But what he hadn't expected was that Fisk's organization was far from united. His plan had barely begun when some of Fisk's avaricious subordinates approached him outright and said, "Fresh vibranium intel. Fair price." In the end, he had acquired the information for a mere $500,000, and Su Ming had become a disposable pawn. What caught him completely off guard, however, was that just as he was basking in his small triumph, that damned Su Ming returned like a demon and turned everything upside down. Worse still, this guy had wiped out almost all his key men, just because he wanted to resign? All this just to quit? Good heavens. Hydra isn't some legitimate company. Does resigning really have to cause such a commotion? Yes, I did send people to kill you, but you're still alive and kicking, aren't you? Would an apology not suffice? Bering was on the verge of a breakdown. Ming, my brother, can't we talk this out? You want to resign? Fine, have it your way, just let me go. Looking at the terrified, desperately pleading Bering before him, Su Ming felt that the man was still best suited for his old role as the ruthless, venomous scorpion. Something seemed to occur to Su Ming, and he looked at Bering expectantly. "Mr. Bering, since you're agreeing to my resignation, shouldn't we discuss my severance package?" Whether it was carrying out assignments or being hunted down, all of it had been orchestrated by Bering. Su Ming felt he deserved compensation. It wasn't blackmail at all. Well, in truth, it was outright blackmail. Poor Bering looked at his gradually numbing right leg and couldn't help cursing inwardly. Outwardly, however, he put on a cooperative front and hurriedly picked up the phone. "Ming, my brother, your request is perfectly reasonable. I plan to give you $500,000 as a severance package. On one condition, you take me to the hospital immediately." Su Ming demandato l'incident. Fine. 1 million. Seeing Su Ming unmoved, Bering gritted his teeth and doubled the offer. Meanwhile, Su Ming was doing mental math at lightning speed, wondering how many years it would take to earn even $500,000 delivering takeout. The answer, not even in a lifetime. He sighed helplessly. After all, he had only just arrived in this world, and his mind hadn't fully adjusted to reality yet. Just as Su Ming was still reeling from the shock of $500,000, Bering suddenly shouted out an even higher figure. $2 million. "Ming, my friend, that's all the cash I have left. If you don't get me to the hospital right now, I'm really going to die. For God's sake." "What? 2 million? Su Ming instantly perked up, but thinking of Bering's notorious cunning, he reminded himself he could only trust the man if the transfer happened then and there. With a smile, Su Ming nodded in agreement. "But I want the money now. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere." At this point, Bering had no other options. He could only comply. He immediately called his men to arrange the transfer to Su Ming. The wait was torture. In the dead of night, most banking services had already shut down. Bering felt his body growing colder by the minute, clinging to a single hope. If his men could make the transfer, it would be a huge achievement for him. A few minutes later, Su Ming heard the chime of a system notification in his ears. Transfer received. Account balance. $2,001,380. Su Ming felt as if he were dreaming. He had gotten such a fortune with almost no effort. If he were still delivering takeout, such wealth would have been unimaginable. The tang of blood still drifted through the air from time to time, and the corpses strewn across the room served as a grim reminder. He was no longer that delivery driver who braved the wind and rain at dawn and dusk, bowing and scraping for every tip. A Hydra agent, was he? After all, he had just fired his boss and pocketed a massive severance. At that thought, the image of a mysterious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman surfaced in Su Ming's mind. He still didn't know her name, but the profession of bounty hunter seemed to fit his current situation perfectly. Snapping his fingers lightly, Su Ming made up his mind. Next came his new identity, bounty hunter. Lost in thought, Su Ming didn't register Bailing's cries for help. It wasn't until Bailing's voice had faded to barely a whisper and his face turned as pale as paper that Su Ming snapped back to reality. "Oops. Sorry, Mr. Bailing, I nearly forgot about you. Let me get you to the hospital right away." At first, when Su Ming seemed to ignore him, Bailing thought he'd been double-crossed for the money. After all, that's exactly what he'd often done to others. Just as despair set in, Su Ming's promise rekindled the hope in Bailing's eyes. His lips trembled, unable to form words. He could only nod repeatedly, desperate for Su Ming to take him to the hospital as soon as possible. Thank you. He killed Boss Bailing. Take him out. The agents who'd just returned surveyed the carnage in the bar and made a swift judgment. Gunfire exploded. Hail Hydra! The lights slowly faded from Bailing's eyes. Damn Hydra, Su Ming muttered under his breath. He rolled down the car window, letting the cool night air brush against his face. Across the river, the skyscraper shone with brilliant lights. That was Manhattan's nightscape. A handful of Hydra agents were no match for Su Ming, but in the chaos, Bailing was hit by another stray bullet and died on the spot. Su Ming replayed the information Bailing had revealed in his final moments. As it turned out, Su Ming's trip to Hell's Kitchen to deliver a message had been nothing more than Bailing's first move to infiltrate the core territory of the Kingpin's organization. Unfortunately, before Su Ming could even reach his destination, Bailing, eager to act, had already spread word that Su Ming was a traitor holding key secrets of the organization. Bailing hadn't anticipated the fanatical hatred the organization's diehards felt for traitors, nor how ruthlessly efficient they'd become in hunting one down. In the end, all of this led to Su Ming's successful counterattack and the complete collapse of Bailing's plan. With the abilities he now possessed, Su Ming no longer cared for the power struggles and schemes between gangs. Still, he knew that within the next month, there would be a secret vibranium deal in Hell's Kitchen. Vibranium, the legendary metal once used to forge Captain America's shield and the core material of the Black Panther suit. Although vibranium was fantastically valuable, Su Ming wasn't especially interested. Not yet. The details he had were too vague, offering no real leads to pursue. However, there was one place that piqued Su Ming's curiosity: the underground exchange in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen. It was a den of every imaginable power and influence. If you had money, you could buy anything here: medicine, women, drugs, weapons. It was also where each faction posted their bounty contracts. As a rookie bounty hunter, Su Ming at least needed to know where to pick up assignments. That was why he decided to investigate this place for himself. He realized that although he had taken down quite a few Hydra agents, at least several dozen, only the Scarface man from the black market clinic had actually earned him a bounty. From what little he could remember, Hydra had infiltrated every layer of society, even leaving traces within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Yet, the agents who were publicly listed as bounty targets, those who did the organization's dirty work, were remarkably few. This made Su Ming decisively abandon the idea of making a living by hunting down Hydra agents for reward money. Thinking of money, an image popped into Su Ming's mind: a cocky man with a neatly trimmed mustache, Tony Stark. Stark Industries was one of the world's leading weapons manufacturers, and Tony himself was wealthy beyond imagination. This genius, whose intelligence bordered on the uncanny, apparently hadn't become Iron Man just yet. The $2 million that Baring had willingly transferred to Su Ming opened up a brand new door. This was no extortion. It was a mutually agreed-upon exchange. Yes, that's exactly what it was. With over $2 million in his account, Su Ming could technically exchange it for certain abilities, but he decided to first get acquainted with his new work environment before making any moves. With that thought, Su Ming pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The Mustang's engine roared, a sound that used to be Baring's absolute favorite. Thanks to his enhanced dynamic vision, even when the car shot up to 300 kilometers an hour, Su Ming remained perfectly at ease. The blazing red taillights soon vanished into the distant end of the road. The tri-wing building stood quietly on its island. Night wind rustled the leaves, sending a gentle hush through the air, while the water below shimmered with tiny ripples. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. A sharp staccato of high heels echoed outside the director's office. A black man with a shaved head, an eye patch, and a black leather coat, Nick Fury, turned his gaze from the distant Washington Monument and looked back into the room. Maria, what's happened? Maria Hill, crisp and efficient, set the file she was carrying on the director's desk and said, Director Fury, there's news from Brooklyn. Her stern expression and straightforward words radiated military decisiveness. Once she finished speaking, she fell silent, as if to say, everything you need is in the file. Nick Fury looked at Maria, standing before him, and for a split second, a playful thought crossed his mind. I don't know why, but my eye's been bothering me lately. You know, this eye's been through a lot over the years. He had no intention of looking through the file himself. Maria Hill rolled her eyes privately, then reported directly, Hydra's head operative in Brooklyn has been killed. The moment Nick Fury heard this, he immediately reached for the file on his desk and began to read. His expression turned grave. I remember Baring has been entrenched in Brooklyn for almost a decade. Who could possibly have killed him? Was it a mutant? At the end of the file, there was a photograph. The man in the picture had an East Asian face, short black hair, and deep brown eyes. His refined features hinted at a certain nobility. This was Su-ming. Oh, he's so young. Could this be fate at work? Maria Hill quickly added. It's Su-ming, Director Fury. When our team arrived at the scene, they found that all the Hydra agents had been killed with a single blow. Each had a broken neck. Bering appeared to have died in a fierce gunfight. Over 1,000 bullets had been fired, and one wall of the bar was nearly destroyed. But we found no trace of Su-ming's blood, DNA, or any other clues. According to our investigation, Hydra's Brooklyn branch had recently been hunting Su-ming, calling him a traitor to the organization and claiming he possessed critical intelligence. Interestingly, just before Bering died, a taxi driver reported a robbery on the way to the Sunset Fence Bar. Through careful investigation and comparison, it was finally confirmed to be this man. Nick Fury set the file aside and began pacing his office, muttering to himself. Scorpion Bering. We've been watching him for years, and yet he was taken down by some unknown kid. With a grave expression, Maria Hill reminded him. Director, I have to point out, anyone capable of wiping out a Hydra stronghold single-handedly is no ordinary person. Nick Fury licked his lips and slowly nodded. Hill, notify our people in Brooklyn to keep monitoring Su-ming. I want more intel on him. Meanwhile, Su-ming drove across the iconic Brooklyn Bridge, but he didn't head straight for his next target. Instead, he booked a room at a hotel in Manhattan, took a leisurely shower, and changed into fresh clothes. His battered suit was no longer wearable. After several fierce battles, his body reeked of gunpowder and blood, making him extremely uncomfortable. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, his distinctly East Asian features stood out in the city of New York. He opened the system store, searching for an item that could alter his appearance. After browsing through dozens of pages, just as Su-ming was about to give up, a special talent suddenly caught his eye. He couldn't help but wonder if this was even the right occasion for such a thing. He clicked on the talent's description and let out a low exclamation. Night tuxedo, mask, faceless mask, $100,000. Description: when you wear this mask, you will become the most elegant prince under the starlit sky, perfect for concealing your identity and appearance. Su-ming waited for a while, but found no noticeable change in himself. Perplexed, he opened his system panel. Name: Su-ming. Age: 28. Physical fitness: 9. Current balance: $1,901,380. Acquired talents: Subwolverine level regeneration, Dynamic Vision LV.1, Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, Constitution Enhancement LV1, 2/5, Faceless Mask. The new talent had already appeared in the list. Su-ming asked a waiter for a half-face masquerade mask, intending to test out his new ability. The moment he put on the mask, he immediately sensed a shift in the aura surrounding him. Gazing into the mirror, he saw someone exuding a mysterious and irresistibly charming presence. His eyes now radiated both nobility and allure. It was almost as if every woman would feel drawn to him. Is this a bit too handsome? He muttered with a helpless smile. Still, since this talent could help conceal his identity, looking a bit more striking was hardly an issue. Once again, he strode through the streets of Manhattan, dressed in a sharply tailored suit and a British-style trench coat, standing out with refined elegance. As he passed by, women from nearby soirees couldn't help but cast him curious glances. Fingering the mask in his pocket, he relied on memory to guide him toward his target. When Su-ming, distinguished and impeccably dressed, emerged from one of Manhattan's luxury hotels, he was merely a little conspicuous. Then as he ventured deeper into the heart of Hell's Kitchen, his presence became truly out of place. Neon lights cast blurry shadows on peeling bricks, and from behind rusted iron doors, whispered voices hinted at illicit drug deals. The windows of abandoned bars were clouded with grime, sheltering gaunt addicts. Within, fetid white mist billowed from open sewer grates, and behind every door, it seemed a pair of greedy eyes was watching. Even the stray cats prowled with coins riddled by bullet holes clamped in their jaws. This was a criminal's playground, Hell's Kitchen. Wearing his mask and dressed as a refined gentleman, Su-ming ignored the women who tried to strike up conversation and headed straight into an antique shop. The shelves were cluttered with moldy old books and ivory sculptures, yet hidden in the wall was a biometric scanner. Only after confirming that Su-ming was unarmed did the guards lurking in the shadows lower their guard, and the entrance to the underground market slowly opened. It was Su-ming's first visit to this place. Descending a staircase, he entered a spacious hall, simple, yet kept in rare, immaculate order. The air carried the fresh scent of cedar, a stark contrast to the stench of the streets outside. People from all walks of life mingled in private rooms, but when they noticed Su Ming, their eyes widened with astonishment. One servant-like figure even approached him specifically, inviting Su Ming to dine with their mistress. Su Ming responded with a polite smile and gently declined, then walked over to the reception desk. He called out softly twice before the receptionist, lost in her daydreams, finally snapped back to reality. After collecting his task card, Su Ming entered a small room according to the number on the card. The room contained nothing but a single chair and a screen. As he sat down, he thought he caught the faintest whisper of a woman's voice from the speakers. "Oh my, what a handsome young man." The door closed behind him, and the screen instantly lit up, displaying a massive list of bounty missions scrolling by in dense rows. The tasks range from finding missing people to assassination, kidnapping, intimidation, and even bodily harm. Yet none of the reward amounts managed to impress Su Ming. After all, once you've completed a job netting $2 million in a single go, everything else starts to seem rather mundane. Suddenly, one particular mission caught Su Ming's eye, a protection assignment for Tony Stark, with a bounty of $1 million. In a sea of contracts, it was rare to find requests for bodyguards or protection. It seemed as if all the clients here simply assumed that professionals from Hell's Kitchen were only suited to killing and destruction. A faint smile played at the corner of Su Ming's lips. This Tony was clearly a person of interest. He had already noticed several missions targeting Tony Stark, most of them assassination jobs, the highest reward among them only $800,000. This protection assignment, however, offered a staggering $1 million, the highest bounty among all the missions currently available. Clearly, Tony Stark had attracted quite a bit of attention. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming accepted the task to protect Tony Stark. Meanwhile, in other private rooms throughout the exchange, others saw the alert that the bodyguard mission had been claimed, and the chatter began. Someone actually dared to take a Tony Stark job? That's a death wish. That's right, the people after Tony aren't your run-of-the-mill types. Most are his rivals in business, or dangerous folks he's rubbed the wrong way. These small-timers who have to take jobs in underground exchanges aren't even in the running. Well, good luck to him. He's got some guts, that's for sure. Unaware of the murmurs circulating, Su Ming simply noticed a drawer pop open beneath the screen, revealing a phone and a card inside. As he eyed the card in confusion, the phone suddenly rang. Since this was his first time here, Su Ming wasn't familiar with the process, but just then, an announcement from the staff sounded in the room. "Call from the employer. Please answer." A realization dawned on Su Ming, and he promptly picked up the phone. "Hello, Mr. Courage. I'm very pleased you've accepted this assignment." The call had been encrypted and the voice altered, so Su Ming could barely make out the words, but the speaker's identity remained impossible to discern. "Mr. Stark will be heading to a Fuhin for business soon. I'll arrange for you to be by his side, making it convenient for you to carry out your bodyguard duties." Su Ming listened to the arrangement, feeling that everything was falling into place as expected. But then, the direction of the call took a sudden turn. "By the way, Mr. Courage, I wonder if you'd be interested in a deal worth $3 million? Su Ming's eyes lit up. $3 million? That was the highest bounty he'd ever heard of. "I'd be interested to know more." The person on the other end sounded pleased and continued. "Here's the situation. Protecting Mr. Stark pays a reward of $1 million. But I also have another offer for you. Kill Mr. Stark, and the bounty is $3 million. Mr. Courage, does that intrigue you?" The atmosphere instantly became more complicated. Su Ming's gaze grew thoughtful, and he quietly waited for further explanation. "There's no need for suspicion, sir. This is strictly business. As I said, if you successfully protect Mr. Stark and bring him back from a Fuhin, you'll receive $1 million instantly. If you choose to take on the assassination task, the $3 million reward stands just as well." Su Ming couldn't help but ask. Curiosity piqued. "Respected employer, I understand the rules now. But why have you chosen me for this particular job?" A low, rumbling chuckle came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Courage, it's not that I chose you. It's that you chose this mission. The moment you accepted the task to protect Mr. Stark, I knew you must possess extraordinary nerve." "What nerve?" "Probably the fact that no one else dared take on any job related to Tony." Su Ming grumbled inwardly, while realizing that Tony hadn't yet left for Afghanistan. This was the perfect window for him to take action. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Ming ended the call. A staff member explained that the card in the drawer served as a proof of mission acceptance, with the cardholder's bank account number and chosen code name written on it. Su Ming hadn't known he'd need a code name, so he'd hastily picked a transliteration of his own name, Su Ming, which also means destiny in Chinese. With the staff bidding him a reluctant farewell, Su Ming left the underground trading hall, taking the mission contact number with him. Back at the Manhattan Hotel, Su Ming lay on the bed, pondering his next steps. He recalled that Tony had suffered greatly in Afghanistan, and that experience awakened a rare sense of empathy in him. After all, nearly dying under a missile developed by his own company had filled him with fear and forced some deep soul-searching. It was precisely because of this that Tony later decided to halt his company's weapons development entirely. Su-ming believed that, as a bounty hunter, he ought to take his very first assignment seriously. Whether or not his target was destined to become Iron Man, the man was in his hands now, and that meant he had to honor the cold professionalism and strict code of conduct that came with the job. With this in mind, Su-ming realized where he needed to improve his abilities. He recognized that he lacked any means of long-range attack. Although his mastery of Jeet Kune Do had allowed him to roam Brooklyn unchallenged, things would be different in Afghanistan under a hail of bullets. Facing well-armed Taliban fighters, he would need formidable ranged attack capabilities. Should he choose firearms, bows and arrows, or some other weapon? Su-ming browsed through the various options in the system store, torn by indecision. Every weapon was enticing, but their prices were eye-wateringly steep. He knew that, a few years from now, this world might face a large-scale alien invasion. If he chose guns, they might be effective against terrorists, but they would be useless against extraterrestrial foes. As a result, he decided to abandon firearms as his primary weapon. He thought of those famous superheroes, the Hulk, Spider-Man, Captain America, Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, Thor. Each of them was a weapon in their own right, never relying solely on external gear. With that, Su-ming decided to first enhance his physical constitution from level 1 to the 5th tier, a decision that cost him $60,000. $60,000. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance. $1,841,380. He opened his stats panel, the data streaming before his eyes in a holographic interface. Name, Su-ming. Age, 28. Physical strength, 15. Current account, $1,841,380. Acquired talents, Subwolverine level recovery, Dynamic Vision LV.1, Jeet Kune Do Mastery, Physique Enhancement LV.1, 5/5 tiers, Faceless Mask. His physical strength had climbed from 9 points to 15. Su-ming stood before the mirror, examining himself. The lines of his muscles were clear and fluid, brimming with explosive power, like a cheetah poised to spring. He casually picked up an empty soda can, recalling how before he could only crush it into a narrow cylinder. Now, curious to see the effect of his enhanced physique, he gave it a gentle squeeze. The can was flattened into a thin sheet of metal, completely deformed. Su-ming stared at the can in surprise, realizing that small objects like this were no longer suitable for testing his physical progress. He cast a quick glance around the room, then walked over to the sofa. Gripping the armrest, he gave a light heave. The nearly 3-meter-long sofa lifted off the ground as if it weighed nothing at all. Seeing this scene, a flicker of satisfaction appeared in Su-ming's eyes. He slowly loosened his grip, holding the armrest with just 2 fingers, yet the sofa remained suspended in midair, steady as ever. Suddenly, with a sharp crack and a heavy thud, the armrest snapped and the sofa crashed to the floor. No wonder it cost $2 million just to reach level 2. This kind of enhancement is truly astonishing. He turned and walked back to the bed. As his foot touched the carpet, there was a harsh tearing sound. The thick carpet split open beneath his step. Su-ming paused, realizing he had used too much force while walking. The thick carpet had been ripped apart as easily as paper. His physical strength had increased too quickly. He would need some time to adjust. Making a conscious effort to move gently, he returned to the bed, sipped on his ice-cold cola, and began to ponder which type of melee weapon would work best for ranged attacks. A bow, an arrow, throwing knives? Or perhaps a javelin. But the idea of running around with a bundle of javelins on his back felt far too dramatic and out of place. Similarly, the image of carrying a bow everywhere didn't quite suit his taste. Besides, in this world, there was already a Hawkeye who excelled at archery, and archery wasn't even the most powerful combat style here. So, the bow and arrow were ruled out as well. In the end, Su-ming decided to go with throwing knives. Not only were they easy to carry, but more importantly, he was fascinated by the legendary skill of Li Xuanhuan, whose knives flew like the wind and never missed their mark. Given his current physical fitness and dynamic vision, throwing knives were undoubtedly the best choice. Muttering throwing knives to himself, Su-ming searched carefully through the system's store and finally found a talent in an inconspicuous corner. Deadeye Precision Throwing LV1. $200,000. $200,000. Exchange successful. Account balance. $1,641,380. A strange sensation surged through him, and Su-ming felt as if he had reached a new level of mastery overthrowing. He looked at the bathroom at the far end of the suite, picked up an advertising card from beside the bed, and flicked it lightly. The card shot across the living room like a streak of light, embedding itself with perfect accuracy in the bathroom door handle, leaving only a tiny corner exposed. Not bad. Curious, Su-ming walked to the window and took out a deck of playing cards. With a casual flick, a card spun through the air and landed squarely on the eaves of a building dozens of meters away, pinning itself firmly in place. Without his dynamic vision talent, Su-ming would never have been able to follow the card's flight path. Watching the card pin a drifting plastic bag against the wall with pinpoint accuracy, Su-ming nodded in satisfaction. He drew another card, but this time, he didn't aim at any particular target. Su-ming wanted to test just how far he could throw a card with his current level 1 talent. The card traced an arc through the air, soaring away like a shooting star. I didn't expect this at all. Su-ming was astonished to see the card maintain its precise trajectory until it completely disappeared from his sight. This meant, at his current level of vision, he could no longer track the full distance the card could fly. He realized it was time to enhance his eyesight talent. Su-ming opened the talent upgrade interface, once again feeling the headache of insufficient funds. Dynamic Vision LV1, Dynamic Vision LV2, $1 million. Dynamic Vision LV2, Dynamic Vision LV3, $10 million. Dynamic Vision LV3, Dynamic Vision LV4, $100 million. His current account balance was only enough for a single upgrade of his dynamic vision talent. $1,000,000. Upgrade successful. Account balance, $641,380. As the system's mechanical prompt echoed in his mind, Su-ming's view of the world transformed dramatically. Although dawn had yet to break, he could now clearly see the markings on a commercial airliner at the horizon, as if peering through a powerful telescope. He looked again in the direction he'd thrown the card just moments before, and finally spotted the playing card resting on the light box sign of a bakery 2 blocks away. The distance was nearly 2 kilometers. I can't believe it flew that far. Su-ming stared at where the card had landed in the distance, noticing the trajectory had shifted from his original throwing angle. He drew another card, gathered his strength, and let it fly. With his upgraded vision, he watched as the card carved a bright streak through the air before veering off course after about 200 meters. Only 200 meters? Not satisfied with the result, Su-ming checked the upgrade panel for his precision throw skill. Precision Throw LV1, Precision Throw LV2, $600,000. Precision Throw LV2, Precision Throw LV3, $6 million. Precision Throw LV3, Precision Throw LV4, $60 million. $600,000. Upgrade successful. Account balance, $41,380. Staring at his nearly emptied bank account, Su-ming gritted his teeth and tried to comfort himself. Money can always be earned again. He threw another card. This time, a chunk of brick was sliced clean off the rooftop of the building across the street. Su-ming grinned, only relaxing after confirming that no one had been hit by falling debris. Now, that's money well spent. The power's gone up a lot. He gazed into the distance, once more, eager to see how the upgraded talent would affect his range. The card streaked across the sky like a meteor, flying straight for nearly a kilometer along the line of sight he'd aimed, before finally curving off course. Su-ming suddenly realized that what he had just thrown were only playing cards. If he had been using real throwing knives instead, that would be the last thing his enemies would want to see. He lowered his head and looked at the deck of cards in his hand. An idea surfaced. What if he combined this with teleportation? Su-ming couldn't help but mock himself in his thoughts. I was trying to imitate Li Xuanhuan, but somehow I ended up like a card master instead. Li Xuanhuan's flying daggers were certainly more impressive. Let's just use the playing cards as ordinary ranged weapons for now. When it matters most, the throwing knives are what really count. With that in mind, Su-ming pulled out a sheet of paper and, relying on memory, tried to sketch the image of Li Xuanhuan's flying dagger. But the doodle on the paper was so unrecognizable and ugly that he frowned at the sight. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that while browsing the shop earlier, he seemed to have seen a talent related to drawing. Vivid Sketching, Master of Sketching. Price, $40,000. With mastery in drawing, so many things would become easier in the future. $40,000. Exchange successful. Account balance, $1,380. A sense of clarity washed over him. He felt he could now control every movement of his pencil with perfect precision. After a flurry of strokes, he gazed at the gleaming image of the flying dagger on the paper, satisfied, and smiled. Having more skills is never a bad thing. The ancients were right after all. The early morning streets lay empty and cold, even more so in Hell's Kitchen. When Su Ming emerged from the underground marketplace again, his expression was less than cheerful. Because he was out of money. He had finally found a craftsman willing to custom-make his throwing knives, and they had settled on the materials and quantity, but the price was $50,000. The image of himself grandly spending $2 million to upgrade his talents was still fresh in his mind, yet now he found himself in a tight spot. Still, this was just a minor setback for Su Ming. He glanced at the Mustang parked curbside, the one that had once belonged to Scorpion Bailing, and a price tag appeared in his mind. Used Mustang sports car, estimated value, $100,000. Calmly, he looked around to make sure no one was watching, then placed his hand on the roof of the car. With a shimmer of data, the Mustang vanished, and his account balance jumped to $101,380. Just as Su Ming was about to return to the marketplace, his mission phone rang. "Mr. Destiny, please arrive at Star Tower within the hour. Someone will be in contact." The call ended before he could even respond. Impatient, aren't they? Gazing at the old-school brick phone in his hand, capable of nothing but basic calls, Su Ming couldn't help but miss his old smartphone. He hurried back to the marketplace, completed the custom order for his throwing knives, and then hailed a taxi to Star Tower. Star Tower soared into the clouds, its exterior clad in black granite and gleaming chrome, the spire atop piercing straight toward the sky. It was Su Ming's first time observing this building, destined to become the stage for so many stories at such close range. He found himself curious about Jarvis's current state. Stepping inside, Su Ming saw the bustling scene. Employees hurried past, not a soul pausing for idle chatter. Tony Stark valued efficiency above all, and here, no one lingered. Su Ming hesitated, considering whether to approach the front desk. Before he could decide, a tall, broad-shouldered man in a suit, his head clean-shaven, strode directly toward him. The man's salt and pepper beard betrayed his age. Obadiah Stane instantly spotted the only Asian face in the crowd. Though he didn't know Su Ming, only the two of them in the lobby lacked employee badges. Su Ming nodded politely, but said nothing. This man radiated authority, and the staff around them cast him looks filled with a mixture of respect and apprehension. Clearly, he was a high-ranking figure at Stark Industries. Su Ming watched the older man come to greet him personally, the man's identity becoming clear in his mind. "Come with me." Obadiah Stane didn't waste words. Once he confirmed Su Ming was the person he sought, he led him toward his office. As a company shareholder, Obadiah's office was situated on one of the upper floors of Stark Tower, though not the very top. The top floor was reserved for Tony Stark's private domain. Obadiah sized up the well-dressed man before him, noting the air of mystery that seemed to surround this stranger from the east. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Mr. Destiny," Obadiah said, "I never expected someone like you would have the nerve to take on this job." Su Ming caught the note of probing in his tone and recalled a few things about Obadiah Stane. So, this is the guy who's always scheming behind Tony's back, eager for Tony's downfall so he can seize the throne. He's the one who put out the hit on Tony, Su Ming thought to himself as Obadiah introduced himself. With a subtle motion, Su Ming flicked his arm. A playing card shot out, embedding itself into the reinforced concrete wall and sending up a puff of dust. Obadiah's pupils constricted sharply. Excellent. Who would have guessed that tossing out a job on the black market would attract someone of this caliber? "Tony, your days are numbered." Obadiah's excitement was barely contained as he looked at Su Ming. "Mr. Destiny, my friend, you haven't answered me about the second assignment. You know which one I mean? Have you given it any thought?" Su Ming looked at the bald man before him and couldn't help but find it amusing. After all, plotting so openly against Tony right beneath his feet, no wonder there was a trace of anxiety in his manner. Of course, for a bounty hunter, it'd be unreasonable to turn down easy money. However, Mr. Employer, would you mind if I finish my bodyguard job first and then handle the rest of the tasks? That $1 million for being a bodyguard is mine, and the $3 million for the assassination, that has to be mine as well. This was exactly what Su Ming was thinking at that moment. Seeing Su Ming formally accept his commission, Obadiah burst into a grin, delighted as a child. "Excellent, excellent. Mr. Destiny, all I ask is that once you return from Afghanistan, you act as soon as possible. The commission has already been transferred to the agency's account in advance. Once the job is done, they'll make sure you get paid immediately." He gave an enthusiastic clap, clearly in high spirits. "Come, Mr. Destiny, let me introduce you to this famous playboy." Su Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tony had reportedly dated nearly every cover model from Maxim magazine. The helicopter touched down at a beachfront villa in Malibu, California. Once again, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at Tony's taste for luxury. The villa, All glass walls, sleek metal lines, and minimalist design faced the Pacific Ocean and boasted a private beach with breathtaking views. Cradled by cliffs and lush greenery, it was one of California's most renowned mansions. Following Obadiah upstairs to the living room, Su-Ming saw Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts, tidying up after the blonde woman who'd spent the previous night with Tony. "I'll do anything Mr. Stark asks of me, including cleaning up the occasional leftover from the night before." The blonde's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She snatched up her clothes and hurried away. Obadiah gave Pepper a thumbs up, to which she responded with a professional, faint smile before disappearing into Tony's workshop. Obadiah shot Su-Ming a meaningful glance and quickly followed her inside. Tony Stark was absorbed in repairing a classic car. It was a vintage model, its paint and detailing still gleaming despite its age. Su-Ming knew this very car had inspired Tony's signature color scheme for the Mark armor. Obadiah leaned over and whispered that this was a 1932 Ford Flathead Roadster. Su-Ming nodded politely, but his attention wasn't on the car. What fascinated him was Tony Stark himself, the future Iron Man, the man destined to save the world. Tony's dark brown hair was a little tousled and naturally wavy, made more unruly by his focus on the mechanics in front of him. His eyes were long and sharp, their deep brown irises reflecting both pride and intense concentration. His eyebrows, thick and carefully groomed, defined his facial features, while his chin, clear-cut and slightly pointed, matched the resolute line of his jaw. And of course, there was that unmistakable short goatee. Su-Ming finally met Tony Stark, and couldn't help but marvel to himself. He looks exactly like he does in the movies. Pepper stood by with a notebook in hand, going through the day's schedule item by item, and jotting down Tony's every decision as they went along. After a brief exchange, Su-Ming learned that today happened to be Pepper Potts' birthday. "Oh yeah, what brings you here?" Having finished his coffee, Tony turned around and finally noticed Obadiah and Su-Ming. He gave Obadiah a casual greeting. Though he did glance at Su-Ming, his attention quickly shifted back to Obadiah. Tony's indifference toward others was on full display. Su-Ming had expected this, so he kept a calm demeanor, but Obadiah seemed a little anxious. "Tony, I heard you're heading to Afghanistan. The terrorists there are very active. You need protection. I went out of my way to find you." "No need, Obi." Tony shot a glance at Su-Ming, a slight furrow in his brow. "The company has its own security department, and the local military will be looking out for me. I don't need an extra bodyguard." With those words, he grabbed his jacket and left the room, Pepper following briskly in her heels. Obadiah looked at Su-Ming, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Mr. Destiny, it seems your first mission is about to fall through." Aboard the private jet, upbeat music pulsed through the cabin, where Tony Stark and Air Force Major James Rhodes were chatting and drinking together. A steel pole slowly rose from the cabin floor, and flight attendants, dressed casually, began to dance around it. Though they were headed for a war-torn, perilous destination, the cabin was still alive with laughter and indulgence. This was Tony Stark's signature style, living for the moment. James Rhodes, though left waiting by Tony for 3 hours before takeoff, was now making the most of the alcohol and chatting with Tony nonstop. Meanwhile, Su-Ming was on a flight back to Manhattan, listening to Obadiah's grumbling. "Tony, that guy, I went to all this trouble to get him such a top-notch bodyguard, and he doesn't appreciate it at all. He's just so stubborn." Watching Obadiah's performance, Su-Ming only responded with an amused smile. "Keep up the act." Obadiah quietly switched their call to a private channel and lowered his voice. "Mr. Destiny, it seems the bodyguard assignment was just my wishful thinking. But no matter. I'll be sending you to Afghanistan next, straight on to the second mission." As he finished speaking, a glint of cold calculation flashed in his eyes. Su-Ming responded thoughtfully. "Certainly, sir. However, I'll need some time before I set out. Also, when the time comes, I'll need to know Mr. Stark's exact location." A flicker of hesitation appeared in Obadiah's eyes. To ensure Tony Stark would be eliminated, he had already made contact with the 10 Rings in Afghanistan. But this operation was highly confidential. After all, the future chairman of Stark Industries could never be caught associating with a terrorist organization. He weighed his options internally, but outwardly he replied with absolute confidence. "Rest assured, I'll keep you informed of his whereabouts at all times through the secure line dedicated to this mission. And about the last job, where you lost your reward, I'm truly sorry. As compensation, I'll pay you an additional $500,000. Su-Ming looked at Obadiah with a touch of surprise. At that moment, every wrinkle on Obadiah's face seemed etched with sincerity, as if he genuinely regretted depriving Su-Ming of that $1 million payday. See, this is the mark of a true capitalist, always willing to gamble when profit is on the line. If it weren't for his impressive skills, and if eliminating Tony Stark wasn't so important, Obadiah would never be this accommodating. Su-Ming thanked Obadiah, gladly accepted the compensation, and once again promised to carry out the task. Plus $500,000. Account balance, $551,380. Strolling through the streets of Manhattan, Su-Ming passed by a shop advertising high-end tailoring. He felt it was time to equip himself with something more suitable. Formal attire looked impressive, but it was easily ruined in a fight. Sportswear-styled suits, on the other hand, were far more practical. He explained his requirements to the elderly tailor in the store and was promptly measured. With that done, Su-Ming turned and left the shop. Through his thick reading glasses, the old tailor watched Su-Ming's departing figure and muttered under his breath. It's been ages since I've seen a customer with such perfect proportions. What a shame to waste that physique on sportswear. If only I could make him something truly exceptional. Soon, the day of departure arrived, a decision Su-Ming only made after Obadiah had pressed him several times. What's the rush? Tony won't be escaping anytime soon. After all, his target was still busy building his suit of armor. Su-Ming's first stop was the underground market, where he retrieved his custom-made throwing knives. 50 titanium alloy knives sat neatly in a specially designed holster, their blades glinting coldly. He casually drew one, feeling the solid weight in his hand. The knife was just a bit longer than his finger, its polished surface reflecting his own face. With his keen eyes, he could see that the tip was razor-sharp, flawless in every detail. Satisfied, he nodded to himself, but decided against testing the knife right there. No need to startle the craftsman. With the craftsman's explanation, Su-Ming strapped on his newly customized magic knife holster, unable to hide the delight spreading across his face. This magic holster was ingeniously designed, clearly optimized for real combat. Su-Ming could swiftly draw throwing knives from multiple angles, and the action was smooth and effortless. Inside, the holster neatly held 50 titanium alloy throwing knives. Packed tightly together, this dense arrangement not only offered a measure of protection, but also didn't hinder Su-Ming's movements in the slightest. While the holster itself was a bit heavy for the well-trained Su-Ming, this weight was hardly worth mentioning. Su-Ming was thoroughly satisfied with this custom order. He felt the delivery was fast, the quality top-notch, the appearance striking, and though the price was high, the value was exceptional, definitely worth a 5-star review. Thinking back to the beginning, he'd assumed the underground marketplace's custom throwing knives were absurdly overpriced, that he'd been swindled. Now, it was clear that the steep price truly reflected the dedication and skill of the craftsman. With that thought, Su-Ming began to look forward to whether the battlesuit he'd ordered would surprise him just as much as the knives had. Not long after, Su-Ming arrived at the tailor shop and found the old tailor waiting for him. The tailor looked as if he'd aged years. Overnight, his face was haggard, eyes sunken, and heavy dark circles made him resemble a trainer who'd spent years staying up late. The moment he saw Su-Ming, the old tailor called out in a rush, "Wait, just give me one more minute." He was waving a small hammer in his hand, completely absorbed in working on something. A tailor using a hammer instead of scissors. Su-Ming couldn't help but find it odd, but the tailor's intense focus made him hesitate to interrupt. "Done. Ha!" the old tailor suddenly exclaimed, holding up his finished work like a child who'd just received a treasured toy. Su-Ming took a closer look. It was a half-face mask crafted entirely from pure silver, the surface adorned with exquisite patterns, each line elegant and classical. Every detail had been painstakingly hammered out by the old tailor himself, a true display of craftsmanship. Before Su-Ming could say a word, the old tailor pressed the mask into his hands. Then, he stepped into the studio and returned with a black box, which he placed solemnly before Su-Ming. The old tailor raised a finger to his lips when Su-Ming tried to speak, signaling for silence. "Don't say a word. Hurry up and change so I can see." His bloodshot eyes shone with anticipation. Su-Ming had no idea what was going on, but he complied. After all, craftsmen often had their quirks. He opened the black box to find a set of vivid red clothing inside, which caught him off guard. "This looks nothing like what we discussed." Urged on repeatedly by the old tailor, Su-Ming nonetheless put on the new outfit. "Good. Excellent. Quickly, put on the mask as well." As Su-Ming slowly finished dressing, the old tailor's eyes grew ever brighter, his excitement so intense that his hands trembled slightly. He urged Su-Ming on in a loud voice. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Su-Ming had to admit, this old tailor truly possessed remarkable skill. Even he found himself deeply impressed. The crimson velvet suit he wore shimmered under the bright lights, glinting like liquid metal. The tailored cut outlined his figure sharply, while the handcrafted double rows of amber buttons caught the light. glinting like the emblems on the breastplate of a Roman warrior. Subtle vine patterns, embroidered in gold thread along the lapels, appeared and vanished with movement, lending an air of understated elegance. His ivory silk shirt was adorned at the collar with hand-embroidered nightingale feathers, and the slightly pleated, deliberately aged collar stand added a touch of languid nobility to the ensemble. The pure silver mask in Su Ming's hand resonated perfectly with the understated crocodile embossed trim along the side seam of his trousers. The entire look resembled a treasure from the Art Nouveau era, fit for nobility. When Su Ming donned the mask, his aura shifted. Nobility mingled with an undercurrent of mystery and danger. He seemed, for a moment, like some exotic Lucifer, striding gracefully from the flames of the underworld. What made it even more remarkable was that, despite its formal appearance, the suit possessed extraordinary elasticity. Even vigorous movement would not tear it. The old tailor regarded his creation, undoubtedly the work he was proudest of in years. Eyes shining with emotion, he waved to Su Ming, signaling that he was free to go. As Su Ming prepared to pay, the old tailor did not turn around. In a low voice, he said, "Young man, thank you. You've turned me from a craftsman into an artist. Oh, and remember the name of this suit, Crimson." Su Ming savored the tailor's words, and, thinking of his own code name, whispered to himself, "The fate of Crimson, is it?" In the end, Su Ming took off the striking outfit. He couldn't help but imagine himself striding down the street in this suit, surely drawing crowds and adoring fans, as if he were a celebrity. The scene would be nothing short of spectacular. Perhaps, he mused, becoming a star wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. But Su Ming had little interest in the empty pretense of fame and fortune, and quickly dismissed the thought. The old tailor's skill was truly extraordinary. This crimson suit was a work of art in itself, and paired with the ornate silver mask, it elevated his presence to an entirely new level. He decided it would be best to reserve this suit for missions that required him to conceal his identity. Better to keep a low profile in daily life. A Fuhin, Kinner Province. Following Obadiah's arrangements, Su Ming arrived at the site where Tony would demonstrate the Jericho missile. From a distance, the mountains that had been bombarded by missiles were now nothing but ruins. Su Ming sighed, thinking to himself that it was best to stay as far away from missiles as possible. Just then, the phone rang, and Obadiah's furious voice burst through the receiver. "Those treacherous bastards. They've imprisoned Tony, which is no different from protecting him. Why not just kill him outright? Mr. Destiny, I need you to head to their armed base immediately and take out Tony, and if possible, wipe out those damn Ten Rings terrorists as well." With that, the call was abruptly cut off. So, the story had already reached this stage? It seemed Tony Stark had made quite a few enemies. Those fools from the Ten Rings actually believed they could force Tony into building a Jericho missile for them. Even if I did nothing, Tony would handle them himself. Originally, I planned to act after Tony's abduction, thinking I'd be stuck in this barren place for a few more days. But now, the timing couldn't be better. He calmly removed his coat, revealing a crimson suit underneath. Holding his mask, he set off in the direction Obadiah had indicated, striding away with unwavering resolve. The driver at his side watched in astonishment as the mysterious young man from the east shed his coat and seemed to undergo a transformation, his presence now radiant, almost impossible to look away from. Good heavens, he's as striking as any beautiful woman. While the driver continued to secretly envy Su Ming's appearance, a sudden gust of wind kicked up the yellow sand, swirling it through the air and momentarily blurring his vision. When the sand finally settled, the driver stood rooted to the spot in shock. What on earth? Where'd he go? This marked the first time Su Ming had unleashed his full speed after reaching the peak of his level 1 physical enhancement. The force of his movement generated a swirling vortex behind him, lifting sand into the air and trailing behind like a golden cape. After nearly 2 hours of running, Su Ming felt himself moving faster and faster, though of course, still nowhere near the speed of the Flash. Reaching speeds just over 100 kilometers per hour might not sound extraordinary, but considering he was doing this on foot in the desert, it was a remarkable feat. Even without the Flash's supernatural powers, he had already achieved something extraordinary. When a small valley finally appeared up ahead, a smile tugged at Su Ming's lips. At last, I've found it. Obadiah had only provided a rough location, but with his enhanced physical abilities and sharp vision, Su Ming managed to pinpoint the spot after nearly 2 hours of searching. From a distance, Su Ming spotted scattered guards positioned throughout the valley, their weapons and ammunition carelessly heaped nearby, all stamped with various iterations of the Stark Industries logo. Not only did they use Stark-made weapons to kidnap Stark himself, now they want to threaten him with his own creations to force him to make even more. Utterly absurd. Tony Stark had probably come to the same conclusion. Stopping about 2 kilometers from the valley, Su-Ming paused. His crimson suit stood out like a rose blooming in the barren desert. Yet the members of the 10 Rings, lacking his keen eyesight, remained oblivious to his presence. Su-Ming swept his gaze over the enemy forces in the valley, slowly drawing a throwing knife. He decided to test its power. This was the perfect moment. Once his eyes locked onto a spot, he barely moved, simply lifting his hand and letting the blade fly as calmly as brushing dust from his shoulder. Yet, the titanium throwing knife tore through the air with unnatural speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. The blade traveled nearly a kilometer before erupting in a deafening explosion in the distance. Su-Ming narrowed his eyes, watching as the knife vanished into the valley, deliberately missing any targets, just as he intended. Moments later, he saw from afar as the explosion set off a small mound of munitions. A swarm of terrorists burst from their makeshift base, shouting and firing wildly, but finding nothing, no target at all. Su-Ming hurled another throwing knife, this time with 60% of his strength. The instant the blade left his hand, a supersonic shockwave ripped through the air, so fierce it even tossed his hair into disarray. As a gale whipped up dust and sand, sweeping through the valley, the sound of gunfire vanished completely. The 10 Commandments gang members barely had time to react before a cold flash tore across their vision. The throwing knife sliced through their bodies, shredding organs and blasting torsos apart in a rain of gore. Those struck directly by the blade were pierced clean through, the residual force continuing its rampage. Bodies detonated where they stood, with severed limbs and fragments scattering in every direction. Even those untouched by the knife were swept off their feet by the fierce shockwave nearby, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. The valley was narrow, with only a single winding path. Yet after the knife had passed, the ground was littered with mangled, bloody remains. These terrorists, who once took pleasure in watching enemy heads explode under a hail of bullets, never imagined that the tables would turn so completely. Now was their bodies being blasted apart. Those who died instantly were perhaps the lucky ones. The so-called survivors were nothing more than halves of bodies writhing and screaming on the ground, awaiting death's arrival. The few who escaped unharmed could only stare blankly at the sky, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. Was that a bombing run? But we never saw a plane. And even if there was a plane, there's no way we wouldn't hear the engine. What the hell happened? As the storm of wind and sand slowly settled, footsteps echoed through the valley. The terrorists had lost the courage to face this mysterious and powerful enemy. The only sound they could hear was the pounding of their own hearts. Su-Ming strolled into the valley, a little surprised by the destructive force of his last throw. Who could have guessed that a single throwing knife would unleash devastation on par with an artillery shell? What a massacre, he murmured, yet a smile played across his lips, as if he were a messenger from hell itself. At last, the gangsters got a clear look at their enemy. No heavy weaponry, no body armor, no backup in sight. He was utterly alone. He really was just one man, and he wore a bright, red formal suit, with a mask covering his face. With such a conspicuous getup, why wasn't he performing on Broadway? Was he insane? But as soon as the gangsters realized their opponent was just a lone, unarmed man, their terror melted away. So what if you're dressed to stand out? That won't save you. We'll kill you all the same, pretty boy. The AK-47s in their hands. That was real power in this world. Fueled by bloodlust, violence, and envy, whatever reason they had left evaporated. They raised their weapons and, with wild howls, opened fire on Su-Ming. Gunfire roared. Su-Ming's silhouette darted away, vanishing from the path of the bullets. He certainly didn't want to ruin the scarlet gown and mask that the old tailor had crafted with such care. If he could avoid bullet damage, he would do his best to keep them safe. As he dodged nimbly, the playing card in his hand shot out in a swift, fluid arc. With formidable force, the card embedded itself squarely in the bandit's skull. A wretched scream pierced the air, and in that instant, the tension in the room reached its peak. The slaughter had officially begun. The warriors of the 10 Rings saw a glimmer of hope for victory in their great holy war. Their leader told them that the man locked away in the cave would soon build them a Jericho missile. At first, they were skeptical, but the moment they learned the man's last name was Stark, their ambition soared. After all, the finest weapons in their hands all came from one place, Stark Industries. Stark will make even more weapons for us, their leader proclaimed. Hearing these words, the warriors could almost see themselves, mighty and invincible, once they possessed the Jericho missile. My God, that's the Jericho, a missile even more powerful than the Scud. But just as they were lost in their daydreams, a small pile of munitions in the corner suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. Cursing under his breath, a squad leader led his team out of the cave, only to find the guards outside, shouting in terror. Enemy attack. The air filled with the rattle of gunfire, a reflex action for the Ten Rings. Yet as their magazines ran dry, not a single enemy appeared in their sights. Damn it! The boss kept telling everyone not to smoke near the ammo pile. These idiots never listen. Serves them right to get blown up. Once he was sure there was no enemy, the squad leader kept grumbling. Suddenly, a cold flash of steel, unstoppable and swift, pierced the squad leader's body. In less than a second, before his face could register any change, a titanium throwing knife had punched through, tearing his body apart with brutal force, leaving nothing but a crimson mist hanging in the air. From the hillside, the bandits felt as if a sudden gale had swept through the valley. Their one moment, gone the next. And when the dust settled, the place had become a living hell. Even these hardened terrorists, accustomed to bloodshed, were left retching at the horror before them. As their nausea faded and reason returned, they wiped away tears brought on by vomiting and finally saw their foe clearly, a masked figure clad in a blood-red suit. Could it be? Is this Iblis himself come to harvest souls? The members of the Ten Rings stared at this uncanny figure, each convinced he must be the most terrifying demon from the Quran. Even as a playing card flew toward them, sinking into their chests, piercing their hearts, their minds were stuck on a single question. Do demons play cards too? Elsewhere, on the outskirts of the valley, Su Ming continued his effortless slaughter of the terrorists. Meanwhile, deep within the Ten Rings' temporary base, the cave, Tony Stark, encased in his bulky armor, was still unable to move. He and Dr. Insun had worked day and night to build this suit, the only hope of breaking free. And now, at this critical moment, he watched the computer's progress bar with mounting anxiety. Damn it, hurry up a little faster. Tony's nerves were taut as he stared fixedly at the computer monitor not far away. The door to the cell had already been blown open, and a large group of terrorists was rushing in. Dr. Insun, desperate to buy them some time, had charged out, leaving Tony with nothing but the helpless cry. Stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. Insun. As he ran, Dr. Insun clumsily fired his machine gun overhead into the cavern, not aiming at anyone, even if they were terrorists. He was a scholar, not a killer. Kindness ran in his veins. Even when he picked up a weapon, it was only to protect his companions, not to take lives. Though he had lost his family to war, and though he despised war with all his heart. Rounding a corner, Dr. Insun suddenly froze. A dozen terrorists stood before him, rifles and machine guns trained squarely on his chest. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the computer screen on the table inside the cell. The progress bar, stuck at 99%, finally hit 100%. In the darkness, the sound of machinery whirred to life for a brief moment, then fell silent. Another minor leader appeared at the cell door with several of his men. Seeing the two bodies on the floor, blown apart by the explosion, he cautiously stepped back a few paces. With a silent look, he signaled for one of his men to go inside and take a look, while he himself subtly retreated another step. The team member tightened his grip on his machine gun and crept warily into the cell. All he saw were the materials and tools the prisoners had used to build the missile. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. At that moment, a glow lit the darkness behind him. It was the arc reactor shining on Tony's chest. It's worth noting that when Tony Stark was captured, a Stark Industries bomb had exploded right in front of him, sending shrapnel into his chest. Dr. Insun had hastily built an electromagnet to keep the fragments from reaching Tony's heart. Thanks to Dr. Insun's timely intervention, Tony survived not once, but twice. Later, the brilliant Tony, using old Cold War nuclear technology available in the cell, transformed the electromagnetic device into the iconic arc reactor embedded in his chest. Instinctively, the terrorist turned his head, only to see a massive, shadowy figure hurl his teammate across the room with a single punch, slamming him hard into the opposite wall. Outside the cell, the others barely caught a glimpse of what had happened. All they saw was their comrade suddenly sent flying to the far side of the room. Gunfire erupted. Muzzle flashes lit up the doorway, and a hail of bullets tore into the cell, ripping the place apart until at last the shooting stopped. Peering into the dimly lit room, several curious eyes tried to make out what was inside. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the doorway. A brilliant light from its chest blinded them, making it impossible to see clearly. They could only make out the towering silhouette gleaming with a metallic sheen. A machine or a man? The group hesitated, frozen in shock. That's when Tony moved. With the whir of machinery, he swung his arm, each blow sending a terrorist flying, knocking out two men in the blink of an eye. The immense force generated by the armored suit was overwhelming. Two of the team members suffered ruptured organs, their breath shallow and fading. The small-time leader reacted quickly, unleashing a burst of gunfire at the robot's torso. But as sparks flew and ricocheting bullets scattered in all directions, he realized in an instant. This thing was bulletproof. Before he could turn and run, Tony, clad in a suit of armor, swung his iron fist and knocked him out cold. Tony guided the armored suit toward the exit, bullets pelting him from every side, each impact sending up a shower of sparks against the metal shell. Unaffected by the onslaught, Tony dispatched his enemies with a single punch each, then kicked open the iron door before him. Finally, he reached the mouth of the cave, and at Dr. Eanson's warning, he quickly dodged an incoming missile. Without hesitation, he mounted a missile onto the device on his left forearm, flipped the switch, and fired one right back. After the deafening blast, not a single enemy remained inside the cave. Gazing at Dr. Eanson, whose body was riddled with bullet holes, Tony's eyes grew red as he tried to urge him to escape together, sticking to the plan. But it was clear Eanson's injuries were far too severe. At last, Dr. Eanson spoke weakly. "My family is gone. I'm going to see them now, Stark. It's all right. This is the ending I wanted." Only then did Tony realize that Dr. Eanson had been prepared to sacrifice himself all along. How foolish he'd been, clinging to the original escape plan. A plan is never foolproof. If not for Eanson's selfless cover, he might have died in a hail of bullets long ago. Oh, Tony, what good is all that intellect? In the end, you're just a cold, calculating engineer blindly following a plan. How many more good people must pay the price for you? With a sigh and a bitter smile. "Thank you for saving my life. Then cherish it. Don't waste it." With those words, Dr. Eanson closed his eyes in peace. In that moment, clad in the Mark I suit of armor, the man named Tony Stark was consumed by fury. Meanwhile, Su Ming was in excellent spirits. For as soon as his second throwing knife began to reap the lives of the terrorists, the system prompted him with his bounty rewards. Eliminated a 10 rings wanted terrorist. Bounty plus $10,000. Eliminated a 10 rings wanted terrorist. Bounty plus $8,000. Eliminated a 10 rings wanted terrorist. Bounty plus $5,000. Before Su Ming even entered the valley, just the work of his 2 throwing knives had already earned him nearly $200,000. All these adorable gold coins, he thought gleefully. That was the real reason Su Ming couldn't stop smiling since he'd arrived at the valley. He thought it was just a bounty mission, but it turned out to be a gold mine. How could he not be delighted? Once he discovered that killing these terrorists earned him bounty rewards, Su Ming slipped into a state of pure, focused exhilaration. Nothing could make him more focused than making money. Now let the sweep begin. Start from the outer perimeter. Don't leave a single one behind. With his ultra-long range vision paired with an equally impressive shooting range, the delightful clinking of gold coins filled his ears again and again. Although the valley wasn't that big, it still took Su Ming quite some effort to wipe out all the 10 Rings members guarding the outskirts single-handedly. Just as he was about to head for the long-awaited cave, he suddenly saw a flood of panicked bandits pour out from within. Watching the bandits desperately scramble out of the cave, then swiftly take cover and train their weapons on the entrance as if facing a great enemy, Su Ming couldn't help but guess. Could it be that Tony is starting to show his power? Before long, a towering silver metal giant appeared at the mouth of the cave. From within the metallic helmet, a muffled voice echoed. "My turn." In an instant, jets of flame burst out 10 meters from the ends of his mechanical arms, engulfing the terrorists at the entrance, sending them stumbling and screaming in agony. It really is Tony. He truly is a genius, even managed to create a prototype of the Mark armor already. Watching Tony in his awe-inspiring glory, Su Ming's face lit up with realization. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. "There's so many precious gold coins here. I can't just let Tony wipe them all out. Sure, you got here first, but snatching all the targets isn't fair." With that thought, Su Ming sprang into action, a deck of cards in his hand flashing like icy blades, harvesting the lives of the terrorists from another angle. Eliminated a 10 rings wanted terrorist. Bounty plus $8,000. Eliminated a 10 rings wanted terrorist. Bounty plus $5,000. The faster Su Ming moved, the more notifications of bounties flowing into his account. This was Tony Stark's first time truly experiencing the exhilaration of piloting a suit of armor. Invulnerable to bullets and blades, strength multiplied, an arsenal of weapons at his disposal. Aside from being a bit clunky to maneuver, he hadn't found any real flaws so far. Once I get home, I have to build an even better one. With his mind made up, Tony thought of the respected Dr. Eanson. Rage flared up again, and he unleashed another barrage of firepower on the scum before him. Gradually, Tony began to sense something was off. In his imagination, all the enemy's firepower should have been concentrated on him. So why didn't he feel any pressure? And this suit's weapons were downright crude. The firepower was SOSO, so why did it seem like the number of enemies was dwindling so quickly? Wearing his heavy helmet, Tony's vision was restricted. He didn't notice the crimson figure darting in from another angle, efficiently mowing down the terrorists. This sort of behavior had a name: kill stealing. When Tony turned to unleash his flamethrower and missiles, he finally caught sight of a strange scene. Someone else was fighting on his behalf, and their target was precisely this group of terrorists. Realizing this, Tony's face lit up with excitement. Damn terrorists, you're finished. He raised his armored arm, ready to blast a squad of enemies sky high. But at that very moment, a sudden, tremendous force rocked the Iron Giant himself. Tony staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. He spun around, searching for the source of such a powerful blow, only to discover it was him. That flamboyant guy in a striking scarlet suit and a flashy silver mask was the one attacking him? Well, Tony had to admit, the kid's appearance wasn't half bad. From his outfit to his demeanor, he was almost catching up to Tony himself. Tony glanced down at the titanium alloy throwing knife embedded in his iron-plated arm, a puzzled look on his face. Hey, you're not here to rescue me. At the same time, a nagging sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Su-ming caught Tony's question, and a faint smile played on his lips. It looked like Tony had misunderstood, but there was nothing to be done about that. Hang in there, Tony. Your tour is coming up soon. The bounty on these terrorists was just too tempting. Mr. Tony Stark, is it? Su-ming asked casually, his hands never stopping their dance with the playing cards. He was running low on coins. Every extra catch counted. Inside the armor, Tony paused, slightly bewildered. How could anyone recognize him in this getup? He watched as the mysterious man dispatched the terrorists with efficient precision, as if some deep grudge fueled his assault. Suddenly, Tony understood. This guy must be a specialist in wiping out terrorists. What a coincidence. But he didn't even seem to have a gun. At least he wasn't an enemy. Otherwise, Tony would have a real problem on his hands. Tony's eyes lit up as he spotted a terrorist not far away, a playing card lodged in his skull. A playing card could kill someone? He made a mental note to drag this guy to Las Vegas for some fun. Tony was convinced. This man wasn't just a top-tier fighter. With skills like that, his poker game must be unstoppable. He'd be the perfect partner to help Tony clean up at the Vegas tables. Sure, Tony had all the money he could want, but who wouldn't want to savor the thrill of winning? With that, Tony readied himself to lend a hand. But something baffled him. Every time he tried to help attack a terrorist, a flying knife would interrupt his move. Did this guy have some kind of compulsion? Did he insist on taking down every terrorist solo? Forget it. Su-ming had no idea what Tony was thinking. His only goal was to clear out the small fry, then take care of Tony, who was hiding in his armored shell, and go home to collect the bounty, happy as could be. But Tony seemed to have quite a grudge against these thugs too, launching attack after attack on them. That's my bounty. So Su-ming kept tossing throwing knives to disrupt Tony's attacks, while flinging playing cards to finish off the remaining terrorists. At last, with only 3 cards left in Su-ming's hand, every bandit of the 10 rings around them had been wiped out. Su-ming's account balance had soared to a staggering 2 million. The valley returned to silence. Beneath the billowing smoke, clusters of Stark Industries weapon crates caught fire, set ablaze by stray bullets and explosions. Just as Tony was about to approach Su-ming and introduce himself, a flying knife shattered the armor, plating on his left arm. Metal parts clattered to the ground, and Tony's heart sank. His expression grew instantly grave. Tony, say your last words. Someone's put a $3 million price on your head. Tony's pupils shrank. So it's true, he thought, casually flipping up his helmet's visor. Me, Tony Stark, only worth $3 million. Considering his opponent's absurd combat skills, Tony narrowed his eyes. I'll pay $5 million. Spare me. These words were both bold and desperate. Su-ming's eyes lit up behind his mask. Now this is the part one enjoy. Feigning surprise, he replied. As a bounty hunter, please respect my professional integrity, Mr. Stark. Tony gritted his teeth, eyes darting. This guy clearly didn't know the power of Tony Stark's checkbook. $50 million. Bounty hunter, let me go. Deal. Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Employer. $50 million, not bad at all. A genuine smile crept to Su-ming's lips beneath the mask. At the same time, he flicked a playing card, already marked with his bank account, toward Tony. But unexpectedly, Tony raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of fire. His target, the largest pile of Stark weapons. The entire valley erupted in explosions, flames devouring everything. A metal figure shot out from the smoke. It was Tony Stark. He tossed aside the playing card and shot Su-ming a cocky, mischievous grin. Bounty hunter, eat my dust. Ever since he'd been blown up by one of his own company's missiles, A question had echoed in Tony's mind. Was developing weapons really a blessing for his country and its people? The leader of the Ten Rings had once called him the most notorious killer in American history. So now every weapon Stark Industries produces is on my conscience. And then there was Insun. This strange journey left Tony with a tangle of emotions. No matter what, Tony, finally free, never imagined he'd run into a bounty hunter sent to assassinate him. Yet, looking at it all, this bounty hunter seemed more interested in those terrorists than in him, which was, frankly, baffling. But it didn't matter anymore. The back-and-forth bargaining had just been a distraction, a way to divert the bounty hunter's attention. Tony had been eyeing that pile of weapons all along, just waiting for the right moment. At last, when the greedy bounty hunter finally let down his guard, Tony detonated the explosives. The blast was powerful enough to level the entire valley, not to mention a single bounty hunter. As Tony soared through the air, these were the only thoughts in his mind, until he realized the fuel powering his suit's flight had run dry. I got off the ground, damn it! With the boosters on his heavy armor shutting down, Tony, clad in the clunky suit, became a falling star of iron, plummeting toward the sand with nothing but inertia to guide his descent. A thunderous crash echoed out, followed by the sound of metal scattering across the dunes. The supposedly indestructible Mark I suit smashed into the desert, shattering into pieces and leaving a gaping crater. Shards of armor flew dozens of meters away. Fortunately, Tony inside was spared any serious injury. He struggled free from the wreckage, and had barely stumbled a few steps into the barren wasteland before a rescue team, searching for him, appeared. Helicopters, military vehicles, and ambulances surrounded him in an instant. Oh, James Rhodes really is an adorable guy, Tony thought, looking at the familiar face of his African-American friend, his heart swelling with gratitude. Just as Tony raised his arms to embrace his new lease on life, a chill shot up his spine, racing from his tailbone to the back of his head. A playing card whistled past his cheek, embedding itself in the ground not far away. On its surface was written a bank account number. He paid no mind to the blood trickling down his face. It's him. Tony's pupils contracted in shock as he stared gravely at the blood-stained card at his feet. The Joker, the liar. Is this supposed to be a warning? A cold, wry smile tugged at his lips. Oomph. Do you really think Tony Stark is a man who breaks his word? 50 million? Fine, it's yours. Su Ming was a little annoyed. But it wasn't because Tony had tried to outsmart him. If Tony ever stopped scheming, he wouldn't be the proud genius everyone knew. As expected, Tony Stark in his suit never gives up easily. What truly irked him was the scarlet suit the old tailor had painstakingly made for him, now reduced to ashes in the explosion. As for himself, the blast had been powerful, but it only left Su Ming with severe burns. In time, the regenerative factor in his body allowed him to recover completely. Now, Su Ming was left wearing nothing but his mask. Everything else had been burned away. He took a step, his vision locking onto Tony from a great distance, watching as Tony crawled out of the ruined suit. A cold smirk crept across his face. That guy must have tossed the bank card number I gave him. Of that, I'm sure. Even though he'd guessed Tony's move, Su Ming wasn't the least bit anxious. Truth be told, walking naked in the desert was rather refreshing, as long as you kept your backside out of the sun. Like a powerful gaze with the gift of farsight, his eyes never left Tony, watching as Tony struggled to free himself from the wreckage of the armor, watching his bewildered glance dart around, watching him wave excitedly at a distant helicopter, watching him embrace his old friend, Major Rhodes, with genuine warmth. When Tony was finally surrounded by the rescue team, Su Ming casually tossed out a playing card, the very same one he had pulled from the body of the little gold coin creature. Everything else had turned to ashes. The message behind that card was unmistakable. Once I've set my sights on you, there's no escape. Don't forget your bank account number, Mr. Employer. Try playing tricks with me, will you? I'll scare you out of your wits. Seeing Tony's face streaked with blood, his expressions shifting moment by moment, Su Ming allowed himself a satisfied smile. Rummaging through his memories, Su Ming made his way back to the spot where he'd changed his clothes earlier. As he slipped back into his attire, he was hit by a long-lost sense of safety. After a moment's thought, he decided that as a bounty hunter with professional ethics, even if he had to give up on the previous job, he still owed his employer a notification. Business may fail, but courtesy endures. Oh, Fate, my friend, are you calling with good news? Obadiah's voice came through the phone, barely able to contain his excitement. No, Mr. Employer, or rather, I should say, former employer. As Su Ming explained, Obadiah's mood soured from excitement to seething anger. That's the situation. Before Su Ming could finish, Obadiah slammed the phone down in fury. The Ten Rings, Fate. They're all a bunch of useless, untrustworthy fools. Idiots. Damn it. After smashing up his office, Obadiah slowly regained his composure. He dialed another number, issuing a new order to the underground exchange. Eliminate the bounty hunter codenamed Fate. Reward, $2 million. After hanging up, Obadiah muttered to himself, Fate, my money isn't so easily taken. Breaking your word to me will be the biggest mistake of your life. Heh. But then, he thought, one after another, whether terrorists or black market experts, they're all unreliable. If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself in the end. At that moment, Su Ming had no idea he'd just become the highest valued single target on the Hell's Kitchen underground exchange. When he returned to the streets of New York and caught sight of that shop offering bespoke tailoring, he licked his lips. A pang of guilt, surprisingly, flickered through him. He pushed open the door. The old tailor was sitting in a reclining chair, basking in the sun. Seeing Su Ming walk in, the tailor's eyes flickered warily up and down, as if expecting Su Ming to whip out a pistol and help himself to a five-finger discount at any moment. Su Ming had no choice but to tell the truth. While he was truly grateful for the old craftsman's gift, the reality was that the clothes were beyond repair. They simply couldn't be fixed. The old tailor immediately gave him a knowing look. I could tell the moment you changed your clothes that day. Back when he watched Su Ming change, he'd noticed those silver, glinting throwing knives and realized Su Ming wasn't just anyone. So, as soon as Su Ming left, he'd already started preparing a new scarlet outfit designed for combat. After several days of work, it was nearly finished. Hearing that the old tailor was so considerate, Su Ming couldn't help but thank him profusely, only to be stopped by the old man with a wave of his hand. Don't thank me, pay up. 300,000, not a cent less. But from now on, your clothes are on me. Su Ming was taken aback by the old man's sudden shift in attitude, but after a moment's thought, he gladly accepted. He made another trip to the exchange to replenish his supply of throwing knives. By the time he returned to the Manhattan Hotel, the moon was already high in the sky. He sank into the bathtub with a contented sigh. Su Ming opened his status panel, watching as streams of data formed a holographic display before his eyes. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical strength, 15. Current account balance, $2,865,000. Acquired talents, Sub-Wolverine level regeneration, Dynamic Vision LV.2, Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, Physical Enhancement LV1, 5/5, Faceless Mask Precision Throwing LV2, Master Sketch Artist. He was quietly astonished to see his account balance had reached nearly $2.9 million. The bounties from those terrorists had really added up. He glanced over the talents he'd mastered so far. Not bad. Quite a few, though most were basic skills. There was still plenty of room for improvement, but this mission had revealed a few shortcomings. Just as Su Ming was pondering how to further hone his abilities, a lazy, magnetic female voice drifted into his ears. I don't get it. How did a rookie's bounty end up higher than Tony Stark's? Alyssa Sweet, the blonde, had carved out a name for herself as a beautiful lone wolf among bounty hunters, relying on her masterful hacking skills and her striking martial arts. She rarely tasted defeat in her career. Her only real setback had come at Su Ming's hands. Not only had he stripped her of nearly $100,000 worth of gear, but she'd barely escaped with her life. It was only after completing a string of smaller jobs that Alyssa had finally scraped together enough money to replace her equipment. Survival was her first priority, so she gave it everything she had. She couldn't take on jobs that were too big, and the small ones weren't worth her while. Alyssa only picked missions from the exchange that matched her abilities. Assassination, that was her specialty. Good pay, clean work, no unnecessary trouble. Perhaps it was divine intervention, seeing her misfortunes, that today she managed to snatch up an assassination contract, one with a bounty of a staggering $2 million. That was more than twice the amount offered for the Tony Stark hit. With practiced ease, Alyssa hacked into the underground exchange's computer system, gaining access to the contact information registered by the person with the codename Destiny. Through satellite tracking, she was delighted to discover that this Destiny seemed to share certain habits with her. They were both frequent guests at luxury hotels in Manhattan. Indeed, as a beautiful woman, Alyssa refused to let the mundane pressures of life wear down her looks. Instead, she chose to reside in Manhattan's most exclusive hotel. This place was nestled in a prime location, boasting elegant surroundings, sweeping views, and exquisite cuisine. Alyssa simply couldn't find a single reason not to stay here. And as a seasoned bounty hunter, picking locks was hardly worth mentioning. She slipped out of her silk pajamas, changed into a skin-tight combat suit, meticulously donned her gear, locked onto Su Ming's room, and transformed into a shadowy feline. Silent and agile as a cat in the night, she slipped inside without a sound. Spotting a man with dark hair lying in the bathtub, Alyssa took one look at the youthful skin exposed above the water and concluded, this was just a kid, barely grown. She drew her pistol with practiced grace, aimed it at his head, feeling fully in control. Unable to resist, she teased him aloud. Su-ming was startled, a woman's voice suddenly ringing in his ear. His hands instinctively covered himself, and he spun around to see just who this rude intruder was, catching him in the middle of his bath. Recognizing her, Su-ming let out a long, drawn-out "oh." Alyssa saw that it was Su-ming, and her body tensed, her thighs pressing together involuntarily. A chill swept through her heart. It's over. I should have known $2 million wouldn't be so easy to earn. Wasn't this the thief who had stripped her of all her gear before? No amount of high-end makeup could mask the bitterness that now clouded Alyssa's face. Without a word, she quietly slipped her pistol back into its holster. Was she joking? The memory of that time, the shot that left only a bloody wound, which healed before her eyes, was something she'd never forget as long as she lived. That devil-may-care Easter man had become a regular visitor in her midnight dreams. Though to be fair, not all those dreams were soaked in blood. Some were even rather pleasant. But what she could say for certain was that even if Su-ming's handsome, sinful face turned to dust, she would recognize him anywhere. How did Su-ming end up being Destiny? If only I'd known he was Destiny, why would I have come here like a lamb to the slaughter? Damn it! All the painstakingly accumulated gear for this job. Looks like it's as good as gone. Alyssa's eyes sparkled with the gloss of luxury brand makeup, but as she lingered on the brand-new gear at her waist, her eyes grew misty with reluctant sorrow. Su-ming casually grabbed a towel, wrapped it around his waist in place of his hands to cover himself, and slowly walked over to Alyssa. With a natural motion, he took hold of Alyssa's slender hand. In a sudden move, just as Alyssa turned around defenselessly, his large hand landed firmly on the graceful curve of her hips, a sharp, unmistakable smack echoing through the room. That's for sneaking a peek at me in the shower. Alyssa cried out in pain, a jolt of numbness shooting through her backside. Her knees weakened in an instant, making it impossible to stand steadily. Her blue eyes, brimming with stubborn tears, locked onto Su-ming. I didn't know it was you. If you like the gear, just take it. Looking at the flustered blonde before him, Su-ming couldn't help but smile. But he was genuinely curious about why this woman would sneak into his room in the middle of the night. If it was room service, there was no way she'd be dressed like that. Her gear was all real. If it was cosplay, the cost was outrageous. Besides, he remembered she'd once tried to assassinate him, only to end up stripped. Don't get the wrong idea, just stripped of her equipment. Thinking it over, there seemed to be only one explanation. She was here to kill him again. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at the golden-haired beauty before him, who now looked as startled as a frightened deer. In his mind's eye, a mischievous little devil held up a tiny pitchfork. Suppressing his grin, Su-ming wrapped his arm around Alyssa's slender waist, his deep, magnetic voice whispering into her ear. I don't want a gear. I want you. He could feel the woman in his arms tense up instantly, her whole body trembling ever so slightly. She was nothing like the confident woman who'd once broken his arm with a swift kick. What do you want? Hearing Su-ming's words and feeling his breath tickling her ear, Alyssa's heart pounded like a drum. A rush of heat surged to her cheeks, turning her pale, almost translucent skin bright red in a heartbeat. She couldn't imagine, was she really about to give herself away like this tonight? She snuck a glance at the bedroom nearby, then quickly looked away. Su-ming's upper body was a study in smooth, sculpted muscle. Droplets of water, left from his recent shower, traced the lines of his physique, drawing her gaze wherever they went. This is cheating. It's just too much. Alyssa protested loudly in her heart, but all that came out was a barely audible murmur, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing that he'd teased her enough, Su-ming let go, patting Alyssa on the shoulder and motioning for her to follow him to the living room. Once free from Su-ming's embrace, Alyssa felt a sudden emptiness, lonely, cold, and a little lost. She longed for another hug, but didn't dare voice it. She followed Su-ming to the living room, sitting primly on the sofa, awaiting his final verdict. So, this is what it feels like to stand before the judgment of fate. Alyssa thought of Su-ming's codename, a wave of emotion sweeping through her heart. In just a short span of time, Alyssa had already come to terms with her situation. After all, she'd fallen into someone else's hands. If they wanted to kill her, torture her, or whatever else, there was nothing she could do about it. She figured she might as well face it with some flair. A bounty hunter, after all, who among them didn't have a few stories from the underworld? Su-ming watched the blonde beauty before him, her blue eyes darting restlessly, full of mischief and calculation. Who knew what she was imagining? He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Alyssa's sweet. Her response was mechanical, as if she were facing an interrogation, but the slight tremble at the end of her words betrayed her true feelings. My name is Su Ming, codename Destiny. I'm a bounty hunter too, just like you. In fact, it was you who inspired me to take up this line of work. Elisa shot him a puzzled look, lifting her eyes to study him. Why was he telling her all this? Did the ancient East have some kind of mysterious ritual he was about to perform? She stared at Su Ming, wide-eyed and full of doubt. Su Ming wasn't especially experienced in this sort of thing, so he decided to just lay it out straight. Elisa, I wanted to work with me from now on. Any objections? Elisa's head snapped up, her lips parted in shock as she stared at Su Ming in disbelief, hardly able to trust her own ears. I was mentally prepared for anything. And you want to talk business? When Elisa finally mustered the courage to meet Su Ming's gaze, she found not a trace of desire in those strangely captivating eyes. Only sincerity, plain as day. Was it all just a misunderstanding on her part? A flush of embarrassment and annoyance crept up on her. Damn, that's Su Ming. If he didn't have those kinds of intentions, why say things that were so easy to misinterpret? Her gaze, almost against her will, drifted once more to his broad, muscular chest. Truly a gift from the gods. Oh, for heaven's sake. It was only now that Elisa began to seriously consider Su Ming's proposal. With her looks and formidable skills, she'd managed to carve out a modest living as a bounty hunter these past few years. Plenty of so-called successful men had tried to win her over, even pursued her outright, but had she ever given them a second glance? As a bounty hunter who danced on the edge of a knife, Elisa Sweet prided herself on her independence. Even back when she was a doctor and had treated Daredevil more than once, nothing had ever sparked between them. Ordinary life could never soothe her soul, restless and hungry for adventure. That's why she'd switched careers in the first place. But ever since meeting Su Ming, even the standard of living she'd once taken for granted had noticeably declined, and that exhaustion was starting to wear on her. More importantly, after witnessing Su Ming's almost miraculous regenerative abilities, Elisa felt her own hard-earned adventures had all become laughable by comparison. Maybe following him would lead to an even more thrilling life. A free bounty hunter answers to no one. Unless, of course, he's both handsome and extraordinary. However, all Elisa had ever witnessed was Su Ming's astounding ability to heal himself. She knew nothing about any of his other talents. Apparently, Destiny, his codename, was just a rookie in the underground marketplace. With that thought, Elisa regained her composure, elegantly crossed her legs to accentuate her alluring curves, and said, "Following you, well, I'm not entirely against it. But if you're just some petty thief who knows how to strip people of their gear, then forget it." Su Ming realized the time had come to give her a glimpse of what he could really do, so his eyes glimmered as he spoke. "What if I told you Tony Stark just paid me a small fortune to buy himself a second chance at life? Would you believe me?" Elisa hadn't expected Su Ming to spin such an outlandish tale just to convince her to stay. A faint sense of warmth rose within her. "All right, already that story is so over the top, I can't even be bothered to call you out. Anyway, I don't have anything urgent on my plate right now. As long as you're not eyeing my gear, what harm is there in tagging along?" Ding. Received transfer of $50 million. Account balance, $52,865,000. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Tony had sent the money. Then, hearing Elisa's words, Su Ming simply shrugged, leaving it to her whether to believe him or not. "So, you want to be my boss? Just know I don't come cheap." Elisa shot Su Ming a cunning look, as sly as a little fox. $100,000. 2-month trial. After that, we'll see how you do. Su Ming quoted the price without hesitation. In his mind, Elisa's connections alone, given her veteran status, were worth every penny, saving him no end of trouble. Elisa agreed without missing a beat. After all, just a minute ago, she'd been worried Su Ming might kill her or leave her with nothing. Not that she particularly minded the latter. Now fully in character, Elisa revealed her efficient side. She returned to her room to quickly change out of her combat suit and gear, then hugged her laptop to her chest and came back to Su Ming's room. This time, she actually knocked. When Su Ming saw Elisa in silk pajamas, his superhuman senses almost couldn't take it. Gone was the cautious girl from before. The curves beneath the silk teased his every nerve. This little vixen. "I am the boss. I am a boss." Su Ming forced himself to calm down, finally remembering what he needed to ask. "So, why did you sneak into my room? Do you have a new mission?" Elisa cast him a sidelong glance, then curled up lazily on the sofa. "Boss, you probably don't know yet, but your head has a price on it. $2 million. What's going on?" While Su Ming was still processing this, Elisa's fingers danced over her keyboard, swiftly hacking into the underground marketplace's back end. Every bounty mission was laid out in neat rows, and in the most prominent spot, Su Ming saw bounty for eliminating the hunter codenamed Destiny, Reward, $2 million. Seriously? Targeting a newcomer? The words slipped out before he could stop himself. Alyssa didn't respond. Her long fingers danced across the keyboard in a rapid clatter. Got it. The job was posted by Obadiah, that shareholder from Stark Industries. I tracked you down because of this mission. TCH. It didn't take long for Alyssa to trace the bounty's source. Remembering her own run-in with fate, she scoffed at how absurdly unfair it all was. Su Ming let out a long, drawn-out "oh," a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. It made perfect sense. He'd stood up Obadiah by not killing Tony, leaving a grudge that festered. Obadiah, as Tony's first real adversary, was hardly the forgiving type. If he could, he'd strip Su Ming's skin and pull him apart piece by piece. But for Alyssa, a bounty hunter who browsed the black market's back end as if it were her own living room, now that was something else entirely. He couldn't help but think he'd stumbled upon a treasure. Su Ming dismissed the bounty as nothing worth worrying about. Anyone besides Alyssa who dared come for him was just asking for death, and he'd hold nothing back. He then had Alyssa poke around online for anything interesting. After Tony Stark's return, he made a high-profile announcement at the press conference, declaring Stark Industries would halt all weapons development. It's causing quite a stir. Alyssa became an emotionless news anchor, sharing the latest internet gossip with Su Ming, her voice tinged with boredom. Su Ming's face lit up in realization. Of course, Tony would be deeply shaken by his kidnapping, and this move put him in direct opposition to Obadiah. When there was nothing else noteworthy, Alyssa began to yawn uncontrollably. Su Ming told her to head to her room and get some rest. As she left, she leaned against the doorframe like a lazy cat, her eyes trailing over Su Ming with a slow, languid gaze. "Boss, are you sure you want me to go sleep?" Her silk pajamas slipped off her shoulder, revealing a stretch of creamy skin that dazzled Su Ming, making his heart race. "Just go on then." With monumental effort, Su Ming tore his gaze away and waved her off. Alyssa giggled, bouncing away in high spirits. Su Ming still wasn't quite used to the boldness of foreign beauties. He lay in bed, replaying the day's events in his mind. Tony's decision to set off an explosive and flatten the canyon had given Su Ming the worst injury since his arrival in this world. Even with Wolverine-level healing, he'd been forced to lie on the ground for several minutes. For at least the first 2 minutes, he'd been completely incapacitated, utterly defenseless. Second-tier abilities really don't measure up to the real deal. With that thought, Su Ming opened the system shop and eyed the talent upgrade screen, once again sucking in a sharp breath. Secondary Wolverine-level regeneration, Deadpool-level regeneration, $50 million. Deadpool-level regeneration immortality, $5 billion. So, the $50 million he extorted from Tony was just enough for a single talent upgrade? And to upgrade further, all the way to immortality, he would need a staggering $5 billion? He counted the zeros over and over, that long trail of digits, making him hesitate. Given the endless dangers of this Marvel world, with so many beings surpassing even the gods, there was no way he could afford to skimp on this $50 million. He grit his teeth. It's only $50 million, after all. $50, 000,000. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance, $2,865,000. A jolt shot through Su Ming as if every cell in his body had been plunged into acid, searing pain assaulting him from every direction. The agony was so excruciating Su Ming couldn't even breathe. His wide eyes lost focus, his mouth opened in a silent scream. Time seemed to stretch. Maybe it was a century, maybe just a few minutes, before Su Ming finally regained control of his body, collapsing by the bedside, gasping desperately for air. His body was steaming, like a hot bun just taken out of the steamer, waves of heat radiating from him. "Wow, that was a brutal battle," he muttered, half in awe, half in exhaustion. The hotel attendant glanced at Su Ming with wide-eyed curiosity while changing the drenched bed sheets, silently imagining the storm that must have raged on that big bed. Su Ming hadn't expected the talent upgrade to be such a dramatic ordeal. He never wanted to experience that kind of bone-deep torment again. He didn't even know when the bedding had gotten so thoroughly soaked. But the good news was the upgrade had clearly worked wonders. Su Ming tested his new power by slicing a deep, long cut into his arm with a throwing knife. Instead of the slow healing he was used to, the wound sealed itself in the blink of an eye. He didn't even feel a hint of pain. He guessed that the upgrade must have subjected him to every possible kind of pain all at once, so now along with his boosted regeneration, he'd also gained immunity to pain. Su Ming was rather pleased with this development. After all, who could truly enjoy pain? At the same time, he could feel a powerful new intuition in his body. Regrowing a severed limb now seemed like child's play. Now that he'd settled one talent, Su-Ming pondered if he should continue perfecting his talent tree, when suddenly a familiar figure flashed in his mind. Elisa. Right. That woman crept up on me before, and I didn't notice a thing. It wasn't just her stealth, it was my carelessness. Is there a talent that lets me sense what's going on around me? With that thought, Su-Ming hurriedly opened the system shop. He hadn't scrolled far before spotting the perfect talent. Spider Sense Danger Detection LV1, $1 million. Damn, $1 million just to get started? Despite his grumbling, Su-Ming didn't hesitate for a second. $1,000,000,000, talent successfully redeemed. Account balance, $1,865,000. It was as if he'd been fitted with a radar. His senses sharpened dramatically. Even the tiniest insect flitting past the window registered clearly in his mind. Footsteps in the hallway, the murmur of hotel staff, even applause coming from a room 3 doors down. He could hear it all with perfect clarity. What do you expect? This was a hotel, after all. Looks like I'm going to need time to get used to this. So mean for onit slightly. The sound of a foreigner's guttural shout in the distance was anything but pleasant, but he meant no offense. The Manhattan Hotel was known for its soundproof rooms. If he had anyone to blame, it was only his own heightened perception. Looking at his account, now with a little over $1 million left, the old Su-Ming might have felt lucky. What a fortune. But after splurging $50 million all at once just to upgrade his talent, this remaining million felt like nothing. He could only think, I'm broke. Clearly, he'd have to keep hustling, take more jobs, and shape himself into the ultimate all-rounder in the Marvel Universe as soon as possible. By then, wouldn't it be great to take a casual stroll on alien planets whenever he felt like it? Firming up his resolve, Su-Ming picked up the phone by his bedside, about to call Alyssa. But then he put it back down. He'd already sensed Alyssa approaching. He opened the door, settled comfortably into his seat, and waited for Alyssa to come in. Boss, are you waiting for me? Alyssa looked at the open door and at Su-Ming, who sat inside watching her with quiet anticipation. She asked with a hint of curiosity. Su-Ming's eyes lit up. This new sense really was something. He was about to speak when suddenly a phone sailed through the air toward him. He caught it easily. Here, this is for you. Makes it easier to keep in touch. Oh, and I've got some news. Alyssa flopped down on the couch, picked up Su-Ming's water glass, and drank with obvious delight. Su-Ming glanced at the luxury phone in his hand, thinking to himself, having a subordinate feels pretty good. Then he noticed Alyssa sipping contentedly from his glass, as if she were savoring fine wine. Was she taking liberties? Yeah, probably. He twitched his lips. Oh, what's the news? A fresh mission just came up at the exchange. Pays $600,000. The target's a lizard man. Oh, right, the job's from Oscorp. Alyssa spoke without looking up, admiring her freshly manicured nails. Oscorp, isn't that the company owned by, that guy? As Su-Ming wondered whether he should accept the mission, Alyssa suddenly seemed to remember something. She looked up at him with a sweet, obedient smile. Boss, I already accepted the job for you. Use the code name Destiny. You better do a good job and pay me my salary, okay? With that, she even threw Su-Ming a flirtatious wink. Su-Ming's face remained expressionless. Who's really the boss here? He immediately adopted a boss-like demeanor, feigning seriousness. Elisa, I need to know exactly who assigned this task right now. Elisa gazed at Su-Ming with a playful smile, utterly unfazed, and blew him a kiss. Of course, the boss of the Osborn Group is Norman Osborn. Capitalists like him have no reason to lie to the underclass about these kinds of deals. As the name Norman Osborn echoed in his mind, memories flooded back. Wasn't he the Green Goblin himself? Probing further, Su-Ming learned from Elisa that Oscorp Industries was a multinational corporation focused on high-tech and bioengineering, and couldn't help but see her in a new light. Su-Ming thought to himself that in the future, assignments from companies like Stark Industries or the Osborn Group should be given priority. They were never short on cash. Having grasped the basics of the mission, and after Elisa insisted on hugging him one last time, Su-Ming stepped out of the Manhattan Hotel. As he passed a sewer grate, Su-Ming noticed a swarm of small lizards crawling through the vents and into the darkness below. It instantly occurred to him. If he were a lizard man in New York, there was nowhere to hide except the sewers. He slipped into a deserted corner, shrugged off his trench coat, revealing the scarlet suit underneath, a modified version. Mask on, he transformed into a noble creature of the night, braced himself against the stench, and leapt into the manhole. Unleashing his full spider sense, Su-Ming managed to pick out a direction and dash forward at top speed. When he reached a junction where several pipes met, he was surprised to find the area covered in intricate webs. Oh, looks like I'm about to run into an old friend. The realization that the head of Osborn Group was the Green Goblin gave Su-Ming a hunch. Spider-Man couldn't be far behind. He He hadn't expected it to happen so soon. At this point, the young spider was probably still growing into his powers. Su-ming walked confidently along the strands of webbing when, from the shadows, came a young man's voice. "Don't come any closer. It's dangerous here." Hearing the genuine warning, Su-ming chuckled. His spider sense told him that the lizard was lurking directly above the young Spider-Man. Yet Peter Parker seemed completely unaware. "So young." He sighed inwardly, then called out, "Above you. Heads up, kid." Peter Parker suspected that Dr. Connors had used a gene serum, one that was in fact developed using the decay rate algorithm Peter himself had provided. It was also the research his father had deliberately hidden years ago. The reason for hiding it was now painfully clear. This was never meant for humankind. Following the little lizard into the underground tunnels, he spun a web of silk, a grand array woven to enhance his spider sense and search for any sign of a lizard man. Yet, before the lizard man appeared, a man clad in scarlet finery arrived instead. Mysterious and enigmatic behind his mask, his ethereal presence seemed untouched even by the filth of the sewers. It had already been warned this place was dangerous, so why was this man still pressing forward? And why was he turning around to warn me instead? Warn me? It was only then that Peter Parker's spider sense truly kicked in, a sudden surge of warning. Before he could react, a shadow swept over him, pinning him to the web ground. The lizard man, in every way his superior in strength, raked sharp talons across Peter's chest, leaving deep, bloody gashes. Su-ming watched the fierce struggle between two animals, he thought, his brow slightly furrowed. A lizard and a spider. He sighed inwardly. "I was hoping for a swift kill, but who told you, little spider, to be in the way?" A glint of cold steel. The lizard man's arm, which had been pinning Peter Parker, was severed at the root. He cast a hurried glance in Su-ming's direction, a flicker of fear in his reptilian eyes. The lizard man dove into the water and vanished. Su-ming watched as the dark shape darted away beneath the surface, not bothering to pursue. Even in the dim light of the sewers, Su-ming's extraordinary vision painted everything in stark detail. Nothing could hide from him. During his escape, the lizard man had snagged a strand of webbing, dragging the camera fixed to the wall down into the water. Clearly, the camera belonged to the little spider, but at the moment the boy looked badly hurt. Perhaps a reminder was in order. "Hey, little spider, are you all right?" Su-ming strolled casually atop the webs, glancing at Peter Parker, who lay there gasping, blood trickling from the wounds on his chest. Peter struggled to sit up, eyeing the mysterious figure before him, uncertain who, or what, he truly was. Ever since the night on the bridge, when he'd let the lizard man slip away, Peter had carried a knot of anxiety in his heart. He worried that his hastily jotted decay rate algorithm, meant to impress, might bring disaster. After all, it was something his father had once risked his life to keep secret. And Uncle Ben had always said, "With great power comes great responsibility." Now more than ever, those words rang true. He could still recall the moment he'd saved the little boy on the bridge, how the grateful look in the boy's and his father's eyes had sent a chill down his spine. That feeling intoxicating. But he knew he still had much to learn. Facing the lizard man always left him feeling powerless. If not for the stranger's intervention, just now, things might have ended very badly. How had he managed to drive off the lizard man with a single strike? And what was he doing here anyway? Peter looked up at the man before him, whose presence was as bright and clear as a cloudless sky. "Oh, this is terrible. Did you save me? You were so far away from us, just now." "Oh my gosh, how did you pull that off? Who are you?" Su-ming managed a wry smile, glancing down at the wound on his chest that was still bleeding freely, while the ever-curious little spider kept tugging at him, firing off question after question. It seemed this version of Spider-Man really did have a bit of a chatterbox streak. "I'm just a bounty hunter. That's all you need to know. Was that camera on the wall yours?" Prompted by Su-ming's question, Spider-Man suddenly remembered, snapping back to attention. "That's right. I picked a good angle on purpose. Wanted to get a shot of." He turned to look at the spot where he'd fixed the camera, only to realize it was gone. Nimbly, he scrambled to his feet and searched the area, and just as he was about to dive underwater to look for it, Su-ming spoke up. "There's no need to look. The lizard took your camera." Peter Parker froze in place at those words, a sinking feeling in his chest. "Oh no, my name is on that camera." "Sewer, makeshift laboratory." The lizard, exhausted, hauled himself out of the water. Behind him, the scraping of metal across the wet floor and the sudden flare of a camera flash caught his attention. A web shot out, pulling a camera into view. He turned it over in his claws and noticed an inscription on the flash mount. "Property of Peter Parker." With a powerful squeeze, the metal camera warped and shattered in the lizard's grip. "Peter Parker." As Dr. Kurt Connors shifted back to human form, half his face still bore lingering scales, and his right arm was once again a ragged stump at the elbow. Subject: Dr. Kurt Connors. Body temperature: 89.7. Stable for 48 hours. Blood analysis: lymphocyte and monocyte samples retain all previous subject information. Staring into the camera to record his progress, Dr. Connors' voice trembled with excitement. Coagulation rate has increased sharply. Muscle response, strength, and agility have all improved remarkably. He glanced at the glasses in his hand, then looked back at the camera, eyes shining. Eyesight is also enhanced. The subject no longer requires corrective lenses. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Dr. Connors was overwhelmed with emotion. This isn't about finding a cure for disease. This is about the path to the perfect species. He promptly drew a gene serum and injected himself, turning a determined gaze to the camera, attempting to halt recurrence of previous ailments. Increasing dosage to 200 milligrams. His body rapidly grew larger, his withered arm regenerating in seconds, scales spreading across his skin, and his eyes turning a chilling yellow with slitted pupils. At that moment, another voice echoed in Dr. Connors' mind, a second personality awakened by the serum. "I will not let you ruin my plan, Peter Parker." With a furious roar, the camera tumbled and the screen went black. "No matter what, thank you for lending a hand, sir." Peter Parker, having just lost his camera, seemed resigned to his misfortune. Still, he thanked Su Ming with polite sincerity. Su Ming waved it off carelessly, his mind already turning over where the lizard might be hiding. Casually, he asked, "Hey, Spidey, do you have any idea what that big lizard's next move is?" Peter Parker could only offer a helpless, wry smile and shake his head, clearly at a loss. Noticing the alarming wound across Spider-Man's chest, Su Ming suggested he find somewhere safe to rest and recover. After bidding Spidey farewell, Su Ming reasoned that the lizard, who had appeared out of nowhere, must have some kind of temporary hideout somewhere in the sewers. Since there was nothing urgent on his plate, and with a bounty in mind, Su Ming decided it was worth searching thoroughly. So, he began his hunt through the vast labyrinth of New York City's sewer system. "If I go home like this, Aunt May will kill me." Peter's thoughts churned anxiously. "The lizard took my camera. He'll probably see my name on it. If he doesn't recognize it, that's one thing. But if he does, will he come after me for revenge? And that guy just now said he was a bounty hunter, so why didn't he just take down the lizard right then and there? I'm so badly hurt. I was hoping that bounty hunter would give me a hand. Why did he just walk away so calmly? Is he just avoiding trouble, or is there something else going on? But overall, it doesn't seem like an enemy. His target is clearly the lizard. With skills like his, if he wanted to take me out, he had plenty of chances just now. Forget it. There are too many questions and none of it makes sense right now. Better lay low at Gwen's place for a while." Wounded and unwilling to risk worrying his aunt, Peter made his way to his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy's window instead. Gwen, absorbed in her computer just moments before, heard a soft knock as Peter tapped his head against the glass. She glanced back naturally, hands still busy, and waved him in. "You really should think about coming in through the front door for once. And by the way, my dad still thinks you should see a therapist." Not long ago, Peter had gotten into a heated argument with Gwen's father at a family dinner over whether Spider-Man was even legal. "Oh, really?" Peter managed to laugh, but it was cut short by a pained groan. Only then did Gwen notice just how badly injured her handsome boyfriend really was. She immediately demanded to know what happened. Peter, exhausted, collapsed onto the sofa. Someone else, he suddenly turned into a giant lizard. At that moment, Gwen's father's voice sounded from outside the door. "Sweetheart, would you like some hot cocoa?" Spidey hurriedly ducked behind the sofa. Gwen, a little flustered, turned down her father's offer with the excuse of cramps. Then, grabbing a handkerchief, she gently began cleaning the ugly wound on Peter Parker's chest. She said that ever since she was a child, she watched her father leave for work every day, badge on his chest and pistol at his side, always worrying that he might never return. Now, her anxiety for Peter's safety was even greater. Peter's gaze grew resolute as he recalled everything that had happened. "I created him. I have to stop him." Meanwhile, leaving aside the reckless young Spider-Man swinging between skyscrapers with Gwen in his arms despite his injuries, Su Ming had made a new discovery down in the sewers. In a relatively tidy area, he found a pile of various equipment and several empty vials that had once contained chemical agents. The computer screen displayed a plan to release a genetic serum across the entire city. The final location for spreading the virus was pinpointed as the Oscorp Tower. At the same time, a spot circled on a map atop the desk caught Su Ming's attention: Midtown Science High School in Queens. His pupils contracted. Su Ming knew that was where Spider-Man went to school. It seemed the lizard planned to take revenge on Spider-Man first, then carry out his citywide infection scheme. At this thought, Su-Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself. The villain Spider-Man faces sure don't lack ambition. The next afternoon, as school let out, Queens, Midtown Science High School. Watching the vibrant students bustling around him, Su-Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Back in his own school days, he neglected his studies, spending all his time in internet cafes playing video games, which eventually landed him in the world of triathlons. Although he earned the title of Golden Rider, such accolades paled in comparison to the status and honor won by advancing scientific research and contributing to society. Just think, who are truly called national treasures and unmatched talents. Lost in thought, Su-Ming strolled through the elegant campus, soaking in the youthful energy all around. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. His keen senses told him something was wrong in one of the buildings up ahead. He quickened his pace toward the academic building. A thunderous crash echoed. The massive lizard crawled out from a hole in the restroom, smashing through several walls as he rampaged through the school, searching for Peter Parker. Students scattered, fleeing in terror as screams filled the corridors. Peter Parker shot Gwen a look, urging her to get to safety, then fought his way against the panicked crowd, heading straight for the lizard. He knew this creature was Dr. Connors. He'd noticed the lingering lizard scales on his neck the last time they'd met. I have to stop him. With agile moves and his ever-changing webs, Peter dove into battle. Crap, I didn't change clothes. At that moment, Peter hadn't had time to put on his Spider-Man suit, risking exposure of his true identity. He was soon hurled into a wall by the lizard, smashing a gaping hole. A web shot out, yanking his backpack, containing his suit, into the fray. All those lost souls, I can save them. I can cure them. You shouldn't try to stop me. Peter. The lizard was proclaiming the justification for his actions. Peter Parker reappeared, now fully transformed into Spider-Man, nimbly flipping and clinging to the lizard's back. You're not thinking straight, Doctor. Stop this. This isn't you. The struggle continued. Peter Parker tried to reason with Dr. Connors, but the lizard responded with merciless attacks. Oh, gross. Peter flung away a severed half of the lizard's tail and, teaming up briefly with Gwen, managed to restrain the creature with some well-placed webs. I'm going to throw you out, Spider-Man said coolly to Gwen as he scooped her up. Gwen could hardly believe her ears. A faint yellow blur shot out the window, and Gwen almost cursed it out loud. You actually did it. But just as she was about to fall, a strand of web stuck to her, and the terrifying free fall turned into a graceful, swinging arc. Gwen Stacy's cheeks flushed with excitement as she shouted in exhilaration. Alarm sirens blared all around, and police cars gradually surrounded the school. The fight was loud and destructive. After the chemistry lab was utterly wrecked, the chaos moved to the library. As the unflappable old librarian strolled out with headphones on, Su-Ming finally caught sight of the lizard. Is every school designed to be this much of a maze? Grumbling about how the school's labyrinthine layout had made it so difficult to find his target, Su-Ming pulled out a throwing knife, his enhanced vision never leaving the lizard as he waited for the perfect moment to strike. When Spider-Man was once again knocked aside by the lizard and lay dazed on the ground, unable to get up. Now's my chance. A cold gleam flashed in Su-Ming's eyes as he let fly the throwing knife. The titanium blade shot forth like lightning, instantly piercing the still gloating lizard. With a howl of agony, the lizard's body was shattered by the knife's force, collapsing to the floor. Su-Ming brushed imaginary dust from his hands and turned toward Spider-Man. Peter Parker was still dizzy, struggling to rise, when suddenly a slender, pale hand appeared before his eyes. He looked up, and his heart settled. A sharp crimson suit, a silver mask, a devilish smile tugging at the lips. Peter grasped Su-Ming's hand, using the leverage to stand, and was surprised by the man's strength. Before he could even exert his own strength, he was lifted up with ease. Suppressing his astonishment, Peter glanced around. Where's Dr. Connors? Oh, he's the lizard. Su-Ming patted Spider-Man's arm reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm here. He's over there. Both Su-Ming and Peter looked over to see only the remains of the lizard, an arm, a leg, and a thick, muscular tail. Clearly, it wasn't the lizard's corpse. Su-Ming's face darkened instantly. Damn it, his whole body was blasted to pieces. And he's still alive? The little spider noticed Su-Ming's strange expression. While he was still reeling from Su-Ming's extraordinary skills, twice now, he'd never even glimpsed how Su-Ming attacked. It was simply beyond belief. He tried to ease the awkwardness. Sir, maybe you don't know yet. Lizard men have an incredible ability to heal and regenerate. Su-Ming gave a cold snort. If shattering its body couldn't claim its life, then it only meant he simply hadn't shattered it thoroughly enough. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he turned to leave. Just before he left, he glanced at the little spider, who looked ready to trace the lizardman's trail further, and offered a reminder. His target is the Oscorp Tower. Peter Parker was determined to uncover Dr. Connor's motives himself. Even after hearing Su Ming's warning, he didn't take it too seriously. The lizard man crawled out of a tunnel to the surface, draped in a tattered white lab coat stamped with the Oscorp insignia. The coat flapped back and forth in the gusts blowing up from the tunnel. Resolute, Spider-Man leapt in after him. In a blink, his figure vanished into the depths of the tunnel. Su Ming's expression turned grim. The lizardman's escape left him rather displeased. But since he now knew the creature's target was the Oscorp Tower, all he had to do was lie in wait for it there. 600,000 bounty isn't much, but there's no reason to leave it on the table. Lost in thought, Su Ming wandered unknowingly into a dim alley. At that moment, his spider sense fired off a warning. Every hair on his body stood on end. Su Ming's eyes widened slightly. In his heightened perception, a line of bullets slowed to a crawl. He bent backward in one swift, exaggerated motion, and the bullets whizzed past, grazing the buttons on his chest. It wasn't until the bullets embedded themselves in the wall behind him that the gunshots reached his ears. Even though Su Ming now possessed Deadpool-level regeneration and couldn't be harmed by ordinary bullets, he still wouldn't let just anyone get shot at him. His gaze swept the scene, and in a flash, his eyes locked onto over a dozen enemies. They were scattered across different windows in the surrounding apartment buildings, while hidden, with only the tips of their gun barrels peeking out. Looks like an ambush. Su Ming vanished from sight. The buildings blocked his view, making it impossible to lock onto the shooters. He couldn't just bring the whole building down, after all. The mere thought startled him. Quickly regaining his composure and pushing aside his irritation, he turned into a red blur and darted into the nearest window. By the time he tossed the last enemy out the window, Su Ming's mood had finally lifted, leaving him feeling refreshed. I really need to figure out how to deal with Obadiah. Just for putting a $2 million bounty on my head. Even I'm tempted to take the job myself. In the past 3 hours, Su Ming had cleared out every enemy from 5 buildings in the neighborhood. No doubt about it, there were quite a few of them. Each of them held a gun, engaging in a guerrilla battle with Su Ming. This left Su Ming unable to unleash his full strength. He had no choice but to take them down one by one. After politely asking around, he learned that these people were all after the $2 million bounty on the destined one's head. Worried they weren't strong enough alone, they'd specifically formed a team. So they're treating me like some video game boss? Even forming a party. Glancing up at the pitch-black sky, Su Ming took off at a run, heading straight for the Oscorp Tower. Isn't this just making things worse? Su Ming's complaint echoed through the night air. On the phone, Peter was shouting, even ordering Gwen to leave Oscorp Tower immediately. The lizard had begun spreading the genetic toxin and was on his way there, intent on infecting everyone. Oscorp Tower was now extremely dangerous. But all he got in response was Gwen hanging up. Gwen had already started working on the antidote, but it would take time, 8 minutes. The antidote is the only way to save everyone. Until I have it, I'm not going anywhere. That's what Gwen told herself as she kept her hands moving, activating the building's alarm system. People began evacuating in a hurry. At the same time, she triggered the fire safety system, sending a cloud of suppressant gas from the ceiling and causing heavy blast doors to seal off-key corridors. After Peter's call was cut off, he cursed under his breath, a rare outburst. Damn it, are you freaking kidding me? He dashed toward the tower, panic rising. Above, helicopters circled, and on the ground, police cars tracked his every move. In Captain George Stacy's eyes, Spider-Man was nothing but a lawless troublemaker, someone who had to be stopped. You're surrounded. Stop now, or we'll open fire. There's no way you can escape. Fearful for his girlfriend's safety, Peter ignored the warnings, and the police opened fire. Special bullets, crackling with electricity, rained down on Spider-Man. Dodging as he ran, Peter was swinging through the air on a web when a helicopter spotlight suddenly blinded him. A police taser round struck his side. Instantly paralyzed, Spider-Man crashed to the ground, surrounded in seconds by a squad of SWAT officers who cuffed his hands behind his back. Gwen's father, George Stacy, captain of the NYPD, approached the slumped figure on the ground, a slight smirk on his lips as he removed the mask. I have to get to Oscorp Tower right now. No one can stop me. Sorry, officers. Peter made up his mind. The moment his mask came off, he sprang into action, moving with lightning speed to take down the detectives around him. Freeze! Peter recognized the voice behind him. It was the father of the girl he loved. Conflict raged inside him, but he froze in place. By the time Su Ming arrived at the base of Oscorp, cursing under his breath, the scene was already utter chaos. Sirens blared, and the cries of the wounded filled the night. The crowd was fleeing in utter chaos. Even a few dogs, tails tightly tucked, were running for their lives in terror. Shattered glass from the upper floors of buildings rained down, smashing on the ground and scattering in all directions, while parked cars blared out shrill alarms. Amidst it all, a New York SWAT officer's body was sprouting scales, and he writhed in agony on the ground. Caught in the middle of this scene, Su-Ming felt his brain boiling from the intense feedback of his spider sense, his temples throbbing wildly. He narrowed his eyes and searched the surroundings. Where was the lizard? At last, his target appeared nearly 100 meters above, where a police helicopter searchlight had locked onto it. The lizard was using its sharp claws to nimbly scale the building's exterior. When it reached a certain floor, it smashed through the glass curtain wall with a single punch and slipped into the building. While tracking the lizard with his extraordinary vision, Su-Ming also spotted the little spider, Peter, who seemed to be limping, struggling to catch up. He quickly gauged the distance and fixed his eyes on the hole where the lizard had entered the building. I've been dying to try this move. The agents and reporters nearby had no idea why this sudden figure in red would rush towards such danger, and they shouted warnings. Hey, sir, it's dangerous here. Please evacuate immediately. Su-Ming paused at the shout, turning around. The flashbulbs erupted in a dazzling burst, as if fighting for shots of a superstar on the red carpet. There was no helping it. Journalists' keen instincts told them this person was anything but ordinary. His striking crimson suit paired with a pure silver mask, his bright eyes, and upright posture. Everything about him made the reporters feel as though they were standing on the red carpet at the Grammys. They all agreed. Just for his appearance alone, coming here was worth it. They had to get more shots. Several live broadcast cameras couldn't help but pan their focus on his Su-Ming. Sensing the goodwill around him, Su-Ming bowed in greeting, but then shook his head gently. He reached into a wrecked car nearby and pulled out a seatbelt, tying it to the ring of a throwing knife. The other end was fastened securely to his hand. Nobody could figure out what Su-Ming was up to. Once everything was ready, he turned back and gave the crowd a broad, dazzling smile. Again, the cameras snapped away in a frenzy. Turning his gaze to the upper floors, he let the light catch his blade, and in an instant, the throwing knife shot out of his hand. Worried it might not support his weight, Su-Ming put in a little extra force. The throwing knife soared toward the tall building with unstoppable momentum, and the seatbelt instantly went taut with a sharp sound. Su-Ming felt his hand jerk tight, and in a heartbeat, the momentum swept his whole body into the air. His crimson silhouette became a streak of light, arcing straight toward the sky. No matter who they were, civilians, the wounded, journalists, or police officers, no one downstairs could ignore the miraculous scene unfolding before their eyes. Did he just throw himself up there? Everyone stood frozen, a single question echoing in their minds. Is this even possible? With the wind roaring past him, Su-Ming was being pulled upward at breakneck speed by the flying knife in his hand, accelerating like a rocket shooting into the sky. Unstoppable. He was rapidly approaching his target, soaring past the 30th floor in the blink of an eye. Exhilarating, the sensation of flight felt as if it had opened the door to a whole new world for him. He was flying, truly flying, without the aid of any apparatus, and he was going up higher and higher. Who hadn't dreamed of being able to fly as a child? If Newton could see this, he'd be turning over in his grave. Adjusting his posture midair, Su-Ming thought proudly to himself. There aren't any superheroes here, so his signature pose is mine now. But his excitement lasted only a few seconds before Su-Ming's expression crumpled, because it seemed he'd overdone it. He was about to crash into the building, barreling forward with undiminished momentum. With a thunderous crash, Su-Ming smashed into the Osborne building like a truck in mid-flight, shattering countless fixtures along the way. The small opening the lizard had broken through was now, thanks to Su-Ming's impact, a gaping hole big enough for a car to drive through. The people below realized in the few seconds it took Su-Ming to reach the spot where the lizard had spent ages climbing, that he was truly a force to be reckoned with. At the same time, they were certain he was a good guy. Hadn't he been nothing but polite? A genuine gentleman. They broke out into enthusiastic applause, cheers, whistles, and shouts. If circumstances allowed, there would have been hats and flowers raining down as well. It wasn't until he crashed through 2 ceilings that Su-Ming finally came to a stop, covered in dust and debris. He climbed out of the wreckage, brushing himself off. The landing could use some work. Hearing the distant cheers from below, Su-Ming went to the window, leaned out, and waved amiably to the crowd. The news broadcast zoomed in for a close-up, and Su-Ming's features once again drew gasps of admiration from everyone watching. Ah, so cool. From schoolgirls to retired ladies, women of all ages who caught a glimpse of Su-Ming's face let out squeals of excitement. What the? All the men, agents included, were left speechless by Su Ming's display of power, voicing their astonishment. Meanwhile, in a room at the Manhattan Hotel, Alyssa, hugging her laptop and watching the live stream, saw that familiar figure. Even though his demeanor had changed so much, she was utterly convinced that this was Su Ming. Her breath quickened and her legs began to rub together involuntarily. A pair of beautiful blue eyes stared intently at the face on the screen. That's the boss. So that's what he looks like on a mission. So impressive. He's even more handsome now. Little stars seemed to twinkle in her eyes as Alyssa couldn't help recalling Su Ming's strong, muscular figure. Letting out a soft whimper, she rolled back and forth on the sofa like a caterpillar. Her ears flushed a deep shade of purple. Stark Tower. Pepper Potts hurried over in high heels, heading straight for Tony, who was still immersed in armor construction. Tony, you need to see the news. Something big just happened. Tony's eyes remained fixed on the stream of data Jarvis was providing. He just failed a calibration and crashed into the wall. It still ached. Without turning around, he replied absently, I never watched the news. You know that. Pepper let out a helpless sigh. It's Oscorp. They're in trouble. Oscorp and Stark Industries, both titans of industry, operated in different fields, yet they still had business dealings from time to time. Thinking of those old friends dabbling in genetics, Tony's interest was piqued, just a little. Jarvis, play the news. Yes, Mr. Stark. Broadcasting the news now. As the big screen in front of them switched to a major news network, the devastation at Oscorp Tower filled Tony and Pepper's view. Well, that's quite a mess. Tony made a snide remark, but in his head he was thinking, you gene-obsessed maniacs are forever itching to experiment on the human body. It's no wonder you'd get bitten by one of your own mutant creations. Just as he was watching the news, thoroughly entertained as if it were a sci-fi flick, a flash of crimson suddenly caught Tony's eye. A familiar costume, a familiar mask. His body tensed, his eyes wide. Him, that bounty hunter. Leaning forward, Tony's full attention was now riveted to the screen. He watched as the red figure seemed to defy gravity, soaring upwards toward the upper floors. What the F? How was he doing that? Tony recognized Su Ming instantly, that infuriating bounty hunter who'd wired him $50 million just a few days prior. That transaction still gnawed at Tony, the image of that playing card lingering like a shadow in his mind. So after returning, he'd buried himself in the lab, leaving everything else to his assistant, devoting all his energy to the mechanical suit. Now, suddenly seeing the bounty hunter's crimson form on the news, was he actually helping Oscorp out of their crisis? Then, as the news helicopter broadcast live footage from the rooftop, Tony lost his composure. That monster! He wasn't talking about the lizard, he meant Su Ming. The swift, vicious lizard was utterly powerless before him, and a cold sweat broke out across Tony's back. Good thing I didn't break my promise. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Nick Fury, also watching the live broadcast, had a sharp glint in his single eye. Find out everything about this man immediately. I want his full profile on my desk now. But his command seemed to fall on deaf ears. No one responded. Turning around, he found Agent Hill staring at the figure on the screen, lips pressed together in a daze. At least Hill was holding it together. The other female agents were clapping and cheering, some even shrieking in excitement, completely swept up in the frenzy. The male agents were equally entranced by the broadcast, though who could say what was running through their minds. Nick Fury managed a wry smile. He himself had almost slammed his hand on the desk in excitement. These young people, let them have their moment. He turned his gaze back to the screen, his eyes alight with new possibilities. This man is formidable. I must bring him into my plans. Su Ming waved goodbye to his fans, closed his eyes gently, and activated his full spider sense. He immediately sensed two life signs upstairs, one radiating power and growling, the lizard. The other heartbeat pounded with anxious intensity, surely the girlfriend of a young spider. Don't be afraid, little sister. Your big brother is coming to save you. With a powerful push from his legs, he shot upstairs in a blur, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Detective George recognized the young man in front of him, the very boy his daughter liked, Peter Parker. He looked at Peter, dressed in Spider-Man's suit, his expression conflicted, gun still hesitating in his hand. No wonder he defended Spider-Man so fiercely at dinner. He was Spider-Man all along. Peter's heart was in turmoil. He looked at his girlfriend's father with pleading eyes. Gwen's still inside. You can't stop me. Detective George's pupils narrowed. His hand trembled slightly on the gun. Now he knew his beloved daughter was trapped in mortal danger, and there was nothing his squad could do against the lizard. It seemed their only hope now was the young man before him. His long-held belief that Spider-Man was a vigilante troublemaker began to quietly shift in that moment. Seeing Detective George remain silent, Peter slowly pulled on his Spider-Man mask and turned to dash toward the building. Suddenly, a shot rang out. Someone, still misunderstanding Spider-Man, had fired. Detective George shouted out in alarm. "Cease fire! Hold your fire!" But it was too late. A bullet grazed Peter's thigh, slowing his progress. Police swarmed everywhere, journalists jostled for position, and cameras dotted the scene in every direction. All of New York's attention was fixed on this single place. Spider-Man struggled to climb toward the Oscorp Tower, but the distance was daunting, and the smooth, gripless surfaces made his ascent painfully slow. Just as Peter was about to break down in frustration, the father of the boy he'd once saved on a bridge spoke up on the walkie-talkie, issuing a command. He happened to be in charge of maintaining this cluster of skyscrapers. "Now, it's my turn to help you." One after another, the tower cranes swung their arms in unison. In the blink of an eye, they constructed a bridge right before Peter's eyes, stretching across to the Osborn building. Peter, heartened and determined, sealed his bleeding wounds with webbing. He sprinted and leapt with all his might, but still plummeted down to the lower floor. Just as the crowd gasped, holding their breath for the little spider, Spider-Man's figure reappeared, clinging to a steel beam hoisted by one of the cranes. The people erupted with excitement, bursting into cheers and applause for this indomitable hero. Peter raised his arm, flinging a web to swing from the crane toward the Osborn building. Meanwhile, Su-Ming had found Gwen hidden in a dark cabinet. At that moment, she was clutching the antidote tightly in both hands, her stubborn gaze warily fixed on the strange man before her. "Your part is done. Leave the rest to me. Go find somewhere safe," Su-Ming said gently. His calm tone soothed the tension in Gwen's heart. "What about Spider-Man?" she asked, unable to hide her concern for the boyfriend she loved. Hearing this, Su-Ming smiled faintly and glanced outside. Through the glass window, his extraordinary vision picked out the small but resolute figure of Spider-Man racing through the air. "Don't worry, he's on his way." But Gwen wasn't ready to trust the stranger in front of her. She insisted on handing the antidote only to her father or to Spider-Man. Su-Ming didn't argue. His only task was to take down the lizard. Whether anyone used the antidote was none of his concern. "Sorry," he thought to himself, "I'm just a bounty hunter without attachments." After bidding Gwen farewell, Su-Ming tuned in to the noises upstairs. In a flash, he vanished from Gwen's sight. When Su-Ming reached the rooftop, the lizard had already loaded the genetic toxin into the dispersal device and was watching it expectantly. The countdown had begun. Su-Ming fixed the lizard with a burning gaze and calmly drew a throwing knife. He knew this lizard had powerful healing and regenerative abilities. If one knife wasn't enough, he'd use two. If two didn't work, he'd add more. By the time nearly 10 knives glinted in Su-Ming's hand, the lizard wavered. Fear crept into the lizard's eyes. Massive as he was, the lizard moved with surprising agility, trying to dodge the deadly attack hurtling toward him. Su-Ming let out a cold, dismissive snort. "If I let you escape again, I might as well hang on my bounty hunter badge for good." With a flick of his wrist, he released the blades, 80% of his strength behind the throw. 10 streaks of cold steel sliced through the air, whistling straight at the lizard, the force so fierce it sent Su-Ming's hair whipping wildly about his face. Desperation set in as the lizard realized every escape route was cut off. In a panic, he tried to wrench up a steel floor panel as a shield, but it was far too late. The supersonic knives became swift and lethal verdicts, piercing the lizard's body through and through in an instant. The hulking lizard man was riddled with gaping wounds from the forceful throwing knives, his severed arm shattered midair by another flying blade before it could even hit the ground. At last, a final knife struck, and the lizard man's head burst into a cloud of blood and mist. Thus, the wretched life of Dr. Connors came to its definitive end. Su-Ming surveyed the carnage at his feet, fragments of flesh and bones scattered everywhere, and a confident smile played across his lips. "If you can still get up after being shredded like this, I'll have to hand it to you." Just then, a strand of web caught on the launcher. Little Spider-Man had arrived. Peter landed in a stumble, nearly losing his balance, but when he quickly glanced around, the only one in sight was Su-Ming. There was no sign of the lizard man. He was just about to speak when the countdown on the launching device emitted a warning. 30 seconds remaining. Peter glanced at the device and saw the green gene toxin inside. Though he remained on guard, wary of a possible attack from the hidden lizard man, time was running out. He had no choice but to scramble up the launcher and attempt to remove the toxin. Detective Richards' voice called out from nearby. "That's Gwen's gift for you." Peter's eyes lit up at the sight of the glowing antidote, but it was already too late to wait for it to reach him. He tried to shoot a web to snatch the antidote back, but his web shooter sputtered, throwing sparks, malfunctioning. Damn it! Of all times, why now? Peter and Detective George both felt panic rising. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed before their eyes. The antidote shot towards Spider-Man, as if struck by a cue ball. It was Su Ming. Considering they might cross paths again in the future, he chose to lend Peter Parker a hand at this critical moment. He flicked a playing card, propelling the antidote at speed. Spider-Man's eyes brightened as he caught the antidote, cranking his spider agility to the maximum. Click, click, click. He swiftly popped open the vial chamber, swapping out the gene toxin for the antidote. A beam of brilliant blue light shot toward the sky, exploding among the clouds and illuminating all of New York City. Blue snowflakes drifted down gently, like a man-made rain. Below, the agents who had been infected by the green gene toxin watched as the blue snowflakes dissolved the scales on their skin, restoring its natural color. The police lights still flashed, but the sirens and gunfire had faded into silence. Blue snowflakes brought a rare peace to the city of New York. Yet it wasn't the antidote serum that truly calmed people's hearts. It was the presence of two individuals. A sea of cameras and news choppers delivered a panoramic visual spectacle to every corner of the city. Nothing about Su Ming and Spider-Man's actions escaped the public eye. Everyone understood. This wasn't a movie, nor a drill. This was reality, unfolding right before them. People stood for a long time, savoring the memory of the two heroes who had just saved them, Spider-Man and that other guy. That's right, the elegant man who had captured everyone's imagination with only a few brief moments on screen. But no one knew who he was. A collective sense of restless frustration welled up in everyone's heart. In a villa somewhere in Manhattan, Norman Osborn switched off the television and picked up a glass of red wine, swirling it gently. The deep crimson of the wine reminded him of that graceful, scarlet figure. I never expected that by casually issuing a task, I'd attract someone of that caliber. I really underestimated New York's underworld. He reached for the phone, instructing his men to raise the bounty to $1 million, and reminded them to treat this bounty hunter with the utmost respect. After all, someone that powerful must not become an enemy. At that moment, a harsh, irritable voice echoed in his mind. Norman, it's time to move the plan forward. He frowned slightly. Being a business genius, he despised the feeling of being interfered with at any moment. The wine glass in his hand shattered with a sharp crack. On the rooftop of the Osborn building, watching Peter and Gwen embrace passionately, oblivious to both himself and Captain George, Su Ming felt out of place in this atmosphere. He stuck his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. Wait a second. Captain George called out to Su Ming. He couldn't quite handle watching his beloved daughter get so close to another man right in front of him, so he shifted his attention to Su Ming. Oh, is there something you need, Captain? Su Ming was a little surprised. He didn't recall having any connection with his captain. Thank you. Su Ming smiled. It turned out to be a thank you. He waved his hand casually. No need for thanks, Captain. I'm just a bounty hunter, and loyalty to the job is my professional code. Captain George didn't quite agree, shaking his head with a gentle smile. I can tell you're a formidable gentleman. When it comes to the lizard incident, I doubt Spider-Man could have handled it alone. He might have even gotten people killed. Your presence put us all at ease. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, amused by Captain George's clumsy attempt to conceal Peter's identity. It seemed the captain was gradually coming to accept Spider-Man, little knowing that Su Ming already knew everything. Then it struck him, if he remembered right, in the original storyline, someone really did die. And that someone was you, Captain. At that thought, Su Ming felt that this round of gratitude was well-deserved. He smiled, nodded to the captain, and turned to leave. Please wait. Sir. Su Ming rolled his eyes slightly. What was this? One after another. Was he really this popular? None of them even knew who he was, did they? He recognized Spider-Man's voice and turned back politely. What is it, Spidey? Supported by Gwen, Peter limped over to stand before Su Ming. Thank you for your help, sir. Would you mind exchanging phone numbers? You're incredible. I mean, I really hope to get to know a gentleman as powerful as you. Gwen watched Su Ming with curious, glimmering eyes, her expression tinged with a bit of awkward restraint. She worried that her earlier wariness might have offended this formidable stranger. Without thinking, Su Ming replied, No problem, Peter. As he reached for his phone, he could sense something unusual in the air. Everyone present had turned their gaze toward him, and even Su Ming, with his ironclad composure, felt a faint flush rise to his cheeks. Damn, that slipped out. Su Ming racked his brain, searching for a way to explain how he knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man, but nothing came to mind. To his surprise, Peter simply pulled off his mask with a cheerful flourish. His youthful, handsome face broke into a smile. Sir, no matter how you found out who I am, as a friend, the least I could do is not hide my face from you. Well, would you look at that? The kid seemed straightforward, but clearly had plenty of wit. He just took off his mask, right here, standing between his girlfriend and her father, no less. That takes nerve, but I'm still wearing my mask. Isn't he putting me on the spot here? This little rascal, he's clever. Gwen and her father hadn't expected Peter to play this so brilliantly, turning the tables. They looked at Su Ming with renewed curiosity, a hint of mischief flickering in their eyes. Noticing Su Ming's hesitation, Peter said understandingly, "Sir, you don't have to remove your mask. Since you already know who I am, it doesn't really matter whether Spider-Man's mask is on or off in front of you." Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Since Peter was being so open, he couldn't be less forthcoming himself. With a smile, he said, "Peter, it's a pleasure. I'm a bounty hunter, codenamed Destiny. Here's my number. I'm glad to call you a friend." After formally introducing himself, Su Ming leaned in closer to Peter and whispered, "My name is Su Ming. I'm staying at the Manhattan Hotel. If you ever need help, you know where to find me." With that, he gave a courteous bow to Captain George Stacy and his daughter, his manner radiating a touch of aristocratic grace. He turned and walked away, light on his feet and full of effortless poise. Peter's breath caught, his lips trembling with excitement, his eyes shining as he watched Su Ming leave. He could hardly believe that this elegant and powerful man had entrusted him with his real identity, had even told him exactly where he was staying. Such open trust was overwhelming. Peter clenched his fists in determination. He resolved then and there to follow Su Ming's example, to become someone equally graceful and strong. As Su Ming's figure faded into the distance, Peter Parker's eyes brimmed with admiration. After all, at heart he was still a student, a child in many ways, despite having awakened extraordinary abilities. Even though he had stopped many crimes before, he never really thought of himself as a hero. When it came to this latest incident, Peter actually felt guilty inside. He blamed himself for having once, out of vanity, revealed the genetic decay rate algorithm to Dr. Connors. What's more, in the end, it wasn't him who defeated the lizard and saved everyone. It was Su Ming. All he did was install the antidote into the dispersal device, which had always been his responsibility in the first place. Without Su Ming, Peter couldn't even imagine what kind of price he would have had to pay to face the lizard alone. He might not have survived at all. He stood for a long time, gazing in the direction where Su Ming had disappeared. This man, who had saved him more than once, radiated a powerful charisma, reliable and reassuring, the sort of person anyone would long to emulate. Peter made up his mind. He had to go as soon as possible, or rather, tomorrow. Tomorrow, he would go to the Manhattan Hotel to find Su Ming and see firsthand how he tackled and solved all kinds of challenges. After bidding farewell to Peter and his friends, Su Ming had barely walked a short distance when his phone began ringing urgently. Alyssa's aggrieved voice came through from the other end. "Boss, it's all your fault. My phone hasn't stopped ringing since last night." Su Ming was left scratching his head, though this wasn't the best time to discuss it over the phone. "We'll talk when I get back." The next morning, at the Manhattan Hotel. Good morning, viewers. As you can see behind me stands the Osborne Tower, which was ravaged last night. A lizard man, the product of genetic experiments, tried to release the very serum that mutated him across the entire city. In the end, after tireless efforts, the New York Police Department managed to foil his deranged plan. The reporter's eyes practically rolled. According to investigations, the lizard man was none other than Dr. Curtis Connors, a researcher at Oscorp in charge of a major genetic project. For decades, he sought to restore his lost arm through genetic engineering, and finally created a serum capable of altering human DNA. But in his eagerness, he tested the serum on himself, turning into a monster and causing massive destruction to both the surrounding neighborhoods and Oscorp Tower. So far, Oscorp has not issued any official statement regarding the incident. And as for Spider-Man, I'm sure everyone is familiar with him. Since his first appearance, this agile figure has been a source of controversy. Some call him a superhero upholding justice, while others see him as a lawless troublemaker. Nonetheless, I believe that whenever the public faces danger, people would hope for someone like him to appear in time and protect them. Furthermore, during last night's emergency broadcast, a mysterious figure made an appearance, the Crimson Silver Duke. That's right, although we don't know his real name yet, it seems everyone is happy to call him by that title. This enigmatic and elegant man left a deep impression on us with his striking looks and extraordinary abilities. Who is he truly? Will New York City now have another superhero in its midst? Or perhaps, has it gained a new outlaw? What do you think? This is Christine Elliott, bringing you the latest report. Christine, of course, is a reporter who once shared a memorable night with Tony Stark at a California Bay villa, only to be unceremoniously sent away by Pepper, his assistant. Boss. Watching Alyssa, arms flung wide, shrieking as she ran toward him and finally managed to cling to him. Su Ming could only give a wry smile. He gently stroked her smooth waist and patted her lightly, hinting that her enthusiasm was a bit much, and she should hop down now. Though, he had to admit, she did feel wonderful. "Boss, you were amazing. I adore you." As she slid off Su Ming, Alyssa's emerald blue eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at him, a flush coloring her cheeks. "Did you hear them? They're calling you the Crimson Silver Duke. That name fits you so well, the way you look when you're on a mission. They really do know how to name someone." Yes, Su Ming was now famous. Ever since he showcased his formidable skills and graceful demeanor on camera last night, the people of New York had gained a new enigmatic idol. At the moment, the mainstream media was abuzz with heated debates about Su Ming and Spider-Man, with coverage flooding every channel. But for now, Su Ming was taking center stage. That dazzling crimson suit, the intricately carved silver mask, his jet black hair, and elegant poise, he had captured the hearts of countless women. It was a direct hit to their hearts. Who could possibly prefer a spider when there was such a refined and powerful gentleman to admire? Even though the public knew nothing about Su Ming, that didn't stop them from bestowing upon him a fitting, noble moniker, the Crimson Silver Duke. As a man himself, Su Ming tasted the title in his mind, quietly grumbling to himself. That's it. Honestly, Americans really do name things in the most straightforward, clumsy way. It's so awkward. Clearly, Su Ming wasn't all that pleased with his unexpected nickname. But Alyssa's next words jolted him out of his thoughts. Osborne Industries' payment just came in, but it's not the originally agreed $600,000. It's a full $1 million. They even called specifically to express their respect and warm regards to you. Alyssa, who had only just calmed down, grew excited all over again as she talked about the mission's reward. Right then, she transformed into a little money grubber, her eyes practically sparkling with dollar signs. "It's only been a few days. How did you close $1 million deal already?" Following the boss is hands down the smartest decision I've ever made in my life, bar none. The reason Alyssa was so thrilled was that, in all her years, she'd never earned such a hefty reward from a single mission. A full $1 million. Ever since she met Su Ming, Alyssa felt as if her emotions had been riding a roller coaster. No such thing as the highest high. There was always another thrill waiting. It was exhilarating beyond words. This, she thought, is the life she truly wanted. Su Ming, meanwhile, was pondering why the Osborns had suddenly upped the commission this time. These capitalists, they all show the same face, bullying the weak, fearing the strong. They just want me to stay out of their messy business, as long as the money keeps coming in. Unless there's profit to be made, that is. Thinking back to when Obadiah had put on a show of compensating him with $500,000, Su Ming realized their tactics were all cut from the same cloth. He smirked in disdain, then turned his attention back to why Alyssa, a seasoned bounty hunter, was calling to vent her frustrations. At the mention of this, Alyssa's excited smile crumbled, and she began her tale with a hint of grievance. It turned out that, while Su Ming was working his magic on TV, many people had gotten hold of the Destiny hotline through their dealings. This wasn't much of a secret. In fact, that number was a new one Alyssa had set up since she was handling this mission on behalf of the team. The result? Alyssa's phone was bombarded with calls. All sorts of business offers poured in, and poor Alyssa was suddenly transformed into a switchboard operator. She didn't get a wink of sleep all night. "My phone finally overheated and it shut down, which was the only reason I managed to use my old number to call you for help. Boss, can you see these dark circles under my eyes?" Looking at Alyssa, who was putting on a pitiful act, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. With a generous flourish, he sent her a $100,000 bonus as compensation for her lost beauty sleep. "Ah, boss, moi, love you." Alyssa, brimming with excitement, threw her arms around Su Ming's neck and planted a big, noisy kiss on his cheek. This girl, amused and exasperated, Su Ming wiped the lipstick from his face and motioned for Alyssa to continue. Alyssa, all business again, pulled out a notebook densely packed with notes. Every single call and its request meticulously recorded. There were 15 assassination requests, with commissions ranging from $100,000 to $300,000. 8 requests for bodyguard services, with fees from $50,000 to $200,000. There was even one job to catch a cheating spouse, with an astonishing $400,000 on offer. But the most outrageous part, no fewer than 20 calls were invitations for Su Ming to dinner. As for the price, they were willing to pay whatever he asked. What the heck? What do they take me for? Listening to Alyssa's summary of the requests, Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but wonder, were those dinner invitations really about dinner? With that, Su Ming fell into deep thought. It took several days of effort to complete a mission to kill a single lizard man, scouring every corner above and below ground. and the reward was just 600,000. Even when the payout eventually rose to 1 million, it was only thanks to someone else's feigned generosity. The cost-performance ratio was way too low. Not to mention those utterly outrageous commissions. Sure, the bounty sometimes reached several 100,000, but it was still far from enough. After all, in the system's marketplace, any talent worth buying started at 1 million or 10 million, and there were plenty that cost over 100 million. And that's not even considering future upgrades. Those could easily run into the tens or even hundreds of billions. At this rate, with this kind of payout, damn it, what's the difference between earning pocket change from bounty missions and my old days delivering takeout? Might as well go to a Fuhin and hunt down bandits instead. Over there, even the bounty for a small terror cell was over 2 million. At that thought, Su Ming's eyes lit up. It sounded like a promising gold mine. After sending off Elisa, who was still riding the high of excitement, Su Ming finally had a moment to rest in peace. Even though his superhuman stamina kept fatigue at bay, the last few days had been so packed that his mind needed a break. After a hot shower, he stretched out comfortably on his bed, quietly brewing his next plan. He was, after all, a bounty hunter worth tens of millions, even if he didn't have much cash left at the moment. Ordinary commissions could no longer satisfy his growing hunger for bigger numbers. If I clear out a gold farming dungeon, earning $8 or $10 million shouldn't be an issue. Look at those terrorists shouting about freedom and holy wars while pillaging and murdering. They're public enemies of the world. Everyone wants them gone, and he just happened to have the ability to do it. No need to be envious. This job isn't something just anyone can handle. A single Hydra thug had a bounty of $5,000. Those high-level terrorists, even the small fry, should fetch at least 5,000 apiece. There are plenty of enemies of the world, and a Fuhin is crawling with them. That settles it. First, sweep through a Fuhin, then clear out Somalia. Those terrorists and pirates who cause headaches for nations everywhere would soon become mere numbers swelling his bank account. With his next steps clear, Su Ming began to reflect on his abilities. Soaring through the air on his flying daggers was undeniably exhilarating. Why did it feel strangely familiar? Wasn't this the same principle as Thor flying around by swinging his hammer? The difference was Thor was a god with limitless stamina, while he... Just then, the system notification chimed. Plus $1,000,000,000. Account balance, $2,835,000. Elisa had just transferred the mission commission, though he had already spent $300,000 hiring and rewarding her. Back to his earlier thoughts, Thor might have infinite stamina, but Su Ming did not. Using the same flight method, there was no way he could match the God of Thunder. Looking at the upgrade screen for physical enhancement. Physical enhancement LV1, physical enhancement LV2. Permanently increases stamina by 20 points. Cost, $2 million. Wow, it's as if this amount was calculated down to the last dollar. Looks like there's no chance of saving money. Su Ming truly lives up to the name of the four-legged gold eater, adult version. As Su Ming's gaze lingered on the physical enhancement upgrade screen, the system detected his hesitation and chimed in with a prompt. Do you wish to upgrade? $2,000,000,000. Talent upgrade successful. Remaining account balance, $835,000. A faint itch tingled through his body. His muscles felt denser, his bones sturdier, yet outwardly, his physique showed little change. After evolving to possess Deadpool-level regeneration, it seemed that ordinary upgrades could hardly bring any obvious sensation to Su Ming. He opened his attributes panel. Golden data streams shimmered and assembled into a holographic display before his eyes. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Stamina, 35. Current balance, $835,000. Current talents, Deadpool-level regeneration, Dynamic Vision LV.2, Jeet Kune Do Mastery, Physical Enhancement LV2, Faceless Mask, Danger Sense LV1, Precision Throw LV2, Sketching Mastery. Seeing the 20-point increase in stamina, Su Ming realized he had no real sense of what this boost meant for him just yet. I need to find somewhere suitable to test it out. With a glance around, he dressed casually and left the hotel building. Wandering the streets of Manhattan, Su Ming still hadn't settled on a way to test the extent of his physical enhancement. He had only just adjusted to his last upgrade. At least now, he no longer broke household items so easily. Yet, during this outing alone, he'd already ruined 2 pairs of shoes and torn 3 shirts. Alyssa always bought him quality clothes, and while money wasn't an issue, going through them at this rate felt terribly wasteful. Stepping lightly, he passed by an abandoned factory and caught sight of some rusted steel coils inside. Su Ming's eyes lit up with an idea. Leaping over the fence with ease, he was astonished to find that his body alone now allowed him to jump over a dozen meters without effort. If he pushed himself, he could probably leap over 100 meters from standstill. Is this 20-point stamina boost really this insane? Muttering to himself, Su-Ming walked up to one of the steel coils, gripped the base with both hands, and with a surge of strength, lifted the entire coil off the ground. He held the massive coil for about a minute, straining only a little, then casually tossed it aside. When the steel coil hit the ground, it landed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su-Ming recalled reading about steel coils before, each one weighing somewhere between 15 and 30 tons. Even an ordinary truck would hesitate to haul more than a few of these. The fact that he could lift one now suggested his strength must be around 20 tons, at most not exceeding 40 tons. This discovery gave Su-Ming a rough sense of his current physical capabilities. A faint smile played on his lips as a green figure appeared in his mind. Maybe, just maybe, he could even go toe-to-toe with the Hulk now. Back at the hotel, he asked Elisa to book him a flight to Afun. "Boss, is this a new mission?" Elisa's eyes sparkled with excitement at Su-Ming's request, her eagerness barely contained. "It's not a mission, just some charity work." Still thinking about the hefty bounties on those terrorists and recalling Elisa's formidable hacking skills, Su-Ming had her search online for terrorist strongholds to provide remote support when the time came. Elisa assumed Su-Ming was off to play the hero with no money to be made, and her enthusiasm waned, until he added, 200,000 for the reward. In an instant, Elisa transformed into a powerhouse, clutching her laptop and working away with relentless energy. Shaking his head in resignation, Su-Ming donned his crimson suit and concealed daggers, setting out for the airport without further delay. By the time Peter Parker finished school and hurried excitedly to the Manhattan Hotel, Su-Ming was already on his flight. On his way home, the young Spider-Man kicked a pebble in frustration. "Damn, if it weren't for that robbery I ran into, I wouldn't have been delayed catching the bad guys. I could have gone out with Mr. Sue by now. Ugh, that beautiful woman just now. She must be Mr. Sue's girlfriend." Peter couldn't help but recall Elisa's striking features, her tall figure, a blend of languid elegance and spirited charm. Mr. Sue really does have great taste. There's just no weakness to this man. Afun, huh? How I wish I could go. Afun, Gemera. Clad in his crimson suit and silver mask, Su-Ming surveyed the scene before him, nearly cursing aloud. After arriving at the airport and changing outfits, he followed Elisa's directions, flinging his daggers as he soared through the air. At last, he arrived at a small terrorist outpost. But what he saw took him aback. Smoke hung heavy in the air, and corpses lay scattered on the ground. Someone had beaten him to the punch and cleared the place out. Seriously? I came all this way just to find an empty nest. A little annoyed, Su-Ming thought back to the 200,000 he'd given Elisa for remote support. If he couldn't even break even, he'd be at a real loss. Suddenly, an explosion thundered from afar. He turned his gaze in that direction, his superhuman vision zooming in on events miles away across the plains in an instant. "So it's you, huh?" Enlightenment dawned. Su-Ming spotted a metallic figure gleaming in the distance, unleashing devastation with unrivaled might. It was none other than Iron Man. "So, the mechanical armor's already a finished product, huh?" He watched as Tony Stark, clad in his iconic red and gold suit, tore through another terrorist base with astounding ease. Su-Ming quickly hurled a throwing knife, which, guided by a specially designed cord, shot forward in a streak of light. "Hey, Tony, save some for me." One day earlier, at a business cocktail party, Stark Industries was mired in scandal. The reason? At his previous press conference, Tony Stark had boldly announced that Stark Industries would cease all weapons development and sales. And yet, Stark made weapons that turned up in the midst of the violent unrest in Gemera. Reports about Gemera flooded the media. People were being forced from their homes by warlords. Refugees wandered without shelter, compelled to live among the ruins of neighboring villages. A woman, clutching a photograph of her husband, wore an expression of utter despair. Her husband had been kidnapped by the warlords, perhaps forced into their army, or perhaps already dead. There were many others who had lost loved ones. They anxiously showed faded photographs to passers-by, desperate for any news. A young boy, his face streaked with dust, asked in confusion, "Where are my mom and dad?" Hope for survival was in short supply. All people could do was cling to the faint dream that someone might come to save them. And the true culprits were a group of foreign warlords, whom the locals called freedom fighters. Heavily armed and driven by clear purpose, they ruthlessly dealt with anyone who dared stand in their way. All because they wielded powerful weapons, manufactured by Stark. Tony stared at the photos handed to him by Christine Everhart, a journalist who had once shared his bed. The images were irrefutable proof of Stark weapons running rampant. One photo even featured a close-up of the Jericho missile. As Tony faced the sharp questioning from Christine, he could not help but recall their past intimacy. You still have a nerve to show your face here? Is this your idea of responsibility? Tony, too, found it hard to believe what was happening before his eyes. Immersed in developing his armor, he'd been oblivious to the world outside. He really had ordered the company to stop producing and selling weapons. But the evidence was undeniable. Clearly, someone within the company was openly defying his orders. Even so, Tony felt compelled to explain himself, though his words sounded hollow. I never authorized this. Just because you didn't approve it doesn't mean your company didn't. Infuriated, Tony marched across the ballroom, photos in hand, and confronted Obadiah, only to be met with feigned concern. Tony, you're so naive. Who do you think pushed you out? I did it to protect you. When Tony returned home, his face was expressionless as he performed the final test on the weapon systems of his armor. The television broadcast harrowing scenes from Gemera, fueling the fire in Tony's heart until the weapon system test was finally completed. All systems normal. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Tony stomped onto the base of his suit. In a flash of technological brilliance, the armor wrapped around his body. Tony would not allow Stark Industries to become an accomplice to bloody colonization. Flames jetting from his hands and feet, Tony flew through the night toward Gemera. Iron Man, Tony Stark's very first preemptive strike. High above, Su-Ming had just approached the stronghold. Before even landing, he flung more than a dozen throwing knives straight into the densest cluster of terrorists. The knives sliced through the sound barrier like a barrage of missiles, tearing toward the terrorist base. A combat squad of over a dozen men was reduced to scattered limbs under the merciless impact of the blades. There were no dazzling explosions, just the cold gleam of steel flashing through the air as these self-proclaimed freedom fighters were swiftly cut to pieces. Eliminated Freedom Fighter Bounty Thug, reward plus $10,000. Eliminated Freedom Fighter Bounty Bandit, reward plus $8,000. Eliminated Freedom Fighter Bounty Thug, reward plus $10,000. As the system notifications echoed in Su-Ming's mind, his eyes lit up. I knew this would work. All the while, his hands didn't pause for a second, flinging playing cards like he had an endless supply. To be honest, using throwing knives on these thugs who relied solely on weapons and brute force was a bit of a waste. Luckily, Su-Ming had brought plenty of playing cards with him, more than enough to go around. Without mercy, he harvested the lives of these rampaging warlords on a massive scale. On the other side of the battlefield, Stark, using Jarvis's smart display, quickly locked onto this unexpected intruder. His pupils contracted. It was him, that bounty hunter again. Tony's chest reactor thrummed involuntarily as he watched the playing cards reap through the bandits. That familiar feeling, that familiar presence. Holy crap, is this guy here to take me out again? A chill crept through Tony's heart, but he wasn't too worried. Experience had taught him that, while this bounty hunter was absurdly strong, he was still a man of reason. At the very least, when it came to money, he was a gentleman. Su-Ming's sudden appearance threw Tony off his game, causing his actions to lag for a brief moment. Just then, a tank fired a shell at him. Distracted, Tony missed Jarvis's warning. A thunderous explosion sent clouds of yellow sand billowing into the air. Only after the blast did Tony realize Jarvis's alarms had gone silent. Hey, Tony, what a coincidence, long time no see. Su-Ming landed beside the armored hero, his polite voice sounding right in Tony's ear. After repeated trials while traveling, Su-Ming had mastered the art of altering his flight direction midair. It wasn't particularly complicated, just toss another throwing knife to adjust course. With the strength Su-Ming possessed now, it was a simple feat. Watching the replay through Jarvis, Tony saw that the bounty hunter had thrown a knife at the very instant he touched down. The terrifying thing was that, after this flying dagger shattered the tank shell midair, it didn't lose momentum and blasted a gaping hole right through another tank farther away. Even without watching the footage, Tony could now clearly see the scenery on the other side of the tank through its front. What the hell? How is this even humanly possible? He seems even stronger than last time. Hearing Su-Ming greet him, Tony kept his composure, as usual. Hey there, bounty hunter. Oh wait, I suppose I should call you Mr. Crimson Silverduke. Long time no see. Are you here to kill me again this time? As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis still wasn't quite sophisticated enough at this point. It couldn't understand why Mr. Stark would ask such an illogical question, or why his tone even carried a hint of familiarity. Su-Ming hadn't expected Tony to actually know that painfully awkward nickname of his. He twitched at the corner of his mouth, then managed a slight smile. Dear Tony, don't worry. I'm just as surprised as you are, but running into you here is pure coincidence. For $50 million, I haven't accepted any job to kill you, at least for now. Tony paused, a weight lifting from his mind for the moment. He gritted his teeth. This guy's way of talking was really infuriating. But there was nothing he could do. After all, the man did have the strength to back it up. Thinking that, at least, he wasn't here to kill him, Tony's curiosity got the better of him. So what are you here for? New contract. Su-ming shook his head and replied. I just find these guys an eyesore. Tony, let's make a deal. Leave them all to me. Why don't you take a break on the sidelines? Tony immediately bristled. He still had some pent-up anger. How could he just stand down now? No way. Well, I guess we'll see who's faster. Before the words were even out of his mouth, Iron Man suddenly took off, hurtling toward the Warlord's stronghold. SHIELD, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Inside the Triskelion, the number of agents bustling about had clearly dwindled. Director Nick Fury rubbed the bridge of his nose in exhaustion. Lately, mutant activity had been ramping up. They seemed to be brewing something big. Even after deploying so many people, he still didn't have any useful intel to show for it. This left the old soldier, a veteran of World War II, feeling more than a little frustrated. He had hoped to complete his plan before any new instability or crisis erupted, but now it seemed that idea had been a bit naive. The tangled, ever-shifting situation simply wouldn't allow him to carry out the Avengers' initiative step by step as he'd hoped. It's time to get started. A few names flashed through his mind, but the one he favored most was still the Crimson Silver Duke, who turned the tide in New York. He wondered how the assignments he'd sent to the New York division were coming along. Would it kill them to send back a little word? Young people these days, truly unreliable. With that thought, Nick Fury pressed the communicator. Before long, Agent Hill, dressed crisply in her fitted uniform, appeared before Old Nick with her usual efficiency. Any news on the Crimson Silver Duke? Agent Hill knew the director held special expectations for this enigmatic figure, and she herself couldn't deny a growing curiosity about him. Recalling the latest information she had just received, Agent Hill let out a wry smile. Director Fury, news from New York just arrived. They discovered through the underground market that the Crimson Silver Duke's codename is Destiny. They also managed to get his contact information and have called more than once, expressing a wish to meet him. But so far, there's been no response. Nick Fury turned his one good eye thoughtfully. The direction of the investigation was right. So where had things gone wrong? A thought struck him, and he asked, how did they try to reach him? I mean, what exactly did they say over the phone to arrange a meeting? Agent Hill's expression twisted into an exasperated smile. They, invited him to dinner, told him he could set the price. Though Hill herself found this approach absurd, she could only report the facts as they were. Listening to her report, the veins on Fury's smooth bald head bulged and throbbed. A few seconds later, an explosive roar shook the spacious office. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, in the dry winds of Afohin, in Gemera, as Su-ming and Tony competed to see who could take down more bandits, the distant cries of women and children drifted in from the nearby town. Their eyes met, competitive sparks flying in the air between them. No words were needed. The two streaked toward the town like shooting stars. Jarvis tallied the enemy casualties. Tony ordered his AI assistant as he flew. When designing this suit, Tony had poured in all his engineering genius, pushing its capabilities to the limit. The armor boasted over 100 functions, including combat recording and statistics. Certainly, Mr. Stark, the current tally is 54 enemies eliminated. Congratulations on your impressive performance. A confident smile curled beneath Tony's bearded chin. The anger that had fueled him was slowly being soothed by the rising count of defeated foes, replaced by the burning determination of a tech genius who refused to lose. He'd suffered a setback at Su-ming's hands before. No way was he going to let that happen again. Glancing at Su-ming, who was also soaring through the air, Tony had an idea. Jarvis, count how many enemies Crimson Silver Duke has taken down. Jarvis's voice, tinged with its mechanical undertone, responded in the helmet. All right, Mr. Stark. According to the statistics, Mr. Crimson Silver Duke has currently taken down 136 enemies. He truly is a genius on the battlefield. Tony's confident smile froze in an instant. All his life, Tony had been hailed as a genius countless times, but now, from the mouth of his own personally engineered AI assistant, that title had been bestowed upon someone else. This left Tony Stark deeply unsettled. His pride simply couldn't accept it. Taking a deep breath, Tony fixed his gaze intently on the town ahead, silently pushing his suit to full throttle. With a sudden eruption of flame from his suit's hands and feet, the Iron Man armor surged forward, the metal frame accelerating in a flash, leaving Su-ming far behind. Su-ming, for his part, could have pushed himself a little harder and flown at top speed, easily outpacing Tony and reaching the destination first. But he didn't. Instead, he chose to keep pace with Tony, simply out of curiosity. After all, what man could possibly resist the irresistible allure of a combat mech? Su-Ming was no exception. The moment he saw Tony transform into Iron Man, he wanted nothing more than to admire that suit up close. Still, no matter how fascinating, business came first, especially with an aggravating competitor stealing his targets. I can't just finish him off with a single fiery slash, can I? This isn't some retro video game. Earlier, caught up in the heat of battle, Su-Ming hadn't had a single moment to study that spectacular armor. Now he finally had his chance. Tony really lives up to his reputation as a genius. The design, the functions, the look, absolutely stunning. Watching the suit beside him, flames shooting from its limbs, Su-Ming couldn't help but swallow hard. He'd checked the system shop before. There was simply no way to buy such a marvel of pure technology. It was all supernatural powers there. We always long for what we can't have. Su-Ming wondered if he should find an opportunity to ask Tony for a suit of armor to play with. He'd definitely have plenty of chances in the future. Just then, noticing Tony accelerating, Su-Ming hurriedly tossed another flying blade to catch up. But he misjudged his strength, and his body shot toward the town at a speed far beyond Tony's. Tony felt the pressure on his body, knowing he was already pushing his speed to the absolute limit. That infuriating flash of red was gone from his view, and Tony couldn't help but let a smile slip onto his lips. Just as he was about to lock onto his target and launch an attack, a blur streaked past him with a rush of wind. The speed was so great that even Jarvis's sensors struggled to track it. But from the hint of crimson, Tony knew at once it was Su-Ming, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. "Are you kidding me?" He stared in a daze as the figure landed, demolishing an entire row of houses and sending up a massive cloud of dust. Tony broke into a delighted grin. Serve you right for showing off. He had already forgotten all about being left in the dust just moments ago. Su-Ming had to admit, after his physical upgrade, he still couldn't quite control his strength at will. On top of that, he'd only learned to fly in the past few days, so his landing this time was rather clumsy. By the time he crawled out of the rubble, Tony had already rescued several civilians who had been lined up against a wall, moments away from execution by the bandits. What the hell is this? It wasn't that he particularly cared about the lives and deaths of these refugees. What truly got under Su-Ming's skin was having his prey stolen, his Achilles heel. After all, he was a bounty hunter without a shred of sentiment. He turned his gaze toward the bandit under the truck, who was holding a woman and child hostage. "Stop, or I'll kill them." Tony froze at the command, halting mid-action. Of course, stopping wasn't really an option, Tony thought to himself. He only paused to give Jarvis a better chance to scan and lock onto the enemies. Just as Jarvis finished scanning the last opponent, several icy flashes streaked through the air. Each of the bandits holding hostages suddenly sported a thin, almost imperceptible fatal wound atop their heads. Their eyes went dull in an instant. Weapons slipped from their hands, and they collapsed into lifeless bodies on the ground. You have eliminated a freedom fighter bounty leader. Bounty reward, $50,000. You have eliminated a freedom fighter bounty leader. Bounty reward, $40,000. You have eliminated a freedom fighter bounty leader. Bounty reward, $40,000. The system notifications chimed in, and Su-Ming was delighted to discover that some of these were minor leaders, with noticeably higher bounties. How satisfying. Behind his iron mask, Tony pursed his lips in a pout. He watched as the targets he'd locked on were now being marked as harmless by Jarvis. Though Tony was reluctant to admit it, he courteously gave Su-Ming a thumbs up. "Bro, that was pretty quick." The mechanical arm compartment swung open, releasing a miniature missile that, propelled by a burst of flame, shot straight at the enemy tank. Before it could hit, Iron Man, Tony Stark, turned away with his signature flare. Amid the thunderous explosion, the last tank was blown to smithereens. With that, the main force of the Gamera rebel warlord was essentially wiped out. There was a reason Su-Ming hadn't bothered to compete with Tony for the last tank. His steps halted beside a Jericho missile truck. The system suddenly popped up a valuation screen, leaving Su-Ming momentarily stunned. Jericho missile truck, with 3 missiles, appraised at $120 million. Holy crap, this thing cost that much. Su-Ming was dumbfounded by the endless string of zeros before him. No wonder Tony Stark was swimming in money. No wonder Obadiah would go against Tony's orders just to keep selling weapons. No wonder Tony's existence made so many power brokers green with envy, even putting a price on his head. No wonder America loved stirring up wars overseas so much. This arms business really was just too lucrative. Su-Ming snapped back to reality and glanced at Tony without drawing attention. Tony was still busy dealing with the tank. Eagerly, Su-Ming set his hand on the hood of the Jericho missile truck. The massive instrument of war instantly vaporized, dissolving into a stream of data that vanished before Su Ming's eyes. Exchange successful. Plus $120,000,000. Account balance, $124,485,000. Staring at the long string of numbers on his account, Su Ming took a deep breath. We've struck it rich. Su Ming had come to Afghanistan with only one goal in mind, to make money. He'd taken out quite a few terrorists and already pocketed over $3 million in bounties, so he felt the trip had definitely been worthwhile. When he set out, his balance was barely around $800,000, and now in less than a day, no, to be precise, in a single instant, he'd raked in $120 million. Who would have imagined it? With just one Jericho missile truck, Su Ming had stepped right into the ranks of billionaires. At that moment, Tony walked over to Su Ming and casually asked, I remember there was a Jericho here just now. Wasn't there? Did you destroy it, Mr. Silverduke? Tony's question left Su Ming at a bit of a loss. After all, that was a major weapon produced by Stark Industries, and he just turned it into cash. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Tony, long famous for his genius, had a sharp memory and quick wit. When he saw Su Ming fall silent, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Then, in his helmet, he quietly issued a command. Jarvis, replay the surveillance footage. At once, Mr. Stark. As the footage sped by, Tony's eyes grew wider and wider. That huge Jericho truck had just vanished? How was that even possible? Su Ming frowned slightly, still unsure how to answer. Seeing Su Ming's reaction, Tony seemed to have a sudden realization. He looked up enlightened. I get it. You're destroying them, aren't you? Honestly, even though I banned weapons development and sales, Obi still went behind my back and sold them. Even if you didn't destroy these things now, I'd never let them stay here to cause more harm. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Tony's imagination was really working wonders. Clearing his throat, Su Ming put on a serious face and replied, That's right, Tony. You saw through it, truly a genius. I won't let these weapons bring any more harm. It's just a bit exhausting. Yes, destroying them isn't easy. Hearing this, Tony's mood instantly brightened. After all, getting praised face-to-face by someone he respected meant far more than flattery from those sycophantic reporters. Nodding understandingly inside his iron helmet, Tony glanced around at the chaos, his excitement fading. As for fighting criminals, I wouldn't mind a little competition with you. But as for this kind of messy cleanup work, since you're so interested, I'll leave it to you, all right? Hearing this, Su Ming perked up. Tony was truly generous. What a brother. In just half a day, the two of them had destroyed no fewer than 3 strongholds belonging to rebellious warlords. Each base had a stockpile of weapons, if those could be converted into cash. But then, a question popped into his mind. Tony, don't be in such a hurry to leave. All these weapons were made by Stark Industries. Doesn't it pain you to see me destroy them? They don't look cheap. Just as Tony's armored suit was preparing to take off, Su Ming voiced his curiosity. Tony, hovering in the air, heard Su Ming's question and grinned with an easy air. If those things are here, it means they were bought. Even though I didn't approve the sale, the money still made its way back to Stark, not a penny less. So, we're not losing out. With a thunderous roar, as 4 jets of flame erupted, the ironclad figure shot into the sky, vanishing in a streak of light. A distant voice floated back, nearly lost on the wind. Mr. Silverduke, come find me. Let's hit Las Vegas together. Squinting at the shrinking silhouette, Su Ming snorted. Why can't he just say everything at once before flying off? What's with the theatrics? But since Tony hadn't fought him for the right to destroy the weapons, Su Ming decided to be magnanimous and let it slide. These weapons were worth far more than any of those wanted criminals. Rubbing his hands in excitement, he looked around at the haphazardly stacked crates emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo. In a blink, Su Ming's figure vanished from sight, transforming into a money-making sprite, darting between the mounds of arms. Piles of weaponry disappeared, one after another, as he zipped through the arsenal. Oh, this one's worth a fortune. Whoa, this one's even more expensive. Well, I underestimated you. How can this little gadget be so pricey? I'm rich. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Director Nick Fury had just finished a call with the head of the New York branch. During the call, Fury had extended his warmest regards to the family of the agent who was supposed to contact Su Ming. He then ordered the agent's transfer from his original post to security at the front gate. No doubt he would excel in such a crucial position. Even after hanging up, Fury could feel his temples throbbing. As an older man, it had been a long time since he'd been this agitated. At that moment, Agent Hill walked in. Let's hope it's good news. Nick Fury glanced up at Hill and spoke casually. Agent Hill gazed at the tirelessly dedicated director before her, a trace of sympathy in her eyes, then broke into a reassuring smile. Director Fury, it's good news. Nick Fury perked up, straightening in his seat as he prepared to hear Agent Hill's report. Hill glanced at the file resting on the desk, a file Director Fury seemed to be deliberately ignoring, then managed a wry smile and shook her head slightly, as if to reassure herself. Patience, Hill, patience. The man in front of you is a seasoned veteran. Show some respect. She launched into her crisp report. After tireless efforts from our agents, we've finally tracked the movements of Destiny. She succinctly summarized how Su Ming had seized the opportunity to fly to a Fuhin, unleashed his power in Gemera, and nearly wiped out every last militant in the rebel faction. It's also worth noting, she added, there was a mysterious figure clad in powered armor who aided Destiny in taking down the warlords. We have no leads on his identity at present. The Gemera uprising, which had been making headlines and causing an uproar, had been forcefully quelled by Su Ming's decisive actions. That is indeed good news. Nick Fury listened to Agent Hill's report, his expression growing animated as he thought to himself. Destiny truly lives up to my expectations. This compassion for saving lives, the sense of responsibility, exactly what I need. He didn't even spare a thought for Iron Man. With his mind made up, Nick Fury stood, eyes resolute as he issued his command. Keep Destiny on our radar. I'll go find him myself. A flight bound for New York. Dressed in a sharp, casual suit, Su Ming gazed out the window at the slow, rolling clouds. A gentle smile played on his lips. His mood was buoyant. He mulled over recent events. Yet his thoughts were repeatedly interrupted by flight attendants stopping by to strike up conversation. After politely declining yet another request for his contact information, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. The women here are certainly warm and welcoming. Little did he realize that his already striking looks had been subtly enhanced by the system's modifications, giving him an irresistible charm. What's more, every time he'd operated as Tuxedo Mask or Faceless Phantom, that persona had quietly refined his demeanor and speech, leaving him with a faint trace of aristocratic grace. Even without a mask, that air of elegance and mystery left the young women utterly captivated. Oblivious to all this, Su Ming's mind was still replaying the events that had transpired. To Tony Stark, no doubt, taking down the rebel warlords and rescuing the refugees had been the real business. Disposing of the leftover weaponry was merely a troublesome chore. With Su Ming, a hard-working bounty hunter, on hand, Tony was only too happy to leave the cleanup behind, departing with his usual flourish. But this turn of events happened to benefit Su Ming. Never mind that, on his way home, Tony had nearly been shot out of the sky by his friend Colonel Rhodes' fighter jets. When Su Ming discovered he could trade all those confiscated weapons to the system for cash, he immediately set his sights on every weapon cache in the region. He remembered how, right after he first arrived in this world, it was by exchanging for someone else's weapon that he managed to get himself out of a desperate situation. Could this actually be the real secret to getting rich? Su Ming couldn't help but think this way. The opportunity was simply too tempting. After Tony left, Su Ming meticulously swept through the battlefield for dozens of kilometers in every direction, searching for anything of value. Apart from that first Jericho missile, none of the other weapons could fetch a price as high as $120 million. Still, the rest of the finds were nothing to scoff at. Heavy weapons ranged in price from several million to tens of millions of dollars. The sheer volume of guns and ammunition alone earned Su Ming a cool $5 million. He even stumbled upon a brand-new M1A1 Abrams main battle tank hidden beside a concealed trench, which he exchanged for $9 million. What surprised Su Ming even more was a pile of equipment he didn't even recognize, yet it brought in nearly $10 million as well. It was only later that he learned these pieces were actually modular components meant for upgrading tanks in battle. The discovery truly broadened Su Ming's horizons. He scoured every last outpost of the rebel forces, not even leaving a single handgun behind. Only when there was nothing left in sight to exchange did Su Ming finally return, thoroughly satisfied. The battlefield scavenging lasted for half a day straight. But Su Ming insisted. He was never even tired. All in all, this trip to the drought-stricken land of a Fuhin had left Su Ming richer than ever, his coffers overflowing. Happily, he opened his stats panel. Streams of data formed a golden holographic interface before his eyes. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical fitness, 35. Current balance, $213,455,700. Existing talents, Deadpool-level regeneration, Dynamic Vision LV.2, Jeet Kune Do Mastery, Constitution Enhancement LV.2, Faceless Mask, Danger Sense LV.1, Precision Throwing LV.2, Sketching Mastery. Looking at over $200 million sitting in his account, Su-Ming couldn't help but smile. A smile even harder to suppress than the kickback of an AK. A sense of fulfillment unlike anything he'd ever felt before washed over him. Wave after wave, just like the tide rolling over the sands. One day later, in Manhattan Hotel, seeing the familiar figure in front of him, Su-Ming was caught completely off guard and thought to himself, how did this guy find his way to my door? Wasn't he supposed to be busy trying to talk Tony into something? Dressed in a pure black leather trench coat, a bald, one-eyed African-American man, the legendary Nick Fury, knocked on Su-Ming's door. Mr. Destiny, I have to say, finding you is no easy task. His polite smile, combined with his pirate-like eye patch, was a rather striking contrast. Su-Ming narrowed his eyes. Wasn't this the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself? When did I end up on SHELD's radar? This guy always claims to have the fate of the world on his shoulders. How does he have time to come chat with a bounty hunter like me? And honestly, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a busy place. There's never a dull day there. Up earlier than the rooster, to bed later than the rooster. Not only do they never get a day off all year, but they're working overtime every single day. Even the early rising students with 8 a.m. classes would shake their heads and mutter, how miserable. What's more, it's a high-risk job where your life could be on the line at any moment. Sure, the pay is said to be good, but can it really compare to mine? One dry run with Afu netted me a cool $200 million. And that's without even going to Somalia yet. Even a pirate ship is worth a fortune. Watching TV dramas, I always wondered, do these people have unlimited stamina or something? They're constantly busy saving the world. Are there really that many things out there threatening to destroy it at any given moment? Su-Ming had no intention of getting tangled up with S.H.I.E.L.D., so he decided to play dumb right on the spot. Fate? Who's that? Sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Director Fury looked at Su-Ming with a knowing, penetrating gaze. My name is Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Pleased to meet you, Scarlet Silverduke. With a helpless sigh, Su-Ming realized that just feigning ignorance wouldn't get him off the hook with someone who introduced himself so directly. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a vast government agency, with intelligence networks everywhere. Wait a minute. What was that mouthful he just said? Isn't this supposed to be S.H.I.E.L.D.? Well, since they've come knocking, might as well hear him out. All right, Director, nice to meet you. But please, don't call me that. Of course, Scarlet Silverduke. Nick, already acting like an old acquaintance, strolled out onto the balcony, turning his back to Su-Ming as he spoke. You think you're the only superhero out there? Actually, there are many people like you. Su-Ming politely cut Nick off. Sorry, Director Fury. You must be mistaken. I'm just a bounty hunter, not some superhero. What a decent young man. Knows how to be humble. Turning back with a wry smile, Director Fury shook his head. Let's talk about the Avengers Initiative. At this point, Nick Fury thought Su-Ming was just being modest, unwilling to accept the superhero label. But Su-Ming interrupted Fury again before he could launch into his grand vision. Director, I'm just a bounty hunter. The only thing I care about is money. Saving the world isn't on my to-do list. Everyone, including the so-called superheroes themselves, gets trapped by this moral obligation, while bounty hunters get to live footloose and fancy-free. Seriously, which Marvel superhero isn't constantly dashing around saving everyone else, yet never able to save their own friends or family? Who in their right mind would want such a thankless job? Nick Fury, caught up in his pitch, finally realized the kid in front of him was actually turning him down. He's actually refusing such a glorious, world-shaking mission. Wait, just listen to me. What? You're not interested? Nick Fury, full of words he wanted to say, never expected that Su-Ming would decisively reject his invitation right at the start of their conversation. His already dark face grew even darker. Su-Ming gazed at the S.H.I.E.L.D. director before him, a key figure in the Marvel Universe, his mind drifting to all that would happen in the future. He realized he couldn't afford to have too tense a relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, business dealings would be inevitable sooner or later. These were all potential clients. With that thought, Su-Ming's tone softened. Director, your plan is indeed grand and admirable. For personal reasons, I can't take part, but if you ever need a hand, I'd still be more than happy to help. I knew this young man wouldn't turn down such a glorious and noble calling. A flicker of satisfaction flashed in Nick Fury's eyes. On one condition, you have to place an order first. Su-Ming gave him a professional smile. What the? Nick Fury couldn't believe his ears. But the truth was right in front of him. This man really was a maverick bounty hunter and seemed genuinely uninterested in the whole Avengers Initiative. He asked, dazed, place an order? How much? After a moment's thought, Su-Ming's professional smile grew even warmer. $100 million. As dusk settled, A crescent moon climbed into the sky. New York City donned its dazzling evening attire, neon lights flickering everywhere. After bidding farewell to a thoroughly baffled Nick Fury, Su Ming asked Eliza to change into an evening gown, and together they headed to an upscale restaurant for dinner. Dressed up specially for the occasion, Eliza looked stunning. Glancing at her impeccably dressed boss across the table, little stars seemed to dance in her eyes. Su Ming was slicing his steak slowly and gracefully, every move elegant, like a noble prince. The faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his lips made Eliza, an unabashed admirer of good looks, swoon inside. It was clear the boss was in a great mood tonight. He even ordered a beautifully presented specialty dish for the two of them. Eliza's thoughts had already drifted far away. She secretly hoped that, on this enchanting night, she and Su Ming would make a memory to last a lifetime. But when dinner ended and Su Ming told Eliza to head home on her own, she suddenly realized she might have been overthinking things again. Darn you, Su Ming. That's right. After making a fortune from his latest job, he certainly deserved to reward himself. And of course, Eliza too. Ugh, I'm stuffed. Even with a net worth in the hundreds of millions, Su Ming still winced at the check. Over $30,000 for a single meal. It's so easy to get used to luxury. The ancients were right after all. Strolling the streets of New York to walk off his meal, Su Ming chose not to return home with Eliza. Although there were over $200 million sitting in his account, Su Ming understood all too well, money that comes easy goes even faster. Up against the bottomless pit that was the System Mall, $200 million couldn't even make a ripple. Su Ming didn't rush to exchange for any talents. After all, he hadn't had the chance to study them properly. On the other hand, he felt a slight reluctance to wipe that long string of numbers from his account in a single stroke. Let this money keep me some company for a few more days, he thought with a wry smile. Lifting his head, he drew in a deep breath of the cool New York night air. By chance, his eyes landed on the neon lights of Stark Tower. I wonder what Tony's up to. I think he invited me over, didn't he? Imagining how it would feel to try on Tony's suit of armor, Su Ming could barely contain his excitement. He slipped into a deserted corner, checked his bearings, and soared off in the direction of Tony's place. Meanwhile, Tony was busy fine-tuning the details of his suit, his mind replaying Obadiah's behavior at the recent gala. He knew full well it was Obadiah who had led the charge to defy his orders within the company. It was time to deal with the old man. Stark Industries couldn't keep aiding and abetting evil. But first, I need evidence. Just then, his assistant, Pepper Potts, pushed open the door and walked in. I need you to do something for me. Go to my office, hack into the main computer, and give me all the recent shipping manifests. Here's the password chip. Seeing Pepper, Tony hit upon an idea. Let his capable assistant fetch the evidence for him. But Pepper refused, thinking Tony was up to his reckless ways again. The last time Tony had gone into Gulmira alone to confront the militants, it had terrified Ms. Potts. She would rather resign than watch Tony recklessly throw himself into danger again. But for once, Tony's expression was utterly serious. You were there when I was making a fortune off death and destruction. And now, when I want to protect those who have suffered because of me, you want to walk away? Pepper knew just how much opposition Tony faced inside the company for halting weapons development and sales. She also understood that other power. Players were circling, waiting for the chance to strike at Tony. If she went along with his plan, she'd be pushing him right into their trap. Tony, this could get you killed. I can't be the one to push you over the edge. Images flashed through Tony's mind. Dr. Eanson's sacrifice, the silent suffering of refugees, the cruel faces of terrorists wielding heavy weapons. If I didn't have this conviction, I would have died long ago. I'm not crazy, Pepper. I've finally understood my purpose. And I know, deep down, I'm right. In that moment, the usual playboy facade faded. Tony Stark's eyes shone with a resolve Pepper had never seen before. She couldn't help but be moved. Tony seemed to have changed. Let's set aside for a moment how Ms. Pepper, right in front of Obadiah, managed to obtain the evidence and happened to run into Agent Phil Coulson for S.H.I.E.L.D. Obadiah had already reclaimed the mechanical suit Tony developed during his captivity from the remnants of the Ten Rings thugs, and he had upgraded it, bigger, stronger. Yet there was still one crucial thing missing, the core that powered the suit, the arc reactor. No matter how much pressure he put on Dr. William, this was something the doctor simply couldn't deliver. Tony Stark built it in a cave, with scraps. When Obadiah realized Pepper had copied the shipping manifest from his computer, he knew this was the very piece of evidence that could land him in jail. He jabbed a finger at Dr. William's chest and shouted furiously. Dr. William could only shrug helplessly. Sorry, I'm not Tony Stark. Obadiah could already picture the scene. Agent slapping handcuffs on his wrists. His mind raced in panic. He stared at the imposing steel suit. All it lacked was the arc reactor to fill the gaping hole in its chest. and then it would come to life. With it, Obadiah would never have to answer to anyone again. Anyone who dared challenge him, they'd be dealt with. Swiftly and without mercy. Simple, brutal, and devastatingly effective. He could eliminate every person and thing that stood in his way, especially Tony. Then at last, he would become the true master of Stark Industries. Fueled by burning desire, Obadiah's eyes grew bloodshot. Suddenly, he was struck by a revelation. Sees, what a beautiful word. On his second visit to Tony's cliffside mansion, Su-Ming didn't rush inside. He looked up at the uniquely designed, high-tech villa crowning the hill, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Should he just fly up there, or take the normal route? But what even was the normal route? Damn it, Tony had talked such a good game, but hadn't even left a phone number. He couldn't just kick down the door, could he? If the owner shot him for trespassing, he'd have only himself to blame. If it weren't for his eagerness to try out that suit, would he even bother with these niceties? And so, at the foot of the hill, Su-Ming found himself caught up in the dilemma of how to go in and find Tony. Meanwhile, inside Tony's house, the phone rang. The caller ID, Pepper Potts. It's done. Tony guessed that Pepper most likely succeeded and answered the call. Suddenly, a piercing, high-frequency sound cut through the air. Tony's eyes flew open, veins bulging on his face. Tony, are you there? Pepper's voice came through the phone, but Tony couldn't utter a sound. His entire body was paralyzed. A hand cradled Tony's head, gently lowering him onto the sofa. Relax, just relax. Obadiah, using a simple device, had left Tony's body temporarily paralyzed, and then removed the arc reactor from his chest. This is the last golden egg you'll ever lay. Obadiah gave the reactor in his hand a little shake, then turned and walked away. Back when Tony had been kidnapped, shrapnel had been shot into his chest. Although Dr. Eunsun had managed to remove the larger pieces, tiny slivers of metal still remained in Tony's body, fragments that couldn't be taken out due to technical limitations. The only thing keeping those fragments from reaching his heart was the electromagnetic force generated by the arc reactor, holding them in place at his chest. Now, with the reactor ripped out, every beat of his heart sent those shards inching closer, the pain intensifying with every pulse. This is bad. I'm going to die. At death's door, Tony's mind raced desperately. Summoning every ounce of strength, he staggered into the lab, his gaze struggling to settle on the old reactor, the one Pepper had so carefully placed in a transparent case. Thank God I didn't throw it away. Clawing forward with all his might, Tony stretched his hand out, but the damn case remained just out of reach. At that moment, a voice called out from not far away, sounding like salvation to Tony's ears. Oh, poor Tony, need a hand? Tony, weren't we supposed to hit Las Vegas together? What are you up to? With ease, Su-Ming crushed the glass casing that held the Mark I reactor. He handed it to Tony, eyeing with some surprise the once proud Tony Stark now sprawled on the floor, utterly disheveled. That old fox Obadiah really moves fast. He glanced at the mechanical arm, whirring to life nearby. This must be the project Tony won an award for at MIT when he was 17. Just look at that brain of his. Su-Ming knew that even if he hadn't come, the robotic arm Tony built in college would have eventually delivered the reactor to him on its own. Tony, on the other hand, looked utterly drained, his face pale, hair a mess, and dried, blackened blood crusting around his ears. His once high-end designer t-shirt was torn wide open at the chest, now filthy and ragged, a sharp contrast to his usual polished image. Well, crawling over here must have taken all you had, huh? Su-Ming shook his head slightly, realizing he was witnessing one of the rare moments when Iron Man was truly at the brink. Sometimes, timing is everything. He'd lingered at the foot of the hill for a few minutes, debating whether to come up, but in the end, decided to fly straight here. He was already in the neighborhood. After all, just moments ago, a helicopter had taken off from here. Now, it was clear that must have been Obadiah. Tony wouldn't mind an uninvited guest at a time like this. But then again, wait, since when did he start caring about Tony's feelings? Hadn't their so-called friendship always been about the money in the end? Am I being too polite to a guy I've already beaten? Su-Ming realized that his fascination with the Iron Man suits was starting to color his attitude toward Tony, and that just wouldn't do. After all, he was just a bounty hunter with no feelings, and Tony was nothing more than one of many clients. If there was anything special about him, it was simply that he had a lot more money than most. With that thought, in Su-Ming's eyes, Tony Stark was no longer the mighty Iron Man, but a walking wallet just waiting to be slowly emptied. With trembling hands, Tony finally managed to fit the Mark I arc reactor into his chest. He let out a long breath and lay on the ground, not recovering for quite some time. Recognizing Su-Ming's voice and realizing who had saved him, Tony spoke weakly. Thanks, Crimson. Silver Duke. Phew. As you can see, I'm not the one causing trouble here. I'm the one in trouble. Tony, Tony! Suddenly, a man's anxious shout rang out, and James Rhodes came running over, out of breath. Seeing Tony lying on the ground and a suspicious man in formal were standing nearby, Colonel Rhodes instantly drew his pistol and aimed it at Su Ming. Who are you? What did you do to Tony? Tony! Tony! Su Ming didn't say a word. He simply shot Tony a look that clearly said, "You handle this," and stood there as calm as a mountain. Rhodes cocked his pistol, his expression deadly serious as he stared Su Ming down. Listen, man, he's not the enemy. Tony had finally caught his breath and spoke up to defuse the tension. Seeing Tony coming to and trusting his judgment, Colonel Rhodes relaxed instantly and tucked his gun behind his back without a second thought. Where's Pepper? Is she all right? Suddenly remembering, Tony grabbed Rhodes's arm and asked urgently. Obadiah had made it clear when he took Tony's arc reactor that he wouldn't spare Pepper. If anything happened to her because of him, Tony would never forgive himself. We just spoke on the phone. She's fine. There are 5 agents with her. They're on their way to arrest Obadiah. Colonel Rhodes shared what he'd just heard for Pepper. Earlier, as mentioned, Ms. Potts ran into Phil Coulson when she was heading downstairs with the evidence in hand. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Phil Coulson had been sent to investigate Stark Industries' weapons smuggling case and happened to cross paths with Pepper Potts, who now had the proof in her possession. Pepper wasted no time reporting everything, handing all the evidence over to Agent Coulson. S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly confirmed that Obadiah was, in fact, the mastermind behind the weapons smuggling. Thinking back to what Obadiah said earlier, it seemed he'd built a suit of armor himself. This is bad. A cold gleam flashed in Tony's eyes as he turned to Su Ming. 5 people won't be nearly enough. Su Ming seemed to read Tony's thoughts instantly. With a professional smile, warm and inviting, he asked, Tony, need a hand? Place your order now and get a special 1% discount. Colonel Rhodes stood to the side, a little lost. How did the conversation get away from him so quickly? Recalling Su Ming's earlier display, Tony fixed his gaze on Su Ming's striking and heroic features. So this is the face beneath the crimson-silver Duke's mask. Damn, thought there'd be some kind of flaw. Guess I got excited for nothing. Narrowing his eyes, Tony spoke with pride and certainty. No, I've got this myself. Rhodes unconsciously stepped forward, watching as Tony stood on the armored platform, and his body was gradually enveloped by the sleek suit. Amazed, he exclaimed, "This is hands down the coolest thing I've ever seen." Su Ming, silent by the side, watched Tony suit up from start to finish, then let out a quiet sigh. Gotta admit, that's pretty awesome. Tony, keeping a subtle eye on the two, felt a flicker of pride. He feigned nonchalance and said, "It's all right, I suppose." Smiley face. Time to head out. He raised his arm and blasted aside the luxury sports car, blocking his path. Taking a few steps forward, he turned back. Su Ming rolled his eyes at the sight, exasperated. Tony Stark, seriously, at a moment like this, and he still can't resist showing off. The car was just sitting there, minding its own business, and you had to blast it out of the way? And come on, others might not know, but I do. That Mark I arc reactor of yours doesn't have nearly enough juice for that brand new suit you're wearing. That shot was pure theatrics. Colonel James Rhodes, standing there in his Air Force uniform, felt a pang of envy as Tony, fully armored, showed off right in front of him. Need me to do anything else? With a mechanical hiss, the suit's thrusters fired up. For Tony Stark, who just can't help but put on a show, the Iron Man helmet snapped into place. A voice, layered with cyberpunk mechanical reverb, rang out. Clear the skies. Clearly, almost being blown out of the air by the military on his last trip back from Afghanistan had left quite an impression on him. With a fiery blast from his suit's limbs, Iron Man shot upward. After a thunderous boom, he vanished from sight, the gaping hole in the ceiling still showering sparks. Through the opening above, a few distant stars twinkled at the edge of the sky. Su Ming sensed he might be getting another big job soon. Even if he didn't, how could he pass up a front-row seat to such a spectacular scene? He gave Colonel Rhodes a polite nod. A pleasure. Until next time, Colonel Rhodes. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he hurled a throwing knife. His figure transformed into a streak of light, darting precisely through the hole Tony had made. What the? Colonel Rhodes stared, dumbfounded, as the two took off one after another. Tony flying off in that suit. Sure, that's science. But that other guy. Wait, what the hell? He still didn't even know his name. There was nothing there, yet with just a casual wave of the arm, it actually took off and flew away? How could that be scientifically possible? Rod instinctively mimicked Su Ming's sweeping gesture. Nothing happened. He felt a bit embarrassed, too. This delivered quite a shock to his worldview. He glanced over at his luxury car. Not far away, the Audi R8 he'd driven here. Suddenly, it just didn't seem that impressive anymore. No matter how nice a car is, it can't fly. Then his eyes caught sight of a suit of pure silver armor hanging from a chain, yet to be painted. It had been forcibly held in place for a full 5 seconds. Lieutenant Colonel Rod swayed on his feet, the urge to put on that armor so overwhelming that he couldn't bring himself to walk toward the sports car. How he wished, at that moment, that he could soar out of the gaping hole above his head, too. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Next time, I'm definitely wearing you, baby." Stark Industries, Workshop Complex. Pepper Potts strode briskly, a breeze in her step, with Phil Coulson and 5 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents trailing behind. Agent Coulson had tasked his team with using their tech to pinpoint Obadiah's location, ready to arrest the notorious arms smuggler and warmonger. Once they blasted the door lock open, an industrial production and research workshop unfolded before them. The place was pitch black, with only the glow from a computer screen illuminating a small corner. On the screen was a schematic for a brand new suit of armor, but the passing agents barely spared it a glance. In a shadowy corner, they quickly spotted the suit Tony had built in the Afghan cave. "Looks like you were right. He made a suit of armor, too," Coulson said, his expression growing more serious by the second. Pepper, well acquainted with both Tony and Obadiah, thought of Obadiah's imposing figure and added, "I think it ought to be even bigger." Then, displaying her characteristic boldness, Pepper Potts, unarmed, yet searching even more diligently than the agents with guns, began scouring the workshop for Obadiah, who had to be hiding nearby. And, just as expected, the unexpected happened. When Pepper reached a spot beneath a crane and noticed several dangling chains swaying ever so slightly in the air, her curiosity got the better of her, and she leaned in for a closer look. Suddenly, 2 beams of light flared up in the darkness, rising steadily higher. Pepper slowly lifted her gaze, watching as 2 glowing lights ascended to a dizzying height. Her mouth fell open in silent astonishment, frozen where she stood. She was staring at none other than Obadiah's latest creation, a new model of battle armor he developed and improved upon, inspired by the suit Tony and Dr. Insan had built together in a cave to escape the 10 Rings. This was the Ironmonger. It's worth noting that Obadiah had personally traveled to the 10 Ring stronghold to retrieve every scrap of Tony's original armor. And once he had what he came for, he mercilessly wiped out the battered remnants of the 10 Rings, leaving no one behind. As the mechanical whirring grew louder, Obadiah maneuvered the Ironmonger forward, raising its leg as he advanced toward Miss Pepper. Finally, snapping out of her shock, Pepper let out a terrified scream. She spun on her heel and bolted, her narrow pencil skirt and high heels doing nothing to slow her desperate sprint for survival. Unlike Pepper Potts' frantic dash, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents nearby remained far more composed. Confronted by the oncoming metal behemoth, they raised their guns and fired without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The shots rang out, followed by sharp metallic clangs. But none of it posed any threat to Obadiah, protected within his armored suit. Sparks flew as the Ironmonger's massive fists came crashing down. In a matter of moments, the brave S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had made the ultimate sacrifice. After a series of explosions, the Ironmonger, constrained by the narrow corridor, came within inches of seizing Ms. Pepper. Fortunately, the courageous Pepper Potts managed to escape his grasp. Soaring overhead, Tony Stark quickly realized something was wrong. "How long do you think, Mark, I can hold out?" Having built both the arc reactor and the new suit himself, no one knew their limits better than Tony. He was acutely aware the first-generation arc reactor couldn't power the new armor for long. Eager for precise figures, Tony pressed Jarvis for an update. "Energy reserves at 48% and still dropping, sir. This heart was never designed for sustained flight." Tony remembered all too well the last time, when he'd blown up the valley with Insan and Su Ming, only to crash after less than a minute in the air. He had no desire to repeat that heart-stopping plunge from the sky. He had to finish this fast. Keep me posted at all times. Meanwhile, Pepper finally burst out of the building, just as Tony called her. "Pepper, are you okay?" "Obadiah, he's lost his mind. He's got his own suit of armor." As Pepper breathlessly relayed her discovery, the ground nearby suddenly bulged, and in an instant, a massive figure of metal erupted from below. "Let's see where you think you can run," echoed the cold, mechanical voice. Pepper froze, overwhelmed by the looming armor's presence. She let out a helpless cry and stumbled backward. The Ironmonger raised his arm, a Gatling gun mounted at the end, and aimed directly at Pepper. "You're no longer needed." The barrels of the Gatling gun began to spin at a furious pace. Just as Pepper resigned herself to what seemed like certain doom, a powerful voice thundered from high above. "Stunna!" Iron Man, Tony Stark, had arrived in the nick of time. The Ironmonger swung his weapon, locking onto the speeding figure. Bullets poured out in a hail of fire. The metallic impacts rang out as Tony, clad in armor himself, charged headlong into the Ironmonger. The collision's force sent both suits crashing through several walls before finally tumbling out onto the street. Ironmonger's massive bulk crushed the cargo bed of a nearby truck before finally coming to a stop. Without a doubt, this triggered a massive chain reaction car crash. A woman driver, with a car full of children, slammed on the brakes and skidded for more than 10 meters, barely stopping in front of the Ironmonger. Obadiah, of course, wouldn't let such a handy weapon slip through his fingers. In an instant, his armored arms hoisted the car high above his head. Inside the suit, Obadiah hardly needed to exert himself. The armor amplified his strength to an almost monstrous level. "Oh, I love this suit," he roared with delight. The terrified screams of the woman and children pierced the air from behind the car windows, a helpless cacophony. "Let them go," Tony shouted. But the excited Ironmonger had no intention of listening to Tony's warning. By now, he was completely deranged, treating the innocent people in the car as nothing more than collateral damage. "This is just a little side effect, Tony," he taunted. Seeing that Ironmonger was about to hurl the car at him like a weapon, Tony realized that even if his suit could withstand the blow, the people inside would be crushed in an instant. "Channel all power to the chest." Tony barked out a command to Jarvis. A surge of energy built up, then boom! The repulsor blast fired in a split second, sending Ironmonger flying far away. The car plunged down from midair, but Tony caught it steadily. "Power reserves at 19%, Jarvis's mechanical voice announced. Letting energy burn away, Tony gently set the car on the ground. But now, the woman driver's true power emerged. In her panic, she floored the gas pedal, the wheels screaming as they hit maximum RPM. The moment the car touched down, it shot forward, plowing right into Iron Man. "Ma'am!" "Oh, no, no, no," Tony shouted, trying desperately to get her to stop, but the car mercilessly ran him over and sped off, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. High above, the wind whipped wildly through Su Ming's collar and black hair, lending him an untamed, reckless air. With his superhuman sight locked on Tony, Su Ming watched as he risked everything to save Ms. Pepper, and silently gave him a thumbs up. Truly a man awakened to the spirit of a superhero. But at that speed, how did Tony's suit manage to cushion the impact? Although the improved suit did have some shock absorption, Tony's emergency boost left him nearly coughing up blood from the collision. As Ironmonger and Tony crashed down onto the busy street below, Su Ming waved and followed after them. He wouldn't miss the chance to witness a close-range battle between two armored titans. Landing nimbly atop a streetlight, Su Ming watched with keen interest, just in time to see Ironmonger, having raised the car overhead, get blasted away by Tony, saving the women and children inside. Yet, after all Tony's hard work saving the car, he was immediately rammed at full speed the moment it landed. Even Su Ming couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy for Tony after that one. "Wow, what driving skills. Let me see. Oh, it's fine now." But when Su Ming caught sight of the driver's golden hair, all his complaints instantly vanished. It wasn't until he saw Tony get run over head-on by a speeding car, sparks flying, tumbling several times before finally coming to rest on the ground, that Su Ming's mind conjured a single thought. "So, I'm just standing here, watching him crash and burn." The night wind of Manhattan carried a faint tang of the Hudson River. Su Ming stood quietly atop a street lamp at the corner, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding below. Horns blared on, cars sped away in panic, people screamed and fled for their lives, and a desperate driver clawed his way out of an overturned vehicle. Ironmonger and Iron Man had already exchanged several fierce blows, but the police were still nowhere in sight, their shrill sirens only now wailing in the distance. Just as Tony shook his head and slowly struggled to his feet, Ironmonger's boots erupted with jets of fire, vaulting him over the cars that blocked his path. "Take this punch." He twisted his waist, gathered his strength, and threw a punch, flames blasting from the back of his massive mechanical arm, turning an already powerful blow into something unstoppable. Caught off guard, Iron Man took the hit straight on, smashing into a car like a cannonball and crumpling it before falling hard to the ground. As Tony struggled to stand, Ironmonger seized him, hoisting him high overhead, then slammed him back down. 30 years. I've carried you all this time." Heavy metal boots stomped again and again on Tony's chest. "I built this company from nothing. I won't let anyone stand in my way." Still unsatisfied, Ironmonger grabbed Tony and, spinning around, hurled him at a city bus. The bus's flimsy metal shell was pierced in an instant by Tony's momentum. The huge vehicle rocked in place, as if it were made of paper. "Least of all you." Obadiah continued his tirade, even as a missile rose from his left shoulder, its targeting laser locking onto the bus before firing at point-blank range. A massive fireball engulfed the bus and the tumbling Iron Man, lighting up half the street in a cascade of sparks and twisted metal. Watching from atop the street lamp, Su Ming realized that his own wallet, his metaphor for Tony, stood no chance against Obadiah's ironmonger. Tony had been battered one-sidedly since the fight began. It struck Su Ming that this was the perfect opportunity to drum up business. "Hey, Tony, need a hand? Place your order now and enjoy a 10% discount." Blasted high into the air by the missile, Tony managed, just before hitting the ground, to flip nimbly and stabilize himself with bursts of flame from his hands and feet. The thunderous explosion drowned out Su Ming's words, but ever-loyal Jarvis automatically replayed the recording. Hearing Su Ming's voice, Tony's eyes lit up. Oh, the Scarlet Silver Count actually came along. Obadiah's suit had its merits, sure, but if only Tony's own suit had a bit more power left. Taking him down would only take a few minutes. In short, if money can solve the problem, there's no reason to keep staying here and getting beaten up. Oh wait, I mean fighting a bitter battle. Tony seemed to have forgotten. He just refused Su Ming's offer. "No, I'll handle this myself." Delighted to oblige, Mr. Bounty Hunter. The usual deal, 50 million to settle him for me. As Tony recalled Su Ming's freakish abilities, he named his price, feeling confident that this time it was in the bag. Hearing Tony's offer, Su Ming curled his lip with a look of disdain. "These days, I'm a bounty hunter worth over 100 million. 50 million? That's pocket change. I'm not that rookie anymore, the one who couldn't walk away from a $50 million job." Looking back, even the price I gave to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a bit low, and that started at 100 million. "But you, Tony Stark, the guy who never runs short of cash, this is the best you can do?" Not sincere at all. With a slight shake of his head, Su Ming replied seriously. "Tony, Mr. Obadiah was my first employer, the mentor who guided me in my career, and above all, my dearest friend and family." Tony's eyes widened in surprise at these words. "How come I never knew there was something like that between you and Obi?" Of course Tony didn't know, because the person Obadiah had hired Su Ming to kill back then was none other than Tony Stark himself. Before Tony could respond, Su Ming continued earnestly. "Add more money. Tony, #%, and UN percent at #%. Obadiah, *UN and #U. While Su Ming and Tony were negotiating, the screen inside Ironmonger's helmet zeroed in on a shadowy figure perched atop the street lamp. "It's him, that bounty hunter who scammed me, Destiny." At this moment, Su Ming wasn't wearing a mask, nor had he donned a crimson suit. This made it easy for Obadiah to immediately recognize the treacherous scoundrel with no sense of loyalty. He forgot that he had been the one practically shoving money at Su Ming back then, just to make sure he'd stick to the job and kill Tony. Who could have expected that this infuriating guy had no sense of contract at all, always siding with the highest bidder, dropping a job whenever he pleased. And now he has the nerve to call me his mentor, even his dearest friend and family? Shameless, absolutely shameless. In short, the bounty hunter Destiny was now firmly on Obadiah's hit list. "After I take care of Tony, I'll deal with you myself. Just you wait, damn bounty hunter." Ignoring Su Ming for now, Obadiah watched as Tony successfully got himself out of a high-altitude freefall. Unwilling to be outdone, Obadiah declared, "You've improved your design, but I've made upgrades of my own." The components in Ironmonger's legs shifted with a cacophony of mechanical sounds, morphing into massive thrusters. With a roar of fire propelling him, he shook the ground as he lifted off, hurtling straight towards Tony. Tony hadn't expected that. Even after agreeing to the job, there would still be a problem with the price. "What? My own life was bought for 50 million, and now you're telling me it'll cost even more to deal with Obadiah?" Tony was a little irritated. Not because Su Ming was trying to extort him. After all, tens of millions meant nothing to him. What truly bothered him was that, in Su Ming's eyes, his life was apparently worth less than Obadiah's. Yet the surge of resentment in his chest evaporated the instant he saw Ironmonger come flying towards him. Tony Stark declared, "Sorry, bounty hunter, I don't need your help after all." In that flash, the genius mind struck upon a plan, high-altitude icing. At that moment, Jarvis's calm voice chimed in. "Sir, it appears his suit is capable of flight." Tony locked his gaze on Obadiah, who was rapidly drawing nearer, and gave his order. "Got it. Take me as high as possible." Jarvis analyzed the command in his mechanical tone. Only 15% power remaining. The odds of reaching that altitude. Tony, with Ironmonger almost upon him, shouted, "I could do the math. Just fly." Iron Man twisted nimbly and shot upwards at full speed, with Ironmonger in hot pursuit. Streams of fire from their boots painted a spectacle over nighttime New York, a pair of meteors racing the wrong way through the sky. No sooner had they pierced the clouds than the Air Force radar locked onto them. "Sir, that thing's back again." The radar technician reported dutifully. "Patch me through to Major Allen." scramble the fighters for interception. The duty officer gave the order without hesitation. But as the phone was picked up, a dark-skinned hand pressed the disconnect button. It was Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes. That won't be necessary, gentlemen. Just a drill. This is as far as I can cover for you. Tony. Yes, sir. Rhodes had raced back to the Air Force Command Center just in time to prevent their interference. Meanwhile, Tony was still climbing higher, with the powerful ironmonger relentlessly on his tail. As the altitude increased, Jarvis dutifully kept up his reminders. Power at 14%. Power at 11%. Power at 7%. Enough. Just put on the screen. Tony snapped, exasperated. Then, with another burst of flame from Ironmonger's feet, he finally managed to grab Tony's right leg. Ironmonger didn't notice that, at this altitude, a thick layer of frost had already formed on the outer shell of his armor. He yanked Tony in front of him, gripping the neck of Tony's suit with both hands, tightening his hold. Your idea isn't bad, but my suit is far more advanced in every way. Tony's voice came through the armor, thick with mechanical distortion. So, how did you solve the icing problem? Obadiah looked completely bewildered. What icing problem? No sooner had he spoken than the Ironmonger's systems froze up from the ice, plunging them into a total shutdown. The glowing eyes in the helmet flickered out instantly. You might want to look into that. Tony casually hammered the Ironmonger's helmet, smashing off a large chunk of the ice crust. Obadiah began to plummet from the sky. Power at 2%. Switching to emergency backup. With its systems dead and encased in a thick layer of ice, the Ironmonger tumbled down toward the dazzling lights of New York City. Suddenly, the flames sputtered out from Tony's hands and feet. The heavy Iron Man's suit dragged Tony Stark earthward as well. The difference was, Tony still had a bit of reserve power left. As he picked up speed, he managed to briefly ignite his thrusters to slow the fall. But as he neared the rooftop of the Stark R&D building, the last of his power gave out, leaving him with no more cushioning. He clipped an iron pipe and landed on the rooftop in a tangle of limbs. A spectacular crash, yet again. Watching Tony's bumpy descent, Su-Ming kept his eyes on him and landed gracefully on a nearby eave. Catching Tony's latest faceplant, he smiled and called out, "Tony, how are you holding up?" Tony waved off the concern, trying to look nonchalant as his gauntlet disengaged from his hand. He was ready to shed the suit, now nearly drained of power. Phew, after a fall from that height, Obadiah's chances didn't look good. Letting out a long breath, Tony said, "Mr. Crimson Silvercount, looks like I didn't need your help after all. I can handle things on my own." At that moment, Su-Ming's spider sense tingled. He could tell Ironmonger was already climbing up the building beneath them. He chuckled and shook his head. "Tony, don't celebrate too soon. As I said before, place your order now and you'll still get a 1% discount." Tony, who thought he'd already dealt with Ironmonger, grumbled to himself. A 1% discount? What kind of deal is that? How can he say that with a straight face? I really have to ask him someday why Obadiah's price is higher than mine. Order? Never. Not in this lifetime. Before Tony could finish, a gigantic shadow loomed behind him, and a steel fist came roaring toward his face. Tony spun around in a flash, stunned to see Ironmonger. This guy still alive? His faceplate snapped shut as he ducked, dodging the blow and raising his hand to fire a repulsor blast. But then he realized his left arm was bare. He'd taken off that part of the suit just moments ago. With a heavy kick, Tony was launched backward. Using what little power remained in the suit, he vaulted high into the air and delivered a powerful right hook to the Ironmonger's helmet. There was no other choice. He had to use his right fist. If he used his left, it would break. Ironmonger, who'd survived a fall from 10,000 meters without a scratch, certainly wouldn't care about a blow as light as this. He locked his arms tightly, pinning Tony hard against his chest. Feeling the crushing pressure around his waist, Tony's eyes bulged as he struggled for breath. He tried to activate other functions of the suit, only to hear Jarvis's cold report. "Zipo and so up, fine. Missile so flying." Inside the Ironmonger helmet, Obadiah's mouth curled into a victorious smile. Tony felt his chest about to explode. As his mind raced frantically, a sudden idea struck him, and he shouted, "Flares!" At Tony's command, hundreds of tiny projectiles erupted from the suit's chest, crackling with explosive arcs of light as they scattered in all directions. The two armored suits rattled loudly as the barrage of flares struck them over and over. Not far away, Su-Ming's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with genuine admiration, "What a spectacular firework!" Though flares, also called flash rounds, weren't much of a weapon, in this moment they proved invaluable. Blinded by the searing burst of light, Obadiah cried out in pain, his grip loosening. Tony seized the chance to break free from Ironmonger's crushing embrace. He ducked into a hidden spot, quickly plotting his next move. The suit had no more power left to keep fighting. The chance of defeating Obadiah head-on had dwindled to nothing. Right then, a new plan formed in Tony's mind. He would have Pepper Potts go to the giant reactor below and deliberately overload it. He would then lure Obadiah over the reactor, and when it blew, the massive surge of energy would obliterate everything above it. There was just one problem. He would die too. Ever since awakening that softness deep within, Tony could no longer turn a blind eye to the lives of ordinary people, nor could he lose himself in pleasure and excess as he once had. His journey across the desert had opened a new door for the tycoon and genius. The feeling of saving people from disaster had elevated Tony's soul. If Obadiah killed him here today, there was no doubt that Stark Industries would become a global war machine, and the number of innocent lives lost would skyrocket. I absolutely will not let that happen. As Tony's eyes grew resolute, ready to carry out his desperate plan, a figure completely out of place suddenly appeared in his field of vision, jolting Tony awake. Never did he imagine, after a good meal and drink, he'd get to witness such a spectacular battle. Even as a mere spectator, he felt the experience was well worth the trip. As the battle drew to a close, Su Ming, having been refused 3 times in a row, gave up on trying to drum up more business. You can't force a deal that's just not meant to happen. Life and death, who cares? With a yawn, Su Ming felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He was still hesitating about whether to see Tony's fight through to the end when his phone began to vibrate. Of course, a high-end restaurant where only guests and formal were allowed wouldn't tolerate the constant ringing of cell phones. After leaving the restaurant, Su Ming had forgotten to switch his phone back from silent mode, so it remained on vibrate. Curious, he picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. A smile spread across his face. It was Tony Stark. He looked up and spotted Tony lurking in a shadowy corner, glancing around nervously. Su Ming couldn't figure out why Tony was calling him in the middle of a fight. Had he finally come to his senses? "Hello, Mr. Silverduke." Tony's voice came through the line, deliberately lowered and tinged with exhaustion. From a distance, Su Ming saw Tony waving at him from the shadows. "Hey." Tony daydreaming during a fight isn't exactly the mark of a gentleman. "What do you need from me?" Tony forced a wry smile at Su Ming's casual jab. "Damn it, if I had a better option right now, I wouldn't be calling you of all people. I want to make a deal. 100 million. Take him down for me." As he spoke, Tony kept a covert eye on Ironmonger, who was searching the area for him, quietly naming his price. So what if the offer is higher than before? At a time like this, only a fool would care about something as trivial as money. Hearing Tony's offer, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's eyes. Had this kid finally figured things out? He recalled that just moments ago, someone had sworn up and down that he'd never hire him. "Tony, I have to admit, I prefer you when you're stubborn and unyielding. How about going back to that version of yourself? Damn it, this insufferable bounty hunter really knows how to twist a knife." But as Obadiah, fully powered and brimming with menace, closed in on him, Tony knew he had nothing left to bargain with. 200 million. "Please help me." Tony's voice, though still subdued, now rasped with urgency. "Now that's an offer worth considering." A satisfied smile played at Su Ming's lips. He became all warmth and courtesy. "Delighted to be of service, my esteemed employer." Obadiah had never expected Tony, whose suit was far inferior in combat ability, to slip away from him again and again like a slippery eel. But after a prolonged fight, it was clear that Tony's bag of tricks was nearly empty. Now, with his lifelong ambition within reach, Obadiah felt a surge of exhilaration. "Very clever, Tony, but you won't escape death today." A thunderous crash erupted at that moment. Obadiah barely had time to react before the bulky Ironmonger suit was sent hurtling skyward by a tremendous force, soaring even faster than when it had chased Tony moments ago. The bounty hunter, Su Ming, had entered the fray. The streets surrounding the Stark Industries workshop were left in utter chaos after the clash of these two mecha maniacs. Seeing Su Ming take action at last, Tony Stark finally allowed himself to relax. He glanced down at his own battered and tattered armor, the result of Ironmonger's relentless assault, and managed a wry smile. Dragging his weary body, Tony slumped down into a corner against the wall. His eyes, full of anticipation and relief, watched as the once arrogant Ironmonger floundered helplessly before Su Ming. This is a show I have to savor. After all, the ticket costs 200 million. Even though tens of millions meant little to Tony, 200 million still stung a bit. Su Ming, who had just sent Ironmonger flying with a single punch, didn't rush to pursue. Thanks to the lavish upgrades he'd invested in his body, even at just level 2, Su Ming now wielded over 20 tons of force. This overwhelming strength was his greatest advantage in maintaining composure before Ironmonger. Even if Ironmonger was heavier than Tony's suit, it still weighed less than 5 tons. Su Ming was more than capable of subduing it barehanded. He flexed his tingling fist, unable to resist, marveling. Obadiah really was a financial shark, and the suit he'd built was impressively tough. Ironmonger had seemed unstoppable before, pushing Tony into a desperate corner. But Su Ming knew the reason. Tony's Mark-I arc reactor lagged behind in technology and simply couldn't supply enough power to his new suit. Otherwise, with Tony's intelligence and skills, if his upgraded suit had a proper energy source, who would really be dominating whom? How could a knockoff ever hope to surpass the turbocharged genius of Tony Stark? Thinking back to the vastness of the Marvel Universe, Su Ming couldn't help but scoff at Obadiah's short-sightedness. A suit built purely on stolen tech, big and tough, but lacking any innovative features. How could he ever imagine replacing Tony? After all, Tony was destined to become the man who would one day save the world. Su Ming lifted his gaze. Only after being blasted more than 100 meters did Ironmonger finally remember to fire its thrusters and steady itself. He recalled the endless array of offensive tricks Tony's later suits would display. Looking at his own current abilities, he was confident he could shatter Ironmonger with throwing knives, or simply tear it apart hand-to-hand. But his methods of attack were too limited. It's time to broaden my combat repertoire. So thought Su Ming. Up in the air, Obadiah snapped back to reality as if awakening from a dream. The suit's damage readouts confirmed this was an attack Tony couldn't possibly have delivered. Then, as the red targeting reticle on his screen locked onto a lone figure, Obadiah's pupils contracted in shock. Is it fate? I remember he specialized in long-range attacks, didn't he? How'd he pull this off? There was no time to ponder further. Obadiah realized that if he let the Ironmonger keep climbing, he'd end up freezing and crashing down once again. Not every time the suit froze would he be able to pull off a last-second reboot before hitting the ground. His old bones couldn't take another round of extreme bungee jumping without a safety rope. He pushed every thruster on his suit to the maximum, finally managing to slow the relentless upward momentum. Clumsily, the Ironmonger steadied itself in midair. Locking his sights unwaveringly on Su Ming below, Obadiah spun around, engaged full power, and dove at full speed, the Gatling gun trained tightly on Su Ming. He stared at the targeting indicator on his screen, waiting for the crimson icon to blink green. Then, with a furious yell, he squeezed the trigger. Damn bounty hunter, die for me. The Gatling gun roared to life, massive rounds spraying down like a torrential downpour, saturating the area where Su Ming stood. Through his enhanced vision, Obadiah watched the bullets tear through the air like high-pressure jets from showerhead, merciless and unstoppable, intent on turning their target into nothing but fragments. Su Ming made no move to dodge. In fact, a trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. After watching the show for so long, he was itching for action. At long last, it was his turn in the spotlight. This hulking turtle shell of a suit was perfect for a bit of practice. Might as well take a round from the Gatling gun as a warm-up. Ignoring the hail of bullets, Su Ming calmly prepared to pick up the gauntlet Tony had just discarded. He felt the bullets tearing through his body, only for the wounds to close instantly, marveling at the sensation. I have to say, I haven't really tested this Deadpool-level regeneration since the upgrade. As Su Ming bent down to retrieve the gauntlet, a stray bullet suddenly shattered his dangling arm. Naughty. Watching his arm spin away and drop to the ground, Su Ming felt no pain at all. Casually, he retrieved the severed limb and pressed it back to the stump. The blood-drained, bluish arm instantly reattached and returned to full strength, though regrettably his dress shirt sleeve was torn off beyond self-repair. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to trouble Alyssa to buy me another suit. He slid his hand into Tony's armored gauntlet and flexed his fingers, pleasantly surprised at the perfect fit. The glove's unique internal design molded perfectly to his hand, with no discomfort whatsoever. Not bad at all. Su Ming's desire to get his own suit of armor grew ever stronger. The reason the Ironmonger was so massive and heavy had a lot to do with Obadiah's personality. Other than the weapons and ammunition he held in his hands, he simply trusted nothing else. During the Ironmonger's development, it was Obadiah himself who insisted on outfitting it with a Gatling gun, and thanks to his persistence, the suit even housed an enormous ammunition store inside. The Gatling gun, capable of firing over 100 rounds per second and easily shredding any carbon-based life form within range, had met its match today. Obadiah simply couldn't believe his eyes. For a moment, he even suspected that the Ironmonger's display was malfunctioning. Because, under the relentless barrage of the Gatling, Su Ming was still alive. Is he some kind of monster? Tony, watching from the side, saw Su Ming strolling nonchalantly through the hail of bullets. His body, repeatedly torn open, was healing at an unimaginable speed. Tony's expression froze in disbelief. This monster! The scene unfolding before them filled Obadiah with deep dread towards Su-ming. He dared not get any closer, choosing instead to hover in midair, continuing to rain bullets on Su-ming from a distance. Su-ming, still waiting for the ironmonger to close in, realized his opponent had lost his nerve. Where's all that swagger from before? Afraid to come over? Fine, I'll come to you. Planting his feet, he launched himself at Ironmonger like a human cannonball. The Gatling's barrels were glowing red-hot, and the ammo chamber was nearly depleted under the intense fire. Watching Su-ming hurtling toward him, Obadiah had no better option. He crossed his steel arms over his chest, bracing for impact. A ripple of micro-shockwaves spread through the air as Su-ming's gauntlet fist slammed into Ironmonger once more. The armored arms twisted and warped the instant they met his iron fist, snapping aside under the tremendous force. The momentum of the blow didn't falter. Su-ming's punch landed right beside the arc reactor on Ironmonger's chest. The vaunted armor proved to be little protection. A massive dent appeared in the chest plate, and the crushing pressure forced Obadiah to cough up blood inside the suit as he was sent flying skyward yet again. This time, Su-ming didn't wait. He flicked a throwing knife, using its momentum to speed after his foe. This ever-shifting combination of flight and close combat was new to Su-ming, an opportunity to hone his skills. Accelerating past Ironmonger by nearly 100 meters, Su-ming changed direction with another wave of his hand. He threw 3 knives in quick succession, not to attack but to gain speed. A sonic boom cracked through the sky as Su-ming shot toward Ironmonger at a speed nearly invisible to the naked eye, delivering another punishing punch. The thick armor groaned under the brutal impact, another crater forming on the opposite side of Ironmonger's reactor. Itchem. Not exactly symmetrical. Su-ming eyed the dents on Ironmonger's chest, sensing something was off. The imbalance must be due to his unfamiliarity with this newfound power. Let's try again. Embracing this new mode of combat, Su-ming was like a child with a beloved toy, utterly absorbed and tireless. His figure darted through the sky at breathtaking speed, pausing only for the briefest moment with each devastating strike. Now let's look at the Ironmonger. At this moment, he was like a pinball in a video game, helplessly bouncing through the air as his flight path shifted again and again. The once gleaming metal armor was now crawling with cracks. Tony connected a call to Pepper Potts. Hello? Tony, are you all right? Watching Obadiah being volleyed around in the sky by Su-ming as if he were a ping-pong ball, Tony couldn't help but break into a wide grin. I'm fine, but you'll have to prepare some money for me. Pepper, who had managed Stark Industries for a time, had little concept of what money meant, especially when Tony was the one making the request. Money's not a problem. What about Obadiah? He's lost his mind. You have to be careful. Unaware that Tony had just promised a $200 million contract, Pepper was still worried about his safety. Tony thought to himself that she probably wouldn't sound so calm if she knew the actual amount. After all, even for Stark Industries, $200 million wasn't just pocket change. True, Obi probably is losing his mind right now. Obadiah really was losing his mind. He could never have imagined that, after deploying every trick in the book and even stealing Tony's arc reactor to build the Ironmonger, he'd fall so short of invincible. Not only was he not invincible, he couldn't even fight back. The bounty hunter was simply too fast. His suit's targeting system couldn't lock onto him at all. Is this even humanly possible? At this point, Obadiah could only pin his hopes on the Ironmonger's armor, praying its defenses would hold. Luckily, only the first 2 attacks had truly shaken him. The follow-up strikes, though blindingly fast, were noticeably weaker. That lessened his terror somewhat. Bracing himself in a defensive stance, swallowing down the metallic taste in his throat, Obadiah desperately searched for a way to turn the tables. Su-ming, in fact, was holding back his strength on purpose. He discovered that as he practiced weaving through the air and hurling throwing knives at high speed, his movements were becoming more and more fluid. His control over his own strength was sharpening with every pass. Su-ming couldn't help but feel he was winning on all fronts. Not only was a $200 million payday on its way, he was also honing his skills on the job. His power was simply too great. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to find a worthy sparring partner. But the Ironmonger, with its heavy armor and endurance, was the perfect punching bag for refining his combat technique. How could he bear to finish Ironmonger off in one blow? Besides, this job was a cakewalk, just roughing up a robot, not fighting aliens. It was basically free money. It had to be Tony never fails to surprise, my personal ATM. A casual ask, and out comes a delightful bonus. Buoyed by his good mood, Su-ming's movements grew ever more elusive and spectral, his attacks even more precise. High above, Obadiah struggled to fire up his thrusters and regain control. But the immense inertia of the ironmonger suit was difficult to unleash under Su Ming's relentless assault, forcing Obadiah to search desperately for another solution. If he could spare Tony back then, he can let me go now. A sudden thought brought Obadiah a jolt of hope. He spat out the blood from his mouth, cleared his throat, and tried to make his voice sound as gentle as possible. Mr. Destiny, please, wait a moment, stop, please, cough, cough. Su Ming, meanwhile, was absorbed in figuring out how to incorporate Jeet Kune Do into aerial combat, so he didn't hear Obadiah's shout at all. His explosive punch smashed a deep dent into the ironmonger's armored skull. Only when the suit began spiraling downward did Su Ming snap back to the present. Mr. Obadiah, did you just say something? Dazed and dizzy, Obadiah finally regained control of his body and blinked hard, trying to clear his vision. He couldn't tell whether the suit's display was malfunctioning or if his own head was spinning, but all he could see were glittering stars dancing before his eyes. Damn this bounty hunter. If only I could beat you. I'd tear you to pieces. Despite the resentment boiling inside him, his words came out polite and measured. That's right, Mr. Destiny. I'd like to discuss a business proposition with you. Hearing there was business to be discussed, Su Ming's interest was piqued, if only a little. No doubt it was just another plea for mercy. Nothing new, but he was curious to hear the offer. Oh, is that so? You see, as gentlemen, this back-and-forth brawling is terribly uncivilized. Why don't we resolve things in a way we can both appreciate? Obadiah proactively opened his helmet, realizing he hadn't pleaded so earnestly in years. Seeing Su Ming neither respond nor resume his assault, a sliver of hope returned to him. 10 million. Bounty hunter, let me go. It was a sum no bounty hunter could refuse, or so Obadiah confidently believed. Su Ming wondered if he'd misheard. Who would have thought Obadiah could be so stingy, even with his own life on the line? Trying to negotiate for a discount at a time like this. For a moment, Obadiah's naivete left Su Ming both amused and exasperated. But Su Ming's silence could only mean one thing. He wants more. This greedy bastard. Obadiah clenched his jaw, feeling a fresh surge of blood in his mouth. Damn it, I'll need to get some new teeth put in after this. Obadiah hesitated, then announced a new offer. Mr. Destiny, how about this? 30 million. Let me go. Su Ming took in the familiar scene and couldn't help but laugh. Not only had Obadiah started with a lower offer than Tony ever did, he even haggled his way up with none of Tony's flair. Perspective. How could you ever hope to compare yourself to Tony Stark? You show none of the bold extravagance that capitalists are known for. What a disappointment. Just for that reason alone, Su Ming couldn't muster the slightest interest in the business deal Obadiah was proposing. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly remembered something important. Damn, his own name was still hanging high on the underground market's most wanted list. Even Tony Stark's bounty was only 800,000. Back on the way to Oscorp, he'd already survived one assassination attempt. An entire team had come for him, and it had taken Su Ming quite a bit of effort to deal with them. All because Obadiah had jacked up his bounty to 2 million. That had made him the undisputed #1 target. This was a score that needed to be settled. With that thought, Su Ming put on a professional smile, distant yet amiable. Tony Stark, watching the two closely from below, felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, are they about to start bidding against each other? An uneasy feeling crept over him. Su Ming gave a slight shake of his head. Mr. Obadiah, about that bounty you placed on the underground market. Obadiah suddenly remembered he had indeed put out a contract to hunt down Destiny. Hearing Su Ming bring it up now, did it mean if he recalled the hit, they might have something to discuss? A spark of hope lit up in his eyes. Wonderful. Now I can finally go get my teeth fixed. He immediately understood, and right in front of Su Ming, called up the underground market to cancel the contract on the bounty hunter known as Destiny. After hanging up, Obadiah looked at Su Ming with eager anticipation, as if to say, "Are you satisfied now?" Seeing with his own eyes that the troublesome bounty on his head was finally lifted, Su Ming felt considerably relieved. His smile took on a hint of genuine warmth. Very good, Mr. Obadiah. Old Obi, recalling Su Ming's uncanny abilities, felt a chill creep up his spine once again. He was now more certain than ever that sitting down for this talk had been a very wise decision. Mr. Destiny, can you consider my request now? Down below, Tony overheard their conversation and couldn't help but rise to his feet. His eyes narrowed, flashing with a cold glint. Obi, bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Worst case, we'll just see who can outspend the other. He was already preparing to call Pepper for emergency funds at a moment's notice. Su Ming heard Obadiah's words clearly and, thinking back on the man's behavior, knew full well he was dealing with a wolf in sheep's clothing. After all, someone who could covet the life of the nephew he'd watched grow up, just for control of the company, couldn't possibly be any good. The smile on his face faded. With a touch of indifference, Su-Ming gave Obadiah a slightly disdainful look. Don't be naive. I don't take every job that comes my way. Obadiah Stane, as one of the founding elders of Stark Industries, was Howard Stark's friend and business partner. After Howard died, he became a mentor to Howard's son, Tony Stark. For 30 years, he had devoted himself to building up the company, watching as Stark Industries grew stronger and stronger, while money poured into Tony's pockets like a rushing river. Not to mention, Time magazine was always eager to put Tony on the cover, making him the center of attention. This kid even took the opportunity to sleep with almost every cover girl from Maxim magazine. Everything Tony enjoyed now was making Obadiah increasingly resentful. All of this should have been mine. A thought began to take root in Obadiah's mind. Get rid of Tony and take his place. That idea became impossible to suppress after Tony came back from Afghanistan and impulsively announced the shutdown of all weapons development and sales at Stark Industries. Tony Stark has already made a fortune, and now he won't even let anyone else have a taste. Cutting off a man's livelihood is like killing his parents. Obadiah decided to act. Just as he had put all his effort into creating an invincible suit of armor, finally ready to deal Tony a fatal blow, a bounty hunter unexpectedly interfered. His prized missiles and Gatling guns were utterly useless against this person. Even the heavily fortified, high-strength armor he had invested so much in crumpled like paper under this man's seemingly effortless punches. He couldn't win. There was just no way. If only he'd finished Tony off when he took the arc reactor from him. When did they start working together? Bruised and battered, Obadiah had no choice but to bargain, offering a hefty sum and even graciously canceling the bounty he'd placed at the underground market. What more do you want from me? Obadiah's pride and self-esteem were deeply wounded by Su-Ming's casual rejection. All his frustration and resentment erupted into a blazing fury. Are you playing me? Fine, then you'll pay the price. With a furious roar, Obadiah activated his long-prepared missile system. The Ironmonger's torso and limbs opened to reveal multiple missile bays. A dozen missiles, trailing smoke and fire, shot towards Su-Ming from every angle. Spider Sense instantly sounded the alarm. As the missiles locked onto him, Su-Ming felt a tingling tension across his skin. So, when the deal falls through, you just flip the table? Su-Ming scoffed at Obadiah's inability to play fair. The type I hate most are guys like you, who turn hostile at the drop of a hat. Where's the skill in that? His movements never slowed. Throwing knives flashed through the air, his body darted and weaved, tracing unpredictable arcs in midair. Su-Ming had to admit, the missile tech was impressive. No matter how swiftly or erratically he moved, the dozen or so missiles stayed locked on, even avoiding each other as they closed in. The chaotic explosions he'd imagined, missiles colliding and blowing up, never happened. Watching the missiles draw ever closer, Su-Ming thought to himself that taking a barrage from a Gatling gun was already giving his opponent enough credit. There was no need to test his luck with these oversized contraptions. After all, his tuxedo was already shredded beyond recognition. If he took another hit from these missiles, well, in New York, parading around indecently was against the law. By chance, his eyes caught sight of a logo painted on one of the missiles, Stark Industries. Su-Ming's eyes lit up instantly. He knew that emblem all too well. Back when he scavenged battlefields, that insignia always meant a fortune was waiting to be claimed. Right on cue, the system popped up a valuation prompt. Griffin missile, launched, estimated value, $30,000. A bold idea flashed through Su-Ming's mind. He steadied his breath, cranked his spider's senses to the maximum, and in a sudden burst, appeared right beside the missile. Just as the missile's sensors were about to adjust for its moving target, Su-Ming placed his hand on the cold, metallic shell. Exchange successful. Plus $30,000. Account balance, $224,515,000. In the instant the missile tried to change course, it dissolved into a wisp of mist and vanished without a trace. Su-Ming let out a cry of exhilaration, repeating his trick again and again. Dancing on the knife's edge, he flickered between the remaining missiles like a performer in a deadly ballet. Obadiah felt as if he were witnessing the most terrifying spectacle on Earth. The chain of explosions he expected never came. Instead, the bounty hunter zipped through the air with the agility of a pesky fly, toying with the missiles trailing behind him. These were missiles, for heaven's sake. What the foo? Even more absurd, the missiles he had just launched were vanishing, one after another, right out of thin air every time Su-Ming touched them. Obadiah began to question whether the world he lived in still obeyed the laws of science at all. You're no human. You're a devil. You've destroyed everything I've worked for. Obadiah's eyes widened in terror, unable to accept the reality unfolding before him. But there was no turning back. Once he'd ripped out Tony's arc reactor with his own hands, all hope of retreat was gone. Tonight, there had to be an ending. Knowing full well he had no chance of victory, Obadiah slipped further into madness. He activated the arc reactor's self-destruct sequence, cranked his thrusters to full, and sped headlong towards Su-Ming. Damn you, bounty hunter. You've ruined my plans time and again. Tonight you die. Su-Ming, meanwhile, was in high spirits, having exchanged more than a dozen missiles for a handsome addition to his account. The thrill of making money while carrying out his mission was intoxicating. Suddenly, his spider sense blared a frantic warning. Every hair on his body stood on end. Su-Ming realized at once that he was facing his most dangerous crisis yet. But what was it? In the silent night sky, only the lumbering ironmonger was chugging toward him, shouting something as he came. No, that's not right. Something's off. When things are this unusual, there's always a hidden danger. Obadiah never dared to get close to me from the very beginning. What's making him so bold now? Su-Ming swept his gaze over the ironmonger's battered armor, and his pupils contracted. The reactor on ironmonger's chest, which once glowed with a steady, deep blue arc, was now shifting toward an angry, volatile red. Damn, the old bastard's gone all in. Realizing what was happening, Su-Ming didn't dare hesitate for even a second. He shot into the air at once. Obadiah seemed determined to drag this demon before him down, pouring every bit of his energy into flight. His speed surged, and he was steadily closing the distance, showing signs he might even catch up to Su-Ming. Su-Ming mulled over his options as he flew. Run? Of course he could. He was confident Obadiah couldn't catch him before freezing at high altitude. But escaping like that would be far less fun. There were still so many Jeet Kune Do techniques he hadn't tried out mid-flight. Why not make the most of this last chance and give it a shot? With Deadpool-level regeneration as a safety net, at worst he'd just shrink down and grow right back again. But a punching bag this good doesn't come along every day. Su-Ming recalled the techniques from Jeet Kune Do that would suit a situation like this. Suddenly, a classic scene flashed through his mind. Bruce Lee soaring high and smashing down with both feet onto a hapless foe. And the soul of it all was that sharp, defiant cry, full of wild pride. So brutal, but I love it. Having made up his mind, Su-Ming twisted in midair, eyes locked on the ironmonger, still dozens of meters away. The energy in ironmonger's chest grew ever more frenzied, looking as if it might break free from the reactor's control at any moment. Have you ever seen a kick that comes crashing down from the heavens? Closing his eyes, he quietly replayed the move in his mind, going over the flow of force again and again. Then, Su-Ming sprang into action. His eyes snapped open, blazing bright as lanterns, a cold gleam flashing and gone in an instant. He hurled 3 throwing knives in quick succession, rocketing his descent to its very limit. The thunderous crack of breaking the sound barrier echoed across the skies of New York. He was a streak of light, hurtling straight for the ironmonger. Enduring the immense resistance of the air, Su-Ming bent his knees slowly, his face twisting into an exaggerated expression. The roll had fully taken hold. And, just as he collided with Ironmonger, both feet kicked out with explosive force. A high, piercing, and wildly arrogant cry burst from Su-Ming's chest, ringing out over the city. ADAH! Obadiah had already steeled himself for death. For a capitalist, what difference is there between utter ruin and dying? Better to go down in a blaze of glory than rot away behind bars. Staring fate in the face as it hurtled toward him, a cruel smile crept across his lips. Still coming at me? Just what I was hoping for. With effort, Obadiah forced Ironmonger's massive arms to move, preparing to lock Su-Ming in a crushing embrace the moment he got close. Then, together, they'd go meet their maker. As Su-Ming's exaggerated expression filled his vision, Obadiah had already managed to wrap his arms around Su-Ming's back. Adah! There was a deafening crash and a sharp, splintering sound. It was as if he'd been hit head-on by a train. The Ironmonger's suit shattered in an instant, and inside, Obadiah could distinctly hear the brittle snap of his own bones. Though his hands still doggedly clung to Su-Ming, the armor's joints had already fractured, leaving him with no further strength or support. In a flash, Su-Ming's feet planted squarely against Ironmonger's chest. For a split second, Obadiah thought he heard someone shouting. What was it? Ada? With his mind reeling, all Obadiah could think was, what does Ada even mean? Why is he yelling it with such gusto? Is he insane? Blood gushed from Obadiah's mouth as, tangled in the wreckage of his armor, he shot through the air like a falling star, hurtling straight toward the massive arc reactor at the center of Stark's workshop. The irony was bitter. This reactor had been specially designed by Obadiah himself to power the Ironmonger. Yet they'd never managed to shrink it down to something that could fit inside the suit's chest. There was a sharp, rhythmic crackling. With the intrusion of foreign matter, the reactor turned violently unstable. Arcs of blinding electricity surged outward, tearing through every piece of equipment in the lab. Obadiah's aging body was vaporized in an instant by the surging energy, while the Mark II reactor teetered on the brink of catastrophic failure. A flash of white light. Suddenly, all of New York City was lit as bright as day. Then, a towering mushroom cloud billowed skyward, and a massive shockwave rolled outward, obliterating everything in its path, sweeping away all resistance. The entire Stark Industries compound was leveled in less than a minute. Just moments earlier, Tony had been enjoying the spectacle of Obadiah's merciless defeat. Little did he know he was standing right on the roof above that colossal reactor, when he saw the shattered ironmonger plummeting toward the reactor at breakneck speed. Tony's stomach clenched in dread. Oh crap! Moments later, he was hurled into the heart of the blast, a hunk of metal ricocheting helplessly within the shockwave. Even with his armor, there was little he could do. Tony could only clamp his faceplate shut, protect his bare hands inside the suit, and curl up, letting the shockwave toss him sky-high and slam him earthward. Once again, New York became the center of a major headline. There was no way people could ignore the blinding flash that lit up the night sky, not to mention the colossal explosion that followed. Is it the end of the world? So asked the doomsayers. Has war begun? Wonder the Hawks. Most ordinary New Yorkers simply reacted with, "It's on a beach. Since when does New York have earthquakes?" In any case, the titanic blast at the Stark facility thrust Tony Stark back into the eye of a public storm. And at that moment, Tony lay wrapped in bandages flat on his back in bed. Multiple bones in his body were fractured, and almost every inch of his soft tissue bore bruises of varying severity. At the same time, countless wounds covered him from head to toe. These injuries weren't primarily from his battle with Ironmonger. Most were the result of the explosion's impact. Now, Tony Stark, wrapped up like a gasping mummy, could barely move anything except his eyes. He stared blankly at Su Ming standing before him, his voice tinged with a plaintive note. "Mr. Silver Duke, thank you. The money will be transferred soon." Ms. Pepper, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. "But Tony, the entire Stark Workshop complex is destroyed." To this, Tony could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, compared to the entire Stark industrial complex, $200 million was a mere drop in the bucket. But if Su Ming hadn't intervened in time, he likely wouldn't have survived this ordeal at all. After all, he had initially thought of using the reactor to take down Obadiah himself. So, this outcome wasn't really a problem. It was just money, after all. When Su Ming saw the scale of the explosion and realized Tony, so close to the center, might not make it out alive, he suddenly remembered his bill hadn't been settled. That won't do. He activated his enhanced vision, searching desperately for Tony's figure. At last, amid the ruins, he spotted a foot glinting with metallic sheen and only then managed to haul Tony back to Stark Tower. You could say Tony was lucky. Su Ming's sharp eyes were nothing like those of regular rescue teams. If it had been anyone else, Tony wouldn't have received help nearly as quickly. Before Ms. Pepper arrived, Su Ming took the chance to shower at Tony's place, changed into a brand new suit from Tony's wardrobe, and tossed the original rags, which barely resembled clothes anymore. Hearing their conversation, he shrugged nonchalantly. "Tony, as agreed, $200 million, but I'll give you a 1% discount. So, that's $198 million. You know my account. I'm off." Indeed, the reason Su Ming insisted on seeing Tony receive medical attention in person was because he was worried no one would pay the bill if Tony died. Now that he'd gotten the promise, Su Ming left with peace of mind. Once Pepper was sure Tony was out of danger, her frustration surged to the surface again. "Tony, what's this about $200 million? The complex is destroyed, our cash flow is on the brink, and now you're telling me you owe someone $200 million more." "Pepper, let me explain. Manhattan Hotel." By the time Su Ming woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He threw on a robe, dug into the lavish breakfast Elisa had delivered, and turned on the television. The news was dominated by coverage of last night's incident. Good afternoon, viewers. We're sure you're all following the explosion at the Stark complex with great concern. Let's take a closer look at the details in our next segment. On television, the replay showed Tony clad in his Iron Man suit, battling Ironmonger. Even the moment Tony rescued a bus full of children was broadcast without missing a single frame. This sent the people of New York into a frenzy once again, because their city now had a new superhero, Iron Man. The media, of course, knew how to fan the flames. The surveillance footage made it clear to everyone. Even when outmatched, Iron Man fought tooth and nail to protect their lives. Previously, Spider-Man and the Scarlet Marquis had captured everyone's attention, But the sudden appearance of Iron Man fulfilled every tech enthusiast's dream of seeing a real-life mech suit. Public support for Iron Man soared, his popularity skyrocketing until he was second only to the Scarlet Marquis as the talk of the town. And indeed, the Scarlet Marquis, with only half his face masked and an undeniable charisma, had set the bar high. By comparison, while Iron Man was stylish in his own right, he didn't quite fit the widespread aesthetic preference of female fans. On the superhero popularity charts, Su-Ming still held the #1 spot without challenge. At the Stark Industries press conference, James Rhodes stood straight and tall in his crisp Air Force uniform, delivering a statement at the microphone about the industrial accident at Stark Industries. According to unconfirmed reports, a prototype robot malfunctioned, causing severe damage to the reactor. Fortunately, on the television, the official explanation played. Pepper Potts straightened Tony's tie and peeled off the last bandage from his nose. Agent Phil Coulson then handed Tony an alibi. "You were on your yacht at the time. We have port records confirming you spent the night in Avalon, along with testimony from your 50 guests." To protect Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D. took a firm stance against him revealing his identity. Not only did they prepare a solid alibi for Tony, but even Obadiah's whereabouts had been meticulously arranged. With S.H.E.L.D.'s statement in hand, Tony Stark stepped up to the podium. Before him was a dense crowd of reporters and a sea of cameras, their lenses gleaming like artillery pointed his way. As Tony tried to convince the press that Iron Man was merely a bodyguard in a suit, Christine Everhart, a reporter who knew him well, voiced her doubts. "I'm just not cut out to be a hero." Rhodey, sensing trouble, quietly reminded Tony to stick to the script. "Oh, right, okay." Facing the reporters and media once more, a glimmer of resolve shone in Tony's eyes. "The truth is, I am Iron Man." The room erupted in chaos. Within just a few days, New Yorkers had witnessed more excitement than ever before. The shocking explosion in the Stark workshop had thrust a mysterious, armored hero into the limelight. And at the subsequent press conference, Tony Stark boldly declared to the world that he was Iron Man. This left everyone both surprised and, upon reflection, in complete agreement. After all, when people accumulate a certain amount of wealth, they inevitably crave something fresh and exciting. Stark Industries' stock price skyrocketed after Tony revealed his identity to the world. The losses from the destruction of the factory complex were recouped in just a single day, and the stock price continued to hit upper limits. This made Ms. Pepper Potts look at Tony in a new light. As expected of Tony, he always manages to turn the tide at the critical moment. But this was not something Tony Stark had foreseen. His real intention had simply been to put on a grand show in front of everyone, to let them see how he had painstakingly developed such an incredible suit of armor. If he couldn't wear it whenever he wished or use it as he pleased, what difference would there be between that and having a beautiful woman by your side, but never being able to touch her? As for whether the company's business or the stock price would be affected by his recklessness, he hadn't spared a thought for any of that. But that's how things often go. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. While Tony was busy shutting out the hordes of frenzied media and throwing himself into the development of a new suit, a brilliant idea struck him. Why not fit the suit into a suitcase? I really am a genius. While Tony was hard at work on his new suit and Stark stock price soared, Su-Ming soon received Tony's transfer, $200 million. We agreed on a 1% discount, but he insisted on rounding up the number. The feeling of not caring about money. I wish I had it. Su-Ming's thoughts drifted back to his earlier battle with Ironmonger. His Deadpool-level regeneration was indeed formidable, almost freakishly so, but there were still weaknesses. No matter how fast the body heals, injuries are still injuries. How can I avoid getting hurt at all? With this question in mind, Su-Ming browsed through the system store, though he already knew the answer. When it comes to being invulnerable, nothing beats Superman's steel body. In fact, Su-Ming was quite curious. He'd ended up in a Marvel universe, so why did the system include Superman's powers? After all, Superman and Marvel don't exactly belong to the same family. But when he saw a few other familiar abilities in the system store, Su-Ming was instantly at ease. Devil Fruit, Random Effect, $10 billion. Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra, $5 billion. Spiritriadum Feast, Oha Web Feast, $2 billion. Pirates, Harry, Yu Yu Hakusho. Recognizing the origins of several abilities, Su-Ming had no further complaints. All right, I was being naive. As much as those legendary powers made Su-Ming drool, the same old problem remained. He just didn't have enough money. So, back to researching the steel body. Superman, steel body, $10 million. Why is it so cheap? No matter, better grab it first. $10 million. Ability exchange successfully. Account balance, $403,455,700. Suddenly, Su Ming realized that even his iron body could be upgraded. Only then did everything make sense to him. Oh, I get it now. It was so cheap because the level was too low. He looked at the iron body upgrade interface. Iron body LV1, resistant to melee weapons. Iron body LV2, resistant to small caliber firearms, $80 million. Iron body LV2, resistant to small caliber firearms. Iron body LV3, resistant to large caliber firearms, $100 million. Iron body LV3, resistant to large caliber firearms. Iron body LV4, resistant to heavy weaponry, $500 million. Iron body LV4, resistant to heavy weaponry. Iron body LV5, resistant to strategic weapons, $5 billion. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade his iron body. $180 million. Talent exchange successful. Account balance, $223,455,700. He waited for quite a while, but didn't feel any different. Su Ming picked up a fruit knife from the table and pressed it forcefully against his palm. With a sharp sound, followed by a metallic clang, the fruit knife snapped clean in two. He let out a long, surprised "oh." His body really had become tougher. Watching the knife first bend, then break, Su Ming truly understood what it meant to be invulnerable to blades and bullets. He could still feel the softness of his skin, but there was an invisible force that stopped the blade from cutting through. So, this was the iron body? A glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. He decided to run another test. After a bit of preparation, he opened the window, stepped onto the balcony, and looked down at the dizzying height from his floor. Without hesitation, Su Ming stepped off the ledge. As the wind roared past his ears, Su Ming, experiencing a jump from this height for the first time, felt a pang of fear. Instinctively, he wanted to hurl a throwing knife to cushion his fall, but for the sake of the experiment, he forced himself to suppress any self-preservation instincts and let gravity pull him mercilessly to the ground below. He landed solidly in the dirt, creating a deep pit, and aside from the jolt, he didn't even feel the slightest tingle in his legs, as if he'd just stepped off a stair. Not bad. Pulling his feet free from the earth, Su Ming walked to a secluded corner behind the building, drew the handgun he'd borrowed from Elisa, and unleashed a full magazine into his own chest. Bang, bang, clang, clang, clang. With his enhanced vision, he saw each bullet leave the flaming barrel, and the instant it struck his body, it flattened into a little disc before shattering into fragments. Aside from a few new holes in his t-shirt, his body was completely unharmed. Glancing up at the balcony of his own apartment, Su Ming was suddenly filled with the urge to fly up there. Now that he possessed an iron body, not being able to fly just wouldn't do. He bent his legs and leapt with all his strength, hurling himself into the sky. Yahoo! As he soared higher and higher, Su Ming was once again swept up in the exhilaration of flight. Just as he was puzzling over how to change direction in midair, the upward momentum of his body gradually diminished until it stopped. Then he began to fall. Landing back where he started, Su Ming looked up at the sky in frustration. So he couldn't fly after all. Just now, he'd only managed to jump a bit higher than usual, relying entirely on his physical strength. No wonder I couldn't turn in midair. Damn it. Feeling a bit down, he returned to his room and tossed his tattered t-shirt aside without a second thought. Unwilling to give up, Su Ming continued to investigate the system shop until he saw the following. Superman Energy Vision, $800 million. Superman X-Ray Vision, $500 million. Superman Biofield, $20 billion. So the iron body he had exchanged for was only the lowest entry level among Superman's many powers. Looking at the biofield, which sat at the bottom of the list of Superman's abilities, Su Ming suddenly understood. These prices were downright outrageous. Forget it. With just over $200 million left, everything looked tempting, but he couldn't afford any of it. Better to focus on something within reach. Since he'd already gotten the iron body, his physical strength had to keep up somehow. A budget version of Superman who could at least walk the earth wouldn't be too bad. He looked at the upgrade interface for physical enhancement. Physical enhancement LV12V3. Permanently increase stamina by 200 points, $20 million. Physical enhancement LV3LV4. Permanently increase stamina by 2,000 points, $200 million. Su Ming started spending money. $2, $20 million. Talent upgraded successfully. Remaining balance, $3,455,700. He opened his stats panel. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Stamina, 2,235. Current balance, $3,455,700. Acquired talents, Deadpool level regeneration, dynamic vision LV.2, Jeet Kune Do mastery, physical enhancement LV4, faceless mask, danger sense LV1, precision throw LV2, sketching mastery, iron body LV3. Why wasn't there a level 5 for physical enhancement? Puzzled, Su-ming quickly ran into some trouble. His strength had increased so much that even the slightest movement could damage things around him. Trying to drink a glass of water, he crushed the glass in his hand. Trying to open a door, he snapped the handle off. Even just sitting down normally would flatten the sofa into a pancake. Thinking about how much he'd spent in hotel damages over the past few days, Su-ming managed a wry smile. This is bad. I might have overdone it. Eventually, Su-ming adapted to the changes in his body, but not before breaking a good deal of hotel property. He paid quite a sum in compensation. With his upgrades, Su-ming's body had reached an unprecedented level, which seriously affected his daily life. But the results, he had to admit, were impressive. He could now effortlessly lift rolls of steel weighing around 20 tons with just one hand, and he even visited Tony's weapons workshop to practice with brand new tanks. Tanks weighing over 60 tons were nothing for Su-ming. He could raise them without much effort. Late at night, he would sneak over to the port of New York and test his strength against various kinds of cargo ships. He discovered he could easily push small cargo ships floating in the water, and with a bit more effort, even the larger ones would start to shift. Bear in mind, even when floating, those massive cargo ships weigh no less than 100,000 tons. This made Su-ming utterly exhilarated. It's worth mentioning that, as Su-ming worked to adapt to his new body, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, had come looking for him several times. Every time, Peter arrived brimming with enthusiasm, inviting Su-ming to join him on his patrols. In his spare time, Peter tirelessly helped the NYPD fight crime, finding great joy in it. Ever since Captain George Stacy had acknowledged Spider-Man's efforts, he would occasionally let slip details about tough cases, giving Peter a sense of recognition and purpose he'd never felt before. But lately, Peter had encountered a peculiar figure. It was someone riding a glider, clad in a green suit of armor and wearing a demonic mask. They had exchanged only a few moves before the stranger departed without any further incident, which left Peter perplexed. Still, Peter's spider sense warned him that this man was extremely dangerous, and since then, that green figure haunted his thoughts. After refusing yet another invitation from Spider-Man to team up, Su-ming declared that he could never do what Peter did. Selflessly risking everything for others was simply not his style. As a bounty hunter, making money was his only real concern. Su-ming's refusal left Spider-Man with the impression that he was cold-hearted, tarnishing the heroic image Peter had built up in his mind with a small, dark stain. Back at the hotel, Su-ming reflected on what he'd just done. Good thing I was clever enough to use the stairs and jump between floors. If I'd broken the elevator with my current bank balance, there's no way I could afford to pay for it. But this was no long-term solution. He had to find ways to make money, fast. Gazing at the $1 or so left in his account, Su-ming groaned, flat broke. Just then, the phone rang. Hey, Mr. Silver Duke. It was Tony Stark. Su-ming was quite surprised to get a call from Tony. Wasn't he supposed to be locked away, working on his new suit? Had he finished that quickly? Tony's slightly proud voice came through the receiver. Mr. Silver Duke, I just remembered, we still have a deal. It's time to set off. Su-ming's eyes lit up as he recalled Tony's earlier invitation to a certain place. Las Vegas. Tony's cheerful reply echoed through the phone. Recently, Tony Stark had been in exceptionally high spirits. Ever since he revealed to the world that he was Iron Man, Tony had, for a time, become nothing short of a national idol. Well, who could possibly resist the allure of a suit of armor? Tony thought to himself with a touch of pride. What excited Tony even more was the smooth completion of his new armor prototype. He had every reason to believe that when he unveiled this latest suit, it would leave everyone utterly speechless. Calling it cool simply didn't do justice to the feeling. Reliving the moment of his successful experiment, Tony found himself thoroughly amazed by his own invention. It's time to unwind a little. As a genius, Tony was never one to be overly diligent. Whenever he achieved a short-term goal, he always made sure to indulge himself. Thinking back to the Scarlet Silver Duke's legendary card skills, Tony's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Las Vegas, eh? All my previous losses don't count. This time, I'll be your worst nightmare. The card master, Mr. Scarlet Silver Duke. That's right, Tony had frequented the luxurious casinos of Las Vegas more than once, but it didn't take long for him to earn himself the nickname of Easy Mark. When it comes to probability, a science geek can never stay cool-headed, especially when there are tricks and sleights of hand involved. Tony sent a car to pick up Su-ming from the Manhattan Hotel, and together, the two boarded Tony's private jet, heading straight for the gambler's paradise, Las Vegas. Oh, God, please, oh my God. Now Tony deeply regretted bringing Su Ming to Las Vegas for a high-stakes gamble. But what he regretted even more was the bold promise he'd made to Su Ming on the plane. We split the winnings 50-50, but if we lose, I'll cover it all. Tony ended up losing a whopping $500 million. In his mind, anyone who handled playing cards with such flair and could wield them like weapons must be a master of the gambling world. But this time, Tony was dead wrong. Su Ming was every bit the outsider. Relying solely on sheer bravado, he dared to follow any hand, no matter how bad, and peek at any card, no matter the risk. Tony's heart nearly pounded his chest reactor straight out of his body. At first, Tony suspected Su Ming was only pretending to be clueless to mess with his nerves, planning to win it all back at the crucial moment. But to his utter shock, Su Ming wasn't just inexperienced, he didn't even know how to play. Man, if you didn't know how to play, you should have said so. Why did you look so confident? I totally fell for it. Never mind that Tony Stark was on the verge of coughing up blood from sheer frustration. Su Ming was thoroughly enjoying his moment in the spotlight. At first, people only gave Su Ming a seat at the table out of respect for Tony Stark. But when they realized Tony was actually taking Su Ming's advice, Su Ming's status shot through the roof. He was surrounded by bunny girls on both sides. Drinks, fruit, and cigars were offered to him with eager hands. Countless envious glances from the upper crust and the successful, the dealer's eyes shimmering with playful intrigue. No wonder Las Vegas is called a gambler's paradise. It knows exactly how to coax the wildest hopes from those who come to play. Once Su Ming confirmed, again and again, that Tony was really footing the bill for him, whatever restraint he had left simply melted away. Let's just go for it. And so, the beautiful dealer's gaze shifted, first teasing, then delighted, and finally almost possessive, as if she were pleading, "Don't leave, darling." It had been ages since she'd come across such an easy mark. Chip after chip vanished from Su Ming's hands. Of the $500 million Tony lost at the tables, a staggering $400 million was all thanks to Su Ming's handiwork. Tony Stark could only shake his head in disbelief at how wrong he'd been about all this. Well, what's $500 million anyway? After all, money is just a number. Though a little annoyed, Tony always found ways to console himself. Tony nearly had to suit up in his latest armor just to drag the still eager Su Ming out of the casino. He could almost hear the cash in his wallet sighing with relief. "Thank you, Tony, for saving me just in time." On the private jet, Tony eyed Su Ming with a complicated expression. "You're killing me, Mr. Silver Duke. With your poker skills, don't tell me you're not a gambler." Thinking back on how much he'd cost Tony, such a waste, especially when he himself was short on cash. But the layout of the world's top casinos in Las Vegas, from the colors to the staff, the temperature to the scent, every detail is designed to entice the wealthy to keep playing. These people are the real masters of applied science. Coming to his senses, Su Ming shook his head, half in awe of the casino's power, half resigned as he answered Tony's question. "Oh, Tony, who told you I could actually gamble?" Turning Su Ming's words over in his mind, Tony realized he'd only ever assumed as much. But Tony Stark was not just anyone. As long as he was having fun, what was a bit of money lost? He cast off any lingering resentment over the loss, and a new idea lit up his face. "Let's forget about it. I hear there's a great racetrack in Morocco. Let's go have some fun over there." On the Stark private jet, after a few glasses of brandy, Tony Stark lounged back on the sofa and dozed off. Su Ming, meanwhile, took in the luxury of the private jet before him. He had just quietly activated his system's appraisal function and now knew the plane's value. Modified private jet estimated value, $400 million. Desperate for money, Su Ming was sorely tempted to simply toss the jet to the system. After all, even at his richest, he'd only ever had just over $400 million. But he couldn't. For one, the owner of the plane was right there. Tony had never considered giving or even lending it to Su Ming. On the other hand, even if he could redeem abilities while flying high in the sky, everyone on this plane would meet a terrible end. That was not something Su Ming wanted to see. Maybe back in Las Vegas, it would have been a great opportunity to make some money, but his account balance wasn't nearly enough to exchange for skill in gambling. Su Ming had once considered borrowing some money from Tony first, then redeeming a powerful gambling talent to sweep through Las Vegas, winning big everywhere he went. But every time he looked at Tony's arrogant face, Su Ming just couldn't bring himself to ask. Ever since he'd met Tony, he'd never let him get the upper hand. It had always been Tony coming to him for favors. Borrow money? Not a chance. Anyway, Tony said that if we lose, it's all on him. This kind of psychological game between men, maybe not many people truly understand it. Watching Tony lose his composure again was one of Su Ming's few pleasures besides making money. When we get back, I'll have Elisa keep digging in Alfredhan. Or maybe I should take a trip to Somalia? Colombia is also a pretty good option. Just as Su Ming was pondering his next money-making move, Tony, lying nearby, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He knew he probably didn't have much time left. While Tony Stark was busy developing new suits, he'd accidentally discovered that the palladium levels in his body were rising precipitously. The arc reactor in his chest powered his suit, and at the heart of the reactor was palladium. The missile shrapnel still lodged in his body hadn't been completely removed, and the electromagnetic force from the reactor held the fragments in place. In other words, he still couldn't live without the reactor. Not yet. But palladium was a toxic substance for the human body, and having it in him for so long had begun to poison him. In just a month, the level of toxins in his blood had skyrocketed to 53%. At first, the reactor was meant to keep him alive. Powering the suit was only secondary. But now, was the reactor going to be the death of him? It felt like a hopeless trap. Damn it all. Tony had no intention of letting his company collapse just because of his deteriorating health. So before setting out, he entrusted the CEO position to Ms. Pepper Potts. He even hired a legal advisor to ensure the transition was official and above board. To be honest, Ms. Natalie Rushman is truly a stunner. But since when did legal advisors start outclassing the head of security with such ease? His chief of security, Happy Hogan, was as fragile as a sheet of paper in front of Ms. Rushman. As he recalled the new suit he'd just developed, another question popped into Tony's mind. Do I even need a bodyguard anymore? Monte Carlo Circuit. Tony Stark, clad in his sharp blue racing suit, was delighted to discover yet another thing Mr. Silver Duke wasn't good at: racing. He kept urging Su Ming to try out the thrill of racing firsthand, his enthusiasm almost over the top. Of course, Su Ming could see right through Tony's little scheme. It was nothing more than a ploy to watch him make a fool of himself again. Go ahead and show off all you want. Once I've earned enough money, I could easily trade for Schumacher-level driving skills and wipe the floor with you. Not to mention gout, Jin's gambling prowess, or maybe that'll come in handy at the casino tonight. Just as Tony turned to get into the car, Su Ming's gaze sharpened. He suddenly noticed a patch of dark color on Tony's skin, a shadowy blue-black hue, rising from within. Clearly, it was a sign of poisoning. In that instant, Su Ming understood. Tony's symptoms had become visible to the naked eye. A spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. A way to make a tidy profit presented itself. All he needed to do was get to the box that could inspire Tony to develop a new arc reactor, the one Tony's father had left behind before anyone else. And as for where to find it, Tony had already given him the answer. On the plane, Tony had mentioned more than once a legal advisor named Natalie Rushman. He was clearly very interested in her. The moment Su Ming heard that name, he knew exactly who she was. The famous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Flawless looks, a sharp mind, and unmatched combat skills. SHLD's top female agent. That thought stirred Su Ming's own memories. S.H.I.E.L.D. had preserved Tony's father's research all these years, eventually handing it over to Tony and helping him develop a new reactor element. Having made up his mind, Su Ming called Tony aside and spoke in a low voice. 500 million. I can help you. Tony Stark was caught off guard by Mr. Silver Duke's abrupt statement. 500 million? What are you talking about? Help me with what? Su Ming flashed a professional smile, and Tony, seeing it, instinctively tensed up. He had the growing sense that he was about to pay a steep price. Tony eyed Su Ming with suspicion and caution, waiting for an explanation. Su Ming saiding worthy. Trying to solicit business like this was a pain. Not only was it a waste of words, but there was no guarantee the offer would be accepted. Couldn't Tony see he was acting as wary as if he were guarding against a wolf? Remembering how his previous attempts to drum up business had been less than smooth, Su Ming figured Tony might not believe him this time, either. Still, he decided to give it a shot, and said, "You've been poisoned, haven't you, Tony?" Tony Stark froze, staring at Su Ming in surprise, his eyes darting quickly, but for the moment, he had no idea what to say. Su Ming continued quietly. "Tony, I know the palladium in your chest reactor is poisoning you. I can help you solve this problem." He extended a hand, his professional smile turning all the more sincere. "All it takes is 500 million. Listening to Su Ming's words, Tony's expression shifted from surprise to shock, then to disbelief. Finally, he let out a light chuckle and shook his head helplessly. "Mr. Silver Duke, I don't think you can help me with this matter. But your powers of observation are truly impressive. Please, keep this between us for now. Let's drop this subject. Watch me bring you back a trophy." With that, Tony took off his glasses, flashed Su Ming a confident smile, then put on his helmet and strode toward the blue and white race car emblazoned with the Stark logo. Su Ming's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair as he watched Tony nimbly climb into the cramped cockpit of the race car. As the green light flashed, dozens of race cars shot forward, streaking into the distance in vibrant streams of color. The deafening roar of engines all around reminded Su Ming that yet another attempt at drumming up business had ended in failure. With a hint of confusion lingering in his heart, Su Ming made his way to the spectator stands. Was this what they meant by the old saying, "A deal never works when you push too hard"? Thinking back on his conversation with Tony, Su Ming didn't feel he'd done anything wrong. He really could get his hands on the key item that would help Tony out of his predicament. But the unfortunate truth was, Tony simply didn't believe him. What Su Ming didn't realize was that Tony had learned his lesson well from the Las Vegas incident. Never again would he easily trust anything about Su Ming, except for his combat skills. Just then, a strange figure in staff uniform appeared on the racetrack. In a sudden flash of electricity, the upper half of the figure's clothes were incinerated, revealing high-tech gear beneath. A reactor on his chest almost identical to Tony's, several glowing cables radiating with crackling energy coiling around his torso and arms. Two long whips dragged along the ground, arcing erratically with electricity and carving deep grooves into the once smooth track. From outside the safety barrier, Su Ming instantly recognized the man. "Hey, isn't that guy?" A chorus of startled cries suddenly erupted around the bustling stadium. Track staff began shouting, trying desperately to stop the brazen intruder who'd stormed onto the racetrack. The man tore open his shirt, revealing a reactor on his chest just like Iron Man's. He extended both hands, the weaponized electric whips crackling at full power. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. Now that's an entrance dripping with swagger. The man's name was Ivan Vanko. His father, Anton Vanko, had once worked alongside Howard Stark, Tony's father, to develop the arc reactor technology. Later, Anton was exiled by Howard for smuggling weapons. On his deathbed, Anton gripped his son Ivan's hand and told him that Stark was nothing but a thief, that he had stolen his technology and everything it had brought. Everything Tony Stark owned now should have belonged to Ivan Vanko. Clearly, here was yet another Obadiah. From that moment on, Ivan became utterly convinced that the Stark family had stolen his father's research, and he vowed to take his revenge. He built an improved version of the reactor and fashioned deadly electric whips as weapons. His patience finally paid off. His chance for revenge came at the racetrack. With a single crack of his whip, he struck a speeding race car head-on, slicing it cleanly in two. Sparks flew through the air and the car's mangled body flipped, leaving the entire audience utterly stunned. Just then, Tony's car came barreling down the track. Ivan swung his electric whip again, and in a flash, Tony's car was also split down the middle. As Tony's car, propelled by its own momentum, flipped and crashed to the ground, Su Ming darted forward and appeared beside the wreckage. With a gentle motion, he righted the overturned car. After all, Tony had been taking him under his wing these past few days. Su Ming couldn't just stand by and watch Tony meet his end. But that was the extent of his goodwill. If he were to intervene further, well, that would come at a different price. Oh my God, what just happened? Tony struggled to climb out of the cockpit. Su Ming watched as Whiplash, brimming with a victorious aura, strode confidently toward them. He offered Tony a friendly warning. "Tony, I think this guy's here for you." "What?" Before Tony could finish, a whip crackling with electricity lashed down on him. Unarmed, Tony was no match for Ivan. After just a few exchanges, Tony was on the defensive and clearly outmatched. If those whips could slice through race cars so easily, one touch to the body would spell certain doom. In desperation, Tony shouted, "Mr. Silverduke, help me out." It seemed Whiplash's only target was Tony, which gave Su Ming the chance to do something else. While helping Tony flip his car, a system notification flashed before Su Ming's eyes. Damaged Formula 1 car valuation, $2,100,000. Staring in surprise at the smoking wreck, split neatly in two, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it's an F1 car. Even cut in half, it's still so valuable. He glanced over at another race car, also halved by the electric whip, its driver just barely escaping. Looking up at the stands, he saw that the entire audience, faced with this chaos, had turned into expert escape artists, each intent on fleeing the scene as quickly as possible. No one was paying any attention to the track anymore. +2, 100,000. Exchange successful. Account balance, from $1,155,000. Su Ming dashed over to the race car that was about to explode. Damaged Formula 1 car valuation, $1,800,000. +1, 800,000. Exchange successful. Account balance, $5,955,000. Seeing his account balance suddenly surpass $5 million, Su Ming finally felt a bit of relief. If this kept up, he'd soon be too broke to even pay Alyssa's salary. Suddenly hearing Tony's cry for help, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Of course, it had to be you. My wallet's on the line. He recalled some information about the man before him. This is no small-time character. Can't set the price too low for him. After a moment's thought, he called out in a clear voice. Tony, you seem to have forgotten who I am. Please show some respect for my profession. Thank you. Even as he was running for his life, Tony was completely unfazed by Su Ming's reaction, but he still couldn't help cursing. At a time like this, you're still haggling? Unbelievable. I really can't stand this guy. If only I had my newly developed suit. Would I have to put up with these idiots? I should have known better than to sneak out behind Pot's back. And then there's Silver Duke. Useless backstabber who only cares about money. But grumbling was all he could do. Tony was just about to make Su Ming an offer when the whip, crackling with electricity, lashed out at him again. Whoa! Tony scrambled, using both hands and feet to narrowly dodge the whip. At that very moment, Happy roared onto the track in Tony's Rolls-Royce, smashing Ivan hard against the barrier. Tony's eyes lit up, and he rushed to the car. Talk about perfect timing. A sizzle of electricity split the air as Tony opened the car door, and a bolt of lightning sliced the door clean in two. Su Ming, watching from the side, understood exactly what had just happened. A few $100,000 gone in an instant. He couldn't help but cry out at the waste. Happy was fuming. He doted on that Rolls-Royce, pampering it daily and never letting so much as a scratch mar its surface. Now, in one stroke, this punk had taken out half the car door. With a stomp on the gas, Happy rammed the car at Ivan again. Once wasn't enough to vent his anger. He wanted to go for another round. The Rolls-Royce swerved back and forth right in front of Tony. Inside the car, Ms. Pepper clutched the suitcase containing the armor, but she just couldn't pass it over. The relentless motion made her more and more nauseous. She was getting carsick. Tony was beside himself. At least hand me the suit first. After two more collisions, the airbag burst out of the steering wheel, slamming straight into Happy's face. At that moment, Ivan swung his right arm. The electrified whip sliced along the car's body, carving away nearly half of it. The Rolls-Royce was utterly destroyed. What a waste. Su Ming stared at the car, his heart aching. With the car now half convertible, Pepper was finally able to toss the suitcase to Tony. She could finally catch her breath. She'd been on the verge of throwing up. And then, the most exciting moment arrived. Tony placed one foot on the center of the suitcase and triggered the switch. The case suddenly extended two handles. Tony gripped them, pressed down and pulled. Instantly, a brand new Iron Man suit enveloped his entire body. This was the result of Tony's month-long retreat in the workshop. There's only one word for it. Awesome. Now fully suited up, Tony was finally ready to face Ivan on equal. Suddenly hearing Tony's cry for help, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Now that's what I'm talking about. My wallet. He quickly recalled what he knew about the man standing before him. This is no small fry, so the price can't be set too low. After a moment's thought, he raised his voice and declared, Tony, it seems you've forgotten who I am. Please show some respect for my profession. Thank you. Even in his desperate escape, Tony wasn't surprised by Su Ming's response, though he couldn't help but curse under his breath. At a time like this, you're still haggling? Damn it. I knew I couldn't stand this guy. If only I had my new suit right now. Would I have to put up with this nonsense? Should never have snuck out behind Pepper's back. And then there's Silver Duke. That damned freeloader, always about the money. Despite his grumbling, Tony was just about to make Su Ming an offer when the whip, crackling with electricity, lashed toward him once more. Are you kidding me? Tony scrambled, barely avoiding the strike with a flurry of limbs. Just then, Happy barreled onto the track in Tony's Rolls-Royce, ramming Ivan hard against the barrier. Tony's eyes lit up, and he hurried to the car, exclaiming, Perfect timing. With a sudden sizzle, as Tony opened the car door, a streak of electricity sliced it clean in two. Su Ming, watching from the sidelines, could see the loss clearly. There went hundreds of thousands just like that. What a waste. Happy was fuming. His beloved Rolls-Royce, which he pampered every day and wouldn't allow a single scratch, had just lost half its door in an instant. Slamming his foot on the gas, he hurled the car at Ivan again and again. One hit wasn't enough. He had to go for more. The Rolls-Royce weaved back and forth in front of Tony. Inside the car, Pepper clutched the briefcase containing the suit, but couldn't manage to hand it over. Feeling sicker by the minute, she was getting carsick. Tony was frantic. At least give me the suit first. After two more collisions, the steering wheel's airbag burst out, smacking Happy square in the face. At that moment, Ivan swung his right hand, and the electric whip sliced through the car body, shearing off nearly half the Rolls-Royce. The luxury car was destroyed. What a waste. Su Ming gazed at the ruined Rolls-Royce with genuine heartbreak. Now that the car was practically open air, Pepper finally managed to toss the case to Tony. She could finally breathe again, nearly vomiting from the ordeal. And then the exhilarating moment arrived. Tony planted his foot on the center of the briefcase and activated the switch. The case suddenly unfolded, two handles springing out. Tony seized them and pulled. The sleek new Iron Man suit snapped into place, enveloping him from head to toe. This was the product of Tony's month-long seclusion in his lab. In a word, breathtaking. With the suit in place, Tony was finally ready to face Ivan head-on. My turn. Tony kicked the car far away with one powerful motion, pushing Happy and Pepper out of the combat zone. With no worries about their safety, he could finally fight his enemy without holding back. He raised his arm, ready to fire a charged blast, but Ivan's whip lashed out, cutting off his attack in an instant. After several more strikes, Tony's prized new armor was badly damaged, yet he showed not a hint of fear. I'm already dying from poisoning, sneaking out for a couple of days to have some fun, and you still have to mess with me. Damn it. The more Tony thought about it, the angrier he became. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain, gripping the electric whip tightly, wrapping it again and again around himself. This gave him a chance to get close to Ivan. With the whip out of Ivan's hands, he lost his only weapon. A few well-placed punches left him reeling, seeing stars. With a final over-the-shoulder throw, Tony yanked the reactor from Ivan's chest. Deprived of its energy source, the electric whip's sparks vanished in an instant. On screen, Jarvis displayed the inner workings of the reactor Tony now held. Tony could hardly believe that someone else had managed to build a reactor just like his. The police arrived late, finally taking away Ivan Vanko, the troublemaker who had turned the racetrack upside down. But Tony, after seeing the reactor in someone else's hands, found his curiosity piqued more than ever. Watching the battle unfold, Su Ming was struck with a new idea. It's always hard to make people believe you with nothing but words. Why not get the thing first, and then talk price with Tony? By that time, Tony would definitely be happy to sit down and have a serious conversation with me. With this thought in mind, Su Ming bid farewell to the contemplative Tony and boarded a flight bound for Washington. He pictured the SHIELD headquarters, perched on an island between Washington, D.C. and Virginia. Su Ming felt a spark of anticipation. The Triskelion? Huh? This time, I'll finally get a close-up look. Unlike cool, breezy New York, Washington was stifling and humid. But by the water, the heat was at least a little easier to bear. After nearly 9 hours of flying, Su Ming finally arrived at SHIELD headquarters. He was clad in a crimson suit, mask covering his face. Although Nick Fury knew who he was, Su Ming suspected they wouldn't be thrilled about what he was about to do. Better to keep a low profile, just in case. Staring at the imposing building bathed in the glow of the setting sun, a thought flashed through Su Ming's mind. So this is the Triskelion? Why does it look more like a fortress the longer I look at it? He shook his head slightly to clear away the random thoughts, but couldn't help but feel a bit torn. Should I steal, or just take it by force? The box Howard Stark left behind should be here, but searching for an ordinary box in an entire building like this, that's going to be tough. It might be in the archives or a storage room, but he'd never been inside, let alone search for anything. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a strange sense of déjà vu in this situation. In a flash, he recalled, how was this any different from the hesitation he'd felt at the base of Stark Tower back then? Forget it, no more overthinking. Su Ming steadied himself, planted his feet, and with a powerful leap toward a platform near the rooftop, sprang upward. Ever since his body had been enhanced, Su Ming could effortlessly jump 200 or 300 meters high. Scaling a few floors was nothing. I'll get inside first, then figure it out. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, had been in a pretty good mood lately. After a period of hard work, he'd become, without a doubt, one of SFLD's top agents. He had just finished teaching a lesson to some lawbreakers and was planning to head back to HQ to fine-tune his compound bow. Suddenly, a flash of red cut across his dynamic field of vision. Focusing intently, Hawkeye spotted a black-haired man in a scarlet suit and a pure silver mask, sprinting straight toward the director's office at astonishing speed. Instinctively, he knocked an arrow and drew his bow. Clint didn't know if Su Ming was friend or foe, but judging by the way he was about to force his way into the building from the outside, it was clear he was an uninvited guest. Ever since Su Ming's dramatic appearance at the Osborn Tower during the Lizardman assault, the whole event captured live by the media, few people failed to recognize his iconic ensemble. What a show-off. Hawkeye could see Su Ming's get-up perfectly. He just couldn't understand. Looking good was one thing, but why did he have to make such a spectacle of himself? Like a circus monkey dressed for the main event. And yet, for all his flair, he still wore a mask, refusing to reveal his true face. What a complicated fellow. His mind wandered, but his hands didn't hesitate for an instant. With a sharp twang, an alloy-tipped arrow shot from his bow, streaking straight for Su Ming's chest. Consider this your warning. The headquarters isn't somewhere you just stroll into. Just as Su Ming was about to land on the wide balcony, his spider sense suddenly flared in warning. About an arrow. The arrow screamed through the air, but in his vision, its speed seemed to slow dramatically. Raising his arm, Su-Ming placed his palm directly where the arrow was set to hit, and from a distance, it looked almost as if he were waving in greeting. The alloy arrowhead twisted and warped instantly in his palm, the arrow shaft bending away harmlessly to the side. Landing steadily on the spacious balcony, he glanced down. Well, if it isn't Hawkeye. Golden hair, a little tousled, carrying the sharp, efficient air of an elite agent. His pale blue eyes were focused and piercing, the mark of a master archer. Medium build, lean muscle. One look at the compound bow in his hand, and you knew this was an agile hero. Suddenly realizing, Su-Ming put two and two together. The arrow he'd just deflected had come from Hawkeye below. Is this what passes for a greeting? He gave Hawkeye a casual wave, then turned a step inside the building, resuming his search for the target case. Downstairs, Hawkeye watched in disbelief as his powerful attack was effortlessly blocked by the other man's palm, as if it were nothing at all. What the hell? He was certain his arrow had hit the target. How could it have had no effect? He'd never heard anything about this guy having a hidden shield. Clint's eyesight was excellent. He'd seen the whole thing clearly, but his brain simply couldn't process what his eyes were telling him. And now his opponent was ignoring him completely, even giving a mocking wave as if to taunt him. Refusing to admit defeat, Hawkeye knocked another arrow and shouted, "Still trying to go inside? Stop right there. Fwhip, fwhip." This time, his arrows were equipped with a smoke bomb tip and a miniature explosive. Though Hawkeye was an archer, he could alter his attacks by switching out the arrowheads. One of the key reasons his fighting style was so versatile. Hish boom! The smoke bomb burst, releasing thick, acrid fumes, quickly followed by the explosion that blasted the smoke outward in all directions. Looks like you'll only understand manners after you've learned your lesson the hard way. Clint didn't think the smoke and explosive arrows would cause any real harm. All he wanted was for the guy to get a taste of the smoke's sting, just a bit of discipline to get his point across. But Su-Ming was more annoyed than anything else by Hawkeye's antics. Standing there with two arrows in his hand, one still hissing with smoke, the other spent and silent after its explosion, Su-Ming took a deep breath. He exhaled forcefully, sending a powerful gust of wind from his lungs. Instantly, the lingering smoke on the platform was swept away. Gazing at his palm, now blackened by the blast, Su-Ming decided it was time to go down and have a word with Hawkeye. Arrow after arrow came flying his way. This is getting seriously annoying, you know? Su-Ming's figure shot down like a cannonball, landing right next to Clint. Hawkeye was stunned. The director's office balcony was at least 10 stories above the ground, and this guy had just jumped straight down from there. And to make it even more unbelievable, Clint was standing on the far side of the artificial lake. 10 stories. An artificial lake. And this guy had crossed it all in a single leap? Wait, didn't I just shoot arrows at him? Not just once, but twice? What was I thinking? Am I about to die? Su-Ming looked at the dumbstruck Hawkeye, gave his shoulder a friendly pat, and wiped the gunpowder residue off his own hand in the same motion. Hawkeye, right? I've got urgent business inside. Let's not make this difficult, okay? Just as Hawkeye was still reeling from the shock, his phone rang. Clint instinctively pressed the button on his earpiece to answer the call. Hey, Agent Barton. Thanks for bringing my guest over. Clint glanced around, still confused. Who? What guest? In his office, Nick Fury stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the red figure below with a delighted smile. Of course, it's your very own Scarlet Silverlord. A moment ago, Nick Fury had been enjoying a peaceful afternoon in his office when a sudden explosion overhead startled him out of his chair. Good grief, who would dare stir up trouble right under my nose? He strode to the window and watched as a figure shot past with lightning speed, disappearing downwards. With his one remaining eye, old Nick squinted hard, and to his surprise, he recognized the person instantly. Isn't that Su-Ming? The Scarlet Silverlord. He watched as Su-Ming leapt gracefully, landing on the far bank of the artificial lake across from the building. Nick Fury was left utterly incredulous. Oh my, how on earth did he do that? Just how many abilities does this Su-Ming have that I don't know about? His mind wandered back to the plan General Ross had discussed with him earlier. A spark of inspiration flashed in Fury's eye as he pulled out his phone and dialed Clint's number. As the call connected, Fury mused to himself. Clint was a rare talent. He'd barely joined S.H.I.E.L.D. before he started outperforming expectations. His ability to adapt on the fly was truly remarkable. In every complex mission, he always managed to hit the mark. He was quickly becoming one of Fury's most valued agents. There was one other, Natasha Romanoff. He wondered how her investigation with Tony Stark was faring. Well, what brings you here today? Scarlet Silverlord, or should I say, Mr. Su-Ming? Have you finally decided to join my project? Fury regarded Su Ming, who was dressed in striking red formal wear, with a friendly expression. Su Ming's initiative to approach him was definitely good news. After all, his plan was in desperate need of a superhero as powerful as Su Ming. Accepting a cup of coffee from Agent Hill, Su Ming thanked her softly, sinking into brief contemplation. He had planned to slip in quietly, without drawing attention. He hadn't expected to run into Hawkeye and create such a commotion, let alone attract the attention of SHLD's director. If Fury wasn't still hoping to recruit him for that project, he doubted he'd be greeted so warmly. But if he wanted to get his hands on Tony's father's box, perhaps having a proper talk with Director Fury wasn't such a bad idea after all. Watching Su Ming lost in thought, Agent Maria Hill's eyes glimmered with curiosity. She'd only seen him displaying his powers on television before. This was her first time seeing him up close. Hill admired the fine tailoring of Su Ming's suit and the intricate patterns etched on his mask, nodding to herself in quiet approval. No wonder he's the most popular man on the superhero rankings. At least his sense of style passes muster. Let's set aside Agent Hill, who was secretly sizing up Su Ming and making her own judgments. Su Ming believed that being straightforward was best. Beating around the bush simply wasn't in his nature. Director, I'm here today because I want to ask you for something. Although Nick Fury didn't hear the answer he was hoping for, his curiosity was piqued. What on earth could be so important that Su Ming would force his way into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to get it? He sat in silence, watching Su Ming, waiting for an explanation. It's Howard Stark's legacy, a box. Su Ming stated his purpose openly and without reservation. A sharp glimmer flashed in Director Fury's eye, and he couldn't help but wonder. Why did Su Ming want something that belonged to Tony Stark's father? And how'd he know it was a box? Was there something here he didn't know about? Natasha's previous report had mentioned that Tony seemed to be suffering from palladium poisoning. He himself had arranged for a team of experts to thoroughly study Howard Stark's belongings, but nothing had come of it. Could Su Ming know something they didn't? What do you want it for? Fury asked bluntly, voicing the question in his mind. Su Ming observed Fury's reaction to the mention of Stark's legacy and noticed nothing out of the ordinary. He guessed that S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't yet discovered the true value of the item. Of course, he couldn't reveal everything. What I intend to do with it isn't important. I just hope you'll give it to me, Director Fury. At the very least, I can guarantee it will be put to good use. Su Ming spoke with absolute confidence. He wasn't joking. Both Starks were geniuses, and only Tony could unravel the riddle his father had left behind. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. had already started researching it, but he doubted they'd made any real progress. Fury rolled his single eye, turning Su Ming's words over in his mind. He realized that an opportunity had just presented itself, an opportunity to negotiate with Su Ming. And the bargaining chip was Stark's legacy. At that thought, Fury made up his mind. Mr. Silverduke, you can have the item, but... Hearing the drawn-out note in the old director's voice, Su Ming thought to himself, just as expected. None of these power brokers are easy to handle. The moment they see an opening, they'll seize it to press their own demands. With that in mind, Su Ming spoke up. Director Fury, I have no intention of joining your little project. If you want my help, you know the drill, place an order. Fury nodded in understanding and waved his hand. Don't worry, you won't be working for free. Honestly, there's no one better suited to this than you. Su Ming felt nothing but contempt in his heart. These old hands had perfected the art of making empty promises and flattering words. Their so-called evaluations were utterly worthless. It wasn't until Nick finally revealed what he actually wanted from him that Su Ming saw the light. So, it turned out this wasn't an assignment from S.H.I.E.L.D., but a job straight from the military. General Ross was running a secret program, but one of his researchers had gone rogue. The blood serum that person took was vital to the military's plan. Nick Fury had once recommended Su Ming, this exceptionally skilled bounty hunter, to General Ross, but the general hadn't given a clear response at the time. It was only after their conversation that someone from the military approached Nick Fury. They made it clear that if the serum sample could be retrieved, the military would provide S.H.I.E.L.D. with a generous research grant. In other words, the military wouldn't stoop to working directly with a bounty hunter, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was another story. 100 million, Mr. Silverduke. As agreed, I hereby officially commission you to recover the serum. Upon completion, not only will you receive your payment, but you'll also get all the Stark relics you asked for. Su Ming mulled over Nick Fury's words again and again. Even though Nick phrased it all so cautiously, General Ross, the military's project, the runaway researcher. Why not just give me Bruce Banner's ID number and be done with it? Isn't this just the super soldier program? So much secrecy, yet it's obvious. So the target this time is actually the Hulk. Back in the day, Su Ming wouldn't even have dared to imagine taking on such a mission. After all, the Hulk was practically invincible in the Marvel Universe. But ever since he'd undergone his own physical enhancements, even Su Ming didn't know where his limits lay. So, even if Hulk was the adversary this time, Su Ming had no reservations. He even felt a flicker of anticipation. Maybe, just maybe, this would be the mission where he finally discovered his true limits. Yet, even if he was eager to test himself against the Hulk, he couldn't let his excitement show. These seasoned veterans could read 1,000 things from the smallest hint. After a brief moment's hesitation, Su Ming reluctantly agreed. This made director Nick Fury very pleased. General Ross was a pivotal figure in the military, with signs that he might rise even higher. If I can win his support, my plans will move forward so much more smoothly. After ironing out a few details and leaving Agent Hill's contact information, Su Ming politely declined Nick Fury's invitation to dinner and walked out of the Triskelion. You gotta be kidding. Back when people were throwing money at the chance to have dinner with me, I didn't even bat an eye. Why would I start now with you, you old buzzard? What he didn't know was that, back then, the person who contacted Elisa and offered money for a dinner with Su Ming was also a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. That very agent was now dutifully manning the doors at SHLD's New York branch. Manhattan Hotel. When Su Ming finally lay comfortably in bed, ready to enjoy a good night's sleep, a familiar figure slipped in through the window, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. His mask was torn, revealing half his face, and his body was covered in wounds. After stumbling over the windowsill, he collapsed weakly onto the floor. Su Ming hurried over, gently helping Peter onto the sofa. He couldn't recall Peter ever looking this battered in his memory. As Su Ming was gradually piecing together scenes from Spider-Man's story, a question suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could there be overlapping plot lines between these different versions of Spider-Man? While Su Ming was mulling over how the various original stories managed to stay coherent, the young Spider-Man spoke up. Mr. Silver Duke, I killed someone. Peter's words instantly caught Su Ming's attention. Was there ever such an explosive twist in the Spider-Man stories? It seemed oddly unfamiliar. Peter, don't panic. Take a breath and tell me slowly. Don't worry, you're safe here. But Peter seized Su Ming's arm, his bloodshot eyes fixed on him, lips trembling. Sir, I killed my best friend's father. Within the military's top ranks, General Ross wasn't the only one secretly pushing forward the Super Soldier Initiative. One of his rivals, another ambitious general, had commissioned Oscorp to develop superweapons, hoping to forge an ultramodern army of iron. But Norman Osborn's ambitions stretched far beyond high-tech weapons. Weapons have limits, but the potential of the human body is boundless. He had long been covertly funding genetic modification research within his company. Dr. Connors, the Lizard, was leading a branch of this very project. Their research had made significant progress. Yet, before the physical enhancement serum could pass final testing, Norman grew impatient and injected himself with it. He could never forget the rush he felt when he sent a scientist flying with a single kick. The serum dramatically boosted Norman's strength, speed, and endurance, but it also severely damaged his nervous system, giving rise to a second personality, a violent, paranoid, and destructive Green Goblin. When Norman discovered that other Oscorp board members were secretly planning to sell the company at a bargain price behind his back, he struck back with vengeance. While Su Ming and Tony were still gambling away fortunes in Las Vegas, the grand annual Oscorp Gala was unfolding in New York. Socialites, corporate executives, and employees all gathered at the venue, enjoying fine food and drink. Peter Parker, working part-time as a photographer, was there as well. The hall was filled with laughter and lively conversation. Just as everyone was immersed in celebration, Peter's spider sense suddenly blared out an urgent warning. Is it him again? A green figure soared above everyone's heads, riding a glider through the air. Peter was no stranger to this man clad in green armor and a devilish mask. He had once tried to recruit Spider-Man as an ally in his ambitious plans, and the memory of that murderous, driven gaze was still etched in Peter Parker's mind. Norman Osborn, dressed in the full battle suit developed by his company, locked onto the position of the corporate executives and hurled a pumpkin bomb. Trying to steal the fruits of my labor? You all deserve to die. A burst of explosions erupted. Almost every high-ranking executive was instantly reduced to scattered, intact skeletons upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, the pumpkin bomb had stripped them of flesh and life alike. The scene left everyone present utterly terrified. While chaos erupted as people fled in panic, Peter Parker darted to a corner, hurriedly changed into his Spider-Man suit, and leapt into action to confront the Green Goblin. At that moment, Peter still didn't know who this villain truly was. He couldn't stand by and watch the Green Goblin slaughter innocent people. But Peter soon found himself locked in a fierce and desperate struggle. Norman Osborn, his strength and ferocity amplified by the serum, wielded an arsenal of advanced gadgets that seemed endless. The shreds of Peter's mask bore witness to the devastating force of just one pumpkin bomb. Of course, Norman already knew Spider-Man's true identity. He had discovered Peter's secret during a previous family gathering. The wound on Peter's arm was, in fact, caused by Norman's own tracking dart. At first, Norman had hoped to join forces with the equally extraordinary Spider-Man. Those who followed him would thrive, while those who opposed him would be destroyed. But this pesky kid had repeatedly thwarted his plans, thoroughly enraging Norman's darker side. He was now determined to eliminate anything and anyone in his way. Yet, just as he gained the upper hand in battle, Norman fell prey to a classic villain's flaw. He began to talk too much. When Peter heard the Green Goblin threaten to harm Aunt May and Gwen, pure fury overcame him. With a flurry of blows, he left the goblin reeling, until Norman himself tore off his mask, and Peter, stunned, saw the face of Harry Osborn's father. In that moment of shock, Norman triggered his glider to launch its hidden blade straight at Peter's back. But spider sense kicked in, and Peter dodged at the last possible instant, narrowly escaping death. To everyone's surprise, the blade drove itself straight into Norman's own body. In his final moments, Norman's kinder nature resurfaced, and he pleaded softly with Peter. "Don't tell Harry." But fate had other plans. When Peter brought Norman's body back to his home, his best friend Harry witnessed everything. From that day on, Harry saw Spider-Man as his father's murderer, an enemy he could never forgive. Peter was left in deep anguish. Not only had he never killed anyone before, but facing death so directly shook him to his core. On one hand, the man who died was his good friend's father, someone he'd called Uncle since childhood. He simply couldn't accept that the big boss from his memories, Uncle Norman, always smiling warmly at him, could die right in front of his eyes, and even more, that his death was in some way because of him. He had no idea how he would face his friend Harry Osborn, who had just lost his father. Nor did he know how to calm the anxiety churning inside him. Peter's mind was in complete turmoil, and, almost unconsciously, he found himself thinking of Su Ming and ended up at his room's door. He was looking for some small measure of peace for his troubled heart. As Peter Parker spoke in a low, trembling voice, Su Ming sighed and said, "I never imagined that in just a few days I was away, so much could happen." Looking at Peter's lost and bewildered face, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh again. He's still so young. After a moment's thought, he spoke up. "Peter, congratulations." The young Spider-Man was thrown off by Su Ming's abrupt and unexpected words. Here he was, tangled up and tormented, and Su Ming could see that. So, why say something like that now? Was he messing with him? But then again, Su Ming was older and more experienced. Maybe he saw things differently. Peter decided to quietly wait for Su Ming to continue. Meanwhile, Su Ming was now regretting having blurted out those words. He knew all too well. Spider-Man only truly grows after going through setbacks, misunderstandings, and even losing loved ones. But so much hadn't happened yet. How could he just tell Peter, "That's how the story goes"? Should he even let Peter know that, thanks to his presence, Gwen's father didn't die, and he should count himself lucky? Some things were better left unsaid. Peter Parker was still a student. His journey to maturity would take time. If he led Peter astray, the consequences would be serious. With that in mind, Su Ming softened his tone and said, "Yes, Peter, congratulations. You've just passed another trial set by fate." Peter listened thoughtfully to Su Ming's words. Then, Su Ming began his masterful persuasion, pouring out a hearty bowl of chicken soup for the soul into Peter's wounded heart. In short, Peter hadn't killed anyone. The Green Goblin had brought his own end upon himself. Besides, if Peter hadn't acted in time, even more people and families would be suffering right now. He talked about how evil deeds bring their own downfall, how with great power comes great responsibility, how to wear the crown is to bear its weight, and so on and so forth. Truth be told, under Su Ming's relentless pep talk, Peter's spirits visibly brightened. He knew, deep down, that everything Su Ming said was true. Even if the Green Goblin was his friend's father, he was still a killer who cared nothing for human life. As he looked at Su Ming, who was so patiently guiding and comforting him, Peter suddenly remembered Su Ming's notorious love of profit, and a question popped into his mind. Why would you, sir, who clearly understands so many profound truths, deliberately choose a path reeking of vulgar materialism? Without hesitation, he voiced the question that had been weighing on his heart. This question struck right at Su Ming's core. Damn it, if I weren't obsessed with making money, I would have been dead by the first episode, all right? As he recalled the words he'd used to comfort Peter just moments ago, he realized they were all distilled wisdom, insights gained from 9 years of compulsory education, rounded out by the School of Hard Knocks. These were all high-level life philosophies. Go ahead and learn them for yourself. Don't worry. Once I've made enough money, I'll absolutely choose to become a superhero and join you in saving the world. Peter Parker's face lit up with excitement when he heard this. He knew it. Mr. Silverduke would surely walk the same glorious path. How could he know so much? The confusion that had burdened Peter's heart cleared away in just a few words. Peter couldn't help but look at the man before him with new eyes. So strong, so sensible, so calm and wise. I must become a man like him. Peter once again promised himself in his heart. Su-Ming offered Peter a gentle, reassuring smile, but inside he was shouting, Absolutely impossible. There's never such a thing as making enough money. Superhero? Not in this lifetime. Harry Osborn's carefree childhood days had come to an end. His father, Norman Osborn, had been mercilessly killed by Spider-Man, and now, at such a young age, Harry was forced to take over as CEO of Oscorp Industries. His father had told him that the Osborn family suffered from a rare hereditary disease, one that, at a certain age, would flare up and bring a painful death. Peter's father had once developed a gene fusion technology, and Spider-Man himself was a product of that very science. This technology could completely cure his family's genetic illness. Harry believed his father had tried to get Spider-Man's blood and clear away all obstacles in the company before the disease could get to him. But who could have predicted he'd be no match for Spider-Man? You're my hero, father. Then, remembering the elusive figure of Spider-Man, Harry clenched his fists tightly. Spider-Man, just you wait. When Su-Ming awoke, he and Elisa enjoyed a leisurely breakfast together. But Su-Ming's mind was elsewhere. He kept recalling the look of joy and anticipation in little Peter's eyes when he'd boldly declared, Once I've made enough money, I'll team up with you to save the world. Su-Ming was racked with guilt. Kids really are too easy to fool. Just then, the phone rang. Su-Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was Agent Hill. Bruce Banner was a biological scientist and a penniless nobody. However, during a military super soldier program, Banner injected himself with a super soldier serum and, due to an accident, was exposed to an immense dose of gamma radiation. This caused a mutation in his genes, transforming him into a terrifying green monster. There's a crucial detail here. The serum Banner used was actually an early, unstable version of the very same super serum that created Captain America. But unlike Captain America, Banner also underwent gamma radiation exposure. In a confused and frenzied state, Banner not only destroyed the laboratory, but also accidentally injured his girlfriend, Betty Ross, and her father, General Ross. When Banner regained his senses and saw his injured girlfriend lying in a hospital bed, he was overwhelmed with remorse. Determined never to let such a tragedy happen again, and to evade the military's relentless pursuit, Bruce Banner went into hiding in a slum on the outskirts of Brazil, accompanied only by a loyal dog. Aside from commuting to and from work each day, he would visit a rundown factory to learn Brazilian jiu-jitsu from a local master. Through training his body, he sought to gain control over his own anger. The furious green giant within him would emerge whenever Banner's heart rate exceeded 200 beats per minute, driven purely by instinct to destroy everything in sight. After a period of dedicated practice, Banner learned to exercise some basic control over his rage. As long as I stay under 200, I'll be fine, he told himself, glancing anxiously at the heart rate monitor strapped to his wrist, then letting out a long, relieved breath. Meanwhile, Banner had made contact online with a scientist known simply as Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue had been assisting Banner, suggesting that a special type of flower might be able to wipe out the green cells in his body. Banner experimented on himself, and found that, at first, his blood cells could successfully turn back to red, but the effect was fleeting and the attempt failed. Mr. Blue explained that he needed a sample of Banner's blood in order to continue researching a cure for his mutation. A spark of hope lit up in Banner's eyes. If there's someone else working with me to find a cure, we'll make progress twice as fast. With high hopes, he sent off a large vial of his own fresh blood. Little did he know, this very blood sample would one day create a formidable enemy for him. One day, while working at a soda bottling plant, Banner accidentally cut his finger, and a drop of his blood splattered out. Though he searched carefully and cleaned up as best he could, he failed to notice that a single drop had already fallen into an empty soda bottle. The soda was shipped to the United States, and when an elderly man drank it, Banner's dominant genes caused the man to die instantly. An investigation led the military to detect Banner's genetic material in the soda, thus exposing his location. General Ross had never given up on Banner, the military's prized experiment. Having witnessed the sheer power of Banner's transformation, he became determined to use Banner's genes to create an army of super soldiers. It's been more than half a year, and I've finally found you, Banner. A flicker of excitement flashed in General Ross's eyes. But he knew all too well the terrifying power Banner possessed when transformed. so he assembled an elite squad to carry out the capture. Among them, he specially invited a top-tier expert, Colonel Emil Blonsky. Looking at the heavily armed team before him, General Ross was struck by a thought and turned to order his secretary to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. of this discovery. What are bounty hunters compared to the might of the military? Since you brought it up, I'll do you this favor. Remembering Nick Fury, General Ross didn't forget to show consideration for his old comrade. He then personally led his team to Brazil. Nick Fury received word from General Ross's secretary and learned that they had spotted the target. He immediately ordered Agent Hill to contact Su Ming and have him flown to Brazil on a S.H.I.E.L.D. jet. Su Ming was still wondering if S.H.I.E.L.D. would really keep their promise. If things dragged on any longer, Tony would succumb to his poisoning. Then how was he supposed to make any money? Just then, Agent Hill called and told him to get ready, as the S.H.I.E.L.D. jet would soon take him to Brazil. Su Ming's eyes lit up. S.H.I.E.L.D. really is efficient. When Elisa heard that Su Ming was heading to Brazil, she'd been feeling bored at home lately and insisted on joining him. Boss, a life of endless shopping and beauty treatments is just too dull. Take me with you. Looking at Elisa's noticeably improved complexion, Su Ming rolled his eyes inwardly. That's the life most women dream of, and yet you're still not satisfied. His experiences in his past life had taught Su Ming the value of being a good boss. So even though Elisa was currently his only employee, he was always generous with her. Whenever there wasn't a job for her due, he'd give her spending money in the tens of thousands. Anyone who didn't know better might think Elisa was his kept woman. All right then, to keep people from saying I'm keeping you, go pack your things. Elisa let out an excited squeal and dashed off to her room. By the time Su Ming and Elisa arrived in Brazil, the elite squad was already engaged in battle with the Hulk. The factory had been reduced to ruins by the Hulk's rampage. Colonel Emil, wielding an automatic rifle, unleashed a barrage of precise shots at the Hulk, only to find that the bullets couldn't even penetrate that thick, impenetrable skin. Su Ming arrived, following the chaos, but didn't rush to act. He glanced at the ground, covered with large, flattened tranquilizer darts, and smirked. Trying to bring down the Hulk with this stuff? Still a bit naive. Elisa, dressed in a skin-tight combat suit, gazed in awe at the rare spectacle before her and cried out in amazement. Oh my boss, what on earth is that monster? The light was dim, and Elisa could only make out the vague outline of a massive figure darting back and forth among the hulking machines. Hearing Elisa's words, Su Ming smiled faintly. That one's a real tough customer. No sooner had he finished speaking than a soldier, clearly an adjutant by his bearing, strode over to stand not far from Su Ming, his expression haughty. Fate, is it? The general sent me to ask you. Why didn't you join the combat squad in pursuing the target? Finally, you're here? Su Ming thought to himself. Although Nick Fury had already negotiated terms with him, this was still a military operation, and the military was notorious for going back on their word at a moment's notice. If he hadn't hammered out the terms face-to-face with their general, Su Ming would never have so much as lifted a finger. I'm hardly some battle maniac. I'm only here to make some money and complete the deal with Nick Fury, nothing more. He glanced coolly at the adjutant and noticed that, at this moment, the man was blocked on the other side by a heap of steel beams that had come crashing down from the ceiling in the chaos. Su Ming walked over to him, and, under the adjutant's astonished gaze, casually swept aside the tons of steel that stood in his way. With a metallic clatter, the pile shifted. The adjutant instinctively stepped back, all trace of arrogance gone, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming gave a courteous smile. I want to see your general. Lead the way. Emil Blonsky had just suffered the first major setback of his career. As a colonel in the British Royal Marines, he had a formidable record. Ruthless, efficient, a veteran through and through. But ever since he'd been recruited by American General Thaddeus Ross to join the hunt for Bruce Banner, his mind had not known peace. He couldn't shake the memory of what had happened with his squad in Brazil. Even heavy doses of tranquilizer darts couldn't pierce the monster skin. When they switched to live rounds and kept firing, they didn't even scratch it. Instead, they lost a man to the creature's retaliation. Blonsky had lobbed a high-explosive grenade, landing it with pinpoint accuracy right at the beast's feet, thinking this would finally do some damage. But after the explosion, while everyone thought the target must have been dealt with, the monster instead barreled straight at them, shoving a multi-ton soda tank as easily as a runaway horse. Two soldiers were crushed in an instant, their bodies twisted beneath the massive iron tank. Even Blonsky, no stranger to life and death, couldn't help but gasp at the sheer brutality. What a massacre! The iron tank was still hurtling his way, and he barely managed to hurl himself aside with every ounce of strength, dodging disaster by a hair's breadth. The two gigantic soda tanks collided with a thunderous crash. Sticky soda sprayed everywhere, drenching Colonel Emil from head to toe. The sweet, fruity scent of the soft drink filled Blonsky's nose, but it did nothing to wash away the bitterness in his heart. Brown had thought this mission would be nothing more than a simple hunting game, but now it was clear they had become the prey. The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he became, firing round after round at the monster. And then, before his eyes, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. It was a face twisted in the purest rage, with dark green eyes that chilled him to the bone. He froze for a split second, and in that instant, the Hulk hoisted a forklift and hurled it at him. Blonsky could hardly believe what he was seeing. A massive forklift tossed through the air as easily as a child's ball. The sound of the air whooshing as the forklift flew toward him was enough to make Blonsky abandon his position without hesitation. Summoning every ounce of strength he had left, he dashed away in a desperate attempt to survive, and just barely managed to evade being crushed. Once again, Brown narrowly escaped, ending up as a smear on the ground. The Hulk didn't pursue him further. Instead, he smashed through the wall and disappeared, leaving behind a roar that echoed through the entire forest. Colonel Emil Blonsky, utterly exhausted from his frantic escape, finally realized he was out of immediate danger. He paused to catch his breath, suppressing the frustration of a failed mission. Damn it, Ross actually withheld information. Determined to get answers, he made up his mind to confront the general. Meanwhile, Su Ming, walking behind the adjutant, was lost in thought about the man they were about to meet, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. In the Marvel Universe, this was a figure of no small importance. Ross had spearheaded the revival of the Super Soldier program, hoping to recreate the serum that made Captain America during World War II. His ambition was to build a superpowered army. He had recruited Banner to conduct gamma radiation research, only for an accident to turn Banner into something else entirely. Ross always regarded Banner as military property, believing Banner's blood to be the key ingredient for biological weapons. To achieve his ends, he would stop at nothing, even launching a relentless global manhunt. He was the kind of politician who believed the goal justified any means. At last, they reached a makeshift command post. Watching the busy soldiers, none of whom dared breathe too loudly in the presence of General Ross, Su Ming let out a soft, dismissive chuckle. TCH power. Ross's face was all sharp angles, prominent cheekbones, a chiseled jaw, the unmistakable stamp of a hardened soldier. His eyes were hawk-like, sharp and probing, always sizing up a person's value and threat. His brow was perpetually furrowed, carving deep lines into his forehead. His skin was weathered and rough from years exposed to the elements, and though his gray-white hair was thin, it was meticulously combed. Broad-shouldered and imposing, his frame had stooped a little with age, but he still stood with the unyielding posture of a career military man. Su Ming thought to himself, this old man still got plenty of fire left. The adjutant leaned in to give General Ross a whispered report. At last, the spirited general turned his gaze on Su Ming, his brows drawing together in a look that was none too welcoming. But when the adjutant mentioned that Su Ming had effortlessly shifted several tons of steel, the old general's eyes flickered. There was a new curiosity in the way he looked at Su Ming. After the adjutant left, General Ross glanced at the graceful Elisa, his eyes flashing with a hint of admiration, before turning his attention to Su Ming, sizing him up from head to toe. So, you're the bounty hunter Fury keeps talking about. What's your name again? General Ross's voice rang out, carrying an unmistakable air of authority. The command center grew even quieter, as if everyone feared interrupting the general's conversation. As Ross studied the distinctively handsome Eastern face before him, he couldn't help but remember his own younger days, back when he too had been a rugged and striking young man. With a cold snort, he said, "You saw your target. Why didn't you act?" That's not the man Nick Fury described. Planting both hands firmly on the table, General Ross fixed Su Ming with a piercing stare. The commanding presence he radiated filled the room, and silence descended around them. Once upon a time, Su Ming had had brief encounters with people in power, delivering takeout to them, for example. They all shared one trait, a sense of self-importance, always looking down on others. In other words, they were masters of putting on airs. But Su Ming was no longer the lowly workhorse he once was. Even though General Ross's presence had clearly cowed Elisa, Su Ming's calm expression remained utterly unchanged. "General, there's no rush. Let's talk about the price first." His voice was light and steady. To Ross, it was as if he'd just heard the punchline of a joke. He gave a dismissive sneer. "To dare to bargain with me directly? Who do you think you are? And who do you think I am?" But recalling the adjutant's earlier report, Ross realized that the man before him was clearly both skilled and audacious, and his adjutant wasn't one to lie. Ross didn't respond directly, instead stepping out from behind his desk to look down at Su Ming from above. "Prove it to me," He had no intention of wasting time on someone who couldn't deliver. Su Ming understood that the old man would never act without seeing proof. But why should he put on a show for Ross? That would be an entirely separate fee. Wasn't Nick Fury's personal recommendation proof enough? At that moment, Emil Blonsky, battered and disheveled, strode into the command center. His arrival was punctuated by a sharp demand. "General, you never mentioned there was another monster at Banner's side. I want an explanation." Blonsky was still brooding over the failure of the recent operation. His heart was filled with frustration and confusion, and he laid all the blame on General Ross for withholding crucial information. So agitated was Blonsky that he didn't even notice that Ross was entertaining two guests. In his mind, if the general hadn't hidden the truth, his comrades wouldn't have died for nothing. If Banner knows what that thing was, I'll catch him. I'll make him tell me who, or what, that monster really is. That's Banner. General Ross ignored Su Ming and his companion. In his eyes, Colonel Blonsky was far more important, a sharp blade in his hand, deserving of a personal explanation. Blonsky's expression froze. He had assumed that mysterious power came from one of Banner's accomplices, but the general's revelation left him utterly stunned. Lowering his gaze to the new automatic rifle in his hands, the weapon he'd relied on to dominate battlefields for years, he realized that, this time, it had been completely useless. He raised his arm, intending to hurl the rifle to the ground in a burst of frustrated anger. "What use are you to me now, huh?" But just as the rifle was about to hit the floor, it stopped mid-air. Su Ming had intervened. Su Ming firmly caught the weapon that Blonsky had meant to smash on the ground. "Sir, littering is hardly a good habit." With a few casual movements, Su Ming worked the rifle in his hands, and with precise aim, tossed it several meters away, right into the trash bin. The composite steel rifle, in Su Ming's grasp, became no more than a scrunched-up ball the size of a coffee cup, as easily as crumpling a discarded letter. It wasn't until the rifle landed in the trash can with a thunderous clang that everyone present realized it had once been a gun. "What the F?" Alyssa reflexively raised her hand to cover her gaping mouth in shock. "Oh my god, unbelievable. Cool." Watching her boss nonchalantly stun everyone in the command post, Alyssa experienced her boss's abilities up close for the very first time. After the initial shock, a powerful surge of pride welled up from deep within her. Seeing Su Ming clasp his hands behind his back after tossing away the trash, Alyssa couldn't resist reaching out and grabbing hold. Su Ming's brow twitched as he felt her fingers, half exasperated, half amused. "What is this girl up to right now?" He maintained an inscrutable expression, but wiggled his fingers behind his back in a silent plea for Alyssa to stop. Alyssa, as if discovering a new plaything, mischievously clung to his fingers behind his back, refusing to let go no matter how he tried to shake her off. At the same time, determined not to embarrass her boss, she kept a straight face as if nothing was out of the ordinary, but the occasional suppressed giggle betrayed her delight. The soldiers in the command center were dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. An FN Scar automatic rifle, in the hands of this man, had been crumpled up like a lump of clay and tossed aside as if it really were just trash. And he hadn't even missed the bin. All the soldiers stared at Su Ming as if he were some kind of supernatural being. Blonsky stood dazed, staring at the still-shaking trash can, replaying what he had just witnessed. "You've got to be f***ing kidding me." Brown felt as if, in just a matter of days, God had played several outrageous tricks on him, so much so that he began to doubt whether he was still dreaming. He surreptitiously touched the wound on his leg. The pain shot through him. Not a dream. So how on earth did this man do what he just did? Could I ever become as powerful as he is? Speaking of strength, after his mutation, Banner seemed even more formidable. The desire to become stronger burned within Brown like a blazing fire. He decided to go back and have a serious talk with the general. If there was any way for him to gain such power himself, Brown would not hesitate. General Thunderbolt. Ross had to admit he had underestimated the bounty hunter before him. Destiny, was it? Gazing at the rifle Su Ming had destroyed with his bare hands, a spark lit up in General Ross's eyes. Isn't this exactly the result I've been seeking? All his painstaking efforts to push forward the development of the super soldier serum had been for this very moment, to one day transform each and every loyal soldier under his command into someone as powerful as Destiny himself. What made him this strong? Without some extraordinary means, Ross would never accept an explanation as simple as innate strength. That's right, wealthy people rely on technology, the poor on mutation. No one succeeds by chance. Having weathered countless storms, General Ross was not awed by the display of power Su Ming had shown, even if unintentionally. Instead, it gave him an even better idea. The body of this bounty hunter before him could be just what his research team needed to perfect their work on the super soldier serum. With that thought, General Ross smiled warmly at Su-ming. Mr. Destiny, I've heard from Fury that as long as you're paid, you'll do anything? Su-ming wasn't in the least surprised by Ross's sudden change in attitude. It would have been strange if he hadn't changed. Now that they had entered the pleasant phase of business negotiations, Su-ming was willing to hear what this old man was scheming. Not anything, General, he replied modestly. Of course, General Ross knew that no amount of money could buy Destiny's willingness to do just anything, but the idea that had just occurred to him didn't seem too outrageous. Mr. Destiny, $100 million for a sample of your blood. The implication was clear. Look, I remember your rules. Surely you won't refuse such a generous offer? Ross laid his cards on the table. He wanted Banner's blood, and now he wanted Su-ming's as well. If he could accelerate the completion of the Super Soldier Serum project, he'd have the political capital he needed to climb even higher. Power, what a wonderful feeling. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, General Ross appeared genuinely sincere at that moment. What? Su-ming hadn't expected that the old man would actually set his sights on him. While surprised, he also began to weigh his options. Even if I wanted to give it to you, you'd have to be strong enough to take it, wouldn't you? Do you take this body of steel as a joke? Even I can't think of a good way to get myself to bleed right now, and yet this old fox dares to dream. Well, here's another easy chance to make a tidy sum. But who would agree without bargaining first? With these thoughts in mind, Su-ming smiled and said, I thought it was going to be something difficult, but it's just a blood sample. Since the general thinks so highly of me, 500 million, and it's yours. How dare he? General Ross, a veteran of politics if ever there was one, managed to keep his face friendly and genial, even though inwardly he wished he could curse Su-ming's entire family. 200 million, not a cent more, Mr. Destiny. 400 million. 300 million. After a round of haggling, Su-ming saw that Ross was unwavering at 200 million. With a wry smile, he admitted to himself that when it came to bargaining, he really couldn't beat a politician. Mr. Destiny, 200 million is already a very, very generous offer. Your usual starting price is 100 million, but just to make friends with you, I doubled it right away. That's my sincerity. Don't be too greedy. A vivid image flashed through General Ross's mind. Banner's blood in one hand, Destiny's blood in the other. Bring them together. Endless super soldiers at his command. Absolute perfection. Caught up in the thought, he began explaining himself to Su-ming. As for Blonsky, he had already made up his mind that when he got back, he'd demand the general share some of this technology and hard stuff with him so he could get bigger, stronger, and tougher. At this moment, he listened intently to the negotiations between the general and this bounty hunter, knowing it was crucial for the general's research. He kept silent, eyes locked on Su-ming, waiting eagerly for his reply. Elise's hand, which she had tried to hold, was now firmly gripped by Su-ming. No matter how she struggled this time, she couldn't break free, so she simply let him hold it. But when she heard that the business deal between General Ross and her boss started at 100 million, Elisa felt as if she were in a dream. Since when did the boss's ability to make money become this astronomical? Selling blood for money isn't dignified? Does it lower your status? What a joke. It's just a bit of blood. She lost far more every month and never made a cent. And this was 100 million. A whole 100 million. My God. When General Ross raised the offer to 200 million, Elisa felt her soul nearly leave her body. She was utterly stunned. Su-ming finally let go of Elisa's now docile hand, putting on a show of reluctance. General, I admit you're right. I was being greedy. I accept your offer. But payment comes first. Of course you can. Haha. Meanwhile, the staff trying to draw Su-ming's blood exhausted every method they could think of, yet not a single needle could pierce his skin, leaving them frantic and at their wits' end. When Bruce Banner regained consciousness, he found himself deep in the mountains. From the words of passers-by, he learned that he was in Guatemala. He never imagined he'd run a staggering 15,000 miles in a single night. But there was no time to dwell on shock. He had to get his hands on the information as soon as possible. Somewhere within it might be the key to breaking the curse that plagued him. Afterward, he hitchhiked his way to a nearby town. With not a cent to his name, he walked barefoot along the gravel roads. When sleep overcame him, he'd find a random spot to lean against, sometimes awakening in terror from nightmares of accidentally killing his beloved. When hunger struck, he'd scavenge for vegetable scraps at the market. Once celebrated as a prodigy, he now wore tattered clothes, mistaken for a beggar by passing children who dropped a few coins into his palm. But Banner was never one to wallow in self-pity. With those coins, he bought himself the largest pair of pants he could find. Bruce Banner never let go of hope. He set out on foot toward his destination, 1,600 kilometers away, a journey he completed in less than 17 days. Banner thought of Mr. Blue, who also had records of his genetic mutations. And most importantly, the only person he could truly trust, Betty Ross, was there as well. Banner sneaked onto the campus, hoping to reunite with his beloved. Ever since that tragic accident, after injuring Betty and fleeing, he had lost all sense of time. He could no longer remember how long it had been since he'd last seen her face. Without any warning, Betty suddenly appeared in his line of sight. She was as graceful and radiant as ever, her beauty undimmed by the years apart. Just as he gathered his courage to greet her, he was shocked to discover she had found someone new. In that moment, Banner felt as if his heart were being torn apart. He understood he no longer had the right to disrupt her life. Perhaps quietly leaving was the last act of kindness he could offer her. Carrying a broken heart, Banner made his way to his old friend's pizza shop. Here, he found his only safe haven. His friend's unwavering trust and support warmed him in a way he hadn't felt in years. Taking advantage of a pizza delivery, Banner slipped back onto campus once more. With a single box of pizza, he bribed an underpaid security guard and managed to sneak into his former laboratory. He searched eagerly for any data related to his experiments. Damn it, but the military had already destroyed every shred of his research, leaving Banner with nothing to go on. Despair overwhelmed him, and with no other choice, Banner prepared to go on the run once more. He packed his bag, ready to bid farewell to his old friend, only to be discovered by Betty, quite unexpectedly. But Banner dared not reveal himself to her. No matter how loudly Betty called his name, her voice echoing down the street, Banner could only hide in the shadows behind a trash bin. His sorrow kept to himself. Walking alone in the pouring rain, Banner felt a deep chill settle in his heart. Passing cars steered clear of him, suspecting he might be out of his mind. And then, silently, a car pulled up behind him. It was Betty. Seeing that familiar figure, Betty ignored the rain soaking her to the bone and ran toward Banner. "Don't go, please, don't go." All the emotions they had both suppressed for so long finally found release in that moment, as they held each other tightly in the downpour. When Betty learned that Banner was searching for the experimental data from their past, she brought him home and took out an exquisite storage box, handing it to him. Inside was a USB drive. Betty had secretly backed up all the experimental data onto it. To Banner, these files were a lifeline, a glimmer of hope for a cure. "Maybe you could try seeking help from the military again," Betty suggested, thinking that since General Ross was her father, he might show Banner some mercy for her sake. But Banner understood General Ross's ambitions all too well. "No, he just wants to dissect me, then turn my mutated cells into weapons." That was something he could never accept. "I have another friend." Banner recalled Mr. Blue, a friend he'd met during his time on the run. Meanwhile, General Ross's research team was still struggling with how to get a blood sample from Su-Ming. Blonsky sought out General Ross. Ever since the failed attempt to capture Banner, Blonsky's obsession with the Hulk had only grown. General Ross, sharp as ever, sensed Blonsky's hunger for power. So, the general decided to reveal the entire secret of Banner's experiments to Blonsky. Banner's experiments are still in their infancy, nowhere near ready for use. He believed he was working on a way to resist radiation. I never told him the real purpose. He was reckless, actually experimented on himself, which led to disaster. Or perhaps, a stroke of luck. In front of Blonsky, General Ross deftly shifted the blame onto Banner. Under the general's guidance, Blonsky entered a sealed warehouse and retrieved a vial of blue serum. This serum was a replica of the one used on Captain America during World War II. Only then did Blonsky realize General Ross intended to revive the super soldier program from the war. To hell with his ambitions. I just want to be stronger. Staring at the blue serum, a dangerous gleam flickered in Blonsky's eyes. Despite General Ross's repeated warnings that injecting the serum carried tremendous risks, that the outcome, gaining unknown power, was anything but certain. Failure meant certain death for the recipient. Blonsky, however, paid no heed to any of this. His thirst for power had driven him to the verge of madness. At last, with the help of 2 doctors, the blue serum was injected into Blonsky's body. "Oh God, please, my God." Meanwhile, the new injection needle, boasted to be the toughest, snapped in half against Su-Ming's arm, as if striking solid steel. The scientist assigned to collect Su-Ming's blood sample finally reached his breaking point. He simply couldn't fathom how a task that any nurse could complete with ease had become, in his hands, a world-class challenge. "It's just a blood draw. What's taking you so long?" General Ross was equally baffled. Something that should have taken mere minutes still hadn't been accomplished, and now, back in New York, this infuriating bounty hunter was still lingering in his presence. Yes, ever since Su-Ming and Elisa had agreed to Ross's deal, they traveled with the general's research team from Brazil to the United States, enjoying the best food and drink along the way. Yet not a single drop of blood had been drawn from Su Ming. With a bitter expression, the scientist reported to General Ross about the task that had tormented him for days on end. The very first attempt to draw Su Ming's blood had ended with a snapped needle. Now, after burning through hundreds of needles and dozens of different approaches, there was still no way to break Su Ming's skin. Su Ming, for his part, was perfectly cooperative. Whatever the scientist wanted him to do for the sake of a blood sample, he was willing to oblige. At this rate, will we have to resort to a meat grinder just to get a sample? Faced with repeated failures, the scientists even began to entertain such extreme solutions. As General Ross finally grasped the situation, he too was at a loss for words. No, wait, I've spent 200 million. It's been days, and now you're telling me you can't even draw blood? To this, the scientist could only reply helplessly. There was simply nothing he could do. General Ross rubbed his temples, gritting his teeth in frustration. For all his experience in combat and negotiation, he had to admit, this time he was stumped. Is this guy some kind of monster? A hint of resignation crept in, for a power that couldn't be replicated was, to him, utterly worthless. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Elisa were living like VIPs under military hospitality, their days genuinely enjoyable. Good meals, restful nights, free access to the U.S. military secret base, and, best of all, the daily amusement of watching those constipated expressions on people's faces as they failed to make any progress. With just a few words, Su Ming had earned 200 million. He himself was curious to see what the military could possibly do when faced with his not-yet-complete steel body. Over these past few days, Su Ming had cheerfully cooperated with the scientific team as they tried every conceivable method to draw his blood. Unsurprisingly, every attempt ended in failure. I've given you the chance, but you're just not up to it, are you? Su Ming, chewing on a toothpick, shot a glance at the ever-docile Elisa beside him, these thoughts flickering through his mind. At this moment, General Ross shamelessly approached Su Ming. Destiny, my friend. To be honest, I've never encountered anything like this before. But since we can't draw your blood, our deal. Catching the implied meaning behind General Ross's words, Su Ming replied politely. I'm willing to cooperate with you. But as for a refund, that's not happening. Clearly, General Ross had anticipated Su Ming's stance, and he hadn't really held out hope for a refund. $200 million already in hand. No one would just give that back so easily. After his proposal was rejected, Ross put forth another suggestion. In that case, Mr. Destiny, how about we consider this money as the commission for your next assignment? Trying to take advantage of me? Dream on. General Ross gritted his teeth at the thought. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then agreed to Ross's idea. After all, the money had come a bit too easily. 2 conditions. He held up 2 fingers, fixing Ross with a foxy grin. First, contact Nick Fury right away and tell him I fulfilled the military's request. Second, this money is only a deposit for the next job. The final price would depend on the details of the assignment. Ross clenched his newly repaired molar so hard that a chunk broke off. Meanwhile, Su Ming, in high spirits, was escorted out of the U.S. military base by soldiers driving a Humvee. He watched as the soldiers sped away the moment he got out, as if fleeing from a plague. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter startled Elisa, who was sitting beside him. The trip to Brazil with Su Ming had turned Elisa's worldview upside down. Never mind witnessing that giant, all green and capable of destroying everything in sight. Even the boss's dealings with the military had never been kept from her. 200 million. OMG. She couldn't help but recall the time she tried to ambush her boss for just $2,000. How did you even dare? Elisa, a shiver, ran down her spine. Thankfully, her boss had shown mercy back then, otherwise. She remembered watching the military men try to draw blood from her boss. The sharp needles looked like limp noodles against his skin. No matter how they tried, they couldn't pierce what only appeared to be soft flesh. The boss seems even stronger than before. Thinking back to when she once broke Su Ming's arm with a single kick, Elisa fell into deep thought. That was also why she'd become so much more obedient around Su Ming lately. His overwhelming strength made Elisa feel as if she were standing in the shadow of a towering mountain, awed and a little distant. Did she still have the nerve to tease her boss like she used to? Elisa seriously doubted it. Just then, Su Ming's cheerful voice rang out at her side, snapping Elisa out of her reverie. Let's take a stroll around Washington, shall we? Hearing Su Ming's warm tone and remembering how he had looked after her, Elisa broke into a big, beaming smile. Strong as you are, boss is still boss. Smiley face. Washington, D.C., the Trident Building. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. This time, Su Ming had contacted Nick Fury in advance, so there was no repeat of the previous awkwardness. No barging into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and triggering the agent's fight-or-flight reflexes. Nick Fury regarded Su Ming, who looked perfectly calm, with a complicated expression, and heaved a heavy sigh. General Ross had called him not long ago. Though he confirmed that Su Ming had successfully completed the military's commission, he flatly refused to transfer the promised research funding. He even said that, from now on, S.H.I.E.L.D. would no longer be needed as the liaison between the military and Su Ming. We've already spent the money, so of course we're cutting out the middleman. I'll handle things myself from now on. Oomph. To General Ross, this was just standard procedure. But for Nick Fury, who'd hoped to earn a tidy profit as the go-between, all his clever plans had come to nothing. So after all this, I not only lost Stark's legacy, I didn't get a thing in return. In truth, it wasn't just old Nick who came out empty-handed. Even General Ross, always quick to pluck a feather from any passing goose, ended up with nothing, having sunk $200 million into the deal for nothing. Looking at the visibly conflicted Nick Fury, Su Ming smiled pleasantly. Director Fury, I think it's time to make good on your promise. Nick Fury could only sigh in resignation and wave his hand, instructing his staff to bring out all of Howard Stark's relics from storage and hand them over to Su Ming. Catching sight of a familiar-looking case among the items, Su Ming knew that, as the head of a powerful organization, Nick Fury would never risk his reputation by reneging on a promise. Something else came to mind, and he offered a gentle reminder. If I recall correctly, that wasn't the only part of the deal, was it? Well, about that. Remembering how confidently he'd once promised a commission of $10 million, Nick Fury now wore a look of utter agony. Why can't General Ross ever play by the rules? Although his department had received quite a bit of funding from above, he wasn't the military, a behemoth that could produce $100 million at the drop of a hat. But Fury wasn't one to dwell on a lost scheme. He understood Su Ming's capabilities all too well and knew he couldn't afford to make an enemy of him over a moment's miscalculation. The money will be transferred as promised. Downstairs, Elisa, tugging her suitcase along, felt her heart grow stronger by the minute. Once again, she was witnessing her boss with just a few casual words, wrangle, no, secure, a sum exceeding $100 million. If the first time she saw Su Ming earn $200 million, she'd been left gasping, OMG. Now, seeing a big shot promise to wire Su Ming $100 million, all she could think was, oh, only $100 million this time. It wasn't that Eliza was greedy, hoping Su Ming would share a hefty sum with her. Su Ming had always treated her generously, and her salary was more than enough for her own needs. Simply the thrill of gaining new experiences made Eliza feel exhilarated. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Ming, eager to see what adventure her boss would lead her on next. Su Ming glanced at the sky, which was growing darker, and casually said, Eliza, grab your things, let's get a room. Huh. At his words, Eliza's cheeks flushed a deep red. She couldn't meet Su Ming's gaze, her eyes shimmering with nervous anticipation. Her heart secretly fluttered. Has the boss finally made up his mind? Tony Stark, meanwhile, was feeling a bit worn out. He had just finished a grueling battle of wits with the military brass. The top officials had called for a hearing, demanding he turn over the Iron Man suit and its technology, insisting it was for the greater safety of the public. But the clever Tony refused to play along, stating that it would take the country at least 20 years to master this technology. He even shot back bluntly, I am Iron Man. The suit and I are one. Handing over the suit would be handing over myself. Tony knew full well what those politicians were plotting. There was no way he would hand over the armor technology that had saved him time and again. His mind wandered to the man who had managed to build a reactor similar to his own, the one who had lashed out at him on the racetrack with electrifying whips, only to be defeated by Tony's new armor. I need some answers. Arriving at the prison, Tony's curiosity drove him to find out why his attacker had come after him. After hearing Ivan Vanko's story, Tony finally learned about the grudge between their fathers from the previous generation. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Tony offered Ivan some friendly advice before leaving, suggesting ways to improve the reactor. This was, in truth, Tony's way of proving his superior scientific prowess as a true Stark. That night, the toxin level in Tony's blood had soared to a terrifying 89%. With no cure in sight, Tony decided to let loose completely. He threw a lavish party, thinking it might be his last. Yeah, tonight we party. At the party, Tony danced wildly in his suit, and even gave a demonstration of how to use the restroom while wearing the armor. To keep the energy high, he fired off repulsor blasts for everyone's amusement. But Pepper and Rhodey, unaware of Tony's worsening condition, were both furious at the spectacle. Fed up, Rhodey donned a Mark II suit to put a stop to Tony's reckless behavior. But Tony, determined to enjoy this final blowout, refused to back down. The two clashed, battling from the lower floors all the way upstairs. It looked as if they were tearing the house apart. In no time, Tony's beautiful California beach villa was reduced to little more than a bare shell. At last, the farce ended with a clash of palm-mounted laser cannons between the two of them. Furious, Rhodey left Tony slumped on the ground and flew straight to the Air Force Base on his own, determined to upgrade the armor. They brought in Hammer to help enhance the suit's weapon systems. The next day, Tony was planning to stroll around in his armor. After all, he only had a few days left to live, so why not savor the thrill to the fullest? Clad in his suit, Tony was just eyeing a piece of fried chicken when his gaze locked onto a giant donut not far away. He thought he might as well lounge inside that hole and enjoy his meal. Suddenly, Jarvis announced an incoming call from Su Ming. "Hey, Tony, still alive over there?" Su Ming's cheerful voice echoed inside the helmet. "One annoying guy." Tony snorted dismissively. "Obviously, yes. Never felt better. So what's so important, Mr. Silver Duke? Remember what I mentioned before? About helping you with that poisoning problem?" Tony still didn't believe Su Ming had any real way to help him, until he heard what Su Ming said next. "I have your father, Howard Stark's, personal effects right here. I'm certain there's something in them you'll want. The price is negotiable." A jolt ran through Tony. The fried chicken slipped from his hand to the ground. His eyes, once dulled by resignation, suddenly blazed with a desperate hope for survival. California, at Tony's home. Tony didn't know how Su Ming had gotten hold of his father's belongings, and he was still only half convinced that these relics could save him. His doubts only grew as he rummaged through the ordinary items Howard had left behind. Doesn't seem like there's anything useful here. Tony's mood sank with each passing moment. Unconsciously, he glanced at Su Ming, who was standing by, completely at ease. What gave him such confidence in these things? Tony wondered. And me, haven't I already sworn never to trust this bounty hunter with anything except a fight? But even so, who wouldn't cling to hope when standing at the edge of despair? Just then, on the projector screen, Tony's father, Howard Stark, looked straight into the camera and called out, "Tony." That instantly caught both Tony's and Su Ming's attention. For some reason, Alyssa hadn't come along with Su Ming this time. On screen, Howard Stark said with grave sincerity, "You're still young now, but everything I've done is to pave the way for your future." Howard admitted that with the technology of his era, it was impossible to truly reinvent humanity's future. "I've left behind a map for you, one that will lead to new discoveries. Only you can change the future of mankind." Hearing this, Tony immediately began searching for the map his father had left behind. It's worth mentioning that what Su Ming took from Shieldback then was only a small portion of Stark's belongings. Larger items, like the massive map model, were loaded onto a truck at his request and sent directly to Tony's home. Damn, I remember it wrong. Su Ming looked at the open box on the floor. He'd thought that the important item was inside, but all he found of any value was a single reel of videotape. The real hope for Tony, however, was hidden within the map model itself. Gazing up at the model, which stood as high as half a wall, Su Ming thought to himself, "This is it." Tony's sharp instincts told him that there was something unusual concealed within the map. As if a perplexing question in his mind had suddenly been answered, he quickly moved the model into his workshop for further study. With Jarvis's assistance, Tony discovered that a seemingly insignificant sphere inside the model actually contained a structure of an element he'd never seen before. Upon analysis, he was thrilled to find that this new element could not only eliminate the palladium in his system, but could also serve as a new core for his reactor. I knew only a new element could save me. In his desperation to detoxify himself, Tony had tried every known combination of elements in the scientific community, but none had worked. That was what pushed him to despair. "They're forcing me to invent a new element." Tony really had considered creating a new element, but he simply didn't have enough time. The discovery of this new elemental structure finally swept away the dark cloud that had weighed on his heart for days. For the first time in a long while, a genuine smile broke across Tony's face. At that moment, Su Ming spoke, pulling the elated Tony back to reality. Tony turned to look at Su Ming, who radiated quiet confidence, and couldn't help but admire him silently. This guy really knows how to surprise me. Tony remembered how, long ago, Su Ming had quickly sensed his predicament and offered a solution. An offer Tony had dismissed at the time. He never imagined that, at such a critical moment, Su Ming would actually bring him something that could change his fate. This bounty hunter really is something. Even though, at their first meeting, it had seemed like Su Ming was about to kill him, Tony had to admit, the man played by the rules. Back then, Su Ming had bought his life for only $50 million. Tony now thought that was an absolute bargain. Thinking back over his history with Su Ming, he realized the man had saved his life more than once, always taking just a bit of money before moving on. Tony had never met anyone like him before. It was true that Tony's competitive streak had made him resent Su Ming at times. But Mr. Silver Duke was like a timely rainstorm. He always showed up just when Tony needed him most. What a likable guy. Tony Stark had never truly admired anyone before, but when it came to someone like Mr. Silver Duke, who only did good for a price, how could anyone not like him? Of course, Tony forgot that Su Ming's prices were never exactly low. It's just that he himself simply didn't care. From this moment on, Tony, who had always looked down on everyone, found himself left with a surprisingly good impression of Su Ming. Just as he was about to say something, a wave of pain hit him. The symptoms of palladium poisoning were flaring up again. Tony stifled a groan, the grayish-black streaks on his neck now clearly visible to the naked eye. At that very moment, Su Ming swiftly injected a certain medication into Tony's neck. Oh, by the way, Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. asked me to pass along his regards. If Tony hadn't suffered an attack just then, Su Ming might have forgotten altogether that, before leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury had handed him an injector. Inside was medicine that could slow the effects of palladium poisoning. Nick Fury had originally planned to approach Tony himself, hoping to help him through his crisis and thereby persuade him to join the Avengers Initiative. But as fate would have it, the most important Stark relic, the bargaining chip, had already been given to Su Ming. Fury was still hoping to recruit both Su Ming and Tony into his plan, so he decided to simply hand the medication over to Su Ming. After all, it wasn't an antidote. This medication could only temporarily ease the symptoms of palladium poisoning. So, in Fury's eyes, its value was far less than that of Su Ming and Tony themselves. What was that? Tony felt a sharp pain at his neck, followed by a cool sensation that quickly relieved the stifling discomfort he'd been enduring. Curiosity flickered in his eyes. Su Ming felt a twinge of relief. Good thing Tony's attack had reminded him, or he really might have forgotten to give him the injection. If Tony were to suddenly drop dead in the middle of developing a new element, the responsibility would be immense. With this in mind, Su Ming spoke plainly. Tony, this is a special medication S.H.I.E.L.D. developed just for you to ease the effects of palladium poisoning. I think this shot should help you hold out until you finish developing the new element. I nearly forgot about it, huh? Rubbing his neck, Tony felt the strange swelling gradually subside. He realized that whatever Su Ming had given him was indeed helping to keep the symptoms at bay. Relieved, he couldn't help but grumble a little. You had this good stuff all along and didn't give it to me sooner. I've been suffering for days. But Su Ming had genuinely saved his life and ensured he'd have time to work on the new element. This was a favor Tony wouldn't take lightly. Mr. Silver Duke, I know your rules. 500 million. Paid in full. Su Ming raised his hand, looking at Tony in surprise. Back when I said 500 million, you wouldn't agree. I ran myself ragged, flying back and forth between Brazil and Washington, finally managing to get the goods. Now that you know it works, you still want to pay the original price? You wish. Is a pre-sale apartment the same price as a finished home? Tony, I have to remind you, that was the previous price. Tony Stark looked at Su Ming's professional smile, fully aware of his style. It's just money, nothing to worry about. But with his pride, how could Tony be warm toward another man? Thinking this, Tony let out a cold snort. I'll double it. 1 billion. His eyes, however, kept darting to the schematic of the new element, itching to dive in right away. Su Ming glanced at Tony's generosity and knew he was eager to develop the new element. Since Tony had already offered double, pressing for more at this crucial moment would be unwise and off-putting. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, after all. Just as the words left his lips, the phone rang. Alyssa's voice came through, a little hoarse. Boss, the military called. They have an assignment. Without even saying goodbye, Su Ming left Tony's home. Meanwhile, Tony made a call of his own. He knew creating this new element would require immense power, something his little workshop simply couldn't provide. On the call, he ordered a set of ion emitters worth billions. Then, grabbing a sledgehammer, he started tearing into his multi-million-dollar mansion, intent on remodeling it for his project. Had Su Ming known Tony spent tens of billions just on equipment, he might have regretted leaving so decisively. Alyssa, for her part, finally got what she'd wished for. Yet she'd never imagined that so much power could be contained in Su Ming's streamlined frame. At one point, she honestly thought she might not survive the night. By midday, she was still sprawled in bed, her body feeling like it might fall apart. Even hunger couldn't motivate her to move. Now, she somewhat regretted teasing Su Ming the night before, thinking he'd continue to uphold the usual restraint and courtesy of Eastern men. She never expected her boss would drop the act, transform into a wolf, and devour her with such relish. Though she'd welcomed, and even longed for, this outcome, she had never considered one thing. Su Ming's stamina was seemingly endless. And that was tough luck for Alyssa. At a certain point, pleasure blurred into pain, and she could no longer tell one from the other. The result was clear. Her voice was gone, her body spent. If the military hadn't called with a new assignment for her boss, there's no way she would have gotten out of bed. Pinpoint the rendezvous for me. I'm heading over. Get some rest. Hearing her boss's energetic tone while still assigning her work, Alyssa angrily hurled her towel aside. Have you ever actually let me rest? Limping over to her desk, she fired up her computer, the keys clattering loudly beneath her fingers. Su-Ming received the coordinates Alyssa sent over, along with a sleepy-looking emoji. Thinking back on the previous night, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. That's what you get for playing with fire. If Alyssa hadn't broken down in tears and begged for mercy, Su-Ming would have kept going to the bitter end. Following the location Alyssa sent him, Su-Ming arrived at a secluded street, got into the Hummer that General Ross had dispatched for him, and headed straight for headquarters. After obtaining the data from Betty, Banner prepared to seek help from Mr. Blue in New York. Yet he had no idea that the military had already set their sights on him. Armed soldiers began to close in on him from all sides, and soon after, Hummer combat vehicles joined the pursuit. Sensing danger, Banner bolted, but how could two legs possibly outrun a vehicle on four wheels? What does General Ross want from me before he'll finally let me go? Banner's mind raced with anxiety. He only wished to live the quiet life of a biologist, but the military's relentless pursuit left him suffocating. With nowhere left to run, he could only dash into the campus, desperately searching for a place to hide. But the soldiers quickly caught up and forced him onto a covered bridge. Seeing this, General Ross let out a cold, derisive laugh. You can't escape. He ordered both ends of the bridge sealed off and had tear gas grenades launched inside, hoping to force Banner out. Betty, unable to stand by, rushed forward in a desperate attempt to save him, but was tackled to the ground by the soldiers behind her. General Ross showed no concern for this, but that moment completely enraged Banner on a bridge. Agitated by the tear gas, his body began to swell rapidly, his skin turning a deep shade of green. His clothes tore apart at the seams, leaving only the largest pair of pants still clinging to his body. General Ross stared at the furious Hulk, and thinking of his uniquely stubborn daughter, muttered under his breath, "She'll see the truth eventually." Of course, what father would want his daughter to fall in love with a monster? With a mighty stomp, Hulk shattered the bridge's window and, roaring in fury, leapt down, determined to teach these bullies in uniform a lesson they would never forget. The organized military units opened fire at once. Whether it was heavy machine guns or artillery, all their firepower was utterly useless against Hulk's overwhelming strength. He flipped armored vehicles as if they were nothing, picked up a tank, and hurled it at the soldiers nearby. The massive Hummer armored trucks were tossed around like toys in Hulk's hands. The soldiers were thrown into chaos, powerless before Hulk's terrifying might. In that moment, the so-called industrial civilization seemed frail and insignificant. Sensing the tide turning, General Ross immediately deployed Blonsky, who had just received a serum enhancement. At last, it's my turn. Blonsky, wielding a grenade launcher, charged at Hulk alone. It's worth noting that, thanks to the serum, Blonsky's physical abilities now far surpassed that of a normal human. During the earlier pursuit of Banner, he had managed to run almost as fast as the military vehicles, and his strength had increased dramatically. Hulk grabbed two warped armored car doors to use as weapons, trying to smash the nimble little pest darting before him. Awesome. That's exactly what I want. Blonsky dodged the attacks with agile, almost acrobatic movements. General Ross, witnessing this scene, was utterly stunned. He had thought Blonsky surviving the serum was a miracle in itself. Never did he expect the man would truly become stronger. My God, he really is stronger. With his enhanced body, Blonsky weaved around Hulk, darting in and out, searching for an opening. Yet he overlooked Hulk's nearly impenetrable defenses. Clearly, General Ross, as commander, noticed this flaw as well. Suddenly, his voice came booming through the headset. Lead him to the sonic cannons. After several exchanges, Blonsky had no choice but to retreat as he fought, luring Hulk into the area prepared with the sonic weapon. This sonic weapon, in fact, was on loan from Tony Stark. The powerful blast of sound instantly knocked Blonsky off his feet and pinned Hulk in place, suppressing his movements. Hulk clutched his head in pain, clearly overwhelmed by the onslaught. But after a brief period of adaptation, Hulk rose to his feet with effort, using a shield to block some of the sonic waves. He hurled an armored car door with a mighty swing, slicing a tank in two, then leapt high and came crashing down on another, smashing it to pieces. Seeing this, Blonsky stepped forward alone, taunting him. Is that all you've got? In response to Hulk's furious growl, Blonsky was sent flying by a powerful kick. He bounced across the ground several times before slamming into a tree. His body twisted at an impossible angle. He looked like he was done for. With the ground forces helpless, General Ross called in armed helicopter support, determined to end Hulk here, even if it meant destroying the whole school. But he failed to notice his daughter Betty had quietly approached Hulk, desperately trying to reach the reason hidden deep inside him. Yet by then, gunfire from the helicopters began raining down like a deadly storm. Hulk flung the last armored car door, bringing down a helicopter. The crashed chopper erupted in flames, engulfing the area in a fiery blaze. Hulk immediately pulled Betty into his arms, shielding her from harm. After the explosion, Hulk let out a thunderous warning roar at General Ross. Then, clutching Betty close, disappeared into the billowing smoke. Having nearly lost his daughter, General Ross was left with no options. Brow furrowed in frustration, he ordered his secretary, "Get in touch with Destiny." The next time General Ross saw Su-Ming was 3 days later. During those 3 days, something happened that left him completely astonished. Blonsky had made a full recovery. He never imagined that, despite every bone in Blonsky's body being shattered, the man could be as good as new in just 2.5 days. This only strengthened his resolve to get his hands on Banner. Recalling the overwhelming might of the Hulk, it seemed that nothing the military threw at him could make a dent, even after Blonsky became stronger from the serum injection. But even so, he was still no match for the Hulk. So his thoughts turned to fate, to that bounty hunter who still owed him a $200 million order. After hearing General Ross's explanation, Su-Ming understood that Banner had once again transformed into the Hulk and broken free from the military's pursuit. It's really just as expected. Su-Ming knew that even in the entire Marvel Universe, the Hulk's combat power was at the very top. The key was that his strength grew endlessly with his rage, and, most terrifying of all, there was no upper limit. Su-Ming vaguely remembered that, in the early days, the Hulk had eaten something that suppressed his strength, which led to a bitter struggle when fighting Abomination. Looking at the eager, battle-hungry Blonsky, Su-Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This battle maniac will probably turn bigger and uglier the next time we meet. It seemed that it was only Tony's personal intervention with General Ross that stopped the military from putting Abomination into S.H.I.E.L.D. How could a lunatic obsessed with power ever be allowed into an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D.? Power is important, sure, but making money is more practical. Plus 1 billion, account balance, $1,303,120,000. The system notification chimed, and Tony's promised transfer arrived right on time. Seeing the balance now over $1.3 billion, a faint smile appeared in Su-Ming's eyes. Not bad. All this running around lately wasn't for nothing after all. At this point, the military had tracked Betty's phone and bank card records, and by following the trail, they had also put Mr. Blue's email under surveillance. General Ross knew that if Banner wanted to cure himself, he would surely reach out to Mr. Blue again. And as expected, the military intercepted an email from Banner and pinpointed Mr. Blue's location. A carefully laid trap was quietly set in motion. Meanwhile, General Ross ordered Su-Ming to stay on standby, ready to assist when they moved in for the capture. Su-Ming didn't comment on this arrangement. He watched the military's combat footage, and as he saw the Hulk's devastating power, a question surfaced in his mind. Could I, as I am now, stand against the invincible Hulk? Su-Ming wasn't too confident about this. After all, even with his low-level iron body and Deadpool-level regeneration, he could only ensure that he was hard to kill, not truly unkillable. With so many other players with strange and unpredictable abilities still yet to appear, Su-Ming dared not be blindly optimistic. After all, surviving at all costs is the most basic principle for any transmigrator. The immortality item in the system shop cost $5 billion. For now, he was still far from being able to afford it. Lying in the rest lounge provided by the military, Su-Ming planned to take advantage of this rare, peaceful moment to study the system's marketplace and boost his strength. In this unpredictable Marvel world, personal power is the foundation of everything. Even with immortality, being banished to the far edges of the universe or trapped in the cracks of a microscopic world would be every bit as agonizing as death. Su-Ming decided to upgrade his iron body first. After all, a body that couldn't withstand heavy weaponry hardly deserved to be called an iron body. $500 million, upgrade successful. Account balance, $80.312 million. As he felt the subtle changes in his body, Su-Ming suddenly remembered something. Flight. Although he could fly now, every attempt essentially meant hurling himself forward. The drawbacks of this method became increasingly obvious with repeated use. In the heat of battle, it was just too inconvenient. He recalled the aerial duel with Ironmonger. Every time he wanted to change position or pick up speed, he had to throw a flying knife and use its momentum to propel himself. It was simply too much trouble. Wasn't there any way to make flying less strenuous? With this question in mind, Su-Ming browsed through the system's marketplace. Superman's biofield was undoubtedly the best option, but it was absurdly expensive. He couldn't afford it. Then there was Tony's tech-based method, equipping oneself with wings or rocket boosters. That fell under the category of technology which the system's marketplace didn't offer. It could only grant talent-based abilities. There was a talent that could give him wings, though. Vampire, transform into bat. $300 million. Imagining himself flapping around as a bat, Su-Ming immediately shook his head. Maybe it was just his imagination, but the whole thing felt far too sneaky and underhanded. Besides, how fast could a bat even fly? And once transformed, how would he keep fighting? Pass. Flight magic broomstick, $80 million. Su-Ming pictured himself straddling a broomstick and soaring across the sky. Compared to Tony's Iron Man suit, this way of flying seemed utterly lame. Honestly, it might even be worse than throwing flying knives. A broomstick? Hard pass. Doctor Strange-time vortex traversal, $2 billion. That one sounded powerful, but not only was it unaffordable, it seemed more like a prophetic skill. Pass. Su-Ming calmed himself and thought carefully. Besides Superman's biofield, was there another way to fly with ease? A sudden thought struck him, and his eyes landed on a talent. Magnetic manipulation, $20 million. His eyes lit up as he remembered that imposing old man. Magneto could glide effortlessly through the air. That's it. Sometimes, all you need is a different perspective. If only I could find footholds and leverage in the air as easily as I do on the ground. Wouldn't that make the sky as flat and solid as the earth beneath my feet? $20 million. Acquired. Magnetic control talent LV1, 999 milligrams of magnetic force. Account balance, $78.312 million. Looking at the magnetic control upgrade screen, Su-Ming thought to himself, just as I expected. How could the legendary power of Magneto be bought for a mere $20 million? Magnetic control LV2, 999 grams of magnetic force. $80 million. Magnetic control LV3, 999 kilograms of magnetic force. $200 million. Magnetic control LV4, 999 tons of magnetic force. $500 million. Magnetic control LV5, 999 kilotons of magnetic force. $5 billion. Magnetic control came with different levels, but the fact that one could simply buy such power, Su-Ming found it to be a bargain beyond belief. He glanced at his other talents and realized that, in terms of cost-effectiveness, upgrading magnetic control was the best investment. $780 million. Talent successfully upgraded. Account balance, $3.12 million. He opened his status panel. Name, Su-Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 2,255. Current account, $3.12 million. Acquired talents, Deadpool level regeneration, dynamic vision LV2, Jeet Kune Do mastery, physical enhancement LV4, faceless mask, danger sense LV1, precision throwing LV2, sketching mastery, iron body LV4, magnetic control LV4. Gazing at the 9 talents he'd already accumulated without realizing it, Su-Ming truly understood what it meant for something to be more precious than money. These are the assets I'll rely on to make my way in this world. He decided to try out his magnetic control. Rebar wrenched itself from the walls around the lounge with a sudden, violent force, snapping into formation as though lining up for inspection. Without the steel supports, the roof of the lounge collapsed as easily as a child's stack of building blocks. With a quick sidestep, Su-Ming appeared outside, looking back at the military building he'd accidentally demolished. He stuck out his tongue sheepishly. No wonder Magneto is such a legend. This power is simply overwhelming. Even with a mere 999 tons of magnetic force, barely enough to call me a junior Magneto, the destructive power is staggering. Just imagine the force required for Magneto to lift a cruise ship out of the ocean with ease. What's going on? Where's my gun? A group of soldiers burst out of the building in a panic, scanning their surroundings in confusion. The deafening crash of the building's collapse had convinced them the base was under attack. General Ross, just stepping out of the command post, was greeted by a face full of dust. He coughed a few times, glaring at the ruined building, his brow twitching with anger. Damn it, they even dared to cut corners on military construction? Seeing his panic-stricken soldiers, his fury boiled over, and he shouted, "It's just a collapsed house. Why is everyone panicking? Get back to work. Whatever you were doing, keep at it. Out of my sight now." He then called for his adjutant. "Go, bring back everyone involved in the construction of this building. I want to make an example of them." Receiving his orders, the adjutant dashed away, ready to trouble those innocent architects. General Ross took the towel handed to him by his secretary, wiped the dust from his face, and walked over to Su Ming. Mr. Destiny, that seemed to be the place where you were just resting. Are you all right? He was just about to finish his words of concern when his eyes fell on Su Ming, who looked clean and perfectly composed. Instantly, he stopped mid-sentence. Thinking back to Su Ming's extraordinary physique, General Ross muttered inwardly. How foolish of me. Even if everyone else in the base died, nothing would happen to him. He cast another glance at the collapsed building, snorted coldly, and turned back to the command center. Su Ming watched the scene unfold with amusement, fully aware that General Ross had misunderstood what had happened. Though he felt sympathy for those architects whose futures now hung in the balance, he had no intention of explaining on their behalf. Quietly, he looked down at his own hands and sighed. It seems I'll need some time to adjust to this newly acquired ability. Meanwhile, with Betty at his side, Banner finally met Mr. Blue, with whom he'd corresponded for so long. Mr. Blue, a PhD in biology, had his own laboratory, located in Harlem, New York. Banner listened in silence as Mr. Blue, astonished by his strange experiences, chattered on with excitement. If you were in my shoes, you probably wouldn't be quite so thrilled. With the experimental data Banner had brought, Mr. Blue claimed he had found a way to suppress the Hulk. Banner replied, Then what are you waiting for? Mr. Blue injected a vial of purple liquid into the console, instructed Banner to lie down on the examination table, and secured him in place. To ensure the antidote's effectiveness, Mr. Blue decided to provoke a reaction by administering a burst of electrotherapy as if sweeping away a deep-rooted addiction. A surge of intense stimulation shot through Banner's body. His heart rate soared to its peak, and the Hulk's power seethed within him, threatening to break free at any moment. Banner's skin slowly darkened to an inky green, his bones crackling as if about to come apart. At this critical moment, Betty bravely climbed atop the Hulk's massive form, reaching out to awaken a sliver of his reason. Her bold act bought Mr. Blue the precious seconds he needed to inject the antidote. As the purple liquid coursed through his veins, the Hulk gradually calmed, until he finally lost consciousness. Bit by bit, his body reverted to Banner's human form. The experiment was a success. Yet Mr. Blue bluntly admitted he could not guarantee whether the Hulk had been permanently eradicated or merely temporarily suppressed. Just in case, he secretly took a large number of Banner's blood samples, intending to continue his research. But what he did not know was the kind of crisis his actions would bring upon the world. While Banner and Mr. Blue were still arguing about whether to destroy the samples immediately, the military had already surrounded them on all sides. At a signal, a sniper fired, sending a tranquilizer dart from afar that struck Banner with precision. Seizing the opportunity, Blonsky burst into the lab, grabbed Banner, and demanded, Where is he? Slap! Slap! A few sharp blows landed, but even that couldn't bring the Hulk out. This left Blonsky deeply frustrated. Night after night, he had dreamed of fighting the Hulk again, round after round, until he finally defeated him. But now, with Banner right in front of him, yet not the one he so desperately wanted to face, Blonsky was nearly driven mad. Soon, the military took Banner away, leaving Mr. Blue alone to face the questioning of the military scientists. At that moment, Blonsky crept up behind and knocked the scientist out cold. His goal was not to rescue Mr. Blue, but to seize the power that Hulk possessed. Looking around at the equipment in Mr. Blue's lab, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Maybe I can become even stronger. Blonsky pressed his gun to Mr. Blue's head and barked. You can suppress him, so you must know how to make him. Blonsky knew that, even after the enhancement serum, his own strength was still no match for the Hulk. I want whatever you extracted from Banner. Oh, so it seems you've injected yourself with something as well. To Mr. Blue, Banner's mutation was a gift from nature, one he longed to keep researching. Now, the man before him seemed to share that same desire. And so, Blonsky and Mr. Blue struck a swift bargain. They decided to use gamma rays once again, injecting Banner's blood into Blonsky's body. Sure enough, under a massive dose of gamma radiation, Blonsky's body swelled and warped into a monstrous form. Abomination was born. Staring at the violent and menacing creature now before him, Mr. Blue realized things had gone terribly wrong and cried out, I can cure you. But Abomination simply swatted him aside. With a single, monstrous blow, Mr. Blue was thrown against the wall and slumped to the ground. In that moment, a drop of Hulk's blood dripped onto Mr. Blue's wound. Whatever transformations might occur in Mr. Blue's mind and body from Banner's blood, his fate had been irreversibly changed. Now wielding terrifying power, Blonsky, transformed into the Abomination, rampaged through the streets of Harlem. Haha, this is the power I've been waiting for. The military had never seen a monster like this before. Desperate to protect the people, they attacked. But even rocket launchers were nothing but toys in his grasp. They had no effect at all. Give me a real opponent. Abomination tore through soldiers and civilians alike, bellowing his challenge as chaos reigned. At this moment, Su-Ming was sitting quietly in the corner of General Ross's command vehicle, watching as Banner was successfully captured by the military. He thought his own intervention would no longer be necessary, but to his surprise, another giant, Abomination, appeared out of thin air, leaving General Ross with a splitting headache. No rush, no rush. Forcing a deal never works, Su-Ming mused to himself, dismissing the idea of offering his services. After all, every time he tried to drum up business on his own initiative, the results had never satisfied him. So, he decided to keep observing a while longer. In General Ross's mind, it felt as though a herd of alpacas was stampeding through. He had never expected that after finally capturing Banner, yet another monster would emerge. Having once led troops against the Hulk, Ross knew all too well that the military was no match for creatures like these. What's more, they were still in the heart of New York, where thousands of innocent civilians could be put in grave danger by a single poor decision on his part. If that happened, his career as a general would be over. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted to Su-Ming, who sat behind him like an omen of fate. This infuriating man showed not the slightest reaction, as if entirely unconcerned by the desperate cries of innocent people suffering at the hands of the rampaging monster. He still owed Ross a $200 million commission. Just as General Ross was about to demand Su-Ming's help, Banner, who had been awake for some time, suddenly spoke up. Let me give it a try. Banner couldn't bear to watch so many innocent people perish at the hands of a brutal monster. He hoped that the Hulk within him might be able to stop the destruction. After a fierce internal struggle, Banner, for the first time, felt that the Hulk inside him was perhaps not so intolerable after all. But Betty reached out to stop him. She knew Banner had just taken the antidote. Whether he could become the Hulk again was entirely uncertain. Charging straight into danger now would be little different from throwing his life away. Yet Banner was convinced that only he could resolve the crisis before them. With determination, he kissed Betty goodbye and leapt from the aircraft hatch. As he plummeted through the air, Banner's eyes flew open. His body showed not the slightest change, and a sense of dread swept over him. Oh crap, he cursed. That's right. He was in for a fatal fall. Just as everyone thought Banner's fate was sealed, a giant fist suddenly burst forth from the ground, followed by the Hulk erupting into the open. The thrill of impending death had succeeded in awakening the Hulk's consciousness, saving Banner's life at the last possible moment. Sensing the Hulk's presence, Abomination charged at him with renewed fury, determined to settle the score. The two giants leaped into the air almost simultaneously, colliding in a fierce battle. However, with the serum still suppressing his strength, the Hulk was at a significant disadvantage. In just the first exchange, he was thrown aside by Abomination. Even when the Hulk tried to fight back, Abomination easily withstood the attack and sent the Hulk flying with a powerful kick. Clearly, the Hulk had fallen into a defensive position, taking blow after blow. The antidote that was just injected seemed to have a much stronger effect on Hulk's strength than anyone had anticipated. Watching Hulk's valiant struggle on the surveillance screen, Betty couldn't help but shed tears of heartbreak. But General Ross's concerns lay elsewhere. He had expected that Banner, once successfully transformed, will be able to handle this new monster. After all, Ross himself had once personally experienced Hulk's terrifying strength. Yet, as he watched Abomination, whose power was clearly superior to Hulk's, Ross's years of battlefield command told him that now was not the time to hold anything back. If one Hulk wasn't enough, what about throwing in Destiny as well? General Ross finally turned his attention to Su-Ming. At that moment, Su-Ming was already nodding off, as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with him. Hey, Mr. Destiny, do you remember our agreement about that commission? Su-Ming snapped back to reality, seeing General Ross looking at him intently. Did he just say something to me? Indeed, Su-Ming had actually drifted off to sleep just now. Seeing Su-Ming's confused look, General Ross spoke up again. Mr. Destiny, it's your turn. What? Oh, wait a minute. General. Su-Ming knew that right now, it was still early days for the world's superheroes. Most of them were just awakening to their powers. As menacing as Abomination looked, at this stage, he was really just an elite-level monster. He didn't even qualify as a true boss. If this were later on, Hulk, Thor, or even Tony with his advanced tech would have no trouble taking him down. With his own control over 999 tons of magnetic force, Su-Ming figured he could handle either Abomination or a weakened early-stage Hulk without much difficulty. He had already made up his mind when he saw Abomination rampaging in the streets. If the general brought it up, he would make sure to clarify. They each had their own price. That's why he had allowed himself to doze off for a bit. Truth be told, The gentle rocking of the helicopter was surprisingly soothing. Su-ming also knew that even if he didn't intervene, Banner would stand up in the end. After all, this was the original story's climax. The real reason he'd tag along was that neither Abomination nor Hulk was someone the military could hope to control. He intended to honor the $200 million deposit while also seeing if he could squeeze a bit more out of the military. It just so happened that, after watching the battle for so long, General Ross was starting to lose faith in Hulk's ability to defeat Abomination, and so he turned to Su-ming. That was when Su-ming told the general to wait. But General Ross couldn't understand. Wait for what, exactly? Civilians below were being slaughtered, and the death toll was soaring. Just how long did he expect Ross to wait? Could this damned bounty hunter be thinking of backing out now that he'd seen how strong the enemy was, afraid he couldn't handle it? Ross's previously respectful expression turned cold, his eyes narrowing. Destiny, are you trying to back out on our deal? Su-ming was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at General Ross, who looked ready to explode, then at the monitor showing Hulk being pummeled by Abomination. It finally dawned on him. Was General Ross actually worried he might run away at the last minute? With a helpless shake of his head, Su-ming said, General, you got it all wrong. Of those two down there, which one do you want taken care of? Or do you want them both finished off? The instant Ross heard this, his eyes went wide, his stern demeanor vanishing, replaced by utter incredulity. How dare you? He understood Su-ming's words, but simply couldn't believe what he was hearing. This bounty hunter spoke as if those two terrifying monsters below were nothing more than items on a shelf, letting him pick and choose. Did Hulk's fists suddenly lose their power? Or did Abomination's bone spurs get dull overnight? Or perhaps, behind that legendary physique of yours, there's actually a defective brain at work? To General Ross, Su-ming's remarks went far beyond simple bravado. They bordered on sheer nonsense. Ross had no idea where Su-ming's confidence came from, but staring down at the apocalyptic chaos below, he knew as a high-ranking military officer he had to act, or else he'd be held responsible. There was no way he'd ever reach the core of power if he failed now. Clinging to a desperate hope, he said to Su-ming, whatever it takes, put an end to this circus. So let me get this straight. The job is to handle the big gray brute down there. Su-ming mused aloud, confirming the target for General Ross. Ross had no time to worry about his super soldier project. The situation had spiraled far beyond his control or imagination, and all he wanted now was for this nightmare to end. $500 million, General. Add that to the $200 million before, and all it takes is a mere $300 million more to get the job done. A deal too good to pass up, sir. Su-ming smiled as he named a price that drove General Ross to the edge of madness. Over my dead body. With that, General Ross spun around in fury, refusing to haggle with this opportunist any longer. He barked an order to his men to open fire on the target. Fire! Bolts slammed, the airborne Gatling guns locked onto Abomination below and unleashed a barrage. Gunfire lit up the street, the muzzle flashes stretching over a meter long. A thunderous roar filled the air. Abomination, lost in the intoxication of his newfound strength, reveled in the chaos. So cars are really this light? And cannons, just for the noise, I guess. Watching the soldiers who fired at him get flattened by a truck he'd swung, a surge of arrogant delight bubbled in the gray chest of Abomination. They're all just ants. Unlike the raging Hulk, Abomination, despite his massive size, retained a cold clarity of mind. Recalling the agony of having every bone in his body shattered by a single kick from the Hulk, Abomination was now determined to unleash a truly vicious move in return. Suddenly, the relentless gunfire from the helicopter broke Abomination's rhythm before he could strike. The heavy-caliber bullets did little more than annoy him. As he turned, he caught sight of a familiar figure, General Ross. A cruel grin twisted Abomination's already fearsome features, making him appear even more monstrous. A flash of disdain gleamed in his eyes as he nimbly climbed to the rooftop and sprang upward, grabbing onto the helicopter with one powerful hand. Now, I am the ultimate predator. The weight of his massive body sent the helicopter swaying violently. The pilot shouted a warning at the top of his lungs. Prepare for an emergency landing. Having just failed at negotiating with Ross, Su-ming had been hoping to catch a little more sleep. But between the thundering machine guns, the roars of Titans, and Ross's furious shouting, his irritation grew by the second. It wasn't until the violent shaking of the helicopter dashed any hope of rest that Su-ming finally lost his patience. Enough! All of you stop! He swept his hands outward, and the force of magnetism burst forth. In stark contrast to the chaos just moments before, the helicopter was instantly engulfed in silence. Even the engine's hum was cut off in an instant. The spinning rotors froze midair. Bullets from the Gatling gun hung, suspended in the air. Even the powerless helicopter itself hung motionless in the sky. Everyone aboard, including Abomination still clinging below and the Hulk, witnessed a spectacle that defied belief, as if time itself had come to a halt. But in fact, it wasn't time that had stopped. Everyone was simply frozen in shock. You could still see Abomination's body swinging back and forth beneath the helicopter, carried by inertia, but his massive bulk no longer made the helicopter budge an inch. Su-Ming had used his magnetic powers to lock down every scrap of metal in the vicinity. Take your fight somewhere else. With a simple gesture, the bullets and countless pieces of metal from the nearby rooftops rose into the air, merging and reshaping themselves into a steel plate even larger than Abomination himself. Su-Ming, frustrated by the collapsed business deal, was in no mood for nonsense. With an impatient wave, as if swatting away a couple of pesky flies, the massive iron plate swept through the air like a fly swatter, sending both Abomination and the Hulk, those two oversized green pests, hurtling away. They crashed to the ground far below, carving out twin craters and sending clouds of dust billowing skyward. Everyone stared at Su-Ming in stunned silence, unable to fathom what sort of power could possibly accomplish such a feat. But Su-Ming's only thought at that moment was, finally, some peace and quiet, though now I'm too awake to get back to sleep. Who could possibly understand that feeling? Just moments ago, General Ross was convinced that Su-Ming was nothing more than a con artist, using his strange abilities to extort money wherever he went. But after witnessing this scene, the heart of Thunderbolt, Ross couldn't help but skip a beat. Is this even humanly possible? He fixed Su-Ming with a resentful glare. If you told me earlier just how fierce you are, would I be in such a passive position now? Meanwhile, far away in Washington, a sudden flash of intuition struck Black Nick Fury's mind. General Ross can't possibly think Su-Ming is some kind of rookie, right? That would be a complete and utter misjudgment. General Ross, snapping back to his senses, screamed internally. I really did misjudge him, completely and utterly. Since this destiny was recommended to me personally by the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., there must be something extraordinary about him. He recalled what Nick Fury had once told him. General, this man is no ordinary bounty hunter. General Ross was nearly losing his mind. Why the hell didn't you warn me just how powerful he is? What am I supposed to do now? He thought back to how he had just rejected Su-Ming's proposal without a second thought. Now, General Ross was filled with regret. Meanwhile, the fighter pilot had never witnessed anything so incredible in his life. He was at the controls of his aircraft when he suddenly found himself under attack by a monstrous giant. But what truly left him speechless was that, even as the giant shook the plane, it only wobbled for a split second before freezing perfectly still in midair. I swear to God, this wasn't my doing. Every time he later recounted the incident, the pilot couldn't help but repeat this line. Indeed, if a plane suddenly stops in the air, it's only natural to assume the pilot is somehow responsible for it. It's a perfectly logical assumption. And yet, the impossible had happened. The pilot saw, as clear as day, that the engine gauges suddenly went dead, meaning they'd be forced into an emergency landing. His training instantly kicked in, and he mentally ran through the emergency procedures. But when he tried to act, he was stunned once again. The altimeter showed that the plane's height wasn't changing at all. His own senses told him the aircraft was as steady as if it were parked on solid ground. Yet as he stared at the dead instrument panel, not even an emergency light flickering on, he could only think. Unless this is a miracle, not even I can believe what's happening right now. Even an Apache helicopter, loaded with weapons and combat command modules, weighs less than 10 tons. With Su-Ming's level 4 mastery of magnetic manipulation, such weight was nothing more than a toy. Fortunately, all he chose to do was freeze the aircraft in midair. At his current level of control, anything more delicate would still be quite a challenge. General Ross, a veteran of the political arena, proved his legendary thick skin. Su-Ming could only marvel at it. The old man hurried over to Su-Ming, offering a cordial smile. Mr. Destiny, I may not have made myself clear just now. I was weighing whether 500 million was truly worthy of your personal involvement. But let's be honest, I'll take a little bargain. 500 million it is. Take care of that big gray beast for me. Additionally, I will personally appoint you as a special advisor to the United States Army. From now on, whenever the military has any matters at hand, working with you will be our top priority. As for your fees, we can negotiate. Su-Ming looked at General Ross in amazement, taken aback by how smoothly his attitude had shifted. It was a transformation as seamless as silk. He couldn't even find a chance to chime in and raise his price. Though he didn't get to squeeze out any extra benefits, landing a lucrative contract and forging ties with a deep-pocketed military was still a pretty good deal. Su-Ming stood up and stretched his body. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed through the plane as his joints loosened up. "It's truly an honor, General." Just as Su Ming was scanning the cabin, searching for Abomination, who was gearing up to charge at him, General Ross quietly leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Mr. Destiny, about Banner. The Hulk? Could you possibly bring him back for me while you're at it? Oh, this sly old fox is up to no good." After Banner jumped out of the plane alone and took on Abomination head-on, just to save your skin, "You're already plotting to bring him back for more experiments?" It seemed Ross still hadn't given up on his grand plan. Su Ming responded with a polite smile. "Sorry, General, but that would be a separate fee." With that, his gaze locked onto Abomination. He leapt out of the plane, vanishing from view. Su Ming hadn't been gone long when trouble struck the aircraft. The reason was simple. The person keeping the plane hovering had just left. The engines sputtered and died, and every attempt to restart them failed. The plane went into a free fall. Everyone on board instinctively cried out in alarm. Soaring toward Abomination, Su Ming heard the panicked shouts behind him, and it suddenly hit him. He was the one who had been controlling the plane. He quickly transformed a few flying knives into a makeshift platform to steady himself, then raised his hand, slowing the plane's descent bit by bit until, though not exactly smoothly, it came to rest atop the building. With a heavy crash, the plane lost control about 5 meters above the rooftop and dropped straight down. Luckily, no one was hurt. With the plane finally settled, Su Ming at last turned his attention back to that massive, gray-white figure, Abomination. At this moment, the Hulk was still locked in a brutal exchange with Abomination, trading blows, but it was clear he was being overpowered. Of course, Su Ming had done a good job keeping Hulk's one weakness, Betty Ross, safe, so the Hulk hadn't been pushed to a desperate, rage-fueled surge of strength. The fact that he'd lasted this long was impressive in itself. For now, he'd leave Hulk to his own devices. The real target was Abomination. This creature was incredibly strong and healed at an alarming rate, like an upgraded version of the Ironmonger. The thought made Su Ming itch to try his own hand. Leaping down from the metal platform, Su Ming decided to test the waters first. After being sent flying by the massive metal slab, Abomination was left shocked, confused, and strangely thrilled. Where did this mysterious expert come from? Though the massive iron plate hadn't harmed him, the overwhelming force behind it was undeniable. It stirred up Abomination's thirst for battle. Unlike the Hulk, who fought purely on instinct fueled by rage, Abomination retained the rational mind of Blonsky. His confidence swelling, he had now set his sights on a new rival to defeat, Su Ming. He wanted to triumph over this mysterious powerhouse. He needed to prove that he was the strongest of all, but the Hulk, charging at him again and again, was starting to grate on his nerves. "You're no longer a match for me." With a swift kick, he sent the Hulk flying. "Where are you? The one in control of the aircraft. I'm challenging you." At that very moment, a figure shot toward Abomination with a roar. "I heard you were looking for me." Before the words had even faded, Su Ming plummeted from the sky, his fist carrying immense power as it crashed into Abomination's chest. Abomination's massive body was launched like a cannonball, smashing through countless walls and skidding back nearly 2 full blocks before finally coming to a stop. Su Ming focused his superhuman vision, rapidly zooming in on the scene at Abomination's chest. On the battered body, a bleeding fist-sized hole gushed at the center of his chest, the torn flesh surrounded by a half-meter-wide crater. Already, the wound was visibly beginning to heal. Su Ming hadn't expected that, even using half of his current strength, he could only inflict a minor wound. Never underestimate the world's champions. With that in mind, Su Ming drew a throwing knife, gathered his strength, and spun around to release it. This time, he put 80% of his power behind the throw. He knew from experience that at full force, even his throwing knives would shatter mid-flight. The knife tore through the air, shattering sound barriers as it shot toward its target at supersonic speed. As it hurtled forward, the blade stripped away with the friction and pressure. It punched straight through Abomination's shoulder, spraying a torrent of blood. No sooner had the wound in Abomination's chest finished healing than his shoulder was pierced through by the red-hot, now mangled knife, the force of the throw pushing him back dozens of steps. He dug deep furrows into the ground as he skidded to a stop, smashing through a dozen or so massive potholes before finally halting the knife's momentum. But the transparent hole left by the knife in his shoulder began to heal almost immediately, the flesh knitting itself together before Su Ming's very eyes. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. What incredible defense, stamina, and regeneration. With that thought, he decided to stop using throwing knives and instead test the hardness of his own steel body. He stood his ground, waiting patiently for Abomination's next attack. Abomination, battered and disoriented by the sudden onslaught, had only just managed to get back on his feet when he was ambushed yet again. Fortunately, though the attack was vicious, it hadn't struck any vital spots, and his regeneration was more than up to the task. This reassurance put Abomination at ease. But as a battle maniac, how could he tolerate being pummeled without striking back? From several hundred meters away, he began his charge, building up speed until he was like a runaway train barreling towards Su Ming. A deafening metallic clang echoed as he collided. Abomination swung his fist in a wide arc, landing a direct hit on Su Ming's upper body with a thunderous crash like clashing metal. Taking the blow head-on, Su Ming's body was shoved backward by the tremendous force, his feet gouging deep furrows into the ground as he slid. Not bad, you've got some strength. Feeling the unmistakable impact reverberate through his body, Su Ming nodded in slight acknowledgement of Abomination's power. But Abomination stared back with a look reserved for monsters because the bones in his hand just shattered from that punch. But when he caught sight of the figure he had sent flying, Abomination's pupils contracted sharply. He finally saw Su Ming's face clearly, and his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Back before he became the Abomination, Blonsky had already witnessed Su Ming's freakish constitution. He'd always thought Su Ming's only trick was his toughness, and he was convinced the Hulk's strength was unmatched. Never did he imagine that Su Ming, whose body looked no different from any ordinary human, would actually possess such extraordinary power. He himself had just been sent flying after a single exchange. And then there was that mysterious thing that had pierced straight through his own body. Yet his own attacks seemed to have no effect whatsoever. How is this possible? Stunned by Su Ming's strength, the newly reborn Abomination was not about to accept being shown up by some yellow-skinned monkey. After all, Blonsky had been an elite soldier, and deep down he harbored a disdain for those of other races. That stubborn refusal to lose welled up and consumed Abomination's mind. Now, there was only one thought burning in his chest, to tear apart every enemy before him. I'm the strongest! With a furious roar, he charged at Su Ming, spinning to unleash a devastating whip-like punch. Bone spurs on the back of his arm grew, rapidly with the force of the swing, ready to tear through anything they touched and punch holes in whatever stood in their way. Meanwhile, Su Ming, aided by his superhuman vision and spider sense, was keenly aware that more and more fearless reporters and media personnel were converging on the heart of the battlefield. All this just to get some footage? Is it really worth risking your life? Muttering to himself, he slipped on his mask. He had no intention of ending up like Tony, with even his modest secret identity exposed to everyone. In an instant, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. At that moment, Abomination's attack came screaming toward him. Su Ming ducked low, dodged, and launched an uppercut straight at Abomination's chin. With such a huge height difference, Su Ming had to leap high into the air, arm cocked for the punch, just to reach Abomination's head. Sure you can. His fist met Abomination's chin with a dull, heavy thud. The massive creature was lifted clean off the ground by the force, smashing straight through the wall of the adjacent office building. A thunderous crash followed, debris raining down in a chaotic cascade. General Ross had already ordered his soldiers to restore the broadcast feed of the battle. Watching as Su Ming's demeanor changed completely the moment he put on his mask, Ross could hardly believe his eyes. So it was him. He slapped his thigh, then immediately started complaining. If that guy Nick Fury had just told me earlier that my fate was to become the Crimson Silver Lord, things wouldn't have gotten this far. Damn it. Let's set aside for now that General Ross had recognized Su Ming as the legendary Silver Lord himself. After taking a fierce uppercut from Su Ming, Abomination staggered to his feet, stars spinning before his eyes. This guy's strength doesn't seem to match his toughness. As a battle maniac, Abomination was constantly analyzing every bit of information he picked up during the fight. At this moment, he realized that, compared to that monstrous durability, Su Ming's raw power didn't seem particularly overwhelming. It was only about on par with the Hulk. That realization made Abomination's spirits soar. Speaking of the Hulk, one can't help but wonder, where had he gone? Indeed, he had fled. Seeing Su Ming join the fight with such force and quickly gain the upper hand, the Hulk's desire to battle plummeted. He had always been a peace-loving soul at heart. When Abomination clambered onto the plane, the Hulk had desperately tried to stop him. Betty's on that plane. If anything happens to her, I might go mad. It wasn't until he and Abomination were sent flying by a massive steel plate, thrown far from Betty, that the knot in the Hulk's heart finally loosened. While in Hulk form, Banner couldn't maintain much rational thought. His mind was consumed by a single purpose: protect Betty. He knew that if he stuck around, he'd only draw more attention, or worse, endanger Betty even further. Glancing at Abomination, who was being suppressed by Su Ming, the Hulk turned and ran, his green silhouette vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. No one knew where he had gone. Now, realizing that Su Ming's strength was far less insane than his resilience, Abomination felt a renewed confidence. He recalled the scene from when they'd besieged the Hulk and, imitating the Hulk's actions, tore a military armored vehicle in half. He then wielded the armored plates as both weapon and shield. With a glint in his eye, he locked onto Su Ming. Who's this masked guy? As his thoughts raced, he finally recognized the familiar outfit beneath the mask. Why wear a mask for a fight, anyway? Having identified his target, he charged forward. At the same time, a trace of doubt crept into his mind. Why does that mask look oddly familiar? As Su Ming's figure drew ever closer, Abomination banished all distractions. He raised the armored plate high above his head, ready to bring it down in a devastating blow, determined to cleave Su Ming in two. Watching the steel plate hurtling straight for his face, Su Ming couldn't help but say, "Of all the things you could use, why pick a chunk of iron?" As Su Ming's gaze shifted subtly, an invisible ripple surged out from deep within him. Pointing at those two pieces of armor, Su Ming instinctively uttered the word of command, "Freeze." A ripple of energy shimmered through the air. The pieces of armor in Abomination's hands suddenly halted mid-flight, suspended abruptly in space. It was the exact same phenomenon that had happened earlier on the plane. The sudden stop of the armor nearly sent Abomination sprawling head over heels. Regaining his balance, Abomination stared incredulously at his own palm, then glanced up at the pieces of armor floating steadily in midair. What's going on here? He'd puzzled over it before. An Apache helicopter can't carry more than 10 tons. Both he and the Hulk had climbed aboard, so why hadn't the helicopter crashed? Not only had it stayed aloft, it had hung motionless in the air as if resting on solid ground, just like the armored plates now floating seamlessly before him. This was far beyond the limits of Abomination's understanding. At this moment, Su Ming was, in fact, using the battle as practice to grow familiar with his newly acquired ability, magnetic mastery. Be it a helicopter or an armored plate, suspending them in the air was now an effortless feat. But achieving the fluid, versatile control over metal that Magneto wielded, that was Su Ming's next challenge. It was as if both he and someone else were holding a pen. Yet while others could create beautiful calligraphy or artful lettering, he could only manage wild, chaotic scrawls. Su Ming subconsciously raised a hand toward the massive armor plates, picturing them reshaping themselves into the form he imagined in his mind. In midair, the huge armored slabs began to twist and morph, their shapes shifting erratically. At that instant, Abomination realized that his opponent's attention was elsewhere. Standing still was his golden opportunity to strike. You're not the only one who knows how to use weapons. He hefted a car from the roadside and hurled it at Su Ming with all his might, aiming to flatten this irksome adversary. One car, then another. In the blink of an eye, several mismatched vehicles were flying straight towards Su Ming's head. Among them was a garbage truck, reeking with the pungent stench of rotting waste. Su Ming was still toying with the idea of molding the armor into a massive halberd, envisioning an awe-inspiring weapon as grand as a celestial statue, a truly formidable move. But as the cars kept coming, Su Ming simply raised his other hand, pointed casually, and commanded, "Freeze again." The cars hurled by Abomination instantly froze in midair, suspended motionless. There was a great crash. Although the cars hung unmoving in the air, the garbage inside the truck tumbled out, spilling everywhere. The foul, greasy refuse splattered across the ground and even onto Su Ming's legs. Su Ming's eye twitched involuntarily. Damn, don't these foreigners ever sort their trash? He'd meant to forge a weapon with style, but now Su Ming was thoroughly annoyed. If I can't make something impressive, then I'll just make something massive. Bringing his hands together, the cars, still multiplying in the air, instantly compressed into a single, gigantic mass. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into an irregularly shaped club, whistling through the air under Su Ming's control as it crashed down toward Abomination. Abomination, still dutifully hurling cars, suddenly noticed a looming shadow slowly enveloping his body. What the F***? The car he had just thrown was now, in an instant, caught midair and violently twisted, merging into that gigantic club-like mass. It grew thicker and even more massive, and when he saw that iron tower, as tall as a 3-story building, come crashing down toward him, there was only one thought echoing in Abomination's mind. At this moment, the streets of Hamlet District were deserted. Only cameras hidden in the shadows occasionally flashed with blinding bursts of white light. The giant, entirely gray and twisted with rage, let out an enraged roar. though if one listened closely, a hint of panic could be heard beneath the fury. Dozens of reporters concealed in corners captured a sight that would be etched into their memories for life. A bizarre and gigantic fusion of metal plummeted from the sky, targeting the very culprit who had reduced the street to utter chaos. Abomination. Under Su Ming's forceful command of magnetism, over a dozen cars were crushed and fused into a colossal club, thicker at one end, oddly misshapen. With the momentum of a mountain crashing down, it smashed toward Abomination. That's what you get for littering. As Su Ming's arm came down heavily, the massive iron tower accelerated abruptly, engulfing Abomination just as he tried to flee. The ground shook violently. People hiding at home clung to each other, shivering in fear, desperately praying for God's mercy. Did the military launch a missile? Confused citizens speculated wildly about the source of the tremors. On the wide avenue, a huge, hideous, unidentifiable object was deeply embedded in the ground, only a small portion visible above the surface. If one looked closely, it was clear that it was made from various cars compressed, twisted, and fused together. It was Su Ming's first time controlling this much metal, and it showed. The workmanship was rough, to say the least. The chaotic street had now fallen silent. From a distance, the adjutant, seeing the battle had quieted down, tossed Su Ming a walkie-talkie. "Destiny. Oh my God. If only you told us from the start that you were Lord Silver." General Ross's frustrated voice crackled from the device. "Nick Fury didn't tell you?" Su Ming realized General Ross hadn't known his identity from the beginning, and silently gave Nick Fury a thumbs up. "Way to go, Baldy. We can be friends." Ross seemed to be reminded of something unpleasant, muttered a few words Su Ming couldn't quite catch. "I wish he'd told me from the start." Then he changed the subject, asking about the outcome of the fight. "So, is it done?" Su Ming himself wasn't sure how effective his hastily improvised attack had been. Without answering the general's question, he reached out toward the metallic mass on the ground. As the power was unleashed, the massive iron block, once firmly anchored to the ground, began to tremble and slowly rise, revealing the scene hidden beneath the earth. Water pipes and communication cables, shattered under the weight of the enormous object, lay in chaotic ruin, some spraying water into the air, others spitting sparks like stubborn embers. After a brief search, Su Ming finally caught sight of Abomination's hulking figure. At this moment, Abomination's immense body was wedged deep underground in a twisted, unnatural shape, the bone spurs on his elbows even piercing through his own flesh. People usually call this state utter defeat. Looking at his face, the unfocused eyes still struggled to remain open, but the gaping mouth and the froth at his lips stripped away much of Abomination's former menace. At the general's command, the soldiers moved in to confirm the target's condition. Reporting, "General, the target is not dead. He's only temporarily unconscious." The soldier shouted the report, and this news finally allowed General Ross to breathe a sigh of relief. All around, the media swarmed in like flies drawn to carrion, buzzing as they pressed closer. Cameras of every make and model flashed incessantly in the faces of General Ross and Su Ming, focusing especially on Su Ming's side. After all, it had been a long time since Mr. Silverduke had appeared in the public eye. Naturally, everyone wanted to ask Su Ming the same question. Where was his crimson suit? Sure enough, more than one voice called out loudly, hurling the question towards Su Ming. Su Ming glanced down at the unmarked army fatigues provided by the military and simply shook his head. Taking a military contract naturally meant wearing the army's uniform. It was a matter of respect. After all, in truth, General Ross had been deliberate about Su Ming's attire. He wanted everyone to know that even if there had been a few glitches along the way, in the end, it was still the military that resolved the crisis. "That's right, Mr. Silverduke is our specially appointed military advisor." General Ross responded to the reporters with a practiced, official tone. But after just a couple of brisk sentences, he waved his hand, signaling the orderlies to disperse the press, the excuse being to clear the battlefield. What a joke. If there were to be any photos, they'd wait until the area had been tidied up. In this chaos, anyone watching might think the military was completely incompetent. Such were General Ross's thoughts. Su Ming, standing nearby, had clearly not expected the wily General Ross to quietly pull him into the military's camp, and the realization left him somewhat disgruntled. "You sly old fox," he muttered quietly in Ross's ear. "General, helping the military with press interviews, that's a separate fee." Ross knew perfectly well that his maneuver had wrapped Silverduke in the military's colors. Ever since he'd witnessed Su Ming's formidable strength, the general had been scheming to bring him under his banner. One must seize destiny firmly in hand. Hearing Su Ming's words, the general agreed without hesitation. "No problem, Mr. Silverduke. Seeing how readily Ross agreed to pay, Su Ming felt a twinge of suspicion. If this old fox is so generous, I must be getting the short end of the stick somewhere. These despicable politicians, their hearts are so dark. I'd better keep my distance from them in the future. After the soldiers sternly drove away the media and the crowd of onlookers, they turned back to Su Ming. The stern look on their faces quickly shifted to one of deep admiration. At General Ross's request, Su Ming reprocessed the enormous, unconscious abomination, knowing the military had no way to deal with something so massive otherwise. With a series of heavy metallic thuds, the giant iron tower in the sky, under Su Ming's control, disassembled itself and transformed into 1-meter square iron blocks, which landed on the ground in a neat, rectangular formation. Dusting off his hands, Su Ming glanced at General Ross's shocked face and smiled faintly. General, 300 million for taking care of abomination. Another 200 million for the interviews and cleanup. Thank you for your business. With that, his figure turned into a streak of light and vanished from everyone's sight. Just a moment ago, General Ross had been marveling at Su Ming's otherworldly powers. But after hearing Su Ming's words, his mind went blank with a buzz. $200 million for interviews and cleanup that you handled with a flick of your wrist? Do I really look like such an easy mark? Ross didn't realize this was Su Ming's little act of revenge for being dragged into the military's affairs without his consent. Feeling the wind rushing past his ears, Su Ming let out a joyous cry. At last, he no longer had to desperately throw flying knives just to get airborne. While wrapping things up earlier, Su Ming had quietly picked out a choice piece of metal from the countless fragments and kept it in his hand. His sudden flight was thanks to controlling this very piece of metal to carry him through the air. With time to spare, he could use this chunk of iron for practice, maybe shape it into a glove or something, and then he'd be able to come and go through the skies as he pleased. But let's set Su Ming aside for now, as he returned home and began seriously practicing his metal manipulation. Meanwhile, Tony Stark finally finished assembling the particle accelerator. He was making the final checks with a spirit level in hand. Agent Phil Coulson's gaze was drawn to a peculiar object, and after a moment he recognized it. It was a round piece of metal, with half of a white star at its center. Was this thing just tossed here so carelessly? How did this end up here? Tony fixed his eyes on the object in Coulson's hand, pausing for a moment. That's it. Hand it over to me. Coulson, a bit unsure, asked Tony as he passed the object over. Do you know what this is? He raised his hand and gently gave the object to Tony. This is what I need to succeed. Tony asked Agent Phil to lift the coil, while he himself slipped the disc he was holding underneath it. He took out a level gauge to check. Perfectly horizontal. Phil Coulson, a level 8 SHIELD agent, had once been entrusted by director Nick Fury to assemble a research team to study Howard Stark's legacy. The medication that originally suppressed Tony's palladium poisoning symptoms was developed by that very team Coulson had put together. In fact, Agent Coulson was intimately familiar with Howard Stark's inventions. He knew that the round metal disc before him was something Howard Stark had synthesized by chance. The research team had named it sound-absorbing steel. This sound-absorbing steel was forged from a rare combination of vibranium and raw adamantium. Its hardness and shock resistance were second to none. Even to this day, SHIELD had yet to unlock the secrets of its manufacture. Director Fury had used this sound-absorbing steel as a bargaining chip, and now seeing it handed over for such a mundane purpose left Agent Phil feeling it was a pity. Such a priceless object, now casually used by Tony to prop up a coil, and he had even helped him do it. The whole scene left Coulson utterly astonished. No wonder they call you the real money is no object, Tony. I'm pretty busy. Did you need something? Satisfied that the coil was level, Tony was impatient to fire up the particle accelerator, but since Agent Coulson was still standing there, he asked out of courtesy. Inwardly, Tony thought, whatever business he has, it'll have to wait until I finish creating the new element. Only then did Coulson remember that he was being sent to New Mexico. He had come to bid Tony farewell. He knew that in Director Fury's Avengers initiative, Tony Stark and his Iron Man suit were indispensable. So before leaving, he decided to make one last attempt to recruit Tony. We need you. Yeah. You guys need me desperately. Tony replied absent-mindedly. Well, maybe not that desperately. Tony's pride brought a wry shake of the head from Agent Coulson, who turned to leave. Having sent Coulson off half-heartedly, Tony could now finally focus on developing the new element. The particle accelerator's reaction coil was in place. All that remained was to channel its immense energy into the new element's vessel, a specially designed triangular coil. Tony slid the final prism into the device and flipped the switch. Ions whirled through the massive coil, accelerating until they became a pillar of energy. Then Jarvis's voice chimed in. Approaching maximum power. Tony immediately grabbed a giant wrench and rotated the prism's angle. His hand tightened on the wrench, muscles straining with effort. The energy beam broke away from its original path, slicing cleanly through anything in its way. Walls, objects, nothing could withstand it. At last, the beam converged on the triangular vessel, erupting in a dazzling burst of light. A powerful surge of energy filled the coil, stabilizing and lingering there, creating a steady state. The triangular device emitted a soft, gentle glow. That was almost too easy. Tony couldn't help but remark, ignoring the fact that his mansion had nearly been sliced in two. "Congratulations, sir. You've created a new element." Jarvis, the ever-intelligent AI, offered his heartfelt congratulations to Tony. With care, Tony placed the new element into the miniature arc reactor. He watched the device intently, a hint of nervousness in his gaze, anxious to see if the reactor would accept its new core. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko was in a laboratory, fine-tuning his newly developed, upgraded reactor. It was worth mentioning that this upgrade was based on the advice Tony himself had given Ivan while he was in prison. At this point, you might be wondering, wasn't Ivan supposed to be behind bars? How'd he end up freely pursuing research? The answer was simple. Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries, recognized Ivan's genius and pulled some strings to get him out. That's right, in a capitalist country, anything goes if you have the means. Ever since Stark Industries announced it would cease weapons development, Hammer Industries had been eager to step in and take their place. Yet, they lacked the kind of brilliant innovators that Tony Stark had. Ivan Vanko's arrival was the missing piece Hammer Industries needed. Justin Hammer's grand ambition was to create an entire army of robot soldiers, selling them to the military at exorbitant prices and securing his own unshakable status in the business world. He once made Ivan a bold promise. "As long as you help me build my army of iron soldiers, I'll give you anything you want." Little did he know, in Ivan's eyes, Hammer was nothing but a foolish dreamer. With reactor technology in his hands, Ivan saw no real worth in Hammer's ambitions. Ivan's true goal had always been revenge against Stark, to avenge his father. Hammer's involvement merely accelerated his plans. "Happy to oblige, my friend." Watching Hammer strut around, brimming with confidence, Ivan agreed with a faint, mocking smile. But behind the scenes, Ivan was always one step ahead. He used Hammer Industries' resources to create even more powerful electric whips, and he embedded backdoors deep within the control systems of every combat robot. That included the Mark II armor, the very suit that Rhodey had taken from Tony and brought to Ivan for upgrades and modifications. At any moment, Ivan could seize control of all these machines from the shadows. Now, for the first time, he possessed the strength to confront Tony head-on. Buoyed by this newfound confidence, Ivan dialed Tony's number with arrogance. "Everything your father did to my family, I'll return it all, in full within 40 minutes. The call was a wake-up call for Tony, who quickly traced it back to Manhattan. This guy's up to something. At that moment, Tony's eyes landed on a screen showing that Justin Hammer was about to hold a press conference. That's it. Tony slammed the reactor, equipped with the new elemental core and still untested, directly into his chest. As the energy surged, the light on Tony's chest grew ever brighter. He completely ignored Jarvis's warning. "Oh, there's a whiff of coconut and metal." The TV broadcast about the Harlem riots caused by Abomination was quickly replaced by another news segment. Justin Hammer had spent a fortune to buy up major media channels and was now holding a grand press conference, publicly and flamboyantly introducing his advanced weapons systems to society. Seeing the Hammer Industries logo plastered across every channel, Alyssa snorted in disdain. The boss took down Abomination and saved so many people, and now the news just drops it? There's definitely something shady going on. On the sofa, Su Ming was idly controlling a piece of metal, making it float in midair. One moment it became the Monkey King, the next Neza, and then Yang Jian. The small metal sculptures were vivid and lifelike, like delicate, unpainted figurines. I never thought that sketching mastery I cashed in on a whim would actually come in handy here. After a period of practice, Su Ming could now effortlessly manipulate metal into any shape he could imagine. This was closely tied to the sketching mastery he'd acquired. After all, sculpture is a form of art too. He merely listened to Alyssa's complaints, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. His biggest regret at the moment was trusting General Ross and donning the military uniform, even allowing himself to be caught on camera. All the earlier media coverage was touting the Scarlet Lord as nothing but a government lapdog. This left Su Ming rather disgruntled. Fortunately, General Ross knew how to play the game. Within no time, $500 million landed in his account. For that kind of money, I'll let this one slide. Still, $500 million wasn't nearly enough to take his strength to the next level. Just as Su Ming was pondering where his next big payday might come from, He saw Justin Hammer's flashy press conference on TV and recalled what Alyssa had just said. His eyes began to shine. "What did you just say?" As if he hadn't heard her clearly. "I said there's something shady." "Yes, absolutely." Alyssa was still caught up in her outrage. Ever since things got intimate with Su Ming, she'd become his staunchest supporter. "Help me find out where that press conference is being held. I need to step out for a bit." Suddenly, Su Ming remembered that this press event was about to get very lively. Those rows of imposing battle suits on display had to be worth a fortune. Looked like he could make a killing amid the chaos, with no consequences to worry about afterward. Opportunities where money practically falls into your lap like this weren't easy to come by. He casually morphed the metal figurine into a sleek, fingerless glove. Throwing on his long-neglected crimson coat, he vaulted out the window in a flash. The Hammer Expo opened with great fanfare. This was Justin Hammer's moment in the spotlight, and he brimmed with confidence in his legion of iron soldiers. He strutted across the stage with flamboyant dance steps, all the while proclaiming that he would soon replace Iron Man himself. With a dramatic flourish, he pointed both hands forward. As majestic background music filled the air, a vast array of ironclad suits slowly rose onto the stage. Among them was the newly modified original Iron Man Mark II, War Machine, making its debut for the first time. It's worth noting that after James Rhodes had a fight with Tony and returned to the military to upgrade his armor's weapons, he encountered Hammer. Hammer boasted extravagantly about his own weapon systems, but the one that most impressed Colonel Rhodes was a miniature missile called the Ex-Wife. Legend had it that its firepower rivaled any large missile. Colonel Rhodes was so taken with the Ex-Wife that he made it War Machine's ace up the sleeve, cherishing it above all else. Just as Hammer was basking in triumph, Tony made a dazzling entrance, clad in the new Mark VI suit powered by a state-of-the-art reactor. His stylish landing drew a wave of cheers from the entire audience. "We've got trouble," Tony warned, ignoring the roaring crowd. He leaned in to tell Rhodes that everything unfolding here was part of a sinister plot. "Tony, there are civilians here. I'm just following orders. Whatever this is, let's talk about it later." Clearly, Rhodes misunderstood Tony's intentions. "For the next 5 minutes, you have to trust me. Everyone here is in danger," Tony insisted, waving to the crowd while speaking to Colonel Rhodes with grave urgency. But Rhodes wasn't convinced. "I trusted you once, and I got but handed to me at your place, remember?" It wasn't until Tony mentioned that Hammer was colluding with Ivan, that War Machine, Rhodes began to waver. "Ivan's still alive." Just as Tony stepped forward to demand Vanko's whereabouts, Rhodes cried out in alarm from inside the War Machine suit. Oh, this is bad." War Machine suddenly raised its gun and aimed it squarely at Tony. Behind him, the ranks of iron soldiers all locked onto their target as well. "I'm locked on. Was that you?" Tony heard Jarvis's warning that War Machine had targeted him, and he shouted at Rhodes. No, it's not me. Get out of here. The whole system's been hacked. Get away now." The unauthorized access warning flashing on the display bathed Rhodes' dark face in angry red light. Realizing something was terribly wrong and that he'd lost control over his suit, he shouted at Tony to escape as fast as possible. In a hidden room at the Hammer factory, Ivan Vanko had seized control of War Machine and the entire army of iron suits. His plan for revenge was now officially underway. To avoid any harm coming to innocent people, Tony immediately launched himself into the sky. All the armored suits launched their attacks in the direction Tony was flying. Under the hail of bullets, the high-tech ceiling shattered, its tempered glass raining down in a cascade of shards. This scene triggered a wave of panic. The audience below screamed and fled for their lives, plunging the venue into utter chaos. Some of the armored suits took off on the spot, pursuing Tony. Realizing he would not be easily subdued, the remaining suits marched directly into the crowd, beginning their indiscriminate assault on civilians. At that moment, one suit targeted a little boy wearing an Iron Man mask, preparing to strike. But the boy, fearless, raised his right hand to face the towering foe, as if he himself were Iron Man, ready to blast the enemy into oblivion. Just then, Tony arrived in the nick of time, a beam from his palm cannon neutralizing the threat and saving the child. "Well done, kid." Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, who had accompanied Ms. Pepper Potts in the audience the entire time, couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed to the stage, pinning Hammer to the table in anger, forcing him to reveal Ivan's location. Once they had the exact address, Tony's bodyguard, Happy, sped off with Natasha toward Hammer's factory. In the car, Natasha shed her jacket and changed in her combat suit, the sudden glimpse of pale skin making Happy wish he could bury his head in the rearview mirror. The car swerved violently. "It was too bright, I couldn't see." Whether Happy had lost sight of the road or something else, it was hard to say. Regardless, while Happy managed to take down only a single enemy with all his might, Natasha had already dispatched an entire corridor's worth of guards. Meanwhile, soaring above the expo, Su Ming arrived just as Tony took to the sky to draw enemy fire. Perfect timing. Su Ming quickly surveyed the battlefield, noticing that the armored suits on stage were taking off one after another to chase Tony, while others left the venue to unleash indiscriminate attacks on nearby buildings. The successful men and women who had just been admiring the expo now found themselves cursing the design of their formal attire. Damn it, this is the worst possible outfit for escaping. As they dashed past an electrical box, they watched in despair as a rocket hurtled straight toward them. Just as the rocket was about to strike and cause an explosion, Su Ming flashed forward, swatting the massive projectile away with a backhanded slap. The rocket exploded in the distance, outlining Su Ming's crimson figure with a dazzling halo of golden light. A gentleman rescued by Su Ming, still in his tuxedo, gazed at him in amazement. How could someone in the same attire be so extraordinary? It wasn't until a woman recognized Su Ming and let out an ecstatic scream. Ah, it's the Crimson Silver Duke. Only then did the crowd notice the gleam of his metallic mask. My advice, ditch the heels if you want to run. With a parting word to the excited women, Su Ming dashed toward the armored suit that had fired the shot, sweeping his hand as he charged. Exchange successful, plus $12 million. Account balance, $515.1 million. Before the system could even finish its valuation, Su Ming dissolved the war suit before him into dust, earning a swift $12 million. The thrill of scavenging a battlefield surged through Su Ming once more as he successfully converted another war machine into cold, hard cash. Let's keep going. Gazing at the war machines developed by the Hamo Group, Su Ming felt as if piles of cash were waving him over, beckoning him closer. In an instant, he became a one-man second-hand mech recycling center, darting in and out of the venue in a flash. One after another, war suits transformed into streams of data, flowing directly into Su Ming's pocket. Meanwhile, when Black Widow and Happy forcefully stormed Ivan's command room, following his control orders, the place was already deserted. Only a computer monitor remained, still displaying the control interface for the mechs and war machine, left open and unattended. As a seasoned agent, Black Widow quickly realized their primary target had slipped away and made the right call without hesitation. She immediately released Colonel Rhodes and War Machine from Ivan's control. Elsewhere on the battlefield, as Tony soared out of the venue, he caught a glimpse of a red figure darting through the sky. After Jarvis zoomed in on the image, Tony recognized the newcomer. Silver Duke? What's he doing here? But just then, the pursuers closed in, led by none other than his good friend, Colonel Rhodes. Tony had no time to ponder why Su Ming was present. He quickly rescued a few civilians, then gunned his thrusters and rocketed away. But Mark II, built by Tony himself, was just as agile as the Mark VI he wore now. War Machine stuck close on Tony's tail, heavy machine guns roaring and unleashing a barrage of large-caliber bullets. It wasn't until Tony lured the relentless Hamo mechs through a giant sculpture, shaking them off, that only War Machine remained in pursuit overhead. They flew into an ecological park, where War Machine's bullets struck Tony, throwing him off balance. Both suits tumbled and crashed into a small creek. As Tony struggled to pry away War Machine's Gatling gun, mere inches from his face, Black Widow finally managed to remotely reboot War Machine's system. Nice new reactor, she said to Tony through their comms. The data shows a significant boost in energy output, and your vitals are looking stable. Tony, well aware of her true identity, replied, Thanks, Agent Natasha. Yeah, not dead yet. Appreciate it. But Pepper Potts, overhearing them, was instantly on edge. What do you mean, not dead yet? Are you saying you almost died? As Tony desperately tried to distract Pepper, Black Widow noticed, via the monitor, that more mechs were flying straight for Tony. I'm still mad at you. Once we deal with these robots, I'll give you a proper apology. Maybe we can go to Venice. Oh, give it a rest. Whether or not he managed to placate his fiery little Pepper, Tony certainly tried. He rapped on War Machine's helmet, and the screen before Rhodey flickered back to life. Wake up, buddy. I need you. Rhodey realized more enemies were closing in. He couldn't just lie there any longer. Being forced to chase Tony just now had shown Rhodey what it truly meant to be helpless. As his helmet lifted, Rhodey couldn't help but feel like a fool. Tony had gone out of his way to warn him, and he hadn't believed him at first. Worse yet, he had nearly taken out his best friend. If Tony knew what Rhodey was thinking at this moment, he'd probably scoff. Take me out? What were you thinking? A wave of embarrassment washed over Rhodey for even wearing Tony's suit, and he muttered, Oh man, maybe you should just take the armor back. Tony pulled Rhodey to his feet. Seeing that Rhodey seemed apologetic, Tony simply shook his head. Forget it. I'm the one who dragged you into this. Rhodey didn't know. Back in California, Tony had acted recklessly on purpose. Because at the time, he thought his days were numbered. But after spending time together, Tony realized Rhodey was an upright guy, someone worthy of the suit he'd poured his heart into perfecting. To help Rhodey wear the armor with no guilt and take up the mantle of Iron Man, Tony had put quite a bit of thought into it. The moment they'd just reconciled, another disagreement flared up, this time over their next move. We need to get up there. This is a combat zone. Staying here is too dangerous. I think taking out those robots right here is the better call. While they argued about where to make their stand, a fleet of Hanmo armors closed in and surrounded them. A squadron of upgraded drones locked onto them at once. Their helmets snapped shut, and Rhodey and Tony plunged into the fight. Back to back, they covered each other's blind spots with seamless teamwork, as if the argument moments ago had never happened. Just then, Su Ming arrived, hot on the heels of the armors. He'd already recovered all the suits from a haul, raking in a cool $300 million. Now, seeing the larger, pricier upgraded armors pursuing Tony, Su Ming had no intention of letting this final jackpot slip away. Watching Tony and Rhodey's coordinated battle, a memory flashed through his mind. It seemed this was the moment Tony would unleash a devastating area attack, wiping out all the enemies at once. Cool as it looks, that's such a waste. With machine guns and repulsors blazing, the valuable coin monsters in Su Ming's eyes were being battered from pristine to battered, their resale value plummeting by the second. In a flash, Su Ming activated his magnetic control, freezing every suit of armor in place, including Tony and Rhodey. Magneto's methods were perfectly tailored to counter opponents in steel armor. Warning! Warning! Malfunction. Mech suit unable to operate for unknown reasons. Both Jarvis and War Machine's AI assistant blared out alarms simultaneously. Tony and Rhodey, the two brothers-in-arms, stared at each other in utter confusion. In unison, they exclaimed, "What the F ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** But suddenly, he found himself completely immobilized. He couldn't even perform the most basic operation, like opening his helmet. Static and glitching snow flickered across his HUD, warning him that he might lose vision at any moment. A wave of powerlessness crashed over Tony as he realized he'd lost control. He guessed this might be one of Ivan's tricks targeting him, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his palms. His mind raced, searching for a solution, but Rhodey's loud complaining made it impossible to think. Oh God, Mun, my suit's been hacked again. What do we do? Think, Tony, think. Shut up. I can't move either. The two of them started bickering over the comms. Meanwhile, after freezing all the armored suits, Su Ming kept moving, his red silhouette darting swiftly among the Hamo mechs. Exchange successful. Plus $20 million. Account balance. $801 million. This was definitely more profitable than last time. For Tony and Rhodey, it felt like an eternity had passed. At last, Su Ming finished collecting every single mech suit from the battlefield. Plus $20 million. Account balance. $981 million. He looked around the now peaceful botanical garden, let out a satisfied breath, and said, Definitely worth the trip. I made a real killing this time. Suddenly, he noticed Tony and Rhodey, still frozen in their attack stances on the field. Only then did he remember the two brothers were still locked in place. With a casual wave, he released the hold on them. At the same time, he noticed his hands were covered in black soot from the gunpowder, so he walked over to the riverbank and knelt down to wash them clean. Down out, a sharp electric hum filled the air. As soon as he regained control of his body, Tony didn't hesitate. He shouted for Rhodey to hit the ground, then spun around and unleashed the big move he'd been holding back. Twin beams of blazing red energy shot from Tony's wrists, slicing through the air with a piercing, high-powered arc that sheared straight through entire swathes of trees. This devastating attack was inspired by the near catastrophe when Tony's house was almost split in two during the creation of the new element. But upon closer inspection, Tony realized his ultimate move hadn't actually hit a single target. Back to back, Tony and Rhodey stood at the ready, machine guns and repulsor palms aimed in every direction, scanning for any sign of an enemy, like soldiers on a battlefield, nerves taut. Then, with a jolt, they realized that all the Hamo robots that had blanketed the hillside just moments before had vanished without a trace. What the hell? They flipped up their masks, exchanging bewildered glances. Suddenly, the sound of running water caught their attention nearby. Two metallic clinks rang out in quick succession as helmets hit the ground. Rhodey swung his machine gun to aim at the source, and Tony raised his arm, the laser cannon charging up and glowing. But as they made out the figure crouching on the ground, washing his hands, Rhodey couldn't help but curse aloud. Oh shit, if you're a friendly, Why didn't you say so earlier? Tony, still thinking about how he'd been unable to move just moments ago, looked on with suspicion and surprise. Could that have been Silverduke's doing? He'd never seen him use an ability like that before. Just what other secrets does he have? What are you doing here? Tony demanded. The moment Su Ming crouched down, his spider sense flashed a warning. Then, a searing laser beam swept past. He happened to be crouching, so he simply stayed put, letting the laser skim right over his head without touching him. Faced with Tony's question, Su Ming smiled, as if to say, "Do I owe you an answer?" "Nothing much, just passing by washing my hands, that's all." Rhodey thought to himself, "You've got to be kidding me. Passing by my ass. You didn't see the whole mountainside crawling with robots just now? Speaking of which, where did all those robots go?" Tony, who'd crossed paths with Su Ming a few times, knew full well how mysterious and unpredictable this man was. Chances were, those robots had all been dealt with by Silverduke himself. If he didn't want to say more, fine, Tony wasn't that curious anyway. Just then, Natasha's voice crackled in Rhodey and Tony's earpieces. "Heads up, another drone incoming. This one looks different, the propulsion output is off the charts." Tony and Rhodey both looked up at the sky. Another suit of power armor descended smoothly from high above, landing with a heavy thud. The helmet opened, revealing Ivan Vanko, grinning broadly at Tony and Rhodey. "Feels good to be back," Colonel James Rhodes blurted out as Ivan landed from the sky. "This can't be good." Ivan's confident smile turned smug as he crossed his arms and snapped them down forcefully. A crackling surge filled the air as two thick, electrified whips slashed deep furrows into the ground. Rhodey's mind raced. "I've got a special weapon. I'll take him." Su Ming, feeling his mission here was complete, found himself a comfortable spot, settling in to enjoy the battle about to unfold. Colonel Rhodes recalled the weapon he'd most favored among the many Hanmo had once recommended, the ex-wife, micromissile. Thinking, "Tony, my friend, just watch me steal the show this time. I'm going to blast open his fortress with the ex-wife." With what? Tony couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Rhodey stepped forward with a flourish, activating the ex-wife launch switch. His armor shoulder panels opened, revealing a sharp missile tip, and with the mechanical whirring and the roar of the booster, a long jet of flame shot out. After a brief moment of aiming and charging, the ex-wife missile launched ferociously toward Ivan Vanko's chest plate. Clang! Thud! The missile struck Ivan's armored chest with a sharp crack, spun several times through the air, and landed with a splash at his feet. The anticipated violent explosion never came. Instead, the ex-wife sputtered out a few stubborn sparks in the water, and then went completely silent. Tony, both amused and exasperated by the missile's stellar performance, couldn't help but ask offhandedly, "Manufactured by Hammer?" The War Machine's missile bay snapped shut as Colonel Rhodes replied helplessly, "Yes." He never expected the much-anticipated ex-wife missile to be a complete dud. How embarrassing. That name really deserved better. To put it simply, Colonel Rhodes was sorely disappointed. Meanwhile, on Tony's screen, Jarvis was already locking on at several points on Ivan's chest. "Let me show you how it's done." The Mark VI's missile bay popped open and several finger-sized micro-missiles shot out. Seeing this, Ivan lowered his helmet, letting the explosions bloom against his chest and helmet without leaving so much as a scratch. At least these made more noise than the ex-wife. They actually exploded, after all. With a flick of his arm, Ivan cracked his electrified whip with a thunderous snap, lightning arcing menacingly toward both of them. Whoosh crack! Tony and Rhodes dodged, narrowly escaping the extraordinary attack. The War Machine's shoulder and twin arm-mounted guns opened fire in unison, peppering Ivan's armor with a barrage of sparks, yet never breaking through his defenses. As the whiplash passed, Rhodes suddenly realized his pride and joy. The heavy Gatling gun on his shoulder was gone. Damn, without his big gun, was he even still War Machine? Rhodes felt a tangle of emotions, but it didn't stop him from firing the guns on his arms in continued assault. Tony tried to take off and charge Ivan, but Ivan's armor was something else. After several collisions, Tony hadn't made a dent, and instead found himself ensnared around the neck by Ivan's electrified whip. Rhodes fared even worse. With little experience piloting the suit in battle, he was easily knocked down by Ivan. Struggling to get up, another whip coiled around his neck. Ivan was finally having his moment in the spotlight. With Iron Man in his right hand and War Machine in his left, Ivan's powerful electrified whips held them both firmly under his control. He felt such a rush he wanted to shout for joy. From the sidelines, Su Ming recognized the iconic scene was about to unfold. In his memory, the palm repulsor blast from two Mark suits would soon clash, unleashing a surge of power reminiscent of dueling wands in Harry Potter. Instinctively, Su Ming straightened his back, not wanting to miss a second of this thrilling moment. Tony's agile mind flashed back to the time he and Rhodes had traded repulsor blasts at home. Those packed quite a punch. "Rhodey, I have an idea. Want to be a hero?" Electricity crackling all over his suit. Rhodey was still worried if his armor could withstand the electric whip when Tony's voice sounded in his ear. For a moment, he couldn't quite grasp what Tony was getting at. "I need a sidekick. Raise your hand." With that, Tony held up his palm to Rhodey, his repulsor glowing with energy. Seeing Tony's gesture, Rhodey immediately understood his intention. "Really? You need me to play along, but did you have to call me your sidekick? Does he always have to keep himself one step ahead of everyone else? This is your plan?" "Exactly. Are you ready?" Tony called out impatiently. All right. Let's do this." Rhodey raised his own palm, aiming straight at Tony. Watching their coordinated moves, Ivan realized they must be about to unleash some new combo attack. He muttered under his breath, "Oh no." In the next instant, Iron Man and War Machine fired their high-frequency repulsors at the same time, the beams converging in a brilliant burst. A blinding white flash turned the domed roof of the conservatory into a giant glowing lamp, lighting up the entire structure. They were fighting in a massive ecological park right in the city center, a place of scenic mountains and waters, now left in utter chaos by the explosion. The blast was so powerful it hurled both Tony and Rhodey several meters through the air. When they got up and approached Ivan to check on him, they found him sprawled on the ground, his armor battered and broken, the arc reactor on his chest flickering with a dangerous red glow. "You lost." Despite his crushing defeat, Ivan's stubborn pride refused to yield. Even as he secretly activated the self-destruct protocols for all the drones, and for his own arc reactor, he kept up his bravado. In his mind, he pictured the drones exploding and taking countless people with him to the afterlife, convincing himself that he hadn't lost after all. Tony, realizing what Ivan was about to do, knew the explosive power of the arc reactor was no joke. In a flash, he remembered Pepper was still at the venue. With a cry of alarm, he fired up his thrusters and shot into the sky, racing toward her as fast as he could. All that filled Tony's mind as he flew was one thought: get Pepper away from the blast. Little did he know, Su Ming had already collected every last drone, leaving nothing behind. Tony scooped Pepper up and flew her far from danger, only to receive a resignation as soon as they landed. She explained she could no longer bear the pressure of Tony's reckless self-destruction. But before long, Tony defeated the enemy in a single blow, and with one passionate kiss, Pepper's resolve melted away, and Tony finally understood his own feelings. Back in the ecological park, Su Ming felt the night had been worth it. He'd made his money, enjoyed the show, and now it was time to go home and get some rest. Looking down at Ivan Vanko, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, yet inexplicably wearing an excited expression on his face. "Don't tell me you still think the other drones are going to explode with you?" Su Ming had always been unable to stand people like this, those who relied on their academic prowess to look down on everyone else. Hearing Su Ming's words, Ivan froze for a moment. He quickly checked the status of the other drones through his mech systems, and the feedback he received crushed him. The reactor's self-destruct warning was growing ever more shrill. Shit! Bullets had never managed to phase Ivan, but now, he was utterly broken. A massive fireball erupted, leveling the entire ecological park to the ground. And just as Ivan's emotions reached their breaking point, Su Ming, having achieved his intended effect, summoned his magnetic powers and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing far into the distance. Meanwhile, Natasha's mission at Stark Industries had come to an end. She submitted a detailed evaluation report on Tony Stark. Based on her findings, Tony Stark was denied recommendation for the Avengers Initiative. Several key phrases stood out in the report: obsessive-compulsive behavior, self-destructive tendencies, classic narcissist, and so on. Nick Fury wholeheartedly agreed with her assessment. After all, Natasha had gone undercover in Stark Industries and observed Tony up close for quite some time. Her evaluation was honest, especially the line, classic narcissist. Tony had always expected S.H.I.E.L.D. to chase after him, insisting he'd join the Avengers Initiative, just as before. No one could have predicted that Natasha's report would cause S.H.I.E.L.D. to completely change their stance toward him. Tony was left bewildered. This makes no sense. How can they both approve and reject me at the same time? But his prideful nature betrayed him, and Tony couldn't help but try to defend himself. In the end, Nick Fury regretfully informed him, "As things stand, we can only offer you the position of consultant." In the dry deserts of New Mexico, an off-road vehicle kicked up a long trail of dust. Agent Phil Coulson had no idea why he'd been suddenly reassigned to New Mexico. He thought back to Director Fury's mysterious demeanor before he left. "You'll understand once you get there." Coulson's curiosity only deepened. When the vehicle finally came to a stop, Agent Coulson surveyed his surroundings. A massive, perfectly round crater lay before him, as though a meteorite had struck. Driven by boundless curiosity, Coulson walked to the very center of the crater, where he found an ancient-looking hammer resting in plain sight. According to the staff, a few days prior, the hammer had fallen from the sky and created this enormous pit. The most astonishing thing was that, no matter who tried, no one could budge it, not even with heavy machinery. This bizarre phenomenon quickly caught the attention of SHIELD agents, who promptly reported it to the director and cleared away the locals who had gathered to test their strength with the hammer. Unconvinced by superstition, Coulson gathered his team, tied a sturdy rope to the handle of the hammer, and secured the other end to the tow hook of a large truck. As the vehicle accelerated, the thick rope snapped taut in an instant, but the hammer didn't budge an inch. The truck's tires spun against the ground, kicking up great clouds of dust and grit. When the driver floored the accelerator, still trying to drag the hammer free, an unexpected scene unfolded. The truck's cargo bed tore loose with a thunderous crash under the strain of the rope, slamming to the ground. Agent Coulson was astonished. No matter how heavy this hammer was, surely it couldn't resist the full force of a truck and remain utterly unmoved. He immediately thought of Su Ming. Mr. Silverduke seemed to possess remarkable strength. Perhaps, given the chance, he could be asked to see if he could lift the hammer. Or maybe, just maybe, he knew something about this artifact. Without delay, Agent Coulson ordered the area sealed off, determined to focus all attention on studying the hammer. Su Ming, meanwhile, had been a bit idle lately. After making a tidy sum at the Hamo Expo, he hadn't yet come across another lucrative opportunity. Though Elisa refreshed the intelligence feeds from the underground market for him daily, none of the offers had managed to catch his interest. If Su Ming wanted to rake in more dollars, ordinary ways of making money simply wouldn't cut it anymore. He'd even once dared to imagine acquiring a hypnotic skill, one that would let him control the people running America's entire dollar printing system. He could just print money. Nothing excessive, perhaps just $1 trillion for himself. After all, if those dollars flowed quietly into his account, it wouldn't really disturb the financial system, would it? When he mentioned this half in jest to Elisa, she slowly shook her head. She pulled out her laptop and brought up the annual report from the U.S. Bureau of Engraving and Printing. The report showed that the U.S. prints between 3 and 5 billion bills per year. Assuming 250 working days a year, that's an average of 12 to 20 million bills printed daily. Even if every single one was a $100 bill, $1 trillion would require 10 billion notes. At maximum capacity, printing 10 billion $100 bills would take 500 days, over a year and 5 months. Elisa's quick calculations left Su Ming genuinely impressed. He promptly gave up on that idea. Never mind the difficulty of pulling it off. Even if he set up a secret printing press in his backyard and cranked out $2 billion a day, he'd run out of materials. And, besides, any attempt to print that much would send shockwaves through the system. It was almost certain he'd be caught before the first bills were finished, and the resulting scandal would be earth-shattering. If cash was out, what about digital currency? What if he hacked into the bank systems and quietly transferred a few billion into his own account? That didn't seem entirely impossible. But when Su Ming brought up this new idea, he was met with a strange look from Elisa that left him feeling distinctly uneasy. Elisa couldn't understand why her boss, who already had a superhuman ability to make money, still entertained these wild and unrealistic ideas. Patiently, she explained that the world of digital currency was even more complex. In theory, it might be possible to temporarily transfer assets using technological means, but the chances of being discovered were extremely high. The combined efforts of bank risk controls, blockchain tracking, and international website cooperation made such operations nearly impossible to pull off. And if he got caught, the consequences would be dire. It would be another earth-shattering case. Although, with Su Ming's current capabilities, he wasn't particularly afraid of standing on the opposite side of the law. He still hoped for a bit of peace in his life. Adventures you choose yourself are called exploration. Being forced to deal with danger every day is just miserable. Looking back, Su Ming realized that he truly was a mess in some respects. Even when redeeming talents from the system, he simply picked whatever seemed nice and affordable, never considering the cost-effectiveness. His old habit from school of answering exam questions without reading them carefully had never changed. Su Ming's thoughts gradually drifted away. The calculations Elisa had done for him made Su Ming realize his own shortcomings. He wasn't good at managing money, nor did he have any sort of plan. But a moment later, Su Ming let it go. I was never a star student. If I were good at finance and stocks, now that would be surprising. Su Ming had always been the type to go with the flow. Lofty dreams and ambitions never had much to do with him. To live life, the most important thing is to be happy. He recalled the days when he used to grind away in internet cafes, slaying monsters in Legend to farm materials for the boss, and earning a few $1,000s each month was enough to make him feel content. If his back hadn't started hurting so much that he couldn't sit still, he might never have switched to working as a delivery driver. But now, since fate had given him a second chance, Su-Ming was determined to make the most of it. Returning to the issue of making money, Su-Ming summed up his income sources. One was earning commissions by completing tasks, the other was exchanging items through the system. Compared to the former, using the system to exchange items was clearly more efficient. He still remembered how a single Jericho missile vehicle had instantly turned into $120 million. That left a deep impression. It seemed that finding high-value items to exchange for money was the key to breaking through. But what could be exchanged and what couldn't? That was the question. After sending Elisa off, Su-Ming let his imagination run wild, curious if he could exchange the entire hotel. He pressed his hand on the hotel floor. Luxury cashmere carpet valued at $20,000. Come on, who told you to appraise the carpet? He lifted the carpet, revealing the smooth hardwood floor underneath. Manhattan XX Hotel, building $2.5 billion, not exchangeable. Items whose disappearance would disrupt dimensional balance, not exchangeable. This was the first time Su-Ming had encountered a not exchangeable notice, and the system had even thoughtfully attached an explanation. He mulled over this sentence again and again. Indeed, in the past, redeemed items would always vanish, turning into account balance. A plane must refer to this world itself. If something were to disappear, it would disrupt the order of this world. So, if a hotel building were redeemed, the building would vanish, and its absence would throw this world's order into chaos. Of course, just think, with so many people inside, if the whole building suddenly disappeared, hundreds of guests would plummet from varying heights, a catastrophe with no survivors. What an outrageous scene. Even Inception wouldn't dare to film something this wild. No wonder such things can't be redeemed. Su-Ming began to grasp what non-redeemable truly meant. But from another perspective, does that mean items with little connection to the world's order could be redeemed? What about trying an abandoned building with nobody inside? With that question in mind, Su-Ming waited until nightfall to seek out a derelict, unfinished building. Staring at the skeletal structure, not even windows in place, Su-Ming murmured softly. Pacific Park unfinished building valued at $80 million, non-redeemable. Su-Ming was puzzled. This deserted, incomplete building stood in a remote spot with no occupants. Why couldn't it be redeemed? Refusing to believe it, Su-Ming wandered the streets aimlessly, appraising every building he passed. Unconsciously, he arrived at Times Square. Amid the bustling crowd, he gazed up at the world-famous giant billboards and curiously initiated an appraisal. Times Square number 1, $500 million, non-redeemable. As expected, the system still displayed non-redeemable. What Su-Ming didn't know was that those unfinished buildings were, in fact, connected to even more people. Not only was there government involvement, but layers of debt disputes and lawsuits, some even tied to the livelihoods of countless citizens. Naturally, he couldn't redeem them. Finally, Su-Ming shook his head in resignation. Better find a way to redeem weapons of war or some other valuable item. Those things, whether a few more or less, wouldn't make much difference, and they're worth a fortune. If luck's on my side, and I stumble upon a nuclear bomb, a hydrogen bomb, or an atomic bomb. Just then, something unexpected happened. Max Dillon was an ordinary electrical engineer working at Oscorp, responsible for maintaining the circuit systems. He was introverted and insecure, long neglected or even mocked by his colleagues, barely making an impression, so much so that on his own birthday, his co-workers couldn't even remember his name. Only Spider-Man had once saved him in an accident, calling him friend, which made Max develop a sense of admiration for Spider-Man. From then on, Max's home was plastered with Spider-Man posters. To him, Spider-Man was the only person who truly acknowledged him. He even fantasized about becoming Spider-Man's partner. But then, a single accident changed his fate forever. While repairing a circuit, Max made a fatal mistake and fell into a tank filled with genetically engineered electric eels. High-voltage currents surged through his body, leaving him scorched from head to toe. The people at Oscorp thought he was dead, and in order to protect the company's reputation, they planned to dispose of his body without much ceremony. But Max suddenly woke up in a morgue, the charred layer on his body flaking away. He discovered, to his astonishment, that he could now see the bioelectric currents inside his own body. More than that, the nearby electrical devices seemed to sense the energy leaking from him and began operating on their own, even though they weren't plugged in. At this point, Max was still unaware that he was no longer human. He picked up some clothes lying nearby and wandered aimlessly out onto the street. Everywhere he passed, nearby cars would suddenly set off their alarms, and Max began to feel a hunger unlike anything he had experienced before. He slowly placed his hand on a car's headlight and in the next instant, the faint current inside was completely absorbed by him. That trickle of electricity eased Max's hunger a little, but it was nowhere near enough. His gaze drifted to the brightly lit Times Square not far away. To Max, it was nothing less than a five-star buffet, and the power grid buried beneath the ground called to him, as irresistible as a steaming bowl of noodles to a hungry man. Unable to wait any longer, he rushed to the center of the square, dropped to his knees, and, without hesitation, pulled open the protective barrier and placed both hands on the cables inside. As Max greedily drew in the electricity, the entire square's power supply began to falter. This, of course, caught the attention of a nearby police officer. "Sir, take your hands off the cables. Now!" Max slowly stood up, his body crackling with pale blue electricity, which terrified the officer. Instinctively, the officer raised his gun, which startled Max in turn. In a panic, Max summoned his electric energy, manifesting it physically to lift a passing truck high into the air and hurl it aside. Police quickly arrived and surrounded Max. "Get down on the ground now, for your own safety and the safety of those around you." With reporters flocking to the scene, Max's extraordinary face was soon projected onto the giant screens of Times Square. As a deeply insecure, low-level electrician, his greatest dream had always been to be noticed and valued by others. He had never expected that his wish would come true in such a way. "Hands up, freak!" While Max stared, stunned, at his own image on the screen, the police threw a smoke grenade, their shouts of freak echoing in his ears. "No, don't do this. It's not my fault. I said stop." Max's emotions finally erupted. His body unleashed a burst of energy, blue lightning radiating in a sphere that sent police cars and officers flying in all directions. The police opened fire without hesitation. Strangely, as the bullets approached Max, they were shredded by the powerful electric field surrounding him. Is Times Square Tower really only worth $500 million? Su Ming, after estimating the value of the building covered in electronic billboards, found himself rather surprised. Suddenly, the billboards flickered, as though the entire place was running low on power. Before long, a startled cry rippled through the crowd. Turning to look, they saw a man in a hoodie, electricity crackling from his hands, hoisting a truck high above his head. "Huh, isn't that, you know who? If Electro was here, then that little spider must be arriving any moment." Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. New York really was a city of endless troubles. Even a simple evening stroll could lead to a chance encounter with Electro. Ignoring the scattering, panicked civilians, Su Ming dragged a chair over from the sidewalk, found himself a good spot, and sat down. "Oh, perfect. Time for a break. Let's watch the show and enjoy the drama." A strand of web shot across the night sky. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, swung in with agile grace, landing beneath a flying police car. He braced himself, caught the vehicle, and rescued the officer who was moments from being crushed. "Good thing you were driving a car and not riding a horse." Peter thought he was being pretty witty. The rescued officer's eyes lit up at the sight of Spider-Man. Quickly grabbing his radio, he called out to all units. "All units, cease fire immediately. I repeat, cease fire now." Peter somersaulted onto the roof of the car, looking down at the bewildered figure below. "Hey there, Sparky. What's up?" Max turned to see his good pal Spider-Man standing right there. The fear and panic in his heart eased instantly. "At last, the one person who believed in me is here. They call me a monster, but it's not my fault. They shot at me, threw smoke grenades." Max had so many grievances piled up inside. He wanted to pour his heart out to Spider-Man, but when he opened his mouth, all he managed was, "Is that you?" Peter Parker didn't recognize this man, whose whole body now glowed electric blue. The last time Peter saved Max, he'd only learned his name from the work badge hanging on his chest, and even offered him a few words of encouragement. But now Max was so changed, Peter couldn't recognize him at all. Hearing Max's words, Peter called out loudly, "Yeah, I'm here." "Wait, who are you?" That simple question, "Who are you?" made Max's heart sink. He stepped toward Peter, disbelief etched on his face. The only person who ever stood up for him now didn't even remember him. He'd argued with others, defending Spider-Man's reputation, something he'd never even done for himself. It was unbelievable. He could endure all the injustices from others, but Spider-Man forgetting him was almost more than he could bear. Sparks flickered at his toes, dancing across the ground and nearly zapping the people standing on the steps. "You mean, you don't remember me?" Peter Parker felt like he was missing something, but couldn't quite place it. Instinctively, he asked, "Was I supposed to? I was walking down the street. A car almost hit me, and you carried me out of the way. You saved me. You said you needed me." Max reminded Spider-Man of their past encounter, desperately hoping Spider-Man would recognize him immediately. "The guy with the blueprints? Peter finally remembered the man he had once saved in passing. It was him. How had he ended up like this? But no matter what, Peter knew he had to calm him down to prevent any more civilians from getting hurt. Feigning ease, Peter stepped forward to make conversation. As Max hovered on the edge of rage, Peter finally recalled his name. He explained that Max looked so different now, he hadn't recognized him at first. This explanation satisfied Max. After a brief exchange, Max asked that the police not shoot at him. "Hey guys, he's a friend of mine, Max. I told you about him. Nobody shoot, okay?" Peter's actions won Max's trust. Staring at his own image on the giant billboard, Max spoke from the heart. "I just want everyone to see me." Peter kept soothing Max, and Max tried hard to restrain the wild, nameless anger churning inside him. Just as they were about to move somewhere quieter to talk, Max accidentally stepped on a piece of metal, sending a surge of electricity crackling from his body. This sudden burst caught the attention of a sniper who had been aiming at him for some time. A bullet shattered in front of Max. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Max unleashed a bolt of lightning, collapsing the rooftop where the sniper was hidden. Peter instantly fired his web, grabbing Max's hand, but the powerful current shot through the web, hurling Peter away and destroying his web shooter in the process. Even so, Peter managed to save a police officer just in time. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Spider-Man! Spider-Man!" But as all the billboards switched to close-ups of Spider-Man, Max's ears rang with the crowd's malicious jeers. Max realized Spider-Man had tricked him, using him to win even more public adoration. His faith shattered. Max was consumed by fury. He completely lost control. The big screens continued to broadcast Spider-Man's heroic image, and under the deliberate lens of the cameraman, the young hero seemed larger than life. The cheers of the crowd echoed above Times Square. With Spider-Man holding the line, the panic-stricken crowd slipped into spectator mode, hurling every venomous insult at Max without a care. No one worried about provoking this ticking time bomb. At this moment, Spider-Man's shining reputation stood in stark contrast to the pitiful Max, making Max feel as if he were in hell. To Max, Spider-Man's actions were nothing less than betrayal. When a person's grievances build up, they inevitably turn to anger, especially when Max's newly transformed body was already brimming with volatile energy. "Liar! Max finally turned his attack on the light of his heart from the past, the Spider-Man. Violent currents surged, thundering across the ground towards Spider-Man. Peter quickly flipped to dodge the oncoming attack, but the electricity had already conducted through the ground and into the metal handrail. The real danger, clearly, was to the crowd standing on the steps above. With his spider sense at full alert, the movement of everything around him slowed to a crawl in Peter's eyes. With only one web shooter left, he pulled off a feat of skill at the very brink of disaster. He pressed his left hand to the web shooter's nozzle, causing the webbing to spray out in all directions, catching hold of everyone who was about to be electrocuted, just in time. Electro's assault followed close behind, blasting crater after crater into the ground where Spider-Man had just been. Rolling through the air, Peter fired a web to snatch a fire hydrant and hurled it straight at Electro. There was a tremendous clang, followed by the sizzle and crackle of electricity. Both men were struck by each other's blows and sent flying. Paralyzed by the current, Peter's body stiffened in midair, leaving him helpless as he slammed into the roadside. At that moment, he felt a powerful hand steady him from behind. Su-Ming watched as Electro, who had nearly agreed to cooperate thanks to Peter's persuasion, had his temper pushed over the edge by a sniper's reckless shot. These cops really know how to lend a helping hand at the worst possible moment. Are they that desperate for a promotion and a raise? Seeing Spider-Man tumbling backward toward him, Su-Ming casually reached out and caught him. Regaining his balance, Peter looked up and saw a familiar face. His heart leapt with astonishment and joy. It was Mr. Argent. "Sir, what are you doing here?" There was a trace of excitement in his voice. He wasn't sure how Mr. Argent judged his performance just now, and he glanced at Su-Ming a bit nervously, instinctively hiding the damaged web shooter behind his back. For a moment, he forgot he was still in the middle of a battle. "Come on, with Mr. Argent here, what's Electro got on him?" Su-Ming couldn't help but be amused by Peter's reaction. All that pep talk back then wasn't for nothing. The kid seemed to respect him even more now. Thinking back, it had been a while since they'd last met, and it seemed Spider-Man had grown a lot. He gave Peter's back a reassuring pat, careful not to say Peter's real name with so many people around. "Spider, that's a long story. Are you all right?" Su-Ming's arrival filled Peter with confidence. Hearing the warmth in Mr. Argent's question, Peter was bursting to share everything that had happened lately. "I'm great, sir. Lately I've been looking into what happened with my parents all those years ago. Oh, and I'm planning to tell Gwen how I feel about her." Before he could finish, darkness suddenly fell over everyone's eyes. Electro, left without anyone to hold him up, was smashed hard into an advertising screen by the fire hydrant Peter had swung with all his might. He seized two thick power cables and jammed them against his own chest, beginning to madly absorb all the electricity in the vicinity. In an instant, every billboard in Times Square went dark due to the sudden power drain, plunging what was once the brightest corner of New York City into pitch blackness. A surge of immense energy followed, sending shockwaves that caused massive damage to the surrounding buildings, as all manner of construction debris began tumbling from above. The bystanders, who had just been spectating, immediately switched into survival mode, screaming and scattering in all directions. So swift and seamless was their transformation. At that moment, Electro had already evolved into Electro Pro, supercharged blue Electro. With energy levels off the charts, he hovered in the air atop a field of crackling electricity, looking every bit like a god descended. A crackle and a sizzle erupted from his hands as arcs of lightning roared forth, unleashing indiscriminate attacks on the crowd below. Those same people who had just been mocking and jeering him. Peter's words were cut short by the sudden chaos. He stared at the figure floating above, his mind racing to figure out how to deal with this new threat. Meanwhile, above Su Ming's head, a gigantic umbrella hovered in the air. Spotting a massive billboard, toppled by the energy surge, and now plummeting toward him, Su Ming activated his magnetic control, crumpling the falling sign into a giant, makeshift umbrella. It wasn't just for show. The fire hydrant Peter had broken moments ago was now shooting a torrent of water several meters high, nearly drenching Su Ming. So while he caught the falling debris, he also shielded himself from this sudden downpour. Peter had never seen such abilities before. Gazing up at the enormous metal umbrella, which also covered him, the young Spider-Man was left speechless. "My God, Mr. Silverduke, you're incredible." Su Ming noticed that across the street, Electro was already cooking up chaos, while Peter was still distracted by the umbrella. He nudged Spider-Man with his elbow. "Do you smell something?" Peter snapped out his daze and looked at Su Ming bewildered. "Smell what?" A pair of exasperated lines seemed to appear on Su Ming's face as he pointed across the street. The scent of barbecue, coming from the bystanders. It finally dawned on Peter. In the brief moment he'd spaced out, Max had already begun taking revenge on the crowd. F***K. Peter, jolted by Su Ming's reminder, suddenly brightened and dashed off in another direction. Maybe if that glowing guy gets a little wet, he'll short-circuit. Watching Spider-Man pivot and sprint toward a fire truck, Su Ming nodded in approval. College students really do think fast. Try this on for size, 100,000 volts. A torrent of energy surged forth, seemingly inexhaustible. Max felt like the god of thunder himself, hurling bolts of lightning down the street with reckless abandon. With every strike, the thrill of revenge washed over him, cleansing the humiliation he'd carried for so long. Max, intoxicated by this power, couldn't help but let out a triumphant shout. Yes, he shouted, but there was nothing satisfying about it. A sudden blast of high-pressure water threw his raging energy into instant chaos. He short-circuited. His whole body went numb as he crashed to the ground. Struggling to turn his head, Max was greeted by a scene so maddening he could have coughed up blood. At the very front of the team, Spider-Man, wearing a firefighter's helmet, was humming a tune as he casually aimed a high-pressure water hose straight at Max, thoroughly drenching him. He looked so relaxed and cheerful, as if he were simply putting out a pile of burning trash, nothing more. Once again, Spider-Man had dealt Max's pride a fierce blow. Spider-Man. With the villain subdued, a wave of police officers surged forward, quickly wrapping Max into a human cocoon with layers of insulating material. Onlookers all around, seeing the bad guy brought down, broke into spontaneous applause and cheers, with a few spirited whistles echoing through the crowd. "Did you see that? Spider-Man is amazing. No wonder he's a superhero. I think Spider-Man was talking to someone just now. Did you see that umbrella floating in the air?" "I did. I could hardly believe my eyes. Incredible." Su Ming figured it was about time to head back. Just a stroll downstairs, and he'd gotten to enjoy a visual spectacle. His mood was lifted. As for Peter, Su Ming had no plans to greet him. The kid was already swamped by a throng of media reporters. Besides, the boy trusted him so much. Lending him a hand now and then was only natural. At that moment, Su Ming's phone rang. Nick Fury's unmistakable voice came through the receiver. "Destiny, my friend, are you interested in a trip to New Mexico?" Su Ming's first thought was that S.H.I.E.L.D. needed his help again. "Oh, Director, have you run into some trouble?" Agent Phil Coulson's work had hit a snag. Since the mysterious hammer had been found in New Mexico, he'd assembled a crack team of information specialists, trying to trace its origins. Yet, after all that time and effort, they'd made no progress. It was starting to give Coulson a headache. Just then, another assignment landed on his desk. He was to use legitimate means to ensure the U.S. government dropped its recommendation to add Abomination to the Avengers. That suggestion was being pushed hard by General Ross. To cover up the collateral damage from his pursuit of the Hulk, he'd spun Blonsky's transformation into the Abomination as a feather in his own cap. He even embellished the story in his reports to the top brass. Such an outstanding soldier deserves a better arrangement. Ross's maneuvering had made the higher-ups seriously consider bringing Abomination into the Avengers, and they'd entrusted Ross with the task. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., however, the consensus was clear. Abomination was far too dangerous and uncontrollable. At the same time, they were unwilling to accept the government's arbitrary interference in the Avengers initiative. But after all, it was the government's will, and due to their position, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't openly oppose it. They had no choice but to hand this tough assignment over to Agent Coulson. Letting someone as dangerous as Abomination join the Avengers. How could they even come up with that idea? The Hulk was 100 times stronger than Abomination, and after all, every time the Hulk acted, it was out of a sense of protection. From the subtle hints in Director Fury's words, Coulson realized that if he found someone unpleasant to deal with General Ross, there was a good chance the whole plan would fall through. A proud and arrogant figure flashed through Coulson's mind. He remembered how, when he had kindly said goodbye to that person before leaving, he had nearly lost his temper. Truly, no one could be better suited for this task. That's right, the person Coulson had in mind was Tony Stark. And so, as SHLD's newly appointed consultant, Tony met with General Ross for an informal talk at a bar. Their conversation began in a seemingly friendly atmosphere and ended with General Ross smashing his glass on the table, thus bringing the meeting to a successful close. Afterwards, Tony cheerfully remarked, "What a charming old man. If something like this comes up again, be sure to call me." Clearly, getting the stubborn General Ross to back down was no challenge at all for Tony. General Ross, thoroughly provoked by Tony's arrogance, withdrew his proposal. Just like that, Abomination was excluded from the Avengers candidate list. The way the situation was handled gave Coulson an idea for his research on the hammer. Why not seek outside help? Coulson straightened his tie. Several candidates came to mind, but after careful analysis, he ruled each of them out one by one, until only one remained, Crimson Silverduke. Though Mr. Silverduke's fees were high, his abilities were undoubtedly top-notch. To date, he was the only one who had ever managed to get the better of Director Fury. Even Iron Man, Tony Stark, was now just a consultant. Need I say more? Coulson reported to Director Nick Fury both the difficulties he was facing in researching the hammer and his idea to seek Destiny's assistance. Nick Fury agreed with Coulson's suggestion. However, the thought of having to haggle again with that money-grubbing guy left the famously stoic director feeling a little annoyed. Oh well, all for the sake of the job. He dialed Su Ming's number. "Oh, Director, have you run into trouble?" Hearing the anticipation hidden in Su Ming's tone, Nick Fury scoffed inwardly. "You'd love for me to have a big problem, so you could charge a fat fee, wouldn't you?" But outwardly, he remained polite. "We've come across something and would like to hire Mr. Destiny to investigate it for us." "Oh, an investigation job?" It was the first time Su Ming had received a commission like this, and he felt somewhat uncertain, so he made things clear up front. "Director Fury, let's get this straight. No matter the outcome, there are no refunds, and the payment has to be made in advance." Black-boiled Ed cursed under his breath, unsurprised by the outcome. "Fine. Same deal as always, $100 million. I hope you can uncover the secret of this hammer as soon as possible." "Only $100 million? Hearing Nick's offer, Su Ming instinctively felt the urge to negotiate the price. But suddenly he caught himself. Investigate what? A hammer? Could it be Mjolnir? Of all the hammers that would prompt S.H.I.E.L.D. to spend big money hiring outsiders to investigate, Su Ming couldn't think of anything besides Mjolnir. Others might not know, but I do. Thor's hammer, forged from URU metal. Making money doesn't get any easier than this. Su Ming's mind raced at lightning speed. When Director Nick first mentioned New Mexico, he hadn't made the connection, but now it clicked. The hammer had landed there. If Mjolnir was already on Earth, wouldn't that mean Thor was about to drop down too? He remembered how, for a while, Thor had let himself go, drinking heavily and getting as round as a barrel. Thor is quite the character, Su Ming mused. Though Thor wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he was a god after all. Anything you could get off him would be a treasure from the divine realm. The price would be astronomical. And Thor fell from Asgard. What kind of place is Asgard? A realm where even the houses are gilded with gold. If he could befriend Thor and find an opportunity to visit Asgard, his bank account would skyrocket overnight. Su Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The question of how to make money, which had plagued him for so long, suddenly became crystal clear. With that, Su-Ming abandoned any thought of haggling with Nick Fury. After all, compared to the mountains of gold and silver in Asgard, a couple $100 million from S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed rather paltry. Since they were offering such a crucial opportunity, he might as well be straightforward. No problem, Director Fury, Su-Ming replied with cheerful decisiveness. Mr. Destiny, you know, $100 million for a single investigation is already. Nick Fury began his habitual bargaining, but midway through, he realized what had happened. What theft, **K. That money-grubbing bounty hunter actually agreed without a fight? The haggling he'd braced himself for never came, and Nick Fury almost threw his back out from the shock. Very well, Mr. Destiny. I'll have a jet sent for you at once. I wonder just how much divine relics might fetch. With that thought, Su-Ming left Times Square in high spirits. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, finally shook off the persistent reporters, scanning the area for any sign of Su-Ming. Mr. Silverduke's help was the key to taking down Electro. Even though Peter had thought of the same solution, he'd been a step too late. I owe him a thank you. But as Peter looked around the now peaceful Times Square, where the power to the billboards was flickering back on and the crowd was settling down, he couldn't find any sign of Su-Ming. He shook his head with a touch of regret. Guess I'll have to have a proper chat with Mr. Silverduke next time. With curious eyes following him, the young Spider-Man shot a line of web and swung away into the distance. Meanwhile, in Asgard, just a few minutes earlier, Thor, having been forcibly returned from the realm of the frost giants by Odin, was loudly rebuking his father for his cowardice in battle. If we don't have the courage to fight, the realm is doomed. I'll make those Jotuns remember who I am and show them my true might. To Thor, Odin had lost his warrior's spirit, something unworthy of a true king. You're being reckless and arrogant, not wise like a leader should be. You're too impulsive, too proud, too eager for battle, my son. Still fuming, Thor snapped back without hesitation. You're just a cowardly, muddle-headed old fool. A heavy silence fell. Odin, deeply disappointed, stood quiet for a moment. Then, in a burst of anger, Odin stripped Thor of all his godly powers and banished him to earth. He took up Mjolnir, the mighty hammer, held it to his lips, and cast a spell. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. With that, he hurled the hammer into the portal of the Bifrost. Asgard stood atop the sea of stars, its golden spires and arched bridges glowing with runic light, like molten constellations shimmering in the night. The Bifrost stretched across the void, ending at Heimdall's observatory, ever watchful over the Nine Realms. The dome of Valhalla gleamed with the reflection of the Milky Way, stardust flowing beneath its feet, while distant mountains lay cloaked in Odin's shimmering aurora. A chill majesty filled the air, a grandeur that, for all its brilliance, held an immortal loneliness. Upon his throne, the old king's furious breaths echoed, slow to subside. The reason for Odin's wrath, father of the gods, stretched back to just a few days before. When Thor, prince of Asgard, was about to be crowned, the kingdom's ancient enemy, the frost giants, struck and disrupted the ceremony. The guards in the armory noticed too late. The invaders' true target was the casket of ancient winters, known as the Frostbox. Once the prized treasure of the frost giants, their king Lao Fei had used it to wage war and threaten the world with a new ice age. To preserve peace across the Nine Realms, Odin, father of the gods, acted decisively, marshaling his armies and waging war against the frost giants. The power of the casket was formidable. It cost Odin an eye at the height of his strength to secure victory. Triumphant, the Asgardian army brought the casket back to Asgard for safekeeping. But Laufey's ambition never died. On the day of the new king's coronation, he sent his minions once more to steal it back. Sensing the foreign intruders in the royal vault, Odin summoned the destroyer. In a flash, the enemies were reduced to nothing but ashes. The hot-blooded Thor believed that this incident, happening precisely on the day of his coronation, was clearly a challenge to his authority by his enemies. We need to teach them a real lesson. Thor resolved to do as Odin had in the past. Launch an assault on Jotunheim to show those detestable frost giants the might of Asgard. But Odin, ever mindful of his people, was unwilling to drag Asgard back into the fires of war over what he saw as a minor provocation. This difference sparked the first quarrel between father and son. At that moment, Loki, ever the charmer, sat down beside Thor and gracefully poured him a cup of tea. Actually, I think you're right. Loki's support only strengthened Thor's resolve. His mind, all muscle and pride, was now set on marching to Jotunheim to annihilate the frost giants once and for all. Thor's loyal warriors tried to dissuade him, but Thor retorted that since his father had once led an army into Jotunheim, so could he. Seeing that Thor would not be swayed, the others had no choice but to follow him. The rainbow bridge shimmered and sliced through the cosmos, carrying the company swiftly to Jotunheim. Brash and reckless, they barreled ahead, only to fall straight into an ambush, as anyone might have predicted. Vastly outnumbered, Thor and his companions soon found themselves in grave peril. Reading the mood, Loki quickly advised Thor to retreat, and even Laufey, the frost giant king, warned, "You have no idea what you're getting into." "But I do. Leave now, while I'm still willing to let you." With no other choice, Thor turned to withdraw. But just then, Laufey couldn't resist a parting insult. "Run home now, little princess." The taunt enraged Thor beyond measure. He swung his hammer and sent Laufey flying, then waded into the frost giants with a roar. Who's next? At first, the battle went well. Thor and his companions fought with divine fury. But Laufey soon unleashed his elite warriors, massive frost giants whose strength rivaled even Thor's. At this point, Mjolnir's true power came into play. Thor fought with ever-growing ferocity, but his allies gradually began to falter. Worse, any ordinary person touched by a frost giant was instantly frozen, their skin turning dead and brittle. Yet Loki, Odin's son, emerged from contact with the frost giants entirely unharmed. Clever as ever, Loki began to suspect that his own origins might not be so simple after all. This moment would sow the seeds for his future choices. The frost giants stood tall and powerful. One misstep, and a companion was struck down by a sneak attack. Loki urged an immediate retreat. Thor, hearing this, hurled his hammer to cover his friend's escape. Mjolnir shattered swathes of frost warriors with a thunderous crash. Seeing this, Laufey summoned an even greater threat, the monstrous frost beast. The frost beast was terrifying, towering over the battlefield, its strength and presence overwhelming. Thor fought alone, shielding his friend's retreat. As enemies closed in from all sides, he called down a massive bolt of lightning with his hammer, striking back with devastating force. In the face of such immense power, a wide swath of earth collapsed, temporarily halting the advance of the giants. Just as the group raced without pause to the edge of the cliff, an even more terrifying monster clawed its way up from the abyss. It seemed certain that everyone would be flattened by the giant creature, when Thor arrived from afar, just in time. With unmatched bravery, Thor pierced straight through the monster's skull, killing it in an instant. But more and more frost giants began to surround them, closing in from all sides. At that perilous moment, Odin, father of the gods, arrived on horseback, bathed in a dazzling radiance. Thor tried to persuade Odin to combine their strength for an attack, but his plea was decisively refused. Laufey, the leader of the frost giants, came before Odin, demanding an explanation. Cunning as he was, Laufey immediately noticed Odin's weakness. Odin attempted to downplay the conflict, but in the face of these invaders, Laufey was never going to let things go easily. Strike while he's down, finish him off. With that, Laufey launched a sneak attack on Odin, but the All-Father reacted swiftly, blasting him far away. When it was clear that negotiations had failed, Odin opened the Bifrost and whisked everyone back to Asgard. Back at Heimdall's observatory, Thor and Odin erupted into a second heated argument. From Odin's perspective, the hard-won peace was now on the brink of destruction, all because of Thor's reckless stubbornness. Thor seemed blind to his faults and showed no remorse. Furious, Odin rebuked Thor for disgracing the title of king, accusing him of acting on impulse and disregarding the greater good. In his anger, Odin tore the cloak from Thor's shoulders. At that moment, Thor still didn't truly understand where he'd gone wrong. He only sensed that he must have made some grave mistake, one that had deeply angered his father. Seeing his once kind father erupt in fury, Thor finally began to realize that his errors might be far more serious than he'd imagined. Odin's eyes, in that instant, were filled with disappointment. If he truly passed the throne to Thor, it would surely spell disaster for all 9 realms. This is what led to the earlier scene, where Odin stripped Thor of his divine power and banished him along with his hammer. Yet the wise and far-seeing Odin still gave Thor a chance. He could have sent Thor to a much more distant place, but he did not. He even left Thor a test, the enchanted hammer, Mjolnir. It was all so that, one day, Thor might truly grasp the wisdom and responsibility of a king, regain his powers, and return in glory. But all of this brought no end of delight to Loki, who watched from the sidelines. After all, every twist and turn was part of Loki's own careful scheme. He could not understand why, as Odin's son as well, his superior cunning counted for nothing when it came to the throne. Unwilling to accept defeat, Loki had sabotaged Thor's coronation with just a few subtle tricks. At this moment, Su-Ming had already arrived in New Mexico by private jet. The place where the hammer landed had now been turned by S.H.I.E.L.D. into a temporary base, codenamed 084. This also reflected SHLD's standard protocol when dealing with supernatural incidents: containment, research, cover-up. They attempted to move the hammer with mechanical devices, but found that no external force could so much as budge it. At the same time, they analyzed the runes and energy fields on the hammer's surface, but, hampered by their ignorance of Asgardian technology, made little progress. Under the guidance of Agent Coulson, Su-Ming finally laid eyes on the legendary Meow Meow hammer, Mjolnir. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, estimated value: $5 trillion, non-exchangeable. Without hesitation, he appraised the Asgardian artifact. The price displayed by the system made Su-Ming's eyes light up, though he wasn't surprised to see it was non-exchangeable. If he could just cash in Thor's hammer like that, Thor would be in for a world of trouble in all the stories to follow. Watching as the crane failed for the umpteenth time to even shift the hammer, Su-Ming rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mind if I give it a try? Agent Coulson straightened his tie, thinking, I knew you'd want in. Everyone knows you're strong. He'd been hoping to see if Su-Ming could lift the hammer, but without a commission, Su-Ming probably wouldn't even spare a glance. Who knows if this billion-dollar commission will bring a pleasant surprise? Be my guest. Su-Ming rolled up his sleeves and walked over to the hammer, gripping the handle and steadying his breath. Here goes. It had to be said. After his transformation by the system, Su-Ming possessed strength far beyond ordinary people. Abomination, formerly Emil Blonsky, could certainly attest to that. But before Thor's hammer, Su-Ming's strength seemed no different from anyone else's. You could see the veins bulging on Su-Ming's arm as he gripped Mjolnir, but the hammer didn't move a fraction of an inch. Unwilling to give up, Su-Ming gripped the handle with both hands, braced his legs in a wide stance, and tried again. With all his might, his legs sank deep into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Heavy as a mountain. Agent Coulson's eyes widened in shock. The sheer force at play left him speechless. The ground here had already been compacted rock-hard by the machinery's constant work, and yet with one effort, Su-Ming managed to bury his legs beneath the surface. But all in all, the hammer remained as unyielding as ever, completely immovable. Looks like the hammer's still the champion here. Coulson's curiosity about whether Su-Ming could lift the hammer gradually turned to acceptance. He'd seen the hammer's stubbornness too many times by now. No matter what they tried, it was as if the hammer had a will of its own, resting there in perfect stillness, refusing to be moved by anyone or anything. Even someone as formidable as Mr. Silver Duke has things beyond his reach. A faint, bitter sense of defeat rose in Su-Ming's heart. Until now, there hadn't been a single problem he couldn't handle. Who would have thought that the very first thing to stump him would be this plain-looking hammer? Even though he knew full well that this hammer was a supreme, divine weapon, forged from the core of a planet and enchanted with the spells of Odin, father of the gods. But honestly, what man doesn't dream of being able to wield Thor's hammer at will? Even that guy with the sexy butt, Captain America, could pick it up. Why can't I? Su-Ming jumped back down to the ground and tried several more times, but the hammer didn't budge an inch. Gradually, he started to give up on the idea of lifting it. Dejected, he smacked the handle of the hammer and muttered, "You win, all right? I give up." Suddenly, under Su-Ming's slap, the handle of Thor's hammer shifted ever so slightly, turning a small angle, while the head of the hammer remained firmly welded to the ground. What the? Su-Ming's eyes widened in surprise at what had just happened. He had thrown everything he had at the hammer, and it hadn't moved at all, yet a casual slap with barely any strength managed to make it shift? He'd actually managed to move the hammer that bore Odin's enchantment? Su-Ming was utterly baffled. After being showered in a cloud of sand by Su-Ming's efforts, Agent Coulson brushed the dust off his suit. Watching as the hammer's handle turned ever so slightly from the lightest of slaps, his hand shook as he tried to straighten his tie. He only succeeded in pulling it loose. The hammer moved. Coulson could hardly believe his eyes. He grabbed the file, double-checked the previously recorded orientation and angle of the hammer, and immediately called for the team to bring over instruments to measure and compare, again and again. At last, they reached a conclusion. The handle of the hammer had turned 38.6 degrees clockwise. This discovery electrified everyone present. Su-Ming stared incredulously at his own right hand. Did he have some sort of hidden power he'd never known about? Or perhaps these foreign artifacts followed the same ancient wisdom as the East. Action through an action, the art of letting go? Could it be that by giving up on lifting the hammer, he'd somehow managed to move it? Whatever the reason, there was no denying it. The hammer had moved. Buoyed by this small victory and urged on by Coulson, Su-Ming began another round of attempts. But the hammer had reverted to its old ways. It sat there, utterly immovable. Su-Ming tried giving the hammer a few more slaps, just like before, left hand, right hand, backwards, forwards, but nothing made the slightest difference. After more than an hour of fruitless effort, Su Ming's patience was finally exhausted. He gave up. Whatever. Why am I fighting a battle of wills with a hammer? Maybe it was all too sudden, or maybe the God King had chosen the wrong day, or maybe the hammer simply fell too fast and missed its mark. The truth was, the prince who had been stripped of his divine status hadn't even finished landing on Earth before he was sent flying through the air by a small pickup truck. That's right, it was Thor. Jane Foster hurriedly got out of the car to check what had happened. The road was so dark that, without realizing it, she had run straight into someone. Please, you have to stay alive. Fortunately, Thor was not seriously hurt. My hammer. Hammer. He called out loudly for his hammer, but there was no answer. It didn't take Thor long to realize that he had made a grave mistake, and that, at this moment, he had been abandoned by the All-Father. Father? Father? Unable to accept this sudden reversal of fortune, he still clung to the hope of finding his father and sorting things out. Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Open the Bifrost. He tried desperately to summon the Rainbow Bridge to take him home, but soon discovered that he was only shouting into the void. Thor's strange behavior made several scientists suspect he was either drunk or deranged. He was talking complete nonsense. On instinct, they drew their stun guns and aimed them at Thor. Thor, the god of thunder, was unfazed by this and even felt insulted. You dare threaten me, Thor, with these petty little toys? MMPH. MMPH. Before he could finish, a heavy-duty taser struck him, sending volts of electricity through his body. He stiffened, convulsed, and collapsed to the ground. Never in his wildest dreams could Thor have imagined that, stripped of his powers, he would be felled by the very force he commanded, and by something so pitifully weak. The group quickly bundled the unconscious Thor off to the hospital. Jane Foster, her assistant Darcy Lewis, and their mentor Eric Selvig were all astrophysicists by trade. At the time, they had been on a desolate mountaintop, studying the movement of celestial bodies. Suddenly, something strange happened in the sky. A massive vortex appeared out of nowhere, scaring Jane out of her wits. She slammed her foot on the gas to get away, only to crash into Thor, who had just been transported down to Earth. At first, she thought the man was simply raving, but Jane was shocked to discover that in the magnetic storm photos they'd taken, there was indeed a shadowy figure in the shot, which meant that Thor really had come from beyond the stars. The three of them rushed back to the hospital, only to find the room empty. While they were still puzzling over where to look for this stranger from another world, Jane, still not checking her mirrors, managed to run over Thor yet again as he just happened to pass by. Just before he lost consciousness, a thought flashed through Thor's mind. God of Thunder? What a wretched joke I've become. While Thor was enduring his exile, his brother Loki was hardly idle. Back when Loki had fought the frost giants, he noticed something strange. Ordinary Asgardians would be instantly frozen if touched by the frost giants, yet he himself was completely unharmed. It was, to say the least, unsettling. To test his suspicion, Loki went to his father's vault and picked up the casket of ancient winters. The moment he touched it, his skin transformed, taking on the appearance of a true frost giant. As if anticipating this, Odin appeared just in time to stop him. The casket of ancient winters was the greatest treasure of the frost giants. Within it lies a chilling cold from the realm of death, capable of unleashing an arctic frost that can freeze anything in its path. Once opened, it could plunge all 9 realms into an endless ice age. Who am I, really? Feeling the changes in his body, Loki turned his back to his father and voiced his question. You are my son. Odin answered Loki calmly, though deep in his heart he let out a silent sigh. It can't be that simple, can it? Loki turned around, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at Odin, his skin gradually shifting from a deathly dark blue to a more normal hue. At this moment, his suspicions were nearly confirmed, but he still wanted to hear the truth from Odin himself. When you took something from Jotunheim back then, it wasn't just a casket, was it? The aged Odin gazed at Loki, who was slowly walking toward him, his expression complex. After the battle, I entered the temple and found an infant, so small, not at all what you'd expect a giant's child to be. He had simply been abandoned there, left to die. He was Laufey's son. Meanwhile, Su Ming settled into the temporary base designated 084. On one hand, he assisted Coulson with ongoing research about the hammer, and on the other, he waited for Thor's arrival. Although Su Ming was unsure if Thor had already fallen to Earth, he knew for certain that the God of Thunder would find a way to reclaim his hammer. At Isabella's restaurant, Thor hungrily devoured his meal, prompting a stream of questions from Daisy. How did you fall from the sky? You've eaten an entire box of jam tarts. How can you still look so ravenous? Thor ignored Daisy, draining his glass in one go. What is this delicious drink? Bring me another. With a flourish, he slammed his cup down, as if bestowing the room with a great honor. An awkward hush fell over the restaurant. Diners and staff alike stared at Thor in disbelief, as though asking, "Who is this rude fellow?" Thor's behavior drew Jane's displeasure, and she reminded him to be more courteous. Thor, however, dismissed Jane's advice with a shrug. At that moment, lively chatter from a nearby table reached them. "I heard a satellite crashed in the desert. We want to check it out, but the FBI showed up." The topic failed to interest Thor. He didn't even know what a satellite was. But the news piqued the curiosity of Dr. Erik Selvig, an astrophysicist. "What did the satellite look like?" he inquired. Sensing an eager audience, the bystander began to boast. "I don't know what a satellite looks like, but it's heavy. I mean, no one could budge it. And I heard it's radioactive, too." Before the words had even faded, Thor had already appeared behind the passerby, gripping the man's shoulder and demanding, "Where is it?" Satellites themselves didn't pique Thor's curiosity, but something falling from the sky, so heavy no one could lift it, made him suspicious. There was a good chance it was his lost hammer. Intimidated by Thor's roughness and imposing stature, the passerby answered instinctively, 80 kilometers west of here." Thor turned on his heel, striding away without the slightest regard for the man's well-meant warning. "Don't bother, the military were already there when we came back." Thor, utterly oblivious to traffic rules, strode confidently down the middle of the road, forcing several cars at the intersection to screech to a halt. Just then, Jane rushed out of the restaurant after him. "Where are you going?" 80 kilometers west of here," Thor replied without looking back, his long strides eating up the pavement. "But why?" Jane couldn't understand why this handsome blonde stranger had suddenly decided to leave, or what he was after. "To reclaim what belongs to me." The more Thor thought about it, the more convinced he became that what the passerby described was his weapon. When the trio of scientists finally caught up with him, he stopped and made his proposal. "If you can take me to Mjolnir, I'll tell you everything." "Mew Mew? What's Mew Mew?" Darcy Lewis clearly had no idea what Thor was talking about. At that moment, the experienced Dr. Erik realized something was amiss. Thor's hammer, rainbow bridges, those were just fairy tales he'd heard as a child. This guy was clearly delusional, an unstable element. Best to keep their distance. He pulled Jane and Darcy aside and advised them. "We can't take him there." Jane's scientific curiosity burned bright. She desperately wanted to know what was really going on. "He's too dangerous." But her mentor's earnest advice made her realize she couldn't act on impulse. With some regret, Jane told Thor they couldn't give him a ride. Of course, the god of thunder shrugged off such trivialities. "It's time to say goodbye." He took Jane's hand, and with a gentle kiss on the back of it, bid her farewell. Jane, caught completely off guard by this old-fashioned gesture, could only grin awkwardly at a loss for words. After a long pause, she managed a sheepish, "Thank you." Thor, oblivious to her embarrassment, looked at each of the three scientists with sincere gravity and addressed them by name. "Jane Foster, Erik Selvig, Darcy. Farewell." With that, he offered the trio a graceful, courtly bow. It was only at this moment that Erik began to believe Thor might truly be a prince, for in this instant, his noble bearing was undeniable. Under Thor's sincere gaze, Erik and Darcy returned his farewell in an awkward manner. The trio of scientists bid Thor goodbye. Jane hesitated, watching Thor's departing figure for a long while before she finally caught up with the other two. As they turned the corner, Jane was stunned to discover that her little pickup truck had been driven away by someone else. Inside were the results of her years of research, along with crucial observation records from the previous night. She rushed over to confront the men in suits, demanding to know why they'd taken her possessions without permission. Agent Coulson greeted her, polite yet unyielding. "This concerns national security. We have to take your things. Thank you for your cooperation." As they passed, another agent casually took the iPad out of Darcy's hands. The three of them could only stare in disbelief as the mysterious convoy drove away, carrying off all their scientific materials and equipment. Jane murmured, "All my years of research, just taken away like that." Darcy added, "And my iPad." "Oh, come on." Jane continued, "Even the backup copies and the backups of those backups. They took everything." Darcy sighed, "And the 30 new songs I just downloaded." "Why me?" Erik snapped. "Could you please stop talking about your iPad?" Jane asked, "Who are these people, really?" Erik replied, "I have a friend who studies gamma rays. Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. approached him, he's disappeared." "Wait, I have another friend. I'll email him right now." Darcy reminded him, "But they took your laptop too." The three scientists sat together under the eaves, exchanging helpless glances, feeling completely powerless. Meanwhile, Thor realized he needed a proper ride to continue his journey. He looked around, and when his eyes landed on the sign for Pet Palace, inspiration struck. Striding purposefully into the pet store, he declared, "I need a horse." The pet shop owner, unsure if he'd heard correctly, slowly looked up and stared at the towering Thor in confusion. But the sincerity in Thor's expression convinced him he hadn't misheard, so he replied mechanically, "We don't have horses here. Only dogs, cats, and birds." "Then give me something large enough to ride," Thor insisted, completely serious. The shop owner looked troubled as he surveyed the burly customer. He simply couldn't imagine anything in his humble shop that could withstand being ridden by a man like this. At that moment, a car pulled up outside, and Jane's voice called out, "Hey, still need a ride?" After much deliberation, Jane just couldn't accept her life's work being taken from her so easily. So she had arranged another car and was determined to get her things back, just in time to find Thor in the pet shop, trying to buy a horse. The two of them drove off together, heading into the sunset. At last, the question that had plagued Loki for years was finally answered. No wonder Father has always favored Thor over the years. After all, he would never let the son of a frost giant ascend to the throne of Asgard. Loki could not bring himself to believe Odin's claim that he hoped Loki would one day bring lasting peace between Asgard and the frost giants. Overwhelmed by emotion, Loki broke down, tears streaming from his eyes without restraint. "So, I'm nothing more than a monster grown-ups use to frighten children, am I?" he cried. Loki poured out his grievances, not noticing that Odin was growing weaker and slowly collapsing to the ground. It was only when he saw his father lying motionless that Loki's reason returned. In truth, Loki still loved his family. He simply longed for the same affection that was given to his brother. Though he questioned Odin loudly, there was no malice in his words. Now, as Loki gazed at Odin, his eyes were filled with hurt, guilt, and helplessness. He hurriedly summoned the guards to ensure his father was well cared for. By the time the 4 valiant warriors of Asgard arrived at the throne room, Loki was already seated on the throne. He was now the king of Asgard. Those who shared a strong bond with Thor pleaded with the new king to end Thor's exile and allow his return to Asgard. But Loki firmly refused them. "My very first decree as king cannot go against my father's final command." This made the 4 consider seeking out Thor themselves. They soon found Heimdall. Though Heimdall claimed he would not defy the king's orders, he conveniently forgot to take the key to activate the Bifrost, the URU sword. Moments later, they followed Thor's coordinates and vanished into the shimmering light. The warriors' defiance of royal orders and their unauthorized actions infuriated Loki. One after another, "What does Thor have that I do not?" he muttered bitterly. He decided to put aside all sentiment. Loki struck the ground with the royal scepter, summoning the destroyer armor in response. As one of Asgard's most formidable weapons, Loki immediately commanded it to hunt down Thor. But there was still a critical matter: to persuade Heimdall to open the Bifrost. Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, was an all-seeing, all-hearing sentinel. His gaze could pierce all 9 realms. His hearing spanned the cosmos. He could even hear the grass growing, and his strength in battle was not to be underestimated. Ever perceptive, Heimdall had long suspected that the frost giant's invasion was Loki's doing. He tried to track Loki's journey to Jotunheim, only to see nothing, a blank just as when the frost giants had infiltrated Asgard right under his watch. Knowing he was no match for Heimdall, Loki used the casket of ancient winters he had prepared in advance to freeze Heimdall solid. From that moment on, the use of the Bifrost was firmly in Loki's hands. He glanced at the approaching destroyer, a glint of triumphant satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Near Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. This was a desert region in the American Southwest. Compared to the scorching heat of the day, the nights here were much cooler and more comfortable. Jane had finally driven Thor close to where the hammer had fallen, now the site of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary base 084. The base was constructed from rapidly deployable military tents, modular containers, and makeshift fencing, all arranged around the central meteorite crater where the hammer had landed. Guard towers, searchlights, and armed patrols ringed the perimeter, ready to keep any outsiders at bay. It can't just be a satellite crash. If it was, why wouldn't they clear the wreckage? Instead, they built a fortress around it. Lying prone on a nearby hillside, Jane peered through her binoculars at the structures across the way, voicing her suspicions. Beside her, Thor took off his jacket and, with a gentle gesture, draped it over Jane's shoulders. "Why get Mjolnir back? I'll help you reclaim your things." "How's that?" "Not much a plan." Jane looked at Thor in surprise, unable to fathom where he found the confidence to break into such a heavily guarded military base all by himself. "You really think you'll just waltz in there, grab what you need, and stroll back out unharmed?" "No, I'll fly out." Before Jane could protest, Thor strode off purposefully, leaving her staring after him in disbelief. Inside base 084, the staff continued to study the hammer's peculiarities. They discovered it was steadily emitting some kind of disruptive energy, causing the nearby electronics to malfunction intermittently. Not just that, even satellite signals overhead were being scrambled, unable to pierce the thick cloud cover above. Two streaks of lightning split the sky, thunder rolling like a drumbeat, as if heralding something momentous. Just then, a technician reported that a passenger jet was about to fly directly over the base, Southwest Airlines Flight 5434. Agent Jasper Sitwell gave a casual order. Have a change course. Though merely a level 6 agent, Sitwell could, at a word, reroute a civilian airliner. The scope of SHLD's authority was plain for all to see. Suddenly, a computer alarm indicated a disturbance on the western fence. Sitwell wasted no time dispatching a response team. The guards arrived to find a gap cut at the base of the wire fencing. As they scanned the area with flashlights, a figure suddenly appeared beside their patrol vehicle. With a few swift, powerful moves, the guards were knocked out cold. It was Thor, sneaking his way inside. A light rain began to fall from the darkening sky. Thor threw on a dark raincoat, blending into the shadows as he made his way toward the heart of the base. His hammer had to be there. Not far from the hammer, Su-Ming had just sat down. Only a minute ago, he'd tried, and failed again, to lift the hammer. This had already become a frequent occurrence over the past few days. In private, Su-Ming had tried to activate his magnetic control on the hammer, attempting to move the meow hammer from a distance. It was, after all, just a big iron mallet. But the hammer remained unresponsive, and the faint sense of helplessness made Su-Ming realize that this method was just as futile as the others. How can I get it to move? He muttered. At that moment, Coulson's walkie-talkie crackled with a guard's urgent report. Agent under attack. We have an intruder. Suddenly, the shrill blare of alarms erupted throughout the base, and glaring red lights began to flash in every corner. All the guards and agents instantly tensed up, snapping back to their posts and heightening their vigilance. Up on the hillside, Jane saw that Thor had actually stirred up such a commotion. Fear crept in, and she hurriedly ducked into the shadows, fumbling to call her mentor, Eric. She had snuck out here on a whim, never once considering the consequences. Over the phone, she told Eric she'd come to the crater, and if he didn't hear back from her within an hour, he should come look for her. She even apologized for not listening to his warnings. By now, Thor was already approaching the tinted passage that surrounded the pit. From a distance, he gazed at the familiar handle of the hammer, then glanced up at the sky, where lightning now clustered thick and fast. My dear friend, you've been waiting for me a long time, haven't you? A bright, joyful smile broke across Thor's face. With one swift movement, he slipped into the tinted corridor and dispatched a guard with practiced ease. Target spotted in the east passageway, crackled voice. Coulson responded without hesitation. Get to higher ground. Bring the guns. The scene shifted. On one wall hung a dazzling array of weapons in every shape and size. A pair of strong hands hovered briefly over a sniper rifle, then decisively selected a different weapon, a compound bow. With bow in hand, the figure leapt deftly into the crane's lift basket and shot skyward. Watching Coulson's grim, battle-ready expression, Su-Ming tried to offer some reassurance. Take it easy, Coulson. Coulson, a man seasoned in handling emergencies, wasn't particularly fazed by the base being breached. What piqued his curiosity was simply who would dare provoke S.H.I.E.L.D. Absent-mindedly straightening his tie with his free hand, he caught Su-Ming's words and, amidst all the seriousness, felt a touch of relief. His nerves eased. Coulson assumed Su-Ming was offering comfort because he intended to help deal with the intruder. Mr. Destiny is really quite a decent fellow, he thought. If Su-Ming could have read Coulson's mind at that moment, he would have chuckled at the agent's imagination. After all, he'd only accepted a commission to investigate. As for throwing punches, that would require a different price entirely. Su-Ming had spoken up to remind Coulson because he knew exactly who was coming. The god of thunder, Thor, stripped of his divine power. At this moment, Thor was just an ordinary man, perhaps a bit stronger and better looking than most. But if he managed to break through SHLD's blockade, now that would be truly strange. So Su-Ming's message was clear. You're more than capable of handling this yourselves. No need to panic. Thor soon encountered a burly figure, even taller and broader than himself, blocking his path. Though he had lost his divine powers, his fighting skills and indomitable spirit remained intact. Even after tumbling out into the open and ending up covered head to toe in mud, Thor's determination to win was undiminished. A voice crackled through Coulson's radio earpiece. Give the order, Coulson. I'm starting to become a fan of this guy. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, had already drawn his bow, arrow aimed and ready for quite some time. The rain fell harder, turning the ground into a slippery mess. Spattered with mud, Thor dispatched the towering guard and, with a flourish, tossed his rain-soaked golden hair back. To Thor, There was nothing more romantic than a hard-fought victory. He strode forward in 2 quick steps and tore away the covering, revealing Mjolnir, his beloved hammer, right before his eyes. Wearing the triumphant smile of a victor, Thor approached the hammer. No more chances. Hawkeye shifted his aim, eyes fixed on Thor, now fully exposed and vulnerable to his arrow. He reminded Coulson that this was the perfect moment to take the shot. Hold on, I want to see what happens. From his concealed vantage point, Coulson watched Thor beside the hammer. He was genuinely curious what could drive a man to challenge S.H.I.E.L.D. just to get inside. This guy had impressive skills. None of the guards managed to stop him. And the way he looked at that hammer was unlike anything they'd seen before. Maybe, just maybe, something unusual was about to happen. Meanwhile, Thor was too lost in his own joy, eyes fixed on the hammer, already imagining himself reclaiming Mjolnir, returning triumphantly to Asgard, and finally having it out with his father, or maybe even offering an apology. He longed to regain his former glory. Suddenly, a voice called out from the side. "Hey, Prince, care to make a wager?" On the opposite side of the field, Su-Ming sat beneath a floating umbrella, completely dry and comfortable. He lounged in a foldable fishing chair, watching the muddy and bedraggled Thor with great interest. This careless fellow was so focused on the hammer, he hadn't even noticed Su-Ming's presence, a fact that tempted Su-Ming to tease the god of thunder. Thor's thoughts snapped back from Asgard as he heard the voice and turned in its direction. There sat a man with distinctly Midgardian features, relaxed and smiling at him. Above his head hovered an umbrella, shielding him from the rain, a stark contrast to Thor, who was drenched to the bone. Was this the magic of Midgard? Once I retrieve my hammer, I'll be able to do the same. Wait, how does he know that I'm a prince? Could it be that this man has the gift of foresight? What's the wager? With this thought, Thor's interest was thoroughly piqued. I bet you can't lift that hammer. Su-Ming raised his hand and pointed at the Mjolnir lying on the ground, making his position clear. Thor burst out with a hearty laugh, as if he'd just heard the most amusing joke in the world. The booming laughter made the white tent tremble with a low hum. "I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Come on, who am I? Thor, son of Odin. This hammer of thunder is mine by right. If even I can't lift it, who else possibly could? It seems to know a thing or two, but not nearly enough. Mjolnir isn't something ordinary mortals can just swing around. Only I can wield it. I am its true master." Thor bent down, reaching for the handle of the hammer. Then suddenly his movement froze in midair. "You haven't said what the stakes are yet." Straightening up, Thor shook out his hair and brushed the rainwater from it, then looked Su-Ming in the eye. He didn't want to let this effortless victory slip by. If he could win something in the process, all the better. It would make things even more interesting. At the moment, Thor looked like a child eager to prove himself, and Su-Ming's expression was completely sincere. "How about this? If you can't lift the hammer, I win. My wager is that you take me to your homeland." Hearing Su-Ming's proposal, Thor's guard shot up, and he instinctively refused. Is he kidding? Asgard isn't some place just anyone can waltz into. And besides, what makes you so sure I'll lose? That's not an acceptable wager. Pick something else. As a prince of Asgard, son of Odin, Thor would never bring an unknown outsider back to his home. He would not allow even the slightest external threat to endanger Asgard. Seeing the god of thunder resolutely reject his proposal, Su-Ming realized he might have pushed too hard. For the moment, no better ideas came to mind, so he just shrugged indifferently. "If that won't do, I can't think of anything else right now. Whatever you want." At this, Thor, who had been watching Su-Ming closely, began to relax. At first, he'd suspected Su-Ming had ulterior motives for wanting to go to Asgard. But now, seeing his nonchalant attitude, Thor's wariness eased considerably. "All right then, if you win, I'll give you one of my treasured possessions. But if you lose?" Su-Ming hadn't expected Thor to be so honorable, changing the wager to one of his prized treasures. He thought, well, I can't get to Asgard for now, but getting something the Thunder God himself regards as a treasure isn't a bad deal either. As expected from nobility, no haggling at all. "If you win, I'll help you smooth over the trouble you caused by breaking in here." Before he could finish, Agent Coulson moved to intervene, clearly feeling that Su-Ming was overstepping his bounds. When Agent Coulson saw Su-Ming looking at him with such confident eyes, he moved his lips but didn't say anything. After all, an unauthorized intruder wasn't really a big deal. If granting this access could further win Mr. Silverduke's friendship, then why not? He figured even Director Fury wouldn't mind. Thor mulled over Su-Ming's words, pondering thoughtfully, and then suddenly remembered something. "And Jane's belongings, we need to return them." Su-Ming searched his memory for the name Jane. Ah, yes, she was the woman who had knocked Thor aside when he first landed. It seemed Thor had a good relationship with that trio of scientists. He was still thinking about helping them get their things back. Su-ming agreed to Thor's request without hesitation. Thor was quite pleased by Su-ming's straightforwardness, offering him a slight nod of respect. Crackling thunder echoed once again across the sky, streaks of lightning flashing overhead as Thor turned his gaze back to Mjolnir. The thrill of reclaiming his weapon was enough to lift his spirits, and the wager with Su-ming promised to clear up any remaining trouble. He might even get Jane's belongings returned. I really am a genius. A broad grin split Thor's face as he wrapped his right hand around the hammer's handle and gave it a firm tug. Yet the hammer did not rise as he imagined. His smile froze. Thor tried again, putting more strength into it, still nothing. Thor's expression grew increasingly grave. Gripping the handle with both hands, he summoned all his strength, even letting out a roar of effort. But Mjolnir remained utterly still, as if it no longer recognized him. Watching this, a faint smile curled Su-ming's lips, while Agent Coulson felt a twinge of disappointment. After all that commotion, he'd finally made it to the hammer, only to find he still couldn't lift it, not even as well as Mr. Silverduke. After this final, failed attempt, Thor at last realized things were not as simple as he'd thought. He recalled the moment he arrived here, struck down by a mere stun weapon, and it felt like rock bottom. The hammer of thunder itself no longer recognized its master. How could this be? Even a taser could take down the god of thunder now. How could this be? Disappointment, confusion, helplessness, all mingled with the sting of failure, crashing down on Thor's heart. He lifted his head in a daze, staring into the depths of the cosmos, as if two invisible eyes watched him from afar. Why? Thor's anguished roar echoed through the thunder and rain, as desolate as the storm itself. It was one thing to be defeated by a powerful enemy, but to find that his trusted companion of many years now refused to recognize him. That was a blow Thor couldn't bear. He knelt before the hammer, lost in deep self-doubt. All right, show's over. Ground team, move in. Agent Coulson, feeling rather uninterested, picked up his walkie-talkie and roused everyone to attention. At this moment, Thor seemed utterly soulless, offering no resistance as the shield guards cuffed his hands behind his back. His gaze never left Mjolnir. On the wide face of the hammer, mysterious runes flickered for the briefest instant. None of this escaped Heimdall's all-seeing eyes. A soft sigh drifted across the stars. My people are all professionally trained, but in front of you, they turned into little more than circus clowns. It's honestly a bit frustrating. Agent Coulson looked at the handsome man before him, who now sat lost and broken. Coulson decided to try a gentler approach, hoping that a heart-to-heart might coax out the answers he wanted. In his experience, only those with the most specialized training could possess such skills. He needed to know which faction this mysterious man belonged to. Was he with the Afrikaners? But watching him, Coulson leaned more toward the idea that Thor was a mercenary. Then who was his employer? South Africa? Somewhere else entirely? Who are you? At last, Agent Coulson asked a question Thor could actually understand. But Thor was in no mood for conversation. He stared straight at Coulson, silently, until Coulson was called away by a phone call. It's all right if you don't want to talk. We'll find out. That's what we do. The scene shifted in a blink, and suddenly Loki, clad in a deep green coat, appeared before Thor. Thor snapped to attention, his spirit reignited. I want you to tell Father. Father is already dead. Thor had hoped Loki would carry a message to Odin, but Loki's low voice delivered a shock he could hardly believe. Thor stared blankly at Loki, his eyes clouded with confusion. You were cast out of Asgard, and war was about to break out. He couldn't bear it. Loki lied seamlessly, eyes wide with feigned sincerity. The truth was, Odin had merely fallen into a deep sleep, not death, but Loki wanted to justify his own claim to the throne in Thor's eyes. He even made a point of reminding Thor how he'd once spoken up for him before Odin. But since Thor could no longer lift Mjolnir, the throne had to fall to Loki. Honest and straightforward as ever, Thor believed every word his brother said. He truly thought his father had died. Grief welled up in his cerulean eyes, tears slipping down his cheeks as he looked at Loki, beseeching. Can I go home, just to see him one last time? Memories of his father's face and laughter tore painfully through Thor's heart. Was it his own disobedience that had, indirectly, brought about his father's death? Your exile from Asgard was a condition of the truce with Jotunheim, Loki stated coldly. To try to ask if there was any other way. He just wanted to go home to see his father one last time. It was such a simple request. But as Loki continued speaking, Thor's mind began to buzz, a dull roar filling his head. And, Mother, she won't allow you to return either. Loki lied effortlessly, his words smooth as silk. Yet Thor, in his sorrow, found himself thinking that his mother must surely blame him for his father's death. That seemed only natural. When he heard Loki's insincere apology, Thor finally realized the magnitude of what he had done, and he spoke with heartfelt remorse. "No, I'm the one who should apologize. Thank you for coming to see me. Thank you." Loki, with a grave expression, turned and walked away. As he did, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes, hidden from Thor. It was clear that he had skillfully deceived Thor with his clever lies. "Goodbye." Thor said his farewell to his brother in a low, subdued voice. At this moment, Agent Coulson returned to Thor's side. "Goodbye? I've only just arrived." Meanwhile, the staff continued diligently collecting every piece of information about the hammer. A slender hand traced along the handle of the hammer. It was Loki. Dressed in plain clothes, Loki stood before Mjolnir. No one could see him. He reached out and tried to grip the hammer's handle with one hand, straining with all his might, but the hammer didn't budge an inch. He tried again, now with both hands, gritting his teeth in effort. But when he finally gave up, Loki instinctively looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, "What trick did that old man use? Why can't anyone lift this blasted thing?" Then it occurred to him, he was the one on the throne now. Whether or not he could lift the hammer, or who could lift it, what did any of that matter to him? A wicked, mischievous smile appeared on his lips, and he vanished from the spot. "Mr. Silverduke, I don't understand why you made that bet with him." Coulson turned his gaze from his busy subordinates to Su Ming, who was sipping coffee. This stuff was terrible, bitter as gall, practically undrinkable. Su Ming scraped his tongue against his teeth, set the coffee cup aside, and looked at Agent Coulson, who was so serious as to seem a little stiff. "What if I told you that hammer actually belongs to him?" "Impossible." Agent Coulson immediately rejected Su Ming's suggestion. "That's just Mr. Silverduke's theory. After all, just a moment ago, an astrophysicist he knew, Eric Selvig, had already taken the man away. The identity system showed that the blonde giant was a doctor named Donald Blake. According to Eric, he had later changed careers to study physics. Their story was full of holes, but apart from breaking into the base and flattening a dozen of Coulson's men, that guy hadn't actually done anything truly terrible. So Coulson decided to let Thor go. Of course, he had someone secretly follow him. Hearing Coulson's account, Su Ming knew that the senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent before him could not have been so easily fooled by a mere researcher. At the same time, he realized that Coulson hadn't believed a word he'd said. Su Ming shook his head slightly, offered no further explanation, and went to the storeroom to rummage for tea leaves. The 4 warriors of Asgard arrived at Puente Antiguo, clad in their Asgardian armor and brandishing weapons, drawing every passerby's gaze as they strode down the street. They also caught the attention of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents whom Coulson had assigned to keep an eye on Thor. "Are they holding a costume party or something?" Reporting to HQ. HQ, we've spotted Princess Shuri, Jackie Chan, and Robin Hood." After further investigation, Jane was almost entirely convinced that Thor was indeed Odin's son, the legendary god of thunder himself. But to Eric, it was clear this was nothing more than Jane's infatuation talking. "Found you." Suddenly, the glass door of the restaurant was pounded on with heavy knocks. The 4 warriors of Asgard appeared before them. Even though Jane was mostly convinced Thor was who he claimed to be, the shock of this scene made her drop her coffee cup, shattering it on the floor. After a round of enthusiastic greetings, the 4 warriors proposed taking Thor home. "I must accept my permanent exile. After all, my father died because of me." The warriors looked at one another in confusion. "Thor, your father is still alive." This news stunned Thor. After all, when Loki had delivered the message to him before, he'd seemed so grief-stricken, so genuine. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, thunderclouds swirling into a vortex, crackling with lightning. This drew the attention of Coulson and his team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who were studying the strange markings on the ground. Feeling that the time had come, Su Ming waited not far from Thor, keeping a close watch. Noticing the change in the sky, he allowed himself a faint smile. The unnatural phenomenon in the sky alarmed the entire town. Residents stared from a distance at the ominous whirlwind. Daisy's face was expressionless. "Who's coming this time?" A gust of sand swept by as a towering metal figure landed with a heavy thud. Asgard's ultimate weapon, the Destroyer, had arrived. "Is that Iron Man?" "I have no idea." Agent Coulson, loudspeaker in hand, issued the standard warning. "Hello, you are operating unauthorized weaponry. Please identify yourself." The Destroyer appeared to comply, halting in its tracks. "All right, problem solved." Coulson smiled, thinking his warning had worked. But as the metal mask slid away from the Destroyer's face, a crimson energy began to surge through the Iron Giant's body. A golden beam of energy erupted from the Destroyer's faceplate. The car it struck exploded instantly, bursting into flaming shrapnel. Sensing danger, Thor immediately organized an evacuation, but the powerful destroyer was hot on their heels. A furious blast from its energy cannon tore through the storefronts, igniting a raging inferno. The four warriors of Asgard gripped their weapons tightly and strode toward the destroyer. For years, these four had followed Thor across countless battles. They were renowned throughout Asgard. Looking upon the destroyer, once a great asset to Asgard, they harbored no hesitation now. It was clear the destroyer had been sent to deal with Thor. Since the four had defied the king's orders to stand by Thor, the destroyer was now their enemy. We'll split up. Excitement and battle lust flashed in their eyes as they formulated a plan in an instant. Though the destroyer seemed to have only one trick, its devastating energy cannon. No building it passed escaped being blasted to pieces. With a casual shot, it obliterated a gas station before striding forcefully toward the group, its figure wreathed in flames like a messenger from the underworld. For Asgard, one of the warriors, stout and wild as a Viking berserker, Volstagg, launched himself forward. He raised his battle axe and charged at the destroyer, his momentum unstoppable. But in the blink of an eye, the destroyer swung back and sent Volstagg flying with a single mighty slap, tossing him even faster than he had charged in. Volstagg's ill-fated assault ended with him embedded in the windshield of a car, pinned there by the force. The destroyer strode over, lowered its head, and as its face shifted to charge another energy blast, it prepared to finish off the impudent warrior. Destructive energy pulsed and shimmered around the destroyer. Just as Volstagg thought his time was up, a long sword pierced the destroyer's back, running through its neck and pinning it to the ground. The light inside the destroyer gradually faded. It was Sif, Asgard's mightiest female warrior. While Volstagg had charged head-on, Sif had circled around for a decisive backstab. Their tactics were clearly paying off. In the brief moment Sif and Volstagg exchanged a look of understanding, the destroyer's metallic body began to shift. Its layered metal strips rotated 180 degrees, turning to face Sif. One moment Sif was crouched behind it, sword in hand. The next, she was the destroyer's target. An energy blast, shrieking like a train whistle, barreled toward her. Sif twisted away just in time, barely dodging the deadly strike. "Fall back now!" Shouting her warning as she hit the ground, Sif sprang up and dashed toward her companions. The energy blast followed, carving a deep trench in the earth before smashing through two houses at the roadside. Its fury spent only then. The reunited Asgardian warriors had barely caught their breath before another energy blast sent them flying. A battered figure was sent flying a great distance, only coming to a stop after crashing through several buildings. "Run! Get out of here!" Thor was frantic with worry. Stripped of his divine power, he was now just a mortal. Any friend from Asgard could take him down in an instant, not to mention the unstoppable force that was the destroyer. He could only shout at the trio of scientists, urging them to run for their lives. Volstagg, who had just managed to get up outside shopfront, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was dizzy, as if still drunk, and a wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm him. But the destroyer had no intention of giving him even a moment to recover. Another blast from its energy cannon blew the storefront apart. The violent explosion propelled shards and debris with deadly speed, scattering them like a hail of bullets. Amidst the smoke and flying rubble, Volstagg's body was flung far away like a torn sack, leaving him completely incapacitated. Sif and the other two warriors hid in the shadows at a street corner. None of them could last even a single round against the destroyer. "Listen, Sif, you've already done all you could." Thor darted through the chaos and flames, reaching Sif's side. He placed both hands on her shoulders, urging his old friend not to throw her life away. It was time to retreat. "No, I want to die as a warrior. Let my story be told for ages to come." Sif was a true warrior, already prepared to meet her end here. Live on, and tell your own story with your own words. Faced with Sif's bravery, the Thor of old might have charged into battle alongside her, determined to fight to the death. But after all he had been through, the hardships and the growth, Thor could not bear to see Sif waste her precious life. He wanted her to survive. Sif looked at Thor, her emotions shifting as she gazed into his sincere eyes. The once invincible god of thunder seemed changed. With a weary sigh, Sif finally heeded Thor's advice and ran to seek shelter. The destroyer lived up to its name. Its energy blasts continued to wreak havoc throughout the town, and in mere moments, a whole section of the small community was reduced to ruins. Agent Coulson was once again faced with a crisis that threatened to make his hair fall out. Surveying the devastation and the rampaging armor giant, even his wealth of experience in emergency response couldn't save him from admitting, "This is way out of my league." Coulson's mind raced, but nothing in his long record of crisis management offered any solution to the disaster unfolding before him. A few oddly dressed people had tried to charge the destroyer, but their efforts were in vain. He considered asking Mr. Silverduke for help, but Su Ming replied coldly, "Have your director talk to me." Left with no choice, Coulson dialed Nick Fury, quickly relaying the situation before urgently suggesting, "We have to stop this monster right now. The whole town's about to be wiped out." Nick Fury instructed Coulson to hand the phone to Su Ming. "Mr. Silverduke, you know the situation better than I do, so I'll spare you the preamble. $100 million. Help us take care of this problem." Su Ming had known the destroyer was coming, but he never expected that S.H.I.E.L.D. would show such resolve. For the sake of a tiny town, they were willing to put $100 million on the table and hire him. To put in perspective, this town was so small that $100 million would be more than enough to relocate everyone and rebuild their lives somewhere better. He glanced at the imposing figure of the destroyer not far away. Su Ming realized that if he didn't act soon, Thor would regain his powers and take down the destroyer himself. That wasn't part of Su Ming's plan. His original idea was to intervene at the pivotal moment before Thor's awakening, giving the god of thunder a chance and earning himself a wave of goodwill in the process. And through that, inch closer to his ultimate goal, reaching Asgard. But he didn't expect S.H.I.E.L.D. to lose patience first. Coulson, anxious and harried, had come to him. Although Coulson was quite high-ranking, it was usually Nick Fury himself who handled deals with Su Ming. "Sorry, but every trade has its own rules. Director, you're offering the same price for this dangerous mission as for the earlier investigative job. Is that reasonable?" Su Ming wanted to say yes, but it felt like they weren't exactly sincere with their offer. $200 million. Destiny, the situation is critical. Act now, please. Destiny, who had already planned to step in, happily accepted director Nick Fury's revised proposal. Transfer the money first. Plus $200 million. Account balance, $1.298 billion. Thor tried to persuade his friends to return to Asgard and confront Loki. He himself put on a confident front, insisting he had a plan. As the Asgardian warriors and the scientists staggered off together, seeking shelter, Thor tossed aside his shield, his only real protection until now. Gazing at the destroyer in the distance, Thor finally began to understand his father's words. Just as Thor was about to stride forward and face the destroyer alone, his steps suddenly halted. A figure appeared ahead of the destroyer before anyone else. It was Su Ming. Thor recognized him immediately, the man who had once bet against him. The destroyer, however, didn't care who you were, how many there were, or even if you were human. As always, it responded with a blast of its energy cannon. Seeing this, Su Ming raised his arms and crossed them before him in a defensive stance. He took the hit head-on. After the deafening roar subsided, Su Ming stood a dozen meters away, his upper clothes reduced to ash. His bare arms were now a deep, angry red, radiating intense heat. Feeling the scorching pain in his arms, Su Ming was a little surprised. No wonder they call it Asgard's war machine. It nearly broke through my level 4 iron body. And level 4 iron body is supposed to withstand heavy weaponry without trouble. The fact that the destroyer's energy cannon could reach such a level meant that the power it contained was not far off from that of a strategic weapon. "Is that all you've got? The same trick over and over. Don't you know anything else?" Su Ming's words seemed to provoke the destroyer. Yet, the destroyer had no will of its own. It was merely a weapon of war forged by Odin. Under the blessing of Odin's divine power, the destroyer knew only to attack by instinct, to obliterate anything that stood before it. The destroyer swung its right fist and brought it crashing down upon Su Ming. A deafening clang of metal rang out as Su Ming blocked the heavy blow, but the massive metallic fist still drove him forcefully into the ground below. This strength, it's even greater than Abomination's. Thinking this, Su Ming sprang up from the earth, spun around, and swept his leg in a powerful kick, landing it squarely against the destroyer's abdomen. With a thunderous boom, the destroyer staggered back several steps, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet the spot where it was struck showed not the slightest sign of damage. Oh, not bad at all. Su Ming had expected to send the destroyer flying with that kick, but with all his power, he only managed to make it move a few steps. He realized now that the metal covering the destroyer was no ordinary alloy. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The destroyer's entire body was forged from URU metal, the same enchanted material as Thor's hammer. URU could withstand the searing heat of stellar cores and the cataclysmic force of a supernova. Truly cosmic energies. Not only was the destroyer made of URU, it was also infused with Odin's magic. It could fire scorching beams, repair itself, and, most crucially, was immune to physical attacks. Su Ming grasped this truth quickly. No matter what form of attack he tried, the destroyer was virtually unharmed. Whether it was hand-to-hand combat or flying dagger strikes, it was as if he were merely tickling the destroyer. The standoff was clear. Su Ming couldn't do anything to the destroyer, but neither could the destroyer destroy Su Ming. Yet Su Ming had managed to occupy the destroyer, playing the perfect tank, drawing and holding its attention. Since Su Ming had arrived, the small town had suffered no further destruction. Suddenly, Su Ming recalled his magnetic manipulation ability. He wondered if Magneto's powers might yield some surprise when pitted against Asgardian magic. He decided to try it once, raising both hands toward the destroyer. A unique energy field surged from within Su Ming, instantly enveloping the destroyer. A harsh, grating screech of metal filled the air. It was obvious that the destroyer was affected by the magnetic field. Its movements faltered noticeably, and under the push of divine power, it struggled against the invisible force, emitting piercing metallic friction. For the moment, Su Ming could only interfere with the destroyer's actions. As for how to actually bring down this giant, he still hadn't found a solution. The battle with the destroyer had reached a stalemate. Thor watched Su Ming's fight from start to finish. Su Ming's strength made Thor develop a newfound respect for the man who had once wagered with him. To think that a mortal from Midgard could actually stand toe-to-toe with the destroyer. Thor couldn't help but regard Su Ming in a whole new light. What's more, Su Ming's timely arrival had saved his life and the lives of his friends, something for which Thor was deeply grateful. Yet it seemed that, for now, Su Ming could only hold the destroyer at bay, unable to secure victory. Thor knew that behind the destroyer's rampage was his own brother, Loki. For the sake of everyone's lives, Thor stepped toward the destroyer and spoke. Brother, no matter what I may have done to offend you, no matter what I've done to earn your hatred, I truly ask for your forgiveness. These people are innocent. Taking their lives will do you no good at all. Though the destroyer was straining against Su Ming's magnetic control, its face began to shift and open, revealing a crack where raw energy gathered, aimed straight at Thor. A surge of violent energy started to build. Seeing this, Su Ming intensified his control over the magnetic field. He managed to pin the destroyer in place, but he couldn't stop it from charging its energy cannon. The situation was dire, but Su Ming knew that even without his help, Thor would not fall so easily. He felt a measure of confidence, and simply watched to see how Thor would handle himself. Kill me, then end this. At that moment, in Asgard's Grand Hall, Loki sat atop the throne in full regalia, his horned helmet crowning his head. His eyes flickered with hesitation. Though he had resolved to put aside old affections, Thor's heartfelt words, spoken through the destroyer, reached him. Deep within, Loki felt something stir, a softness that had not yet vanished. His hand, which had been poised near his lips, slowly fell, signaling that his inner turmoil was finally settled. In the end, Loki still couldn't bring himself to kill Thor. The destroyer's face reverted to its original shape, and the raging energy within its body gradually calmed. Thor felt a wave of relief at his brother's mercy, but before he could even smile, the destroyer swung backhanded and sent him flying. With a sudden surge, the destroyer broke free of Su Ming's control and struck Thor with a devastating blow. For Thor, in his current mortal state, that seemingly casual strike was lethal. He was flung more than 10 meters, tumbling across the ground before finally coming to rest in Jane's arms as she rushed to him. There, he managed a contented smile. It's over now. You're all safe. As Thor closed his eyes in peace in her embrace, Jane's grief was beyond words. Meanwhile, far away on Asgard's shining bed, a single tear slid down the sleeping Odin's cheek. The destroyer was Odin's creation, and everything it experienced, Odin sensed as well. Odin felt gratified. His son had finally begun to show the bearing of a true leader, understanding both the importance of the greater good and the spirit of self-sacrifice. But Odin's heart was heavy, for the price his son paid to grasp the soul of a king was too great. Even for the All-Father himself, it was almost unbearable. The energies spiking. Researchers shouted, alerting everyone to the changes happening with the hammer. Whoever can lift the hammer shall possess the power of the god of thunder. Visions of Odin enchanting the hammer flickered again and again. Now, at last, Mjolnir no longer looked like a useless lump, but as if it had been summoned. Runes began to glow. Its color deepened. The energy resonated. Suddenly, Mjolnir erupted with unstoppable force, soaring into the sky. It flew straight towards Thor. Eric sensed the danger at once and hurriedly dragged Jane, still lost in her grief, out of harm's way. As Mjolnir rocketed toward Thor at an incredible speed, Thor, lying on the ground, instinctively reached out and grasped it. A deafening crack. A bolt of lightning, thick and fierce, shot down from the clouds and struck the hammer, Thor held high. He's back. Bathed in lightning, the warriors of Asgard saw Thor's body swiftly encased in the armor of the Thunder God, as a unique aura of divine authority began to radiate from the heart of the Brilliance. Smiles, long absent, returned to their faces. The sight utterly stunned the trio of scientists. Jane, who a moment before had been sobbing uncontrollably, now stared in shock, wide-eyed at the miracle unfolding before her. Oh, my God! Su-Ming released his hold over the destroyer. No wonder it was a specialty of Asgard. Controlling it for even a short while had truly worn him out. Watching Thor's triumphant return, Su-Ming couldn't help but marvel. No doubt about it. When a god transforms, the effect is unbeatable. Just then, the destroyer's murderous intent reignited. It quickly charged up, ready to launch an energy beam straight at Thor. But from within the towering pillar of lightning, Mjolnir shot forth. With a thunderous crash, the hammer struck the destroyer's head, knocking it sideways and breaking the energy beam. Then, as Mjolnir returned, the destroyer was knocked to the ground. When a hammer once again found its way into Thor's hand, that man, the god of thunder, stood tall. Golden hair, shining armor, crimson cape billowing fiercely, Mjolnir in his grip, radiating power in all directions. Barely a moment ago, Thor had been battered and bruised. Now, reborn as the god of thunder, he stood anew. Amid the storm, something glinting with light flew towards Su-Ming. At the same time, Thor's bold voice rang out. Catch! This is your wager. Su-Ming caught the flying object on reflex, not yet having time to see what it was. Thor, the god of thunder, leaped high into the sky with a mighty bound. The shockwave from breaking the sound barrier assaulted the eardrums of everyone present. It was only at this moment that Eric realized the man who'd been rambling nonsense about being Thor, son of Odin, might not have been lying after all. If he were just a drunken fool, could he really have survived a lightning strike as fierce as that? He really is the god of thunder. Eric stood dumbfounded, feeling that the science he'd revered all his life now seemed almost laughable in this moment. Though Thor's words had matched the tales in children's storybooks, those were nothing but fairy tales. What scientist would ever take the contents of a storybook seriously? And who could have imagined that Jane would just happen to run into the god of thunder himself? Watching this scene that defied everything he knew about science, Eric didn't dare blink. Everything unfolding before him would become an experience he'd remember for the rest of his life. Jane, who had just endured heartbreak and joy in rapid succession, now found herself feeling as if she were in a dream. Through her time with Thor, a voice inside her kept insisting he hadn't lied to her. But as an astrophysicist, Jane's scientific rationality kept warning her not to believe Thor's words. Yet Thor's noble bearing, handsome looks, gentle care, and bold demeanor drew her in irresistibly, like a curious kitten entranced by catnip. On that cold night, Thor had patiently explained to her the wonders of the 9 realms, of Asgard, the Rainbow Bridge. His gentle manner had reminded her of her father. Thor had even tucked her in and encouraged her not to lose hope. Everything about him left Jane completely enchanted. She had to admit, she was probably falling in love with this man who lacked even the most basic human common sense, though he perhaps had no idea. Seeing Thor return to life, Jane was happier than anyone. She raised her fist and cheered for Thor. Yet beneath her joy, there was a faint trace of sadness. If he really is the god of thunder, then, sooner or later, he'll have to return to the heavens. 1,000 thoughts flitted through the young woman's mind, and her gaze on Thor grew complicated. Meanwhile, Daisy, looking at the now awe-inspiring Thor, could only think one thing. No ordinary human could possibly eat that many pancakes. Su-Ming felt the solid weight in his hand and looked up at Thor's majestic figure. No doubt about it, the god of thunder had truly returned. At this moment, Thor was at the height of his glory. No one could stand against him, not even Su-Ming himself. After all, Su-Ming didn't possess a divine weapon like Mjolnir, nor did he have that crackling godly power. Feeling a bit exhausted, Su-Ming plopped down onto the ground. He knew his own task was complete and that everything from here on out was up to Thor. Without hesitation, he switched gears, time to relax and enjoy the spectacle. At this moment, the destroyer pulled itself up from the ground. This was the first time since arriving on Earth that it had been knocked down. It lifted its metallic head, staring at Thor soaring high above, and brushed aside the cars swept up by the raging storm. It seemed to be locking onto its enemy. Thor hovered in the sky, swinging Mjolnir to whip up a fierce whirlwind, with bolts of lightning swirling all around him. With a sudden surge of power, the storm's force grew exponentially, gradually lifting the heavy destroyer into the air. As the destroyer was being pulled toward Thor, it fired an energy blast, but Thor casually blocked it with his hammer. Determination shone in Thor's eyes as he hurled the hammer toward the destroyer. Another wave of energy shot forth. Propelled by tremendous momentum, Thor's hammer pulled him straight into the path of the energy blast, accelerating toward the destroyer. The searing heat of the energy beam did Thor no harm. Forged from URU metal, his hammer was his greatest shield. Capable of withstanding the explosive power of supernova, Mjolnir absorbed the full force of the energy blast, its blazing aftershocks crackling around Thor. Unstoppable, Thor pushed forward, faster and faster. A flash of white light, a deafening explosion. The mighty collision between Thor and the destroyer unleashed a shockwave above the town, scattering every cloud in an instant. The blast rippled outward, its reach far exceeding the boundaries of the town itself. The destroyer's head took the brunt of the blow, and its steel body crashed down, carving a massive crater into the earth. Not even Odin's magic could save this Asgardian war machine from the impact of Thor's god-powered hammer. Dust and sand billowed 100 meters into the air, as if a desert storm had swept through. In the midst of this zero-visibility chaos, a lone figure slowly emerged. Clad in full armor and a blood-red cape, Thor strode forward, Mjolnir in hand, standing before the people. "Is this, your usual outfit?" Staring at the magnificent Thor, Jane was at a loss for words, blurting out a rather pointless question. "Something like that." Thor, still radiating an aura of thunder and divinity, replied with cool composure. "That's amazing." Jane tried her best to keep her expression in check, but the stars shining in her eyes betrayed her excitement. With his powers restored, Thor knew he had more important matters to attend to. He needed to find out what was happening in Asgard. "We have to get to the Bifrost. I need to talk to my brother." Thor's voice brooked no argument. This was the true prince of Asgard. The warriors of the realm found their backbone once more, their fighting spirit reignited. "Hold on a second." At that moment, Agent Coulson called out to Thor. "Donald, it seems you've never told me the whole truth." Thor, now awakened to his kingly will, interrupted Coulson with a resolute gaze. He understood that, though this man had arrested him before, Coulson had his own mission. Thor would not hold a grudge over such a trivial matter. "We both shoulder the same mission, to protect this world. From today onward, you may consider me your ally. However, you must return what you took from Jane." With Thor as her backing, Jane quickly chimed in. Coulson's reaction was lightning fast. Plans can never keep up with change. What are a few research materials compared to a godlike ally? Of course, you can have your equipment back. After all, your research must continue. Coulson still wanted to exchange some friendly words with Thor, but Thor paid him no mind. The god of thunder strode forward, stopping in front of Su Ming. He glanced at Su Ming's bare chest, crouched down, and asked, "Brave warrior, you have all my respect. What is your name?" Su Ming was surprised that Thor had approached him first. Knowing his plan was working, he allowed himself a small smile. "My codename is Destiny. I am a bounty hunter." Thor repeated the word destiny twice, as if committing the name to memory. He lifted his chin, gesturing for Su Ming to look at what he held in his hand, flashing a broad grin. "This is a medal I once received. A bet is a bet, and since I lost, it's yours now." Finally, Su Ming had the chance to raise his hand and examine what Thor had tossed him. "So it's a medal." The palm-sized medal was crafted from metal, its material indiscernible. It took the shape of a 9-pointed star shield. Its edge was entwined with broken spears and rune chains. At the center, a mighty spear pointed downward, piercing through a vision of churning chaos. Behind it, molten lava and frigid ice blended together. Around the spear, 12 Valkyries rode on horseback with swords drawn there, figures appearing and vanishing with the tilt of the metal, all rendered in iridescent enamel that shimmered like the Bifrost under light. Though small, it was clearly of immense value. Su Ming shook the medal at Thor. "Thanks. No need to thank me. I lost, and you deserve it." Thor laughed heartily, exuding a hint of royal grace and the integrity of a man who honors his word. Staring at the medal in his hand, Su Ming thought to himself. Asgard War Medal estimated value, $8 billion. Su Ming's pupils contracted. What the? A humble badge worth this much? Holding the tiny object, now valued a staggering $8 billion, Su Ming felt his resolve to go to Asgard grow even stronger. Thor returned to Jane's side. This girl made Thor feel a sense of warmth and familiarity. Since coming to Midgard, Jane had always been by his side. He had witnessed her gentleness, innocence, and unwavering strength. She seemed like a ray of light that appeared at the lowest point in Thor's divine life. Seeing Jane so genuinely happy for him, Thor felt a soft warmth bloom in his heart. "Would you like to see the bridge I once told you about?" With Jane's delighted exclamation, Thor wrapped his arm around her waist and soared with her into the sky. Meanwhile, Loki drew out the key to the Bifrost. At that moment, several towering figures appeared before him. It was Laufey, the leader of the Frost Giants, and his kin. After Thor's exile, Loki had secretly approached Laufey, expressing his wish for Laufey to assassinate the All-Father, Odin. In return, once Loki ascended the throne, he would offer the casket of ancient winters as an exchange. Laufey had once asked Loki why he didn't simply do it himself, since the moment seemed ripe. Loki replied that the people of Asgard were not fools. They would never tolerate a king who had murdered their ruler. This, however, was merely the tale Loki spun for Laufey. In truth, Loki had no intention of killing Odin. He had his own plan for gaining everyone's recognition. Welcome to Asgard. Loki led Laufey and his Frost Giants onto the Bifrost. The scene shifted slowly, revealing Heimdall, still frozen in ice, sword arm raised in defiance. A thin crack had appeared in the icy shell encasing him. Elsewhere in the desert, Jane's vehicle kicked up clouds of dust as it sped along. They had tracked down the place where the Asgardian warriors had descended. On the ground where the Bifrost had transported them, a massive, mysterious circular rune was left scorched into the earth. Thor stepped onto the center of the rune, gazing up into the sky above. Heimdall, lower the Bifrost. Heimdall, the god of thunder called out, his voice ringing with urgency, hoping that the Watcher of the Nine Realms, Asgard's steadfast gatekeeper, would answer and bring him home. Yet, he heard nothing in return. Though Heimdall's body was frozen solid, his all-seeing, all-hearing senses remained. Thor's voice echoed in his ears, stirring his fighting spirit. Straining against the curse of the casket's frost, the cracks in his icy prison spread wider and deeper, though he could not yet break free. He's not answering. We're trapped here. On Earth, the Asgardian warriors, seeing Thor's repeated calls go unanswered, exchanged anxious whispers among themselves. Still, Thor refused to give up, calling out again and again. Heimdall, we need you. Heimdall. Encased in ice, Heimdall understood that Asgard was on the verge of disaster, and that only Thor could change its fate. A roar of fury and determination rumbled from within his frozen shell. A powerful shattering noise rang out. After all, it was the casket of ancient winter's frost, a force so mighty that even Heimdall had to summon all his strength just to barely break free from its grip. The icy shell that encased his body shattered instantly into fragments. With two swift strikes, Heimdall dispatched the Frost Giant guards stationed by the ice sculptures, and the fury that burned within him finally began to subside. Breaking free from the frozen prison had left Heimdall utterly spent, both body and spirit. He dragged his weary frame to the mechanism of the Rainbow Bridge and drove his great sword into the lock. A surge of powerful energy pulsed through the air, and Heimdall, drained of all strength, collapsed to the side. The warriors of Asgard gazed up at the sky, watching as the clouds twisted and spiraled downward, intertwining in a dance that signaled Thor's summons had finally been answered. Thor approached Jane and spoke to the young woman before him with heartfelt solemnity. I must return to Asgard now, but I promise you, I'll come back for you. Deal. He gently took Jane's hand once more and pressed a tender kiss upon it. As the moment of parting drew near, Jane looked at Thor, who was trying so hard to comfort her, and could no longer suppress the fluttering in her heart. She leaned forward and kissed Thor on his bristly, bearded lips. For a long while, their lips lingered together before parting. Deal, she whispered. Meanwhile, Su-Ming watched the two of them, eyes practically rolling into the back of his head, and couldn't help but picture a funny scene in his mind. Two seals, bumping noses and mouths, both nibbling at the same cherry. This, after all, was the same joke James Rhodes once made about Tony and Pepper's kisses. Hey, Prince, aren't you going to take me with you? Su-Ming called out. Hearing this, Thor turned and glanced at Su-Ming, who was tossing his hard-won metal into the air and catching it over and over. Thor couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That medal was the very first he'd ever managed to win from his father. Was it really right for Su-Ming to be tossing it around like a toy? He tried to console himself. Well, I gave it away, so I suppose it's out of my hands now. Still, if I'd known this would happen, I might have given him something else. I admit it, you're a formidable warrior. Destiny, Thor replied, thinking Su-Ming wanted to join him in facing Asgard's troubles. But in Thor's eyes, the chaos in Asgard was a problem for him, the elder brother, to solve. Clearly, Loki was up to his old tricks again. After everything that had happened, if he couldn't see Loki's mischief, then something was seriously wrong with him. Thor was sincere, not naive. He truly valued Su-Ming as a friend from Midgard, and was genuinely glad to have met both Jane and Su-Ming here. But Asgard was a mess right now. How could he invite a friend to visit when his house was in such chaos? No, a proper host tidies up before inviting guests. Seeing the hopeful look in Destiny's eyes, Thor shook his head and politely declined Su Ming's request. When I put my house in order, then I'll invite you to visit Asgard. Then, together with the warriors of Asgard, he vanished into a pillar of shining energy. Su Ming, for his part, wanted to say, even if your home is as messy as a dumpling filling, I really just wanted to sneak away with a few scallions. Watching Thor transform into a streak of light and soar into the sky, Su Ming could only wait for his next opportunity. His gaze returned to the medal in his hand. Well, I suppose it's not a total loss. I did gain quite a bit. The badge in his hand gradually faded, turning transparent until it vanished completely. Redemption successful. Plus $8 billion. Account balance, $9.298 billion. Seeing the sudden surge in his account, Su Ming couldn't help but smile knowingly. Meanwhile, Su Ming wasted no time turning the war medal Thor had regarded as the highest honor into a hefty sum of money. Thor, god of thunder, traveled back through the wormhole to Heimdall's observatory. Spotting Heimdall collapsed on the ground, Thor immediately ordered his men to take him for treatment. Without slowing his stride, Thor hurried toward the royal palace. He was determined to confront Loki and get to the bottom of this. Laufey, led by Loki, made his way into Odin's golden hall, where the All-Father lay in his slumber. Frost spread across the tightly shut doors, and Frigga, the goddess standing vigil by Odin's side, sensed the looming danger. With a steely gaze, she unsheathed her divine sword, ready for battle. The golden hall's enchanted doors, now corroded by frost, gave way as Laufey, the frost giant chieftain, stepped inside. His crimson eyes gleamed with triumph. With a swift swing of her sword, Frigga felled one of the giant's followers, but Laufey struck her down with a single powerful slap. After all, battle was never her strength. Now, wearing the air of a victor, Laufey pried open Odin's left eye and whispered softly, "They say, even in this slumber, you can still hear and see everything around you. Let's hope that's true, because now you'll know, the one who ends your life is me, Laufey." As he spoke, an icy dagger materialized in Laufey's hand. As his words faded, Laufey raised his weapon, ready to give his lifelong adversary, Odin, a swift end. At that very moment, a beam of energy struck Laufey from behind. Wielding Odin's mighty spear, Gungnir, Loki delivered a devastating blow. And the one who ends your life is Odin's son. Caught by the surprise attack, Laufey collapsed to the ground, weakened. The power of Odin's spear was not to be underestimated. In Laufey's shocked and bewildered gaze, Loki used the spear to shatter him into a cascade of golden fragments. Seeing her beloved son Loki arrive at such a critical moment to save them, Frigga felt nothing but pride. Overcome with emotion, she rushed forward and embraced Loki tightly. "Loki, you saved your father." In that moment, Loki became the very picture of filial devotion, earning Frigga's heartfelt gratitude. "I swear to you, mother, they will pay dearly for what happened today." Just then, a deep, resonant voice echoed down the corridor, reaching their ears. Loki, seeing her long-lost eldest son, Thor, standing before her after such perilous events, Frigga couldn't contain herself. She threw herself into Thor's arms, like a dove returning home. "Thor, you're back." Su Ming, however, was feeling rather frustrated, because it suddenly occurred to him that on this trip back, the god of thunder had smashed the Bifrost to pieces with a mighty blow. Without the Bifrost, Su Ming's dream of traveling to Asgard would be impossible to realize anytime soon. This left Su Ming feeling rather frustrated. Wait, the destroyer. A thought struck Su Ming. The destroyer was also a specialty of Asgard. If he could trade that in, wouldn't it be worth far more than a little metal? With that, Su Ming transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the small town. Dusk settled in, and the setting sun drew closer to the mountains. Under the guidance of S.H.I.E.L.D., the townsfolk were gradually returning to their normal routines. Su Ming soon found the massive crater where the destroyer had crashed after being defeated by Thor. Good grief, no wonder. A chunk of heavy metal falling from the sky had carved out a pit nearly twice as large as the one Thor's hammer had made. Standing at the edge of the crater, Su Ming lifted his gaze to the bottom. "You've got to be kidding me." Almost unable to believe his eyes, Su Ming leapt down to the center of the pit. There was indeed a human-shaped depression in the ground, but not a trace of the destroyer could be seen. Could it be that this thing just vanishes after it's defeated? Su Ming searched carefully around the crater, but no sign of the destroyer's armor could be found. Just as the idea of trading in the destroyer's armor for cash was about to be dashed, he felt something hard beneath his feet. Su-ming quickly crouched down and started digging, his hands burrowing through the earth like a gopher tunneling underground. At last, he unearthed a strip of metal. So it's been dismantled. Looking at the shining, cylindrical piece of metal in his hand, Su-ming came to a sudden realization. No need to worry about it being smashed to bits, just as long as he could find it. Destroyer armor fragment, estimated value, $200 million. Su-ming's eyes lit up. I've hit the jackpot. This time, I'm really rich. A single, thin fragment was worth $200 million. If he could gather all the pieces of the armor, Su-ming could hardly imagine how much profit he'd make once all the fragments were exchanged. This is way more efficient than mining. Thus, he became a desert gopher, humming a tune as he started digging for treasure in the earth. 10 minutes later, staring at the meager pile of metal fragments before him, Su-ming felt as if he'd forgotten something. There were too many destroyer fragments, and they'd scattered deep into the soft sand with tremendous force. Who knew how far they'd gone underground? This made Su-ming's hands-on mining efforts rather troublesome. Damn, I knew it. The price of the fragments had made Su-ming temporarily forget there was a much more effective way to collect them. He could have used his magnetic manipulation to pull all the metal fragments out at once. But he had obviously forgotten. Slapping his thigh, Su-ming exclaimed, "How useless! The moment I saw the money, I completely forgot about my magnetic control." At this thought, Su-ming raised both hands and pushed his magnetic control to the maximum. Fragments of metal shot out from the sand around him with a sharp whoosh, forming a dense swarm that hovered protectively before Su-ming. He tried to fuse all the metal into one solid piece, but their unique material resisted any attempt to alter their shape. After all, these were relics from the realm of the gods. Their hardness was leagues beyond any metal found on Earth. No point in wasting time on futile efforts. Making money was far more important. After checking and double-checking that not a single fragment was left behind, he moved on to the most exciting part. Exchange successful, plus $20 billion. Account balance, $29.298 billion. Yes, incredible. Seeing more than $20 billion in his account, Su-ming couldn't help but shout inwardly with joy. As expected, when it comes to real value, nothing can compare to items from other planets. With his upper body bare, Su-ming didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he sat on the ground, letting the cool evening breeze wash over him. Just like a newly rich man, he decided to upgrade his abilities right away. After all, it had been quite some time since his last upgrade. System, I've kept you waiting. Meanwhile, seeing the expression on Frigga's face as she looked at Thor, Loki's eyes once again filled with bitterness and resentment. I was the one who turned the tide. Why does Mother still greet Thor with such warmth? What's the point of everything I've done? At the same time, noticing Thor's cold, unwavering gaze fixed on him, Loki felt a flicker of unease and involuntarily took a step back. Thor's eyes never left Loki. He couldn't understand why Loki had lied about their father's death. Was there something even more important than their father's life? After all those years cherishing their brotherhood, Thor was repaid with Loki's ruthless betrayal. The pain of being betrayed by someone so close hammered away at Thor's heart. A surge of indignation burned within him. He had to demand the truth. Why didn't you tell Mother how you sent the destroyer to kill me and my friends? Frigga, who had known nothing of this, was so shocked by Thor's words that her hands trembled uncontrollably. What? How had a once harmonious family come to this? Odin and Slumber, brothers at odds. Gentle Frigga could hardly believe it, and refused to accept such a reality. I was only following Father's last order. Even now, facing his mother, Loki tried to justify his actions, but Thor's righteous indignation made Loki's words sound utterly hollow. You really are a master of lies. Faced with Loki's attempts at an excuse, the usually non-confrontational Thor could only sigh in exasperation. I don't have time to argue with you both. I still need to destroy Jotunheim. At this moment, only one thought occupied Loki's mind. Destroy Jotunheim, achieve unparalleled glory, and force everyone to acknowledge him. With a sweep of Odin's spear in his hand, a wave of energy shattered the Golden Hall's walls. Loki darted from the high balcony, mounted his divine steed, and rushed to Heimdall, activating the Bifrost portal. A massive pillar of energy shot straight toward Jotunheim, its fury mingling with the icy power of the casket of ancient winters, freezing the very lightning flickering in the sky. Loki's plan was to use the Bifrost and the casket to utterly obliterate Jotunheim. With the Frost Giant's home destroyed, they would never again pose a threat to Asgard. Thor arrived at the observatory in a blur, drawn by the pull of Mjolnir. You cannot stop this now. The Bifrost will cleave all of Jotunheim in two. Thor's face was grave. He now fully understood his father's intention. destroying the Frost Giants' home would only lead to an even more devastating war between their peoples. A war that would never end, one with no hope of reconciliation. Desperately, Thor raised his hammer, trying to disrupt the Bifrost's raging energy. But Loki leveled Odin's spear, firing a blast that knocked Thor to the floor. The Bifrost unleashed a colossal beam of energy, striking Jotunheim's surface. Buildings crumbled in its wake, and the light moved slowly across the land, threatening, just as Loki had said, to split the entire world in two. Cries of despair rose from the Frost Giants. For them, it was as if the end of days had come. Their home collapsed around them. Unable to resist, the giants scattered and fled in terror. Thor still could not comprehend why his usually steady brother would resort to such reckless destruction. In anguish, he blurted out, "Why are you doing this? I want to prove to Father that I alone am worthy to be his son. When he wakes, he'll know it was I who saved him, that I destroyed the monster's race. I am the true heir to the throne." Loki's eyes burned with fervor as he finally spoke his heart to Thor. This was his truth, and this was why he acted. Looking at Loki now, Thor saw a reflection of his former self. He recognized the path Loki had chosen, a path of destruction whose consequences would be felt not only in Asgard but across all 9 realms. Peace would vanish from Asgard forever. You cannot wipe out an entire race. Thor, never one for words, pleaded awkwardly with his brother. He wished he could pour his thoughts straight into Loki's mind, to make him understand that years of their father's efforts were about to be undone. Why not? Loki laughed, confident and certain that victory was within his grasp. He couldn't help but mock Thor, striding slowly toward his ever-strong, ever-combative brother. Why have you suddenly grown so merciful toward the Frost Giants? You, Thor, god of thunder, could wipe them out without lifting a finger. To this, Thor could only reply, "I've changed, and so have I." Before the words had fully left his lips, Loki launched a sudden attack. Odin's spear thrust toward Thor, but Thor, acting on instinct, raised his hammer and blocked the blow. Thor did not retaliate. Through Loki's outpouring, he understood the grievances festering in his brother's heart. Precisely because of this, Thor, as the elder brother, felt even less willing to inflict further pain on Loki. Seeing that Thor, who was always quick to anger, refrained from fighting back, Loki grew agitated, his voice rising in pitch. "Why won't you fight back?" With those words, he swung Odin's spear at Thor once more. Still, Thor refused to strike. He allowed the tremendous force to hurl him far to the ground and finally spoke the truth in his heart. "I never cared about the throne." To Loki, these words dripped with irony. Now that he knew his true origins, he was certain Odin would never pass the throne to an outsider. Even so, after so many years as Odin's adopted son, all Loki had ever wanted was fairness. "I just want to compete with you on equal footing." Seeing Thor's self-righteous demeanor, Loki burned with jealousy. He strode quickly toward Thor, intent on venting his pent-up resentment. "I don't want to fight you, brother." Thor's affection for the past held strong. Even when pressed by Loki's aggression, he harbored not the slightest wish to hurt him. "I'm not your brother. I never was." At last, Loki spoke the truth. Tears welled in his eyes. His voice trembled with a mixture of sorrow, unwillingness, and above all, anger. But to Thor, it sounded only like madness. He had no idea that Loki was, in fact, a descendant of the Frost Giants. Loki pressed on, questioning Thor. "So, you go to Earth once, and you come back so weak? Don't tell me it's because of a woman." "Oh, well then, once I finish you off, I'll go meet her myself." Cherishing his time on Earth beyond measure, Thor felt his last nerve struck by Loki's words. His brother's madness had finally roused the fury of the god of thunder. Su-Ming decided to prioritize upgrading his survival skills. Iron Body. $5 billion. Upgrade successful. Account balance. $24.298 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host. Iron Body has been upgraded to level 5. Much upgrade recipe unlocked. Iron Body Max. Interstellar radiation resistance. Solar charging under yellow sunlight. Requires 1 ton of vibranium plus $200 billion. In an instant, a metallic sheen swept across Su-Ming's skin. At the same time, the collision of cells within his body resonated with a deep, echoing metallic hum. Su-Ming knew that, at least on Earth, his defensive abilities were maxed out. "Oh, so even after upgrading my talent to level 5, it's still not the highest." He studied the system's prompts carefully. This was the first time he'd received such a notification. Resistance to interstellar radiation, plus solar charging? No wonder when he first exchanged for the Iron Body, there was nothing about getting stronger just by basking in the sun. So this is where it comes into play. To upgrade to the ultimate talent, he'd need another rare material, vibranium. And a whole ton of it? Never mind the fact that he'd have to get that ton of vibranium from Wakanda. He didn't even know which direction Wakanda's door faced. And just those $200 billion alone were way beyond what he could afford right now. Guess I'll leave that for the future. For now, with Iron Body at level 5, I can pretty much strut around Earth without a care. Su Ming's attention shifted to magnetic manipulation. This Magneto-level ability was just too useful. He had to upgrade it. $5 billion. Upgrade successful. Account balance. $19.298 billion. Ding, congratulations. Magnetic manipulation upgraded to level 5. Max level upgrade recipe unlocked. Magnetic manipulation max, also known as black hole drain. Magnetism as fearsome as a black hole beyond imagination, requires 1 cubic meter of URU metal plus $500 billion. Suddenly, the ground beneath him started to tremble. Su Ming tensed up, alert for any danger. All kinds of metal objects began to rise up from the earth. The scene looked like a necromancer summoning an army of the dead, except bursting from the soil were heaps of scrap metal and junk. He even spotted a rusty iron ring tangled in the remains of a tattered bra. The sight was so absurd, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He realized his newly upgraded magnetic powers had accidentally radiated outward, pulling up every bit of metal junk from underground. Phew! For a second, I thought it was an earthquake. He focused his mind, suppressing the magnetic energy leaking from his body. After a few minutes, the tremors finally stopped. But by now, the scene around Su Ming was truly spectacular. Scrap car frames, rusty farm tools, and unrecognizable metal debris formed a perfect circle around him, piled high. It looked just like a ring-shaped mountain of trash. Even the wind nearby was blocked completely by this imposing barricade of junk metal. No wonder Magneto was so feared. Even the magnetic field I released by accident was this powerful. Once the ruckus died down, Su Ming went right back to upgrading his talents, looking every bit the nouveau riche. He realized that, while his physical defense had improved by leaps and bounds, his strength was still a weak point. So, he upgraded his constitution. $5 billion. Upgrade successful. Account balance. $14.298 billion. Ding, congratulations, host. You have upgraded your constitution enhancement to level 5. Now unlocking the recipe for Constitution Enhancement Max. Constitution Enhancement Max, also known as the Demigod's Body, complete transformation of Constitution. Heart-shaped herb, 1 kilogram plus $500 billion US. What the? Who would have thought that something as inconspicuous as Constitution Enhancement could ultimately become the Demigod's Body? No wonder the system only gave a vague description of physical abilities. Turns out, at the final level, it could completely transform one's constitution. But wait, what kind of consequences would such a transformation bring? Could I even be called human anymore? And another thing, where on earth am I supposed to find this heart-shaped herb? Wakanda really does have some remarkable treasures. It seems the road to true invincibility is still a long one. For now, most of my practical skills have already been upgraded. Su Ming opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical strength, 22,255. Current account balance, $14.298 billion US. Acquired talents, Deadpool level regeneration, dynamic vision LV.2, Jeet Kune Do mastery, constitution enhancement LV.5, faceless mask, danger sense LV.1, precision throw LV.2, sketching mastery, iron body LV.5, magnetic manipulation LV.5. Recalling his battle with the destroyer, Su Ming felt it was necessary to acquire a skill related to magic. That way, he wouldn't be powerless if he ever encountered an opponent immune to physical attacks. But what talent should he choose? For a moment, Su Ming was at a loss. Snape's Sectum Sempra seemed impressive, but its attack power wasn't quite enough. Cyclops' optic blasts were pretty flashy, but just picturing himself always wearing those glasses made Su Ming immediately abandon that idea. Back in his food delivery days, he'd worn enough windproof goggles to last a lifetime. Those things would dig into his nose after a while, and his ears would ache. Yet at this moment, Su Ming forgot that with his iron body, how could a mere pair of glasses possibly bother him? Habit of thought is truly a curious thing. And so, Su Ming found himself deeply conflicted over what talent to choose. Meanwhile, Thor was determined to teach his brother a lesson. Perhaps a good thrashing would finally calm him down. The brothers clashed fiercely. Even wielding Odin's spear, Loki still couldn't gain the upper hand. In the end, both of them collapsed onto the Bifrost after a powerful strike from Mjolnir. Just as Loki used an illusion to make Thor think he was about to fall off the bridge and pleaded for help, Loki's true self successfully ambushed Thor, stabbing him with Odin's spear. Loki, having landed a blow, burst into wild laughter, splitting into countless duplicates to show off his abilities. And just as every weapon in the hands of Loki's clones was about to plunge into Thor's chest, a massive bolt of lightning struck Loki, knocking him to the ground. Thor knew he could not afford to delay with Loki any longer. The energy of the Bifrost was still wildly slicing through the planet of Jotunheim. Thunderstorms raged impatiently as Loki lay defeated on the ground. Thor placed Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, squarely on Loki's chest. Charged with Odin's whispered spell, Mjolnir weighed as heavy as a mountain, pinning Loki firmly to the surface of the Bifrost, leaving him utterly immobile. No matter how desperately Loki struggled, he could not move an inch. Meanwhile, with the energy from the monitoring station surging toward catastrophe, Thor tried to approach, but he couldn't take even half a step forward. "Look at you, mighty Thor," Loki sneered. "Even you are powerless now." Ignoring his brother's taunts, a resolute glint flashed in Thor's eyes. "Do you hear me, brother? There's nothing you can do." In the direst moment, Thor, without so much as turning his head, raised his right hand, summoning Mjolnir back to his grasp. As the hammer returned, Thor drew a deep breath, lifted it high above his head, and brought it crashing down onto the surface of the Bifrost. A burst of dazzling colors erupted as the Bifrost surface shattered instantly under the blow, cracks spreading out in a radiant fracture. At that same moment, Odin, who had been deep in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Su-Ming was browsing the system shop, and after some comparison, decided that Superman's heat vision was the most practical. Superman Heat Vision LV1, Basic Thermal, $50 million. Heat Vision LV2, Tactical Cutting, $500 million. Heat Vision LV3, Strategic Penetration, $10 billion. Heat Vision LV4, Planetary Destruction, $1 trillion. No more hesitation. He made a decisive purchase. $50 million. Talent successfully redeemed. Account balance, $14.248 billion. As the system notification chimed, Su-Ming felt a rush of heat flood into his eyes, a swelling sensation building behind them. He looked over at a nearby pile of junk. Suddenly, two beams of dark red light shot from his eyes, striking an abandoned car frame. Where the beams hit, faint scorch marks appeared, wisps of smoke curling up. "This isn't all that powerful, is it?" He checked the description for Level 1 Heat Vision. Basic Thermal. Localized heating and thawing, can ignite paper, melt ice, repair microscopic structures, or weld metal, etc. At this level, heat vision was little more than a handy life skill. $10.5 billion. Talent successfully upgraded. Account balance, $3.748 billion. The moment the upgrade was complete, Su-Ming was struck by inspiration. He looked once again at the same spot. A flash of brilliant yellow light shot out as his gaze cut easily through the ring of metal scrap, continuing far into the distance. The concentrated heat beams instantly carved deep ravines into a hillside several kilometers away. Judging by the current situation, if the searing heat vision continues unchecked, it won't be long before the mountain is split in two. The bright yellow beam stands out starkly in the already dim environment, successfully alarming the SHIELD agents. "Boss, first we get earthquakes, now something's glowing. Could it be another situation?" Jasper Sitwell voiced his concerns to Coulson. Agent Coulson, who had been keeping an eye on the commotion near the massive crater, knew that destiny was there. It had to be his doing. He wasn't alarmed. Though destiny was powerful, he hadn't done anything truly out of line so far. In fact, he'd even helped him solve quite a few problems. It was just a stretch of wasteland, after all. Let him be. "Don't worry, it's nothing. Keep monitoring the follow-up research. I need to head back to headquarters." After several rounds of experimentation, Su-Ming gradually learned how to control his heat vision. Watching from afar as the hillside nearly split in two, he nodded approvingly. This was already close to the effect Su-Ming wanted. After all, to upgrade further, he just didn't have the funds. Su-Ming brushed the sand off himself and stood up. Suddenly, bare-chested, he sprang up from the earth and shot straight into the sky. A ring of dust puffed up in his wake. What just happened? Still ascending, Su-Ming was puzzled. He'd only meant to stand up, so how did he end up flying? The wind rushed past his ears, and Su-Ming instantly realized what had happened. He'd just upgraded his physique. His stamina had skyrocketed by 20,000 points, and, clearly, he needed some time to adjust. Realizing this, Su-Ming decided to go into seclusion right here in the desert. The Bifrost was a sacred artifact of Asgard. An attack on the Bifrost could shake the very foundation of Asgard, and such upheaval finally stirred the all-seeing, all-powerful Odin from his slumber. A deep, echoing clang reverberated through the air. Seeing there was no way to stop the energy output at the observatory, Thor knew there was only one option left. He had to smash the Bifrost. The Bifrost contained immense Asgardian energy, serving as the observatory's primary power source. Only by destroying the Bifrost could they truly sever the energy beam and, in turn, save the planet Jotunheim. But the Bifrost was incredibly tough. Even with Thor swinging his hammer with all his might, he could only manage to leave shallow cracks. With no other choice, and the situation dire, Thor steeled himself and pounded the bridge again and again. "What are you doing?" Thor's actions sent Loki into a panic. The Bifrost was vital to Asgard, and served as the gateway connecting the 9 realms. At this moment, Thor's actions seemed nothing short of madness, for never in Asgardian history had anyone ever dared imagine destroying the Bifrost. "If you destroy the Bifrost, you'll never see her again." Loki, ever the master manipulator, struck straight at Thor's most vulnerable spot, calling out in desperation to stop his rampaging brother. But Thor was no longer the impulsive man he once was. His decision to destroy the Bifrost had been made after careful thought. After all, when the fate of a people hangs in the balance, personal feelings must take a back seat. Thor's hands didn't so much as tremble. He pressed on, hammering away at the Bifrost, blow after determined blow. Seeing Thor's unyielding resolve, Loki, stripped of the power to wield Mjolnir, screamed and lunged at him from behind. He tried to stop Thor's reckless act the only way he could, by force. "I'm sorry, Jane." With a roar, Thor brought his hammer down one last time. A deafening crash. The Bifrost shattered, unleashing a torrent of energy that exploded outward in a dazzling chorus of colors. Countless shards, shining with shifting rainbow light, scattered in all directions before fading away. The observatory, now cut off from its power, slowly dimmed and fell quiet, drifting toward the edge of the universe. Blasted by the explosion, Thor and Loki were flung into the abyss, on the verge of being lost to the void. Suddenly, a massive hand caught hold of Mjolnir, halting their fall just in time. Meanwhile, Suming's stomach had long since started to protest. Having more or less adapted to his new abilities, he couldn't help but muse. What good are all these powers if you're still no match for hunger? When you're hungry, you just don't want to move at all. Su-Ming hadn't realized that both his heat vision and his enhanced physique were rapidly burning through his energy reserves. Suddenly, a spark lit up in his eyes. He remembered something he'd seen in the system shop earlier. Doctor Strange Sling Ring Portal, $3.5 billion. A portal like this is a treasure no matter where you put it. $3.5 billion. Talent exchange successful. Account balance, $248 million. A cool sensation swept through Su-Ming's mind. He'd never really grasped the idea of mental power before, but now he could truly sense the presence of his own mind. It was a force woven through his entire being. Indescribable, much like the divine sense often written about in novels. It had no form or color, felt almost like pure energy, but somehow more, something of a higher dimension. All his thoughts and actions now flowed from it. This was nothing like his spider sense. Spider sense worked by instantly sharpening all his senses to react to threats, deep biological instinct. But this new mental power allowed him to reach across distances, to connect different dimensions with sheer will. Focusing, Su-Ming found that every place he'd ever been slowly took shape in his mind's eye. He had a powerful sense that, with his mental strength, he could draw the space in his mind right before him. He could even open a passage and step straight through. He was on the verge of truly mastering the art of moving across space in an instant. So this is the principle behind a portal. With that thought, Su-Ming tried drawing circles in the air before him with his hand. 1 circle, 2 circles. Nothing happened. The portal he'd pictured, complete with dazzling sparks, didn't appear. What went wrong? Su-Ming pulled up the description for the ring portal. Ring portal. Wizards channel energy through the ring, combining gestures and incantations to tier space and link 2 locations. Note: for talents redeemed from the shop, the ring is unnecessary. Simply focus and lock onto the coordinates to activate. His mind had been wandering just now. Even though his gestures were correct, that alone was clearly not enough to open the portal. So, Su-Ming closed his eyes and pictured the warm room of his Manhattan hotel. Raising his right hand, he traced a gentle arc. In the air, a thread of geometric symbols resembling Morse code appeared, edged with golden and orange sparks of energy. As Su-Ming swept his arm, the circular portal gradually expanded. He heard the distinctive crackle of energy, like a subtle, electric sizzle, and opened his eyes. On the other side of the portal was a familiar scene. Without hesitation, he darted through. "Waiter, bring the food." At that moment, Odin stood at the broken edge of the Rainbow Bridge, clutching Thor, while Thor held tightly to Loki's spear. Seeing his father appear, a flicker of hope flashed in Loki's eyes. Like a child desperate for approval, he blurted out, "I was so close, father. I nearly destroyed them. For you. For all of us." But faced with Loki's pale plea, Odin was filled with sorrow. He understood everything Loki had done, but he could not agree with it. "No, Loki." There was no lecturing, no scolding, no anger. Odin simply fixed Loki with a gaze full of deep, fatherly love. Yet he had to voice his disapproval. Loki had indeed nearly caused a catastrophe. Hope shining in his eyes, Loki heard his father's denial, and his heart broke. He had spoken from the heart. Everything he'd done was to prove himself to Odin. Yet, after all his schemes, all he received was Odin's refusal. He felt like nothing but a joke. In utter despair, Loki let go of the spear and allowed himself to fall into the endless depths of the universe, vanishing from sight. Thor, overwhelmed with emotion, watched his brother cast himself away and felt his heart shatter. The storm in the sky had finally calmed. From afar, Jin watched the spot where Thor had disappeared and murmured, "He's gone." Jin, who had just tasted the sweetness of love, now found herself faced with parting. An emptiness settled deep within her heart. With mechanical steps, she slowly followed after Eric. Meanwhile, at Asgard's victory feast, Volstagg was boasting to the crowd about how he had single-handedly defeated the Destroyer. But another warrior quickly exposed his exaggeration, setting off a roar of laughter throughout the hall. Thor, however, did not share in the merriment. He walked slowly through the revelers, making his way onto the balcony, where he stood beside Odin. Together, they gazed into the distant horizon. "You'll be a good king." Odin, ever perceptive, saw clearly how his son had changed. At this moment, he felt at last he could entrust the throne to Thor. But Thor no longer looked to the throne with the same anticipation as before. A heaviness weighed on his heart, mourning his troublesome brother on one hand, and longing for Jane, who was far away on Earth, on the other. After all he had been through, Thor could now truly understand the old man standing beside him. "There will never be a better king than you, nor a better father." For once, Odin looked down at the ground, his expression softening. With deep satisfaction, he thought, "My son has grown up." It seemed to be the first time Thor had ever spoken so openly before Odin. His voice carried a hint of nervousness. "I still have so much to learn. It's only now that I realize. Maybe, one day, I'll make you proud of me." Odin slowly turned, resting his left hand gently on Thor's shoulder. "I'm already proud of you." Thor strode purposefully along the rainbow bridge. Heimdall stood at the broken end of the bridge, gazing down at the realms below, ever vigilant in his duty to watch over the 9 realms. "We can never return to Earth now, can we?" A trace of resignation colored Thor's words as he spoke to the venerable gatekeeper. "No, nothing is impossible." Heimdall, knowing well Thor's feelings for the mortal girl, let his deep, resonant voice leave room for hope. "Can you see her?" Thor stood beside Heimdall, peering into the distance as well. Heimdall understood exactly who Thor meant, and answered slowly. The scene shifted to the trio of scientists, all deeply engrossed in their astrophysical research, especially their studies of Asgard. "Is she all right?" Thor gently asked the all-seeing, all-hearing guardian beside him. "She's still searching for you." Hearing Heimdall's reply, Thor lifted his gaze to the horizon, a hopeful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Elsewhere within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury received Eric Selvig. Director Fury valued Eric's scientific prowess highly, and was about to entrust him with a new research assignment. He opened a silver case, revealing a cube that glowed with a mysterious blue light. Nick Fury was preparing to have Eric lead the research into the energy-filled Tesseract. The goal was to solve the looming energy crisis. But at that moment, reflected in the metallic walls, Loki appeared. He had already seized control of Eric's mind, and as he gazed at the Tesseract before him, he sensed that its energy far surpassed that of the casket of ancient winters. A new plan began to take shape in his mind. Loki smiled at Eric and said, "It seems this is worth a thorough investigation." Eric, his voice carrying a hint of mechanical stiffness, echoed to Nick Fury. "It seems this is worth a thorough investigation." 2 months later, in Manhattan, Su-Ming had just spent an incredibly delicious 2 months. Ever since upgrading his heat, vision, and physique, his appetite had multiplied several times over. During this time, Su-Ming had eaten his way through every corner of New York City. He came to a single conclusion: Chinese food was still the best. In a dumpling house, under the astonished gaze of the waiter, Su-Ming polished off his 13th plate of dumplings. Sipping pu-er tea with satisfaction, Su-Ming savored the leisure and contentment of this moment. Just then, the phone rang, and Director Nick Fury's voice sounded a little weak. Mr. Destiny, on behalf of the World Security Council, I solemnly invite you to join the Avengers Initiative. Su-Ming didn't understand. He had already made his position clear to Director Fury. He was open to assignments, but joining was out of the question. Ignoring the invitation, Su-Ming asked with curiosity, Director Fury, did something happen? Oh, nothing much. We just accidentally summoned an alien. One of our bases got blown to pieces. Hawkeye switched sides mid-battle and shot me. And my helicopter crashed. Nick Fury's tone was tinged with resignation. After falling into the cosmic abyss, Loki had not died. The abyss beneath the Rainbow Bridge was not an ordinary void, but a passage to the unknown reaches of the universe. Loki was rescued by an alien from the Chitauri and brought before Thanos. After a brief encounter, Thanos was impressed by Loki's cunning and knowledge of Earth and struck a deal with him. He gave Loki two crucial items. One was a scepter embedded with the Mind Stone, the Mind Scepter, which could control others' thoughts. The other was the Chitauri army, a powerful alien force, ready to support Loki's invasion of Earth. Also, Loki could seize the Tesseract for Thanos. Yet Loki's agreement with Thanos was far from simple. First, Loki had to admit the power Thanos commanded was far beyond what he had imagined. With a single word, Thanos dispatched an entire army to serve him, and handed over a scepter brimming with mystical energy as if it were nothing. Such extravagance was truly astounding. At the same time, it also meant that the other side wasn't worried in the slightest about him playing any tricks in secret. Yet, as the god of mischief, Loki outwardly pledged allegiance to Thanos and vowed to conquer Earth. But beneath the surface, he was really aiming to prove himself to Thor and Odin. Back in Asgard, Loki had suffered setbacks because of his lineage and loss of power. This time, he hoped to gain recognition by ruling over Earth. Meanwhile, Loki was secretly plotting to use the power of the Tesseract to free himself from Thanos, just as he once eliminated Lao Fei. This was what Loki excelled at above all else. The scepter in his hand pulsed with waves of energy, faintly pointing towards somewhere on Earth. Loki realized that the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter were likely far more complicated than they appeared. On the phone, Nick Fury let out a weary sigh. In decades past, when had he ever found himself in such a desperate situation? Thankfully, he'd always had the good habit of wearing a bulletproof vest. Otherwise, dying at the hands of his own agents would be anything but honorable. Hawkeye was already one of SHLD's top operatives, yet he'd been taken over with barely a glance. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had only just awoken, and while his resolve made him an ideal leader for the Avengers, in terms of sheer fighting power, he still fell a bit short. Nick Fury's first thought was of Su-Ming on the other end of the line. If only Destiny possessed the same unwavering will to protect America as Steve did. But knowing Su-Ming's temperament all too well, Fury understood that this guy's ideas were even wilder than the land of the free itself. Every time he needed Destiny's help, he'd have to endure a round of maddening haggling. But this time, things were different. He'd already received authorization from the World Security Council, granting him access to vast resources. With that backing, whether Su-Ming was willing to join the Avengers of his own accord no longer mattered. Money? Fine, take it. Any problem that can be solved with money isn't really a problem at all. Thinking this, Nick Fury now felt completely confident facing Su-Ming. On the other end, Su-Ming, who had no idea he was about to be roped in by S.H.I.E.L.D., listened to Fury's self-deprecating tale with genuine surprise. This is what he calls a minor incident? A little trouble. He says, it's just a fatal injury, right? This guy could probably be tossed in a molten lava, and all that'd be left would be his mouth still floating on top. Director Fury, it sounds like you're in serious trouble. Su-Ming couldn't help but marvel at just how tough Fury really was. Destiny, this time it's not something you can handle alone. I know your rules. $1 billion. Help me out. Hearing Nick Fury's offer, Su-Ming was genuinely surprised. Since when did the notoriously stingy Director Fury become so generous? How could he just throw out $1 billion like it was nothing? Clearly, whatever happened this time had rattled the one-eyed chief enough to make him play for keeps. But a mere $1 billion no longer held much allure in Su-Ming's eyes. Hadn't Thor casually tossed him a little badge that could be easily exchanged for $8 billion? Not to mention, a single metal bar from a destroyer had fetched $2 billion. Things from the realm of the gods truly were treasures. When it came time to cash in, they were guaranteed gold mines. Yet the Bifrost, who knew if it had been repaired, and even if it had, without a guide, there was no way he could reach it himself. What's more, after his recent upgrades, the funds in Su-Ming's account had dwindled. What could a paltry $200 million get him now? All those fancy-sounding talents no longer caught Su-Ming's interest. Suddenly, Su-Ming recalled that Thor was a prominent member of the Avengers assembled by the bald-headed Fury. Finding Thor quickly was the key. Only then could he truly embark on his grand, money-making sweep of Asgard. With that in mind, Su-Ming decided to follow S.H.I.E.L.D. for now, biding his time until Thor appeared. Still, business was business, and terms had to be clear from the outset. Director Fury, while $1 billion is no small sum, your current commission seems rather vague. The implication was clear. If this war dragged on forever, did Fury really expect to buy him out with just $1 billion? Nick Fury knew all too well that Destiny wasn't one to act without seeing the rabbit in the bush, but time was of the essence, and there were further plans in motion. Securing Destiny's support was a critical part of his strategy. Ever since the inception of the Avengers Initiative, Nick Fury had imagined countless times what kind of extraordinary heroes would gather together. He'd long realized that getting so many self-important heroes to work together in harmony would be no easy feat if left to him alone. As each Avenger was gradually confirmed, Nick's concerns only grew. Take Tony Stark alone, his personality was hardly endearing, and that was just the beginning. One careless moment, and these supposed allies could end up fighting amongst themselves. Someone needed to anchor the team, a figure who could command the room. And in Fury's eyes, Destiny fit that role perfectly. He had everything going for him. Most importantly, he was emotionless and, so long as the money was right, utterly reliable. Nick Fury gave a small, dismissive snort. He was no longer the underdog. First, secure this man, then bring out the ace up his sleeve, the flying fortress, the helicarrier. Did these spendthrifts really think they were the only ones who could burn money? Wasn't it all just about cash after all? The Security Council's authorization. These penny pinchers had no idea how much gold was behind that. $5 billion. Mr. Destiny, help us resolve this crisis. Nick Fury brazenly upped the offer fivefold. Su-Ming's hand paused slightly as he held the phone. So Tony, and now you. Turns out you both had deep pockets all along, just reluctant to let the money go, huh? Su-Ming had forgotten, when it comes to business negotiations, who's ever truly generous. At that thought, Su-Ming felt as if someone had just slapped him across the face with a stack of cash. Though he didn't exactly dislike it, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. After all, he could sense that Nick Fury wasn't even flinching at the current price, which meant there was still room to squeeze him for a little more. Su-Ming's calm voice drifted into Nick Fury's ear. Fury, the egghead, hadn't expected that even a $50 billion offer wouldn't be enough to seal the deal. He remembered that even quoting that price had come with considerable pressure. He let out a long, weary sigh. I got impatient. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury realized the other party had picked up on a subtle slip in his words. After all, his sudden surge of power had left him feeling a bit inflated, perhaps a side effect of his eagerness to push forward with the next phase of his plan. It was a wake-up call for Fury. People at their level must always keep their performance sharp. $100 billion. That's my final offer, Mr. Destiny. No more. Fury's tone carried a hint of sincerity and helplessness, but even more, it revealed exhaustion. After all, Hawkeye's rifle packed a serious punch. Wherever it struck, a broken bone was practically guaranteed. On the other end of the line, Su-Ming sensed it was about time to wrap things up. As usual, transfer the money first. In an instant, Fury's feeble act vanished. He shot a cool glance at the phone. A few days earlier, at S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Eric had rushed in to report to Nick Fury. The energy cube they'd been studying seemed to activate on its own, sending out powerful waves of energy. This immediately piqued Fury's curiosity. While Fury was overseeing the Tesseract's research in person, a blinding beam shot out from the cube, swirling into a vortex of energy. In a flash of light, a figure appeared with a scepter in hand. It was Loki. As the ranking officer on site, Nick Fury called out a warning. Drop your weapon, handsome. But Loki answered with ruthless force. Wielding the Mind Scepter, Loki turned into a close-quarters sorcerer, one wave of energy to open, then a few swift, brutal blows to knock the guards flat. After all, the scepter's tip was edged like a blade. Hawkeye, caught in Loki's spell, barely had time to react before the scepter was pressed to his chest. This one's got an honest face. You could tell he'll make a fine lackey. With a flash of the Mind Scepter, Loki twisted Hawkeye's will, then seized control of Eric, the physicist whose mind he'd already infiltrated. Both men's eyes briefly clouded over with darkness. When clarity returned, they were now Loki's most loyal followers. Witnessing this, Fury was utterly dumbfounded. His most trusted agents had become the enemy's pawns in the blink of an eye. Realizing that things had taken a turn for the worse, he immediately removed the Tesseract, stuffed it into his briefcase, and planned to slip out through the back door. But Hawkeye, Clint Barton, raised his gun and shot him down, the powerful impact of a large-caliber bullet nearly costing Nick Fury his life. With Hawkeye's assistance, Loki and his group left the base without a hitch. They even drove away in plain sight, right under Agent Hill's nose. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the energy released by the Tesseract kept expanding, flooding across the entire ceiling in an instant, as if an explosion could happen at any moment. At this critical juncture, the gravely wounded Fury summoned every ounce of strength to escape the lab, boarding the last helicopter just before the building collapsed. A blinding flash of blue light streaked across the sky, and in the following explosion, the shield base was reduced to a uniform scattering of debris. Agent Hill reacted instantly, rallying a large team of agents to pursue Loki's vehicle without delay. Yet they still underestimated Loki's power. Now wielding the scepter of the Mind Stone, Loki stopped holding back. His spells flew forth in rapid succession, forcing the shield agents to pay a heavy price. At this moment, Fury arrived in the helicopter to provide support. Armed with only a handgun, he was determined to make clear his resolve not to give up. From the helicopter, the one-eyed Fury raised his pistol, taking careful aim at Loki's getaway car from afar. But Loki merely waved his scepter, and the helicopter was struck, crashing to the ground with both Fury and the aircraft tumbling down. Fortunately, Loki showed restraint at the last moment, and Nick Fury emerged unscathed. Watching Loki's figure retreat into the distance, Fury knew that the time had come to launch the Avengers Initiative. Despite his injuries, he swiftly called for a meeting of the World Security Council, laid out everything that had happened, and promptly proposed the formal activation of the Avengers Initiative. As expected, approval was granted without hesitation. The council authorized Nick Fury to take full charge of the matter. With this authority, Fury's first move was to call Su Ming. Meanwhile, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, made her way to a slum nestled deep in the African tropics, where she found Bruce Banner. Banner's whereabouts had always been closely monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D., although expert assessments concluded that the Hulk's unpredictable rage made him unsuitable. For the Avengers Initiative, S.H.I.E.L.D., thinking ahead, had invested in developing advanced containment systems to restrain those with extraordinary abilities. Given the formidable threat this time, Nick Fury broke the rules and included Dr. Banner as part of the Avengers, dispatching Black Widow to persuade him after the Tesseract was stolen. Banner was well aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't short on scientists. What they truly wanted was the Hulk within him. They only want to lock me in a cage. His first reaction was to refuse, a flicker of anger rising within him. But who is Black Widow after all? Fair-skinned, beautiful, with a striking figure, yet ruthless and nearly impossible to outmaneuver. When it comes to gamma rays, no one understands them better than you. We need you. After a round of persuasion, under the deep, liquid gaze of Agent Natasha, Banner's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. He suddenly felt playful and, feigning outrage, roared, "Don't toy with me." His abrupt shift in attitude instantly put Natasha on high alert. In just a tenth of a second, the Black Widow's pistol was trained on Banner. The wariness in her eyes ran deep. She couldn't shake it. She knew all too well how terrifying the Hulk could be. "I just wanted to see your reaction. Natasha, let's talk in private." Banner realized he might have gone too far. The woman before him was clearly startled. "Hold your position. Don't come in." Seeing that Banner wasn't truly enraged, Agent Natasha relayed her command through her earpiece. The scene shifted, revealing that the tent where Banner and Natasha stood was surrounded on all sides by a heavily armed unit of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This seemed to be Natasha's plan B, but even she wasn't confident. What difference was there between this so-called backup plan and simply sending in cannon fodder? Perhaps it was just a bit of psychological comfort. Meanwhile, Nick Fury pressed on relentlessly, striving to assemble the Avengers. Steve Rogers, after waking, found himself unable to adapt to this strange new world, locking himself away each day, pounding his frustrations into a sandbag. It wasn't that he couldn't adjust to modern life, but rather that he was haunted by the regret of missing that all-important date. 70 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Those precious bonds were gone. When I blacked out, the world was at war. When I woke, they told me we'd won, but I have no idea what that victory cost. Steve could no longer find meaning in his existence. S.H.I.E.L.D., for their part, treated Steve with understanding and patience. After all, a war hero from another era deserved the respect of those who followed. Seeing their captain so downcast day after day, the agents felt genuine sympathy. They tried to help him fit in with this new world, even considering asking Director Fury to give their model soldier a direct order. Maybe, if he was commanded to adapt as a soldier, it would shake him from his malaise. Word of this suggestion reached Steve's ears. His heart was warmed by their concern, but with experiences so extraordinary, he still had no idea where to go from here. memories crowding in, always on the verge of tears. So when the ever-busy Nick Fury appeared before him, files in hand, Steve Soldier's instincts prompted him to ask, "Is there a mission, sir? To help me fit into this world? To have you save the world?" Nick Fury began explaining how, back when Howard Stark was searching for Captain America, he found a mysterious energy cube. After much discussion, they all agreed that this cube could be the key to discovering a source of perpetual energy, exactly what the world desperately needed. Given Steve Rogers' character, a mission to save the world was something he'd always accept without a moment's hesitation. "Who took it?" he asked. Nick Fury couldn't help but remark that there was nobody as straightforward to deal with as Steve. "His name is Loki, and he's probably not from around here. If you want to join us, you'll need to catch up. The world has changed faster than you can imagine," Fury added, goading Steve with a bet of $10 to draw him into the plan. "What's your take on getting the Tesseract back?" Steve wasn't naive. He saw right through Fury's tactics. He didn't give a direct answer, but his thoughts were already grumbling. "You should have just left it in the ocean." "Sir, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. is calling for you," Jarvis chimed in. Just then, Tony landed on the balcony, stepping down as the Iron Man armor detached piece by piece with each stride. "Tell him I'm not here." "Great timing," Tony Stark muttered, having just returned from the ocean. He'd replaced all of Stark Tower's energy systems with clean energy generated by a new element reactor, finally completing the last step. "Sir, I doubt he'll believe that," Jarvis cautioned. "Just be confident. I'm on a date," Tony replied. With the last piece of his leg armor removed, Tony, now dressed in smart casual attire, walked over to join Miss Pepper Potts. As Tony was about to celebrate with Pepper, Jarvis interrupted again. "Sir, you have a call. My programming has been modified." S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone so far as to alter Jarvis's programming just to reach Tony. Coulson's persistent calls were starting to ruin Tony's mood. "You're seeing Stark's holographic message. Please leave a note if you have business," he said, only to find that Coulson had already bypassed security and was waiting on the rooftop, exposing Tony's little trick. Tony was a bit irritated. His security system was useless against S.H.I.E.L.D. "Phil, come on in. We're celebrating." Pepper greeted Agent Coulson warmly, recalling the dangers they had faced together. "Well, that's even more reason for him to leave," Tony grumbled, clearly annoyed by his girlfriend's friendliness toward another man, at least until Coulson handed him a document. "Please take a look at this as soon as possible. It's extremely urgent." At this moment, the willful Tony was sulking, so much so that he didn't even intend to take the file with his own hands. Fortunately, Miss Pepper was understanding and eased Coulson's awkwardness. "I thought the Avengers initiative had been shelved since I was never the right fit to join. After all, I'm unpredictable, extremely self-centered, and I don't play well with others." Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. come to him for help, Tony couldn't help but grumble, recalling how he was once refused entry into the Avengers, venting his frustration in a stream of complaints. What's happening now goes beyond anyone's personality. Holographic projections flickered to life around Tony, displaying the profiles of all Avengers members, as well as the details and consequences of the Tesseract's theft. Only then did Tony realize the gravity of the situation, and his expression gradually turned serious. SHLD's mobile base, the helicarrier. Though the helicarrier seemed to move at a leisurely pace, it sliced swiftly across the ocean, the bow cleaving through the waves with a thunderous roar that echoed all around. A gusty sea wind, carrying a fine spray, whipped against people's faces. Su Ming, dressed in stylish casual wear, stood at the prow, hands resting on the railing, gazing out over the vast sea. The atmosphere was perfect for contemplating poetry and distant dreams. But what Su Ming was actually pondering was, how much is this helicarrier really worth? Indeed, Su Ming knew that this behemoth beneath his feet was far more than a fortress at sea. It could soar into the skies and become a fortress of the air. S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier estimated value, $200 billion, non-exchangeable. When he saw the value of the ship, Su Ming couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. $200 billion was likely the highest price Su Ming had ever encountered, though the fact that it was non-exchangeable came as no surprise. By his side, Agent Natasha assumed Su Ming was awestruck by SLD's flagship. To be fair, the first time she'd set foot on this helicarrier, she too had been deeply impressed. "Well, what do you think, Mr. Fate? Not a bad ride for S.H.I.E.L.D., right?" Natasha knew who Fate was. She'd gone undercover at Stark Industries, working hard to observe Tony Stark, just as a matter of course. Her real mission was to help Tony overcome his palladium poisoning, thereby strengthening the bond between Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, along the way, this very man had intercepted Stark's legacy, leaving her with nothing to show for all her efforts but a single assessment report. That left Agent Natasha more than a little dissatisfied. As a seasoned agent, she never measured her work by simply meeting the standard. Her habit was to exceed every expectation. She'd heard that fate, this bounty hunter, had given Director Fury no end of headaches, and a competitive spark flared within her. Seeing Su Ming lost in thought, she couldn't resist showing off a little. Su Ming was indeed surprised, but not by SLD's show of strength. What truly shocked him was the price tag on this flying fortress. And even more so, it was because of SHLD's scientific and technological prowess. After all, an aircraft carrier of this scale and capability isn't something you can just buy with money alone. Ms. Natasha, in my view, this carrier is the culmination of countless people's wisdom and hard work. It's far more than just a vehicle. With that, he paid Natasha no further attention and walked alone toward the deck. He wanted to get a closer look at that uniquely shaped plane that had just landed. Natasha was briefly taken aback by Su Ming's words. We were just chatting. Why suddenly get so profound? Can't we just have a normal conversation? Admittedly, you have a point, but when you say things like that, it makes me look shallow, you know? At that moment, a command came through her earpiece, instructing Natasha to escort Captain Rogers, who had just arrived, to the bridge. The distinctive plane Su Ming had noticed landed atop the massive shield insignia. Agent Coulson and Captain Steve Rogers disembarked from the aircraft. Hey, Mr. Fate, long time no see. You vanished so suddenly last time. We had a hard time finding you. Spotting Su Ming not far from the plane, Coulson greeted him politely, though he couldn't help a mild complaint. Su Ming felt nothing about it. He'd finished his business, so why would he stick around? No stuffy, sweltering town in New Mexico could compare to the comfort of a hotel. He nodded politely but didn't reply. Su Ming then noticed Captain America, Steve Rogers, standing beside Agent Coulson. It was his first time meeting this symbol of American ideals. Dressed in a shirt and leather jacket, Rogers looked so ordinary that Su Ming almost didn't recognize him. With Coulson's introduction, Captain America met this man from the East. When he learned that Su Ming was also one of the Avengers, a flicker of surprise crossed Steve's eyes. He couldn't see anything particularly remarkable about this man with an Asian face standing before him. I'm not a part of the Avengers Initiative. I'm here at Director Fury's request, Su Ming corrected promptly when he heard Coulson introduce him as a member of the Avengers. Right, of course. Coulson recalled how Director Fury had grumbled about this. How just hiring Su Ming this time had cost a staggering $10 billion. The price was almost absurd. At that moment, Agent Natasha walked up to the group. Colonel Rogers, Mr. Fate, please come to the bridge. They've started the tracking. Excuse me then. Hearing this, Coulson decisively headed off in another direction, moving with professional efficiency. But the truth was, he couldn't understand, let alone agree with, Director Fury spending $10 billion just to hire Mr. Fate. What else could they have done with that money? It would have covered several rounds of carrier maintenance. Is it that the other Avengers aren't strong enough? Or does S.H.I.E.L.D. just have so much money they don't know what to do with it? What kind of bounty hunter opens their mouth and demands $10 billion just like that? The most unbelievable part was that the ever-shrewd director actually agreed to pay that price. He was still struggling to wrap his head around it. Every time Su Ming appeared before him, Agent Coulson couldn't help but think of that $10 billion, doomed to be wasted. So, when he saw Agent Natasha calling for Captain Rogers and the weight of fate, Coulson immediately handed the two over to Natasha without hesitation. If you're talking heroes, it has to be our Captain America, Steve Rogers. Coulson hurried forward, mind racing as he walked. When he received the order to escort Colonel Rogers, Coulson was so thrilled he could barely contain himself. That's right, Captain America was Coulson's idol. Ever since he was a little boy, Captain America's stories had inspired him deeply, which was why, just earlier on the plane, Coulson couldn't help but say more than once to the captain, "It's truly an honor to work with you. What greedy scoundrel could ever compare with our respectable, beloved captain?" Natasha, Rogers, and Su Ming walked together as a group. "You're practically a legend here." I half expected Coulson to faint when he saw you. Agent Natasha clearly had no fondness for Su Ming, her mind filled instead with tales of Captain America's bravery. Given the choice, she naturally gravitated toward making conversation with the captain. "Did he ask you to sign any of his collectibles?" Collectibles? Captain Rogers obviously had no idea what Natasha meant by collectibles. Standing just a couple of steps away, Su Ming watched the sharp-witted female agent chat up Captain America, clearly with no intention of acknowledging him. He shrugged indifferently, thinking to himself, "This Black Widow must be the most remarkable of the Avengers. Her weapon is her allure." That's right, she's got no actual fighting power to speak of. As far as Su Ming was concerned, Natasha was just a pretty face forced into the Avengers lineup. And in terms of figure, Natasha was every bit a match for Eliza. Looks-wise, Eliza was just as striking, so Natasha's so-called charm didn't faze Su Ming at all. Watching Natasha eagerly making small talk with America's favorite hero, Su-Ming felt nothing but disinterest. At that moment, the group happened upon Banner, who was helping tie down a fighter jet. When Colonel Rogers arrived, he recalled Coulson describing Dr. Banner as a genius on par with Stephen Hawking, and looked at him with newfound respect. He stepped forward to shake hands. Dr. Banner. Banner, dressed in a simple tin suit and dark shirt, with disheveled hair, looked every bit the down-on-his-luck scholar. No one could ever have imagined that this man harbored a powerful, explosive Hulk within his body. When Captain America, Steve Rogers, greeted him, Banner replied with a sense of honor in his voice. "I've heard them say you were coming. Is it true you can find the Tesseract?" Banner had thought his own extraordinary experiences would arouse the captain's curiosity, but it was clear Rogers was far more interested in the Tesseract. "Is that really all you've heard?" Rogers, with a hint of the pride typical of an American soldier, steered the conversation straight to the mission. "That's all I care about." This left Banner feeling a bit awkward. Their first conversation was not turning out to be the pleasant exchange he'd hoped for. And then there was the Eastern man standing nearby, whom Banner didn't recognize, and Natasha had made no effort to introduce him. "Crew, to your stations. Deck check." Just then, a warning blared over the helicarrier's intercom, and every crew member on deck sprang into action. They began securing each fighter jet to the deck and clearing the area. "Gentlemen, we'd better hurry. In a moment, you won't be able to breathe here." Natasha, with a touch of pride, reminded the three very different men standing before her. But none of them responded. "Is this a submarine?" Feeling the vibrations under his feet and recalling Natasha's comment about the air soon becoming unbreathable, Banner started to believe the carrier was about to transform and submerge. "Looks like they want to lock me in a metal box and sink it underwater." Banner wasn't entirely convinced that S.H.I.E.L.D. had brought him here just to study the Tesseract. He had his suspicions. After all, the authorities had never really abandoned the idea of researching the Hulk within him. Meanwhile, as a massive whirlpool formed in the sea below, four gigantic turbines rose from beneath the carrier. Behind them, Natasha's eyes shone with excitement. She had heard Director Fury mention, long ago, that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been secretly developing an airborne fortress for years. Today, it was finally going to take to the skies, and here she was, a key S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, standing right on the deck. The prospect filled her with ambition. With such an extraordinary battle fortress, she felt confident they could defeat any enemy. In the command room, Nick Fury wore a confident smile. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his feelings at this moment mirrored Natasha's. If anything, Fury was even prouder. After all, this helicarrier project had been his brainchild from the very beginning. After years of effort and billions of dollars invested, it was at last ready to soar. With a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very air, the four colossal turbine engines lifted the carrier steadily upward. Suddenly, the hull shuddered with an unexpected, irregular tremor, and the ascent came to an abrupt halt. Everyone on deck was caught off guard, stumbling as the ship lurched. Dr. Banner, unable to keep his balance, landed squarely on the deck, staring blankly at the sea before him. "It seems even worse than I imagined. Can someone please tell me what is happening here?" Nick Fury, standing tall at the command post, saw the confidence on his face vanish in an instant as he gripped the armrest tightly. His voice, heavy with suppressed anger, hovered above the heads of the staff in the front rows, those responsible for controlling the helicarrier. At that moment, Agent Hill stepped up beside Fury and quietly explained, "Director, the helicarrier hasn't launched many times before. The agent in charge of engine number 3 is in the hospital due to illness, and their team is missing a key member. They're lacking in flight experience." Meanwhile, the team handling engine number 3 was in a state of frantic urgency, like ants on a hot pan. Revolutions at 8,000. Deflection angle unit 5. Synchronize. Synchronize. This helicarrier was the director's pride and joy. If something went wrong during its very first real combat launch, there was no doubt they would face harsh consequences. At this moment, the clumsy ascent of the helicarrier resembled a child taking its first awkward steps. The shifting angle caused every aircraft on the deck to slide suddenly in the same direction, only stopping when the safety cables jerked them to a halt. Natasha, leading Rogers, Banner, and Su-Ming, quickly made their way to the control room. Hover power check complete, holding position. Overall power at 5%. Will increase once stabilized. Get it adjusted immediately. The sharp exchanges among the staff and Fury's thunderous commands echoed throughout the control room. Leaning on the rail beside Fury, Rogers couldn't help but joke. "So, this is that different world you were telling me about?" At that, Fury's face was darker than his skin. A flaw like this in their first real-world launch. While he wasn't truly worried about a catastrophe, the grand image of the mighty warship soaring into the sky with authority was already ruined. He had even bet with Rogers, promising to show the captain a world unlike any he'd ever seen. Well, look at that. Talk about dropping the ball. Director, balance coefficient is below minimum. I recommend aborting and relaunching. Agent Hill, after compiling the control team's data, reached her conclusion and reported to Nick Fury in a low voice. Fury's single eye widened in disbelief. They were already airborne. Was she seriously suggesting they go back down and start over? If this were a test phase, they could land and relaunch as many times as they wanted. But this was a real operation. There might not be enemies nearby, but what if there were? Every minute they delayed the launch meant another minute exposed to danger, possibly even disaster. Permission to land denied. Treat this as an emergency drill. I want to see whether you so-called SHIELD elites can handle this situation. There was no need for Agent Hill to relay his words. Everyone present heard the director's furious declaration loud and clear. The entire control room fell into a dead silence in an instant, with only the sharp, rhythmic clatter of keyboards and control consoles breaking the hush. A few minutes later, the mothership rotated halfway in the air, but still failed to return to a level position. The veins on Nick Fury's temples pulsed visibly, betraying the depth of his anger at that moment. Agent Hill gathered the control data once again and, looking troubled, edged hesitantly toward Director Fury. Clearly, the news was not good. Her eyes darted around as she searched for a way to explain the situation to the director. Then, suddenly, she caught sight of Destiny, who had just arrived. For some reason, her intuition told her that Mr. Silver Duke might be able to resolve this predicament. She immediately cast a pleading glance towards Su Ming. Su Ming had only intended to watch the drama unfold, to be a bystander. But when he saw the look of appeal in Agent Hill's eyes, so earnest and vulnerable, like a puppy begging for help, he couldn't help but recall all those coffees she'd made for him over time, even if he never got used to the taste. Scratching his chin, he decided to lend her a hand. Director Fury. Hearing someone call his name, Nick Fury grasped the railing and turned around with effort. He saw Su Ming raise a hand as a powerful magnetic field erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the entire battleship. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the ship slowly returned to a level position. No need to trouble yourselves anymore. A deep, metallic groan echoed from the massive helicarrier as it hovered dozens of meters above the ground. With his upgraded magnetic control, Su Ming had more than enough power to adjust the entire ship's orientation. But since the force wasn't coming from the engines within, the magnetic field pressed on every part of the giant vessel at once, causing the joints and seams to creak with a teeth-gritting friction. Nick Fury's expression froze, his one good eye fixed intently on Su Ming's upraised hand. It was as if that hand had unleashed some extraordinary magic, and with the gentlest emotions, the tilt of the helicarrier was corrected. Oh my God, it's back. The ship is level again. All systems normal. Everything's back to normal. The incredulous shouts of the staff echoed through the control room. Nick Fury finally snapped out of his shock, though his hands still gripped the guardrail tightly. My word, Mr. Destiny, that's some incredible magic. It took Nick Fury only a split second to realize that Su Ming had resolved the embarrassing tilt of the mothership with nothing more than a wave of his hand. And, without a doubt, this timely intervention had helped Fury save face in front of Captain Rogers and Dr. Banner. Yet, as the head of the operation, Fury knew he had to maintain the image of control and authority before all his subordinates. His hands left the rail in a flash, cutting a sharp arc as he quickly regained his composure. With a deep, steady voice, he said, Ahem, thank you, Mr. Destiny. But in the future, I'd ask you not to act without my orders. After all, it's not easy for these young people to get a chance to prove themselves. As he spoke, he turned his back to the group and secretly gave Su Ming a frantic series of winks. The moment he finished speaking, all the SHIELD agents looked at their director with new eyes. No wonder Director Fury always seems to be one step ahead. He was prepared all along. Even someone that powerful listens to the director's orders. Awesome. So the absence of the number 3 engine team leader was part of the director's plan? Old foxes are the slyest, after all. Setting aside Nick Fury's opportunity to bask in the admiration of his SHIELD subordinates, Agent Hill could barely conceal her disapproval of the director's need to save face. How childish. Having worked closely with Director Fury, she knew better than anyone that just moments ago he was teetering on the edge of full-blown rage. If Mr. Silver Duke really had been his plan B, the director would never have been that agitated. Besides, Mr. Silver Duke only stepped in because I called out for help. What does that have to do with you, Nick Fury? I never expected Mr. Silver Duke would actually answer me. I'll have to find a way to thank him properly. With that thought, Agent Hill cast a grateful glance at Su Ming, pondering how she might express her appreciation. Beneath Fury's stern expression was a flicker of embarrassment, while Su-Ming met his gaze with a playful, unreadable smile. At that moment, Natasha Romanoff, the red-haired agent standing next to Banner, stared in stunned silence, her eyes wide with disbelief. As a battle-hardened operative, Natasha prided herself on her keen powers of observation, one of the main reasons the director trusted her to evaluate Tony Stark. She would stake her reputation on it. The shock and disbelief flickering across Fury's face had been all too genuine, a raw, unguarded response. Natasha had studied Destiny's file thoroughly. She knew he was a super soldier, his physical abilities far exceeding ordinary humans. He was likely on par with Captain America, who'd received the super soldier serum. But in Natasha's mind, Su-Ming's character couldn't hold a candle to Steve Rogers' nobility. Her profile of Su-Ming read, a showman with a penchant for tuxedos and masks, driven by greed. Yet the scene she just witnessed completely upended her assessment. If Destiny's such a showman, then why, after pulling off something so astonishing, did he so willingly let Director Fury steal the spotlight? And why does he look like he doesn't care at all? Could I have misjudged him? Natasha had never been wrong in her evaluations before. She had to admit, Su-Ming's methods had truly taken her by surprise. I thought Destiny was just a formidable fighter, but I never imagined he'd possess such unbelievable abilities. Is it magic? Or something divine? Just a few minutes ago, she still thought of Destiny as an annoying bounty hunter who didn't know how to respect himself. But at this moment, Agent Natasha decided to overturn her original assessment of Su-Ming and to observe this mysterious man more closely. A hint of curiosity flashed in her gaze as she looked at Su-Ming. Dr. Banner, disheveled, managed to steady himself, but he was gripped by a strong feeling. If the warship really had plummeted straight into the sea as he'd feared, the Hulk inside him might have burst out, swum hundreds of miles, and carried him all the way back to shore. Fortunately, that terrifying scenario hadn't come to pass. Otherwise, he'd have ruined yet another suit. As Banner caught his breath, he couldn't help but frown. As a scientist, he found himself unable to explain how the warship had so suddenly recovered. The engines are the only source of power for the ship. If even adjusting the engines can't restore its balance, how could it right itself automatically? Unless there was an external force involved. But what kind of force could be that strong? A miracle? Impossible, impossible. It must be that the ship's control system activated its emergency protocol and adjusted its position. Yes, that must be it. What an extraordinary design. Thanks to his low-key nature, Banner had ended up at the back of the group, which meant he hadn't seen Su-Ming raise his hand. Even after hearing what Director Fury said, he simply couldn't believe that any individual could move a vessel of such massive tonnage. With his curiosity now at its peak, Banner's eyes drifted toward the control console, eager to leap down and examine everything up close. Captain America, Colonel Steve Rogers, cast a look at Su-Ming, a flash of respect crossing his eyes. Rogers admitted that his first impression of Su-Ming had been rather ordinary. He realized now he'd been judging by appearances. He wasn't like Banner, that stubborn devotee of science. Blind faith in science is just another form of superstition. What mattered to him was what happened right in front of his eyes, the raw, undeniable reality. That was a lesson war had taught him. He'd woken up from the ice 70 years later. Was there really anything left that could be called impossible? If we can't believe what we see with our own eyes, then what can we trust? Those so-called airtight arguments? Give me a break. Director Nick Fury wasn't one to lie. It had to be Su-Ming who restored the warship. He still didn't know exactly how Su-Ming had done it, but there was no doubt this man would be a powerful ally. It's always better to have a strong teammate than a strong opponent. Raise total power output to 8%. Prepare for departure. Bring output to maximum. Attention, all power is online. Everything is ready. Wait, something's wrong. Just as everyone was recovering from the shock of the warship tilting and getting ready to proceed with takeoff as planned, the crew sent in another anomaly report. Nick Fury, however, felt confident. After all, with Su-Ming overseeing things, there shouldn't be any major problems. Power output has reached maximum, but the altimeter shows we're still hovering just 18 meters above sea level. We're not climbing. As the engine roar grew louder, the metallic hull emitted another teeth-grinding screech. These repeated malfunctions continued to wear away at Nick Fury's nerves. Is today just not meant for launch? Why is there an obstacle at every step? Involuntarily, he glanced at Su-Ming. Oh, come on, Mr. Destiny. To his dismay, Fury realized that Su-Ming's raised hand had never been lowered. Now, Su-Ming was squinting at him, wearing a sly, ambiguous smile. It dawned on him instantly. This new anomaly was Su-Ming's doing. He had never relinquished control of the carrier, So even with the engines at full throttle, they couldn't gain any altitude. With a wry smile, Fury walked over to Su Ming and whispered, "Mr. Destiny, could you do me a favor? Everyone's watching." Agent Hill was the quickest to catch on. When she realized what was happening, she nearly burst out laughing. "My dear director, as far as trying to get the upper hand over Mr. Silverduke, I don't think you've ever succeeded." At this moment, Su Ming simply wanted to give Fury a little trouble. After all, Fury had just shown off in front of his subordinates at Su Ming's expense. "Now it's my turn." Watching the bald-headed Fury sidle up and whisper, Su Ming had no real intention of making things difficult for him. "Mr. Destiny, the money's been transferred to you, 1 full billion. Are you really going to squeeze me for more in front of everyone?" The sight of Fury whispering in a low voice made Su Ming chuckle. "Director Fury, does it feel good to show off using me in front of your subordinates?" "It does." "Oh wait, I mean it's not bad. Mostly it's because you're so impressive." Seeing that his point had gotten across, Su Ming decided not to push further and withdrew the magnetic field he'd released. "Many thanks." Freed from external restraint, the warship shot up into the sky with a sudden surge, sending everyone tumbling once again. "This time, I won't charge you extra. Director Fury, you owe me a personal favor." Hearing that Su Ming wouldn't take advantage of the situation, Nick Fury felt as if he'd been pardoned. He quietly gave Su Ming a covert thumbs up. "No problem." Regaining his composure, Nick Fury took his place at the command station. With a gesture, he signaled his team to activate a particular protocol. Agent Hill, hands on her hips, issued the command with professional precision. "Shield Emergency Protocol 193.6 initiated. All systems ready, Director. Let's disappear. Activate the background reflection panels." At Nick Fury's command, the battleship that had soared into the sky steadied itself and initiated its stealth systems. The cloaking coating on the ship's surface shimmered to life, as if an invisible energy shield had enveloped the massive aerial fortress, blending it seamlessly into the clouds above. At last, a smooth takeoff. Breathing a discreet sigh of relief, Nick Fury turned and walked over to the others. "Gentlemen," Colonel Rogers approached Fury, pulled a wad of bills from his pocket, and handed Nick Fury a $10 note. Gazing at the $10 bill in his hand, Fury remembered the bet he'd made with Captain America not long ago. Well, at least there's something to be happy about today. He then moved over to Dr. Banner, and after a brief greeting, the two plunged into a lively discussion about how to track down Hawkeye and Loki's whereabouts. Su Ming, however, paid little mind to all this. He wandered back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. rest quarters that had been prepared for him. He sprawled casually across the bed. For now, the only Avengers missing were Tony and Thor. Everyone else was more or less in position. The next step would be a head-on confrontation with Loki, the god of mischief. Su Ming couldn't help but recall the portal that would soon open above Stark Tower, imagining the Chitauri army pouring through in droves to invade Earth. Everything from beyond the stars was bound to be valuable. Alien tech always fetched a high price. I wonder if those aliens can be exchanged for something. At the very least, their gear should be worth some cash. Thinking ahead to his upcoming clash with the extraterrestrial army, Su Ming figured he'd better strengthen himself while he still had the chance. After all, the films only ever showed a handful of Avengers cutting heroic figures. There was little screen time spent on just how formidable the alien weapons truly were. But to underestimate alien technology or dismiss their firepower would be a grave mistake. The Avengers always had the main character glow, emerging from every battle unscathed, no matter the odds. But as an outsider, Su Ming felt surrounded by uncertainty. He had no intention of being written off or suffering some huge loss in the very first Avengers story. Now that he had money to burn, the safest bet was to turn it all into raw fighting power. He'd already decided exactly how to put that $1 billion to use. That's right, Superman's power, freeze breath. His heat vision had already reached the strategic level, packing a real punch on its own. But if he could combine it with freeze breath, a blast of heat, a burst of cold, even the toughest alien armor would have to bow to the laws of physics. With that thought, Su Ming opened the system shop and flipped to the relevant page. Superman Freeze Breath LV1, Basic Temperature Control, $50 million. Freeze Breath LV2, Tactical Freezing, $500 million. Freeze Breath LV3, Area-Wide Freezing, $1.5 billion. Frozen Breath LV4, Strategic Blizzard, $8 billion. $50 million. Exchange successful. Account balance, $10.15 billion. A notification from the system echoed in his mind. At that moment, Su Ming felt a cool sensation stirring within his chest. With each breath, the air he exhaled turned into a faint white mist in the warmth of the rest pod. He tried blowing a stream of chilled air toward the table, and instantly, the water in his cup dropped in temperature. Room temperature water transformed into ice-cold refreshment. Beads of condensation formed on the outside of the glass, reminding Su-Ming that what he had now wasn't just frozen breath, but more like a refrigeration breath. The thought that he'd never have to add ice to his cola again instantly lifted his spirits. $1 billion. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance, $150 million. A series of crisp cracks filled the air. As Su-Ming exhaled icy breaths, the temperature in the rest pod plummeted at breakneck speed. The water cup on the table, unable to withstand the rapid chill, suddenly shattered with a sharp pop. The water, released at that very instant, crystallized into dazzling shards of ice, still clinging to fragments of glass. It was clear just how extreme the drop in temperature had been. Just then, Agent Hill pushed open the door to Su-Ming's pod. "Mr. Silverduke, since you had a quiet moment, I brought you a cup of hot coffee." But the moment Agent Hill entered, her hand froze to the metal handle of the door, stuck fast no matter how she tried to pull away. A wave of biting cold shot up from her palm, numbing her entire arm in an instant. "What?" Her eyes went wide as she watched the hot coffee in her other hand instantly freeze over, shards of ice spreading across its surface. Her shoes, too, were frozen solid to the floor, stopping her in her tracks before she could even step inside. She hadn't the faintest idea what was happening. She simply stood there, ignoring the chill seeping in her body, staring blankly at Su-Ming as the light faded from her eyes. Su-Ming, astonished by his newly upgraded talent, realized that with just a couple of breaths, he had turned the whole rest pod into a wintry domain. No wonder it cost so much more than heat vision, this area of effect. The icy surface had enveloped the entire pod and was still spreading outward rapidly along the metal panels beneath his feet. Suddenly, he noticed Agent Hill standing there with her coffee, frozen in place, her hand on the door handle already frosting over. At the same time, he saw the light in her eyes begin to dim from the intense cold. She was about to lose consciousness. Not good, he thought. In a rush, he activated heat vision, immediately working to thaw her out. Twin beams of dark red light shot from Su-Ming's eyes, first freeing Agent Hill's arm from the frozen grip of the door. Then, shifting his gaze to her feet, he melted the ice that had pinned her to the spot, releasing her from her awkward predicament. At the same time, he activated his magnetic control, fixing the metal objects on Agent Hill to ensure she wouldn't collapse to the ground. Su-Ming carefully regulated the energy of his heat vision, bathing Agent Hill's body up and down with warmth. Seeing the light return to Agent Hill's eyes, Su-Ming still didn't dare to stop. His own breath continued to spill out waves of biting cold. Su-Ming could only keep channeling heat into Agent Hill, knowing that even a small mistake could put her in mortal danger. Everything happened so quickly that Agent Hill never even realized she'd skirted the edge of death. Her consciousness slipped away in an instant, only to be pulled back, leaving her with a fleeting sense of confusion, as if she'd just picked up from the moment she'd entered the room. Achoo! So cold. Never mind that Su-Ming kept pouring heat into her with his vision, saving her life. The frigid air seeped out from the cabin door, creeping toward the nearby engine. From the engines of the Sky Carrier came a series of sharp, jarring noises. The engines, affected by the sudden chill, began to act up. The whole ship shuddered again. Nick Fury remained calm, but the deadpan look in his good eye gave away his true feelings at that moment. "What now? Mother asterisk her? Oh my god, Mr. Silverduke, your eyes." Agent Hill finally managed to see Su-Ming clearly. At this moment, his eyes were casting two dark red beams across her body, back and forth. Wherever his gaze passed, warmth followed. It actually felt rather pleasant. Realizing she was no longer in danger, the tension in Agent Hill's body slowly melted away. "My feet." Suddenly, a stabbing chill shot up from her feet. Agent Hill looked down to discover that a thick layer of ice had formed on the floor of the rest cabin. She was standing right in a pit where the ice had melted, and in a flash, she understood that Su-Ming was warming her up. And that dip in the ice meant Mr. Silverduke had just finished thawing out her legs. But the real question was, where had all the ice come from? "Agent Hill, don't be nervous, just wait a moment." Just then, Su-Ming's voice sounded by her ear, putting her a little more at ease. She also keenly noticed that with every word Su-Ming spoke, thick white mist poured from his mouth to the floor. Even his nostrils released frosty breaths with every exhale. So the source of the cold is actually Mr. Silverduke? Eyes that could send out waves of warmth, yet mouth and nose that breathed out icy air. This strange mix of abilities left Agent Hill astonished. With Su-Ming maintaining her body temperature, Hill wasn't worried. Now, Blinking her bright eyes, she gazed curiously at Su-ming. What a man wrapped in mysteries. New York, in a certain laboratory. Where did you find so many people to help? Dr. Eric was adjusting some kind of device, his tone casual as he chatted with Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye. S.H.I.E.L.D. has made plenty of enemies over the years, Doctor. At the same time, Clint raised a tablet with both hands and showed it to Eric. Is this what you need? On the tablet screen was an image of a particular metal and a photograph of someone. That's right, it's iridium. It came with a meteorite and can be used to create antiprotons, so it's in high demand at the moment. Both Eric and Hawkeye were under Loki's control via the scepter, now dutifully assisting him in building the device to activate the Tesseract. But there was still one crucial component missing from the activation device, iridium metal. Eric, a physicist by trade, had had his allegiance altered, but his passion for scientific research burned as brightly as ever. He marveled at the wonders of the Tesseract. It was more than just knowledge, it was truth itself. Meanwhile, Clint Barton, not a scientist himself, was focused on one thing, tracking down the person in the photograph and bringing back the iridium. In the eyes of Soldier, there's only the mission. With a practiced motion, his collapsible compound bow sprung open in his hands. Hawkeye's eyes glinted with an uncanny blue light as he strode out of the lab, brimming with confidence. The irregular vibrations from the engines hadn't affected the ship's course, but they gnawed at Nick Fury's nerves. There's something wrong with Engine 1. At last, a crew member spotted the anomaly in the operating system and shouted a report. Keep tracking Loki and his team. Tech Division, find out what's going on with the engines. Wait, I'm coming too. Nick Fury was baffled. The helicarrier was the pride of S.H.I.E.L.D., a marvel born from the collective genius of their top scientists. Yet here it was, faltering on its maiden mission. At that moment, a thick layer of frost had formed on the giant rotors of Engine 1, disrupting its normal operation. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Su-ming finally steadied his breathing and stopped releasing cold air. After casting another burst of heat rays to melt all the ice in the room, he let out a long, relieved sigh. Man, my abilities upgraded so fast I almost lost control. Good thing I kept my wits about me. Though her feet still tingled with cold, Agent Hill was otherwise unharmed. She gently set her coffee cup on the table and said, Mr. Silverduke, to thank you for your help just now, I made you a cup of hot coffee. Well, it's iced coffee now, I suppose. Looking at the cup, now frozen into a solid block, Agent Hill explained her intentions with a hint of awkwardness. Years of working alongside the director had given her a useful habit. Never show curiosity about what's right in front of you. Even after witnessing Su-ming's unusual abilities, she chose to act as if she had seen nothing at all. But Su-ming's abilities were simply beyond belief, and Hill couldn't help but feel a touch of reverence for him in her heart. Su-ming, however, had no intention of offering any explanation. It seems Agent Hill is quite confident in her coffee-making skills. Although Su-ming had saved Agent Hill's life just in time, he did almost send her to the afterlife, which left him feeling a bit apologetic. Thank you for the coffee, Agent Hill. With that, a beam of heat vision flashed from Su-ming's eyes. Unlike the dark red hue he had used earlier to thaw Hill, this beam was a bright, fiery red, radiating even more energy. In no time at all, the coffee in the cup began to bubble and steam again under the intense heat, boiling furiously. Careful, it's hot. Under Hill's startled gaze, Su-ming picked up the cup and took a hearty gulp. Not bad, but what a bitter taste. Ignoring the scalding temperature, Su-ming politely praised the coffee, while inwardly he couldn't help but complain about this beverage seemingly fit only for beasts of burden. He had once accidentally learned that coffee was originally invented as an additive mixed in a feed for early farmers' livestock, to make the animals eat less and work more. But for someone with a body of steel, coffee that barely reached 100 degrees Celsius was nothing short of refreshing. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside the door. Agent Hill quickly got up to investigate, and Su-ming, curious, followed her out of the room. There they saw Nick Fury sprawled on the ground, with Agent Hill rushing to help him up. Ow, my back. Why is it so slippery? Nick Fury, accompanied by several technicians, had been hurrying toward Engine 1, passing by Su-ming's quarters. The steel floor was still coated with a thin layer of frost left behind by Su-ming's earlier burst of cold. With his less-than-perfect eyesight, Director Fury had managed to slip and fall flat on his face. Where did all this ice come from? Realizing there was a layer of thin ice on the floor, Director Fury's one good eye was filled with astonishment. Agent Hill, knowing the truth, cast a helpless glance at Su-ming, but didn't give him away. Don't sweat the details, Director Fury. Weren't you busy tracking down Loki? What brings you here? Don't even get me started. Fury grumbled as he told Su-ming about the engine trouble that had cropped up again. Su-ming's eyes grew thoughtful. Seems my blunder this time was more than just almost getting Agent Hill killed. When the group arrived at Engine 1, they saw chunks of ice still clinging to the massive propeller, and the expression on Director Fury's face was something to behold. We took low temperatures at high altitudes into account when we designed this thing, but we're nowhere near freezing altitude yet. So how did it get iced over? Agent Hill realized this was most likely related to Su Ming's unusual abilities. Pressing her lips together, she looked at Su Ming once more. Su Ming cleared his throat and, with a glance, signaled for Agent Hill to take the unnecessary personnel away. Let's check over there. Hill understood that Su Ming intended to use his powers to resolve the issue at hand, and it truly wasn't suitable for too many people to witness. She quickly found an excuse to lead several technicians away. At that moment, Nick Fury was frowning deeply, unable to fathom why this problem had occurred. Why were all the other engines fine, yet only Engine 1 had frozen over? Let me help out. Feeling somewhat responsible, Su Ming volunteered to lend a hand. Before Director Fury could reply, twin beams of intense heat suddenly shot from Su Ming's eyes. A deep red glow bathed the frozen section. Billowing steam instantly formed, only to be swept away by the powerful turbine's rotation. Within moments, the areas covered in ice had returned to normal. The strange noises and vibrations caused by the ice vanished without a trace. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Fury once again marveled at how wise it had been to bring Su Ming along for the mission. Fate, I owe you another one. Up my back. Supporting his strained lower back, Nick Fury returned to the command center with Su Ming at his side. Inside, Agent Coulson was excitedly discussing his collection with his hero, Captain Rogers. Found him. 79% match. Stuttgart, Germany, 28, König Street. Looks like he isn't even trying to hide. On the satellite feed, Loki appeared at a formal gala, impeccably dressed, mingling among the guests. Captain, it's your move. Nick Fury officially handed Captain America the Avengers' first operational mission, capture Loki. The scene shifted to an elegantly designed building, where guests in evening attire sipped fine wine, their eyes scanning the crowd for connections to advance their ambitions. In one corner of the grand hall, a classical ensemble played a violin-led melody. Amidst the graceful music, Steve Rogers, Captain America, entered the operations room, where his iconic battle suit hung on the wall. Security at the gala was tight, but that posed little challenge for the battle-hardened Hawkeye, Clint Barton. In the shadows, arrows from his compound bow sliced through the defenses in utter silence. Meanwhile, a transport carrying Rogers sped toward the gala at top speed. Soon, Hawkeye had eliminated every guard around the vault. Before him now stood a high-security vault door, equipped with the latest civilian retinal scan technology. The graceful violin music grew increasingly urgent as Loki, composed and elegant, descended the vintage spiral staircase in time with the music's rhythm. At the turn of the music, Loki swung his scepter, taking out the bodyguard of his target in a single, decisive move. This provoked a chorus of gasps from everyone in the hall. Without hesitation, he grabbed someone by the collar and hurled him onto the platform of a nearby statue. From within his cloak, Loki produced a specialized device, clearly designed for one gruesome purpose, to extract an eyeball. It was small, sharp, and merciless. A piercing scream rang out as Loki, utterly remorseless, drove the instrument into the man's eye. As the spiral blade whirred at high speed, the unfortunate victim convulsed in agony, but the god's unyielding grip pinned him immobile. On the other end of the device, Clint pressed an identical instrument to the retinal scanner of the vault door. As Loki completed his extraction, a holographic projection of an eyeball slowly materialized in Clint's device. Retina scan, access granted. Unlocking. The heavy security door swung open, and inside a spring-loaded compartment, a sealed container of iridium gleamed with an otherworldly luster. One easy job. Clint eyed the iridium in his hand, letting out a cold, sardonic laugh. Back at the gala, Loki watched the panicked crowd scattering in every direction, a faint smile curving his lips. Yes, he had brought them fear. Loki relished the sense of existence that came from this chaos. With grand ambition in his eyes, Loki strode to the front of the platform, scepter in hand. In a flash of golden light, his English gentleman's attire transformed into the regalia of the god of mischief. The iconic golden horn helmet, at once imposing and mocking. Emerald green and gold, accented by black leather and metal plates. A costume that embodied trickery and divinity. A tailored robe layered with intricate, ornate armor. The green cape lent him an air of unsettling elegance. The entire ensemble exuded a magnificent, somber aura. Crossing the street with a measured step, Loki casually launched a distant, magical strike that sent a police car hurtling aside as reinforcements arrived. One after another, his illusions appeared in the path of the fleeing crowd, each echoing the same command. Kneel before me. Like sheep herded by a vigilant dog, the people clustered together in fear. Loki slammed his scepter against the ground with a thunderous cry. Kneel! The jewels atop every Loki's scepter erupted in a piercing blue light, an overwhelming force pressing down on the hearts of all present. One by one, in waves, the people dropped to their knees before Loki. Isn't this so much simpler? Weren't you born for this fate? That servility in your bones compels you, sooner or later, to surrender to your ruler. Seeing everyone kneeling at his feet, Loki was beyond satisfied, seizing the moment to mercilessly mock the crowd before him. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, his smile growing ever more brazen. At that moment, an old man with thinning but snow-white hair slowly stood up. He bore a striking resemblance to Colonel Rogers. His aged eyes looked at Loki with disdain and said, "But not someone like you." He picked up where Loki had left off. Loki knew that this mortal standing before him could never comprehend the brilliance of a god. With a seemingly tolerant smile, he replied, "But I'm one of a kind. There are plenty of shameless people like you." The old man retorted without the slightest hint of fear. Summoning all his strength, he straightened his frail, stooped back. A thought flashed through Loki's mind. He would make an example of this man. Slowly, he raised his scepter and pointed it at the old man. "Look at this man. He is your role model." Before his words had faded, the mind scepter sent out a pulse of energy straight at the old man. Just then, a blue-clad figure dropped from above, landing in front of the old man. A polished, round shield rebounded the scepter's blast and sent Loki sprawling to the ground. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had arrived at the crucial moment. He stood with his signature shield, painted in concentric rings of red, blue, and silver, a bold star at its heart. His deep blue combat suit incorporated elements of the American flag, a star emblazoned on his chest. Shield had upgraded Captain America's uniform, blending classic style with modern tactical design. I remember the last time I was in Germany, there was someone else who put himself above everyone else, and he got taken down. He said, his voice steady. The crowd, who had been forced to their knees, saw their protector arrive. One by one, they began to rise. At that moment, Black Widow, Natasha, piloted a jet onto the square, heavy machine guns swiveling to target Loki. "Loki, drop your weapon and surrender." Natasha's voice rang out through the loudspeakers, her tone commanding and severe. But how could a god surrender to mortals so easily? Loki swung his scepter, sending another blast of energy at the jet. Natasha dodged at the very last second. Meanwhile, Captain America launched his signature move, the shield throw. A metallic clang rang out as the shield struck Loki, forcing him back. Captain America charged forward and engaged Loki in hand-to-hand combat, but his attacks had no effect on Loki's godly form. In no time, Loki had him pinned to the ground. Watching from the cockpit as Captain America struggled and the civilians scattered across the square, Natasha realized she couldn't risk firing. She couldn't help but mutter, "This guy's just too cunning." Suddenly, a mischievous voice crackled through the plane's speakers. "Agent Romanoff, did you miss me?" At the same time, Natasha's control panel flickered. Her system had been hacked. Suddenly, raucous rock music blared across the entire square, filling the air with its wild energy. In the distance, a streak of light shot across the sky, racing closer and closer. A metallic figure raised both hands midair and unleashed a blast of energy that sent Loki flying, crashing down onto the steps. Sparks erupted where the armored suit met the stone, accompanied by a thunderous clang. The ironclad figure landed with effortless flair, rising slowly to his feet. He raised his arm, and a host of weapons on his suit locked onto Loki all at once. Iron Man, Tony Stark, had arrived. "Bring it on." Jarvis was already primed for battle. Yet, to their surprise, the moment Loki saw Iron Man, it was as if his will to fight evaporated. A glimmer of light swept over him, and his divine armor gradually faded away. Slowly, Loki raised both hands. He was surrendering. Captain America, still catching his breath, came up beside Tony, bewildered by the sight before him. Where did all that fight from before go? Why did he just give up as soon as Tony showed up? Does he pick his opponents for a fight? Puzzled, Cap adjusted his grip on his shield and greeted Tony. "Mr. Stark." The helmeted head gave the slightest tilt, a gesture cool and aloof. Outside, SFLD's aircraft, outfitted with both rotor and jet propulsion, traced a shimmering arc across the night sky. Loki, his wrists bound by the restraining device, sat calmly in silence. Colonel Rogers and Tony kept a watchful eye on their captive from a few paces away. Aside from Agent Natasha, who occasionally checked in with HQ over the comms, the only sounds aboard the jet were the hum of equipment and the steady thrum of engines. The atmosphere was thick with unease. Something's off. Colonel Rogers, suited for battle, leaned in and spoke quietly to Tony. Having just gone toe-to-toe with Loki, Cap knew full well this adversary was no pushover. For him to surrender without warning the moment Tony arrived, there had to be a trick. What's wrong? The Rockstar gave up too easily for your taste. Tony was supremely confident in his newly upgraded suit, but he was sharp enough to know Loki's surrender made no sense. Still, it was so obvious, there was no point belaboring it. Rogers hadn't said anything wrong, but his comment rubbed Tony the wrong way. In Tony's mind, he was the embodiment of modern technology and genius. From reinventing himself as a superhero to creating his armor and forging new elements, he was the darling of this era, while this relic from 70 years ago was hopelessly out of touch. Washed-up heroes belong to museums, after all. At that moment, a distant rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. So when Colonel Rogers, with good intentions, offered a warning, he was met with a cold retort. Not bad for an old-timer. The way you fought just now looked more like aerobics than combat. Captain America bristled. He wasn't about to let Tony have the last word. Director Fury never mentioned that they invited you too. At this, Tony fully leaned into his infuriating personality. Yeah, well, there's a lot Fury hasn't told you. Outside the aircraft, the rumble of thunder grew steadily louder, as if it were encircling them. Where did this lightning come from? Agent Natasha, who was piloting the craft, was clearly puzzled by the sudden change in weather. Just moments ago, the sky had been perfectly clear. Now, lightning split the sky, shattering the calm of the night with a deafening clamor, as though heralding something ominous. Loki's face, which had been calm just moments before, now betrayed a hint of unease as he glanced anxiously at the lightning crackling around them. What's the matter? Afraid of a little thunder? Captain Rogers tossed out the question casually. Could this so-called god really be as afraid of thunder and lightning as a child? Surely not. Loki, who had been silent the whole way, finally spoke up, his tone, uncharacteristically, almost sincere. I'm not particularly fond of the fellow who brings the thunder. Tony and Rogers exchanged glances, each thinking there were just too many things wrong with that statement to even know where to begin. Clearly, Tony, who put his faith in science, didn't believe Loki's talk of being from another realm, and Rogers was no different. The scene shifted. A sharp gaze from above locked onto the aircraft, and a powerful figure suddenly landed on the fuselage. The plane lurched violently under the impact, and a flash of lightning cut through the night, illuminating the figure standing atop the craft. It was Thor, Mjolnir in hand. Heimdall, watching through the all-seeing eye, had discovered Loki's presence on Earth and alerted Odin. When Thor learned that his troublesome brother was still alive, he was desperate to return to Midgard. But with the Bifrost destroyed, Odin had to expend great effort to send him here. Thor's mission was clear. He had to bring his brother back to Asgard to face judgment. Tony instantly sized up the situation. Someone was here to break out the prisoner. He snapped on his helmet and opened the aircraft's hatch. But just as he was about to launch himself out to confront the intruder, he was sent reeling back inside by a massive hammer flying straight at him. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Banner waited in the control room for Tony and Captain Rogers to return with Loki in custody. Banner, ever the scientist, was still curiously examining the controls of the helicarrier. Seeing Su Ming looking a little bored, Agent Coulson suggested taking him on a tour of the ship's facilities. Pride in his voice, Coulson pointed out, in addition to the massive anti-gravity engines and cloaking systems, their specially reinforced containment system. It was a cell shaped like a canister. Forged from a special material, it was completely metal-free, crystal clear in appearance, yet far stronger than any crystal. It was even equipped with an emergency ejection mechanism. Staring at the transparent canister, Su Ming instinctively glanced over at Banner, not far away. I wonder if this new type of cage can withstand the Hulk throwing a tantrum inside. At the same time, an image of a stern, eccentric old man flickered through Su Ming's mind. It seemed that even Magneto had once been held in a cell like this, though to imprison Magneto, they'd had to keep all metal far, far away. Noticing Su Ming's thoughtful expression, Coulson smiled and suggested that Su Ming step inside the spherical cage to get feel for it. He claimed, for the sake of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was to test the strength of the cage and help improve its design. But Coulson had his own motives. He'd accepted the billion-dollar commission involving Su Ming, yet there was still a trace of resentment in his heart. The new cage was so sturdy, it could withstand the impact of nearly 100,000 tons of TNT. Coulson thought, perhaps this was his chance to see Su Ming stumble for once. Su-ming instinctively declined Coulson's proposal. Admittedly, he was curious about just how tough this elaborate cage truly was, but no matter how pretty it looked, it was still a prison cell. Why on earth should he willingly step inside? He wasn't fooled by Coulson's coaxing. He knew the agent was up to no good. Still, Coulson's persistence was hard to resist, and soon he even managed to bring director Nick Fury into the matter. Coulson's suggestion piqued Director Fury's curiosity. After all, the development team had hyped up the containment system to no end in front of him, and now he wanted Su-ming to help put its sturdiness to the test. The cell had been designed to hold behemoths like the Hulk, but there was no way they could just wake the Hulk and toss him in for a test run. Bruce Banner would be heartbroken. Su-ming's abilities, though, were perfectly suited to this task. Mr. Destiny, you've got nothing better to do. Why not give us a hand? Both men looked at him expectantly, and the barely concealed schadenfreude in Coulson's eyes was plain to see. Su-ming changed his mind. He'd teach them a lesson. Let's make it clear. If I break this transparent can, don't blame me. Of course, not your fault. If it breaks, it just means the product isn't up to standard. With Director Fury's promise, Su-ming stepped into the containment cell. The entrance sealed behind him with a hiss, but inside, Su-ming was surprised to feel no sense of confinement, though it looked like a fully sealed structure from the outside. The transparent canister was bare. If he wanted to rest, he'd have to sit right on the floor. But that hardly mattered. He wasn't a real prisoner. He walked up to the clear wall and rapped it with his knuckles. Thud, thud. A deep, resonant sound echoed in his ears. His gaze happened to catch Agent Coulson's smug, unmasked grin. Su-ming laughed coldly to himself. So, you want to see me make a fool of myself? He rolled his shoulders, then swung his fist straight at the wall. A fist slammed into the transparent wall, sending a powerful tremor through the entire cell. The shockwave was so intense, it was visible to the naked eye. Seeing Su-ming casually throw a punch and cause such a dramatic change in the cell, Nick Fury's face froze. He instinctively glanced at Coulson. Was this harebrained idea yours? Agent Coulson could only stare blankly at Su-ming. After the tremor subsided, the cell returned to its calm state, and not a single mark could be seen on the transparent wall. Relieved by the sight, Nick Fury regained some of his composure and confidence. After all, a considerable amount of money had gone into developing this cell. From the looks of it, it wasn't half bad. Su-ming looked at the cell with a hint of surprise. Given his current, almost supernatural strength, not to mention the hardness of his ironclad body, the fact that he hadn't shattered the cage with a single punch spoke volumes about its quality. Sensing that unusual vibration, Su-ming fell into thought. It seemed to be making use of some sort of shock-dampening principle. If that's the case, what if I hit it a little harder? Su-ming swung his fist again, this time with half his strength. A deep, resonant clang echoed, followed by a low, vibrating hum. Under Fury's stern gaze, Coulson's smile looked more like a grimace of pain. Su-ming's punch sounded as if it had landed right on the hearts of both Nick Fury and Coulson. That peculiar humming seemed to rattle their brains. Then, with a sharp crack, several spiderweb-like fractures appeared near Su-ming's fist on the transparent wall of the cell. Thank goodness. It's just a few cracks, it didn't shatter. Agent Coulson relaxed a little, seeing only a few cracks appear. There was only one such cell on the helicarrier, and Loki was still en route, being escorted back. If this one and only cell broke because of his suggestion, it would make for an awkward situation. A helicarrier packed with every resource imaginable, but not a single decent holding cell. Just then, the brittle sound of shattering glass filled the air. Agent Coulson's heart sank as he witnessed the very scene he'd hoped to avoid. To be fair, SHLD's engineering was impressive. The transparent cell didn't completely disintegrate under Su-ming's powerful blows. Instead, a large hole formed where the punch landed, and thick shards of transparent material clattered down in pieces. Director Fury, it seems your agency still has a long way to go in the field of containment technology. Su-ming, in high spirits, stepped out of the cell. As he passed Director Fury, he paused and spoke with a tone of sincere advice. Then he walked toward Agent Hill. She was waiting for Su-ming with a cup of coffee in hand. Ever since the freezing incident, even Agent Hill, who had grown lax about making coffee for the director, had become enamored with the ritual of brewing coffee for Su-ming. It wasn't that Su-ming had some special allure that had won Hill's affections. Instead, she watched as Su-ming gulped down the scorching hot coffee in one go, a stress relief method Agent Hill had only recently discovered. Nick Fury stared at the gaping hole in the transparent wall of the holding cell, the corners of his mouth twitching in silent dismay. After shooting Agent Coulson a glance filled with unreadable meaning, he turned and walked away. Unfazed, Agent Coulson dialed a number. Hello, R&D department. The cell materials are substandard. Redo it. Ignoring the loud questions coming from the other end, Agent Coulson straightened his tie with practiced calm. Aboard the SHIELD aircraft, Thor sent Iron Man flying with a powerful blow, grabbed Loki in one swift motion, then hurled Mjolnir and vanished into the heart of the thunderclouds. This guy just comes and goes as he pleases. Tony regained his footing, and without heeding Colonel Rogers' raised voice reminding him that Thor was on their side, he immediately gave chase. The marked suit blazed with fire as it shot off into the night. I'm done worrying about them. They're all legends, basically gods. Natasha called out loudly to Rogers as she glanced back. Captain America quickly secured the parachute clasp, picked up his shield, and declared, "Gods don't dress like that." Before he finished speaking, Captain Rogers leapt out of the aircraft's hatch. At that moment, Loki, his hands bound, was flung onto a rocky outcrop, crying out in pain. "Where is the Tesseract?" Thor demanded, his voice harsh and urgent. "I missed you too, brother," Loki replied with surprising warmth, as if he genuinely longed to see Thor. "You should thank me. Do you know how much dark energy Odin had to summon just to send you to your precious Earth?" The two brothers then exchanged words about the meaning of rulership. Ever since Loki had witnessed Thanos' power and the true might of the Tesseract, it was as if a new door had opened for him. He'd tasted the intoxicating flavor of power. Abandon these impossible dreams. Surrender the Tesseract. Then come home with me. Thor's sincerity shone through. They'd grown up and fought side by side, and he wanted nothing more than for his brother to return with him, to let go of those imagined feelings of inadequacy. "Just listen to me." But before Thor could finish, an explosive crash, a streak like a rocket, sent him flying on the spot. "I'm listening." Loki watched as Thor vanished before his eyes, an amused smile spreading across his face. Tony had propelled Thor at least 2 kilometers away, only stopping when Thor crashed awkwardly to the ground and they stood face to face. "If you touch me again..." Thor, now cut off from his conversation with his brother, was irritated, gripping Mjolnir tightly as he fixed his gaze on Iron Man. "Then stop stealing my stuff," Tony shot back, refusing to back down, making it clear that Thor's sudden appearance had thrown all their plans into chaos. "You have no idea who you're talking to." Thor's pride as a god kept him from picking on mortals, but Tony Stark had a knack for getting under anyone's skin with ease. A theater actor? Does your mom know you stole her shawl?" Their goals were at odds at this moment. Thor wanted to bring Loki back to Asgard to stand trial, while Tony was hoping to use Loki to track down the Tesseract. Tempers flared, and Thor's hammer flew through the air. The two exchanged blows. Thor swung his hammer while Tony kicked back. Realizing he couldn't get the upper hand against this man in metal in hand-to-hand combat, Thor raised his hammer high and summoned a surge of lightning. A tremendous crack split the air. He was determined to show this arrogant mortal, who dared to mock a god, just what divine power looked like. Lightning charged into the hammer, and as Thor pointed his arm at Tony, bolts of electricity shot from Mjolnir, latching onto the mark armor in multiple places. Sparks and arcs of blinding energy exploded, bathing the jungle in dazzling light. When the storm subsided, Tony staggered but didn't fall. Jarvis chimed in. "Power levels at 400%. In a flash, Tony realized that the so-called God of Thunder had just supercharged his suit with that massive lightning strike. How was this even possible? With a mischievous tilt of his head, Tony unleashed energy blasts from both palms, and his chest reacted at once. Supercharged, the beam struck with incredible force, sending Thor sprawling. They battled from ground to sky, crashing off cliffs and tumbling into ravines, tearing through swathes of forest without either gaining the upper hand. Tony couldn't help but marvel at the god's resilience. Even his alloy helmet was dented from clashing head-to-head with Thor. Suddenly, a metal shield swept in, ricocheting with a crackling impact between Thor and Tony just as they were about to strike again, then spun back into Captain America's waiting hand. Steve Rogers, Captain America, had finally arrived. If you're wondering why it took him so long, just look at the parachute dangling from the distant cliff. Tony and Thor had nearly beaten each other senseless by the time he showed up. Captain Rogers couldn't fly, so the fact he'd managed to escape from a parachute caught on a cliff was impressive enough. "What are you here for?" the captain asked, eyes fixed on Thor. He knew Thor was part of the Avengers Initiative, but clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't gotten around to a proper conversation with him yet. "I'm here to stop Loki's scheme," Thor answered honestly. "Then prove it to me. Put down your hammer." As the quintessential American soldier, Captain America stood firm, even when facing a god. "Oh, no, that's really not a good idea. He loves that hammer." After exchanging a few rounds with Thor, Tony had gained some understanding of this tough guy and quickly tried to intervene, but was instantly sent flying by a powerful blow from Thor. "You want to put down my hammer, huh?" Thor seemed to take this as a grave provocation. He leapt high into the sky, brandishing his hammer and bringing it down upon Captain America. Colonel Rogers had unwavering confidence in his shield. He stood his ground, raising his shield to meet the hammer blow head-on. A blinding flash of blue and white lightning erupted, turning the entire forest as bright as day for a moment. The vibranium's legendary shock absorption was no exaggeration. Thor, caught off guard by the backlash of his own strike, was sent flying by the force. Have you all had enough? Thor, his anger spent, now stood in a triangle formation with Tony and Rogers, having regained a measure of composure. Meanwhile, aboard the helicarrier, 2 squads of fully armed soldiers were escorting Loki into a specially designed transparent cell. He glanced at the massive hole in the transparent wall, hastily patched with a layer of tape that billowed and collapsed with every passing draft. The confident smile on Loki's face collapsed in an instant. What is this? Who are you looking down on? Loki stood there, staring blankly at the gaping hole in the cell wall. Hey, Destiny. My friend, you're here too. Thor strode onto the bridge, spotting Su Ming in casual clothes, and greeted him warmly as he approached. Su Ming looked up at the sound, his eyes lighting up when he saw Thor in his familiar godly armor, Mjolnir in hand. At last, you're here. Hey, Thor, long time no see. Has the Bifrost been repaired? A flicker of surprise crossed Thor's eyes. How did Destiny know that he had destroyed the Bifrost? Not that it mattered. Meeting an old friend here was a joy in itself. The Bifrost hasn't been repaired. My father used other means to send me here. Su Ming's excitement waned at Thor's reply. When would the Bifrost be fixed? When would he finally get to visit Asgard, the land of endless gold? Noticing Su Ming's distraction, Thor glanced him over with some curiosity. What about the gift I gave you? I don't see you wearing it. In Thor's mind, the metal he'd lost to Destiny carried the highest honor. Even if it now belonged to Su Ming, it deserved to be treasured and worn at all times as a sign of respect. Ah, you mean the metal? Oh, I put it in a very safe place. Don't worry. Su Ming thought to himself that he'd long since pawned it for cash. No way could Thor find out about that. He tossed out a casual excuse to gloss things over. Hearing Su Ming's answer, Thor assumed that Midgardians must treat matters of honor differently from Asgardians, and nodded slightly in understanding. When do you think I'll be able to take Loki away? Thor only knew Su Ming here, so naturally, he started chatting with him. Watching Loki appear so calm and carefree on the surveillance screen, Su Ming thought for a moment about what was about to unfold. Maybe it'll still be a while yet. Hearing Su Ming's words, Thor nodded in agreement. After all, with how complicated things had become, it was obviously unrealistic to think he could take Loki away right now. He'd already gotten into a scuffle with that guy in the metal suit, Tony, or whatever his name was, and he really didn't want to have to fight Su Ming too, just because they were on opposite sides. If Su Ming knew what Thor was thinking, he'd probably laugh and say, "Brother, you're overthinking this." The others on the bridge watched Thor and Su Ming chatting so amiably, and couldn't help but be surprised by their friendly tone. Banner, in particular, found his opinion of Su Ming as a bounty hunter shifting. This bounty hunter sure knows what he's doing. He even has connections in Asgard. At this moment, viewing everything through the lens of scientific acceptance, Banner had to admit that the existence of Asgard was now undeniable. Suddenly, voices came through the loudspeaker. Su Ming, Rogers, Banner, Natasha, and Thor all gathered in the control room, their eyes fixed on the surveillance feed. They were all curious to see what kind of sparks would fly between Director Fury and Loki. Tony was nowhere to be seen. Who knew what he was up to? Your current situation is... Footsteps approached, and Nick Fury stepped up to the control panel not far from the holding cell, working the controls skillfully. If you try to escape, even so much as scratch the glass. At that moment, the hatch at the bottom of the cell opened, and the fierce wind of the rapidly moving aircraft carrier howled like a banshee, echoing in Loki's ears. Clearly, the can-shaped prison would drop out from here if a certain mechanism were triggered. You'll be sent plummeting in this big metal can from an altitude of 9,000 meters. Do you understand? Nick Fury calmly spelled out the consequences. His meaning could not have been clearer. Right now, Loki was nothing more than an ant, and the control panel at Fury's fingertips was the boot that could crush him at any moment. Loki let out a hearty laugh, utterly unimpressed by this mortal's threat. Of course, he still had things to do here, which meant for now, he couldn't afford to take that fall. Loki stood perfectly still, as if his feet were glued to the floor. But then, he raised a hand, pointing innocently at the gaping hole in the wall where the wind was rushing through. When Fury had opened the hatch just now, the tape covering the hole had been ripped away by the sudden blast of wind. Now, that tape lay limply draped over the iron railing not far off, whipping violently in the wind. It keeps crumbling away. I wonder, does that count as scratching the glass? Fury, having just demonstrated his control over the situation, glanced toward the hole at Loki's words, his lips twitching with annoyance. Indeed, the cracks seemed to be getting worse. If one of the fragments were to fall and trigger the mechanism, causing Loki to be dropped at this critical moment, then what would all their hard work amount to? Damn it. Thinking back to Coulson's suggestion that Su Ming test the cage, Fury could only mutter inwardly. Utterly pointless. He'd forgotten that he was the one who approved it in the first place. Maintaining his cold and steely expression, Fury quietly reached out and, without drawing attention, switched off the projection control on the console. In the command room, Agent Coulson, watching the surveillance feed, couldn't restrain himself. He slapped his own forehead with a crisp smack. It wasn't a loud sound, but in the command room, where everyone was intently focused on the monitors, it echoed like a thunderclap. The gesture drew curious glances from the Avengers. Everyone instinctively looked toward Coulson, confusion written on their faces. But Agent Hill turned to glance at Su Ming, her shoulders trembling as she struggled not to burst out laughing. She knew full well that she ought to keep a straight face in this situation, but she simply couldn't help herself. Su Ming, for his part, just shrugged indifferently. Nothing to do with me. Your director was the one who begged me to do it. Inside the cell, Loki heard the hatch close, and, as the howling wind vanished from his ears, he finally felt a measure of relief. His body relaxed. He paced within the cell, voice laced with provocation. This is quite a design. Not really meant for me, is it? Nick Fury, now back in control of the situation and unconcerned about Banner watching the feed, answered with confidence. It was built for something much nastier, and a lot stronger, than you. Seeing that his words had hit the mark, Loki deliberately looked straight at the camera, his voice dripping with sinister allure. So, I've heard, a raging beast, pretending to be an ordinary man. Just how desperate must you be to need such a monster for protection? His words echoed from the speakers into the command room, and Agent Natasha's immediate reaction was to glance over at Banner. Banner's face remained impassive, but inside, he felt a cold chill. Damn it, I knew this was coming. Not only did Nick Fury, famed master of interrogation, fail to gain any advantage over Loki, but Loki had also exposed SALD's true motive, not clean energy, but control over the Tesseract's power. Worse still, he'd successfully planted the seeds of doubt in Banner's mind. Trying to hide his unease, Banner spoke up. He really does love to talk, doesn't he? The exchange between Fury and Loki sparked suspicion among the Avengers. A single question formed in all their minds. What exactly does Fury want with the Tesseract? Tony, always one step ahead, pretended to be busy at work while secretly instructing Jarvis to hack into SHLD systems. Not to be outdone, Captain Rogers took matters into his own hands. Determined to uncover the truth, he stealthily infiltrated Warehouse 10C. There, he managed to discover some very unusual weapons. This confirmed for the captain that S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed harbored some unspeakable ambitions. Tony also managed to get feedback from Jarvis, and, as expected, S.H.I.E.L.D. had plans to use the Tesseract to develop superweapons. Just as the Avengers surrounded Nick Fury, arguing heatedly, behind them, the scepter began to emit an eerie, unnatural glow. Having returned to the group after a nap, Su Ming's spider sense suddenly flared a warning. He closed his eyes, expanding his senses to the limit, and discovered that an unknown team had already infiltrated the helicarrier. What's more, an arrow had found its mark near engine number 3, its tip flashing red with increasing urgency. Su Ming recognized it at once. It was one of Hawkeye Clint Barton's explosive arrows. He'd seen it before. At the very instant before the explosion, Su Ming shouted a warning at the top of his lungs. Danger! Without hesitation, he activated his magnetic control, pulling every staff member within the blast radius swiftly to safety. Fortunately, the S.H.I.E.L.D. combat uniforms contained plenty of metal. Otherwise, Su Ming would have been forced to watch helplessly as they got caught in the explosion. Beep. Gamma radiation match, 99%. In the midst of the chaos, Dr. Banner's Tesseract tracking device sounded an alert. Looks like you'll have to wait until next time to see my best performance. Dr. Banner absent-mindedly put down the scepter he'd been fiddling with and hurried to the computer. Oh my God! Seeing the results on the screen, Banner could hardly believe his eyes. At that moment, Su Ming's warning echoed in everyone's ears. Danger! Simultaneously, Barton's explosive arrow detonated beneath engine number 3. The engine took a direct hit. Flames roared down the corridor toward the lab, and the shockwave shattered the glass in an instant. Colonel Rogers, who had just been goading Tony into a fight, and Tony himself were both hurled by the blast. With a heavy crash, the two of them landed unceremoniously on the steel deck below, covered in dust and debris, along with a scattering of jagged fragments from the explosion. Suit up quick! Rogers, physically tougher than Tony, was the first to get up. He pulled Tony away from the danger zone, urging him once again to don his armor. This time, it was clearly no longer about settling a personal score. And Tony could not have agreed more with Roger's suggestion. Yeah, absolutely. The helicarrier entered Level 1 battle alert. Armed guards rushed past the weapons lockers, quickly depleting the racks of standard-issue rifles. Explosion outside. Engine number 3 is down. Agent Hill's report came crackling through the earpiece. However, after further inspection, the staff confirmed there was nothing wrong with the turbine. But at this moment, sending someone outside for repairs was simply impossible. Someone has to go out and fix the engine. Agent Hill returned to her usual crisp, efficient self as she delivered the report in concise terms. Nick Fury's face was slashed by the explosion, but he gritted his teeth through the searing pain and issued orders through his earpiece. Stark, do you copy? I'm on it. No one was more suited to this task than Tony Stark, the genius of science and engineering. Nick quickly glanced at Su Ming, noticing how calm and composed he remained, a stark contrast to the chaos around them. At the same time, he checked on everyone's safety through the comms. Romanoff. The impact of the explosion was even worse than expected. At that moment, Agent Natasha Romanoff's leg was pinned under a mangled steel beam, leaving her temporarily trapped. She heard her name through the headset and responded promptly. I'm fine. She then glanced over at Dr. Banner, who was also knocked to the ground by a massive chunk of steel. He was kneeling, brow furrowed, clearly struggling to keep something at bay. In that instant, Natasha realized that while she might be fine for now, things could take a turn for the worse at any moment. Is there anything I can do? Su Ming looked at the battered and bruised Nick Fury. He couldn't just stand by and watch. He was here now, after all, and it was time to step up. Just then, Hill's urgent voice crackled in Fury's ear. If we lose one more engine, we're finished. A thought flashed in Fury's mind. His eye lit up as he turned to Su Ming with a solemn request. Don't let us fall out of the sky. Su Ming had no objections to such a simple task. Even if every engine failed, he could still keep the helicarrier afloat. To him, simply stopping it from falling was almost laughably easy. He agreed cheerfully, then watched Fury hurry back to the bridge and followed at a brisk pace. Things are about to get interesting. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Barton had already led his tactical assault team up onto the helicarrier's deck, issuing precise orders to his squad. They can't be allowed to repair the engine. You, wait in the containment area until the cameras go dark. At the same time, Tony finally arrived at the armor bay. With a flick of his controller, the Mark 6 suit powered up. Su Ming, meanwhile, was thinking about the greatest threat to the helicarrier, the Hulk. If memory served, that troublemaker was about to go on a rampage right here. Well, I might as well have some fun with him. He didn't linger on the bridge, instead focusing his senses to track down Natasha and Dr. Banner somewhere on another level. You have to hold on, or you'll be playing right into Loki's hands. At that moment, Natasha ignored the pain in her leg, crushed under the steel, and tried desperately to calm Banner down, urging him not to let the Hulk loose. But clearly, it had little effect. With every furious roar, Banner's body swelled larger and larger, his skin taking on a deep shade of green. What did I miss? Su Ming gently raised his hand, activating his magnetic control to slowly lift the thick pipe pinning down Natasha's leg. Thanks. Freed at last, Natasha staggered over to Su Ming's side. Her eyes filled with worry as she glanced at the hulking green figure whose shirt had already ripped apart at the chest. This is bad. Banner's transformed. Run out. Without waiting for an answer, she grabbed Su Ming by the hand and bolted. Hey! Su Ming tried to protest, but Natasha was already dragging him out at full speed. A deafening roar shook the corridor. At that moment, Hulk was nothing but raw fury incarnate, and everyone in his line of sight looked like a target for his next rampage. Seeing the pair slip away, Hulk let out another bellow and charged after them, his massive form bulldozing through the surrounding structure, tearing apart walls and steel as if they were paper. Just then, a figure leapt toward Hulk, managing to knock the giant aside and send him crashing through a wall into the aircraft maintenance bay. There, dozens of workers scattered the moment they realized the danger, fleeing in panic. But Hulk's attention was fixed solely on the one who had dared to challenge him. He swung a colossal fist at Thor. Thor barely managed to block with his raised arm. We're not your enemies, Banner. A thunderous crash echoed through the bay. Hulk's only answer was a merciless punch, sending the god of thunder hurtling like a rag doll, crashing deep into the tangled maze of steel machinery. All right, looks like it's my turn. Su Ming gently pried Natasha's anxious grip from his wrist and spoke in a low voice. Calm down, you're not his. Romanoff was about to urge him not to act rashly, when she saw Su Ming make a simple gesture. Suddenly, an SUV rose into the air as if called by an unseen force, then shot forward, slamming straight into Hulk. A bone-shaking crash rang out as the SUV crumpled and shattered under the impact. Hulk, caught off guard, staggered, dazed by the unexpected blow. Shaking his head, he turned his furious gaze on Su Ming. "Oh my, what the?" Natasha stared wide-eyed as Su Ming, with a flick of his hand, had managed to stun the rampaging human beast that was Hulk. Her astonishment was plain on her face. She suddenly remembered how she'd spent all that effort dragging Su Ming away just moments ago. How ridiculous did that look now? Unable to hold back, she blurted out, "You're that strong? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Ming, on his way toward Hulk, paused at her words and shot Natasha a look that could only be described as a subway grandpa checking his phone, utterly deadpan. Let her puzzle that out for herself. By now, Hulk was shaking off his confusion. He ripped a wing off a nearby plane and, twisting his waist, hurled it straight at Su Ming. The wing spun rapidly, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as it flew toward Su Ming. Su Ming swung his arm in a backward arc, and the mechanical wing, brimming with tremendous kinetic energy, froze instantly in midair before being tossed aside like a piece of trash. True to the spirit of give and take, Su Ming decided it was time to return the favor and help the overly excited Banner calm down. He took a deep breath, sharp and swift, drawing air through his nose into his body. Two powerful gusts of wind formed before him. A moment later, Su Ming exhaled all the air he'd gathered, releasing a storm of icy wind that enveloped Hulk entirely. The sound of ice cracking echoed through the air. Standing nearby, Natasha also felt the biting cold. Her deep red hair quickly sprouted frozen crystals, and in an instant, turned stiff as a board. Frost clung to her eyelashes as Natasha hugged her arms tightly to her chest and hunched over, instinctively trying to ward off the chill. But as she watched Hulk's massive frame gradually become encased in a gigantic block of ice, Romanoff breathed out a cloud of white vapor and murmured under her breath, "Holy, is Su Ming actually Superman?" Meanwhile, aboard the helicarrier in the command bridge, Nick Fury issued a rapid stream of orders. Agent Hill hurried toward the broadcast station, preparing to announce the evacuation of all non-combat personnel. Suddenly, a grenade trailing a plume of white smoke landed right in front of her. "Grenade!" Her scream cut sharply through the air. In the same instant, her vision filled with a burst of fiery sparks, and a shockwave battered her ears and body. Agent Hill was thrown down the stairs by the force of the explosion. When the chaos subsided, the bridge was thick with the stench of gunpowder. A group of intruders stormed in, moving with practiced precision. Nick Fury, who had taken cover earlier, dispatched 3 of the invaders with swift efficiency, but another enemy nearby took aim at him. In that critical moment, Agent Hill, blood streaming down her face, fired a desperate shot, saving Director Fury from certain death. "We've got hostile intruders. Repeat. Hostiles have breached SHIELD facilities." The emergency broadcast rang out in a state of near hysteria as Agent Coulson, grave-faced, arrived at the entrance of a certain secret vault. The security there was so tight that even Agent Coulson had to pass fingerprint and retinal scans to enter. Whatever was hidden inside must be a real big deal. The scene returned to Su Ming's battlefield. With Hulk frozen solid, the crisis was temporarily averted. But Agent Natasha was nearly frozen stiff herself. She felt as if her chest was about to stick to her skin-tight suit. Shivering uncontrollably, she turned her gaze to Su Ming and stammered, "Hey, Superman, do you have any way to warm me up?" Only then did Su Ming notice the sorry state Agent Romanoff was in. Her brilliant red hair was now iced over in white, jutting out in frozen spikes. Her fair skin had turned ghostly pale in the cold, with frost clinging to her lashes and only a thin mist escaping her lips as she breathed. She must be nearly frozen through. "My apologies." With that, 2 dark red beams shot from Su Ming's eyes as he expertly helped Agent Natasha thaw out. Su Ming had originally intended to freeze the Hulk, but he hadn't expected even Romanoff, standing at a distance, would get caught in the crossfire. Once again, he couldn't help but marvel at just how effective his freezing breath truly was. The heat vision radiated warmth, and Romanoff's hair instantly thawed, droplets of water streaming down her strands. Watching Su Ming wield this all-too-familiar ability, Natasha's feelings were incredibly complicated. On one hand, she was in awe of his abnormal powers. On the other, she couldn't ignore the fact that these were Superman's abilities. Was this a case of comic book heroes stepping into reality, or what? But then she remembered Su Ming's greedy nature, and found herself unable to offer any real praise. A new question immediately arose. Could Su Ming actually fly? Regardless, Natasha's mind started to race with wild speculation after witnessing Su Ming's powers. Meanwhile, In the brief moment Su-Ming was warming Natasha up, a cracking sound came from the block of ice that had sealed the Hulk. It was a faint noise, but it didn't escape Su-Ming's sharp hearing. A shattering crash, followed by a guttural roar. The next instant, the furious Hulk broke free from the ice, sending shards flying in every direction with explosive force. Hulk was seething with rage, the bitter cold he'd just endured fueling his fury even more. Driven by pure battle instinct, Hulk's gaze locked onto Su-Ming once again. But suddenly, a figure came hurtling through the air, slamming into Hulk and knocking him several meters away, sending him skidding across the ground. After being sent flying by the Hulk, Thor blasted through 2 walls and landed in an unfamiliar area. He glanced around at the nearly identical surroundings and nearly lost his way, but the gaping hole he'd smashed through gave him a path back. Even so, twisted metal and dangling wires forced him to slow his return. When he finally made it back to the scene of the fight, he found Banner, now transformed, roaring at fate itself. Out of loyalty and a desire to protect his friend, Thor didn't hesitate. He lunged forward with renewed determination, this time hammer in hand. Thor realized that, when facing a berserk Banner, fighting without his hammer was simply too much of a challenge. So once again, Thor and Hulk clashed in front of Su-Ming, launching a new round in their titanic duel. A resounding crash echoed as Thor swung his hammer in a perfect arc, landing a mighty uppercut right on the Hulk's jaw. Even Su-Ming winced at the sight. Yikes, anyone else would have had their brains splattered by that blow. But the Hulk's skull was clearly something else. Despite the tremendous force of the strike, the Hulk seemed barely fazed. Then, with another mighty punch, Hulk sent Thor flying, turning him into a human cannonball aimed straight at Su-Ming. Su-Ming calmly reached out, bracing Thor's back and absorbing the force of the impact before gently setting him down, shaking his head ever so slightly. These two, when they fight, brutal and straightforward is about the only way to describe it. The only weakness Hulk had when facing Thor was that he couldn't lift Thor's hammer. Their battle was a brutal clash of fists and force, every punch landing with devastating impact. In no time at all, the vast workshop around them was reduced to a wreck, its original shape unrecognizable. A gentle tap fell on Thor's shoulder. "Prince, take a breather." Thor, hiding any sign of pain, discreetly wiped away the blood threatening to drip from his nose. It had been a long time since he'd experienced such an exhilarating fight. Since his good friend had spoken, he decided to give him this courtesy. Not, of course, because he was tired. Absolutely not. Be careful, this big guy is vicious. Flashing Thor a reassuring smile, Su-Ming charged toward Hulk, catching Agent Natasha's astonished gaze. Shit, does he really think he's Superman? In Romanoff's eyes, Su-Ming's move was anything but rational. With such outstanding ranged abilities at his disposal, why would he choose to go toe-to-toe with the strength-obsessed Hulk? Foolish. Utterly foolish. Yet to Thor, Su-Ming's headlong charge felt perfectly natural. This is what a true warrior looks like. My friend, go for it. He watched eagerly, curious what kind of surprise Su-Ming would deliver next. At that moment, Su-Ming's figure loomed larger and larger in Hulk's eyes, a sight that was just what Hulk wanted. With his mind clouded, Hulk favored nothing more than a close-quarters brawl. A powerful punch shot straight for Hulk's guarding arms. Under the immense impact, Hulk's massive green body was launched like a cannonball, hurtling far across the room. His thick frame crashed through steel structures, reducing the third-level aircraft maintenance bay to ruins. Just moments ago, Su-Ming had been complaining about the wildness of Thor and Hulk's fight. Now he had become a close combat mage himself, sending Hulk flying in an even more savage display. Yes, having just been overpowered by Hulk, Thor transformed into a delighted spectator, pumping his fist in triumph as the overbearing giant was sent flying by Su-Ming in a single move. Oh, my God! Natasha had almost squeezed her eyes shut just a moment before, unable to bear the thought of watching Su-Ming, so much smaller than Hulk, get crushed. But to her astonishment, Su-Ming had dominated, sending Hulk flying after only a single exchange. She had once made a rough estimate of Hulk's weight, at least 1,500 pounds, nearly 700 kilograms. Thor, hailing from the realm of gods, defied logic. Holding his own against Hulk was normal for a deity. But what about you, Su-Ming? How did that make sense? A mortal, standing firm against the Hulk who had just overpowered the God of Thunder? Not only standing firm, but seemingly gaining the upper hand. It was the kind of absurdity that left absurdity itself at the door. This was the pinnacle of the unbelievable. Su-Ming couldn't read minds, so he had no idea what Natasha was thinking. And even if he could, he wouldn't have cared. He flexed his wrists, still feeling the impact from his last blow, which had given him a visceral sense of just how tough the Hulk's body was. He was certain of one thing. The angrier Hulk became, the stronger he would get, and that ordinary punch from before hadn't posed any real threat whatsoever. Just as Su Ming had anticipated, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. The Hulk was barreling back toward him from the direction he'd been sent flying, each stride shaking the floor. It was as if a freight train was bearing down on him, unstoppable and full of momentum, and in the blink of an eye, Hulk was right in front of Su Ming. The facility had already been smashed to pieces by Hulk's earlier crash, and now, with Hulk charging through, it became even more of a ruin. Su Ming timed his move perfectly. He bent his knees, leapt into a backflip, and swung his right leg out. His heel landed squarely on Hulk's chin. Whether you called it a bicycle kick or a scissor kick, it was a move even Thor had never seen before. The force of the kick instantly redirected Hulk's charge. His neck was stretched to its limit, his head thrown back, and his entire body lifted off the ground. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk smashed straight through the ceiling of the third floor of the helicarrier, leaving a gaping hole behind. With just one kick, Su Ming had sent the Hulk up to the fourth floor. Helicarrier at Engine 3. Colonel Rogers had just taken down several enemies and was now at the edge of the explosion's breach. Shock! Captain America gazed across at the battered machinery dangling high in the air, momentarily at a loss for what to do, and shouted for Tony. "I'm here!" Wearing his Mark 6 armor, Tony streaked through the sky, jets blazing, swooping around to the damaged section of the engine. As Jarvis scanned the extent of the damage, Tony quickly pieced together a repair plan in his mind. "I need to get this superconducting cooling system running again. But before I can start, I'll have to clear away all this debris." With that, Tony began tossing aside twisted steel that had become useless, all the while calling out instructions to Colonel Rogers. "I need you at the engine control box. Once you're there, tell me which switches are overloaded." Colonel Rogers craned his neck, trying his best to catch all of Tony's instructions, but all he made out was that he needed to get to the control box. With agility, he swung himself across the gap using a broken steel bar, landing deftly at his target. Truth be told, with his skin-tight uniform and acrobatic moves, Colonel Rogers looked every bit the champion gymnast. When the captain finally reached the fractured platform, he yanked out the control panel, only to be confronted by a dense maze of wires and circuit boards that made his head spin. "How's it looking?" Tony's voice crackled in from another devastated section of the engine, needing feedback from Rogers to continue his repairs. "It looks like nothing but a mess of circuit boards." "That's right, Colonel Old Relic." Rogers couldn't make heads or tails of the complex electronic components, let alone identify what was actually overloaded. Tony had already anticipated this the moment he gave the order. Oh, how professional. So, he added a new clause to his solution at this point. He couldn't rely too much on the old man. Hulk is in the Level 4 research lab. Surveillance on the second and third levels is down. The technician in charge of monitoring shouted out the battle damage report. "Hulk is going to destroy this whole place, sir." Agent Hill shouted a warning to Nick Fury as she fired her weapon. Fury, dodging enemy bullets, issued a new command to draw Hulk's attention away. "Escort 6 to 0. Proceed to the lab and engage the hostile target." In the midst of the firefight, Agent Hill pressed her communicator and shouted out the order. At that moment, an escort fighter from the helicarrier was steadily closing in on Hulk's position. "Don't get too close." Agent Hill, recalling Hulk's monstrous strength, added a stern reminder over the comms. The fighter pilot didn't quite grasp the gravity of her warning and responded with confidence. As the fighter adjusted its angle in the air and locked onto the battling Hulk below, Hulk was engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand brawl with Su Ming. Hulk's blows landed on Su Ming's body to no effect. The clash of metal rang out again and again. It was the defense of Su Ming's iron body at work. Su Ming, for his part, didn't resort to his ranged abilities. Instead, he traded blows with Hulk, fists and kicks flying. Unlike Hulk's wild, chaotic street fighting style, Su Ming was a master of Jeet Kune Do. With every move, he intercepted Hulk's attacks before the full force could build. Even in the close-quarters combat he excelled at, Hulk found himself growing more and more frustrated. He had all this strength, but nowhere to unleash it. His repeated roars spoke volumes about his mounting rage. Target locked. The fighter pilot flipped a switch, and a hail of heavy machine gun bullets rained down on Hulk. Already furious from his losing streak, Hulk felt the pounding of large-caliber rounds on his back and slowly turned, fury now directed at the fighter overhead. He broke into a run, then leapt. "The target's gone berserk. The target's gone berserk." Through the pilot's wide eyes, Hulk's massive green figure grew ever larger. It wasn't until Hulk clamped onto the nose of the fighter that the pilot finally realized just how precious Agent Hill's warning had been. But it was too late. With a flash of movement, Hulk was on top of the aircraft, effortlessly tearing through the internal wiring. The fighter spun out of control, spiraling away and crashing in the distance. Seeing Hulk abruptly switch his focus and leap toward the plane, Su-Ming instantly knew things were taking a turn for the worse. With 2 quick strides, Su-Ming reached the shattered window. Raising his hand, he activated his magnetic control, suspending the doomed fighter jet in midair. The world outside rushed closer in his view, and Su-Ming saw that the pilot was in grave danger. Hulk was unleashing his fury atop the jet, pounding away until a gaping hole yawned open in the fuselage in mere moments. In less than half a breath, the jet's wing was torn off as well. Had it not been for Su-Ming's magnetic grip, who knew where the stricken plane would have ended up? But just then, Su-Ming realized the problem. Though the aircraft was frozen in place, so too was the pilot inside, locked tight by the same magnetic hold. That meant the pilot had no way of escaping Hulk's iron fists. Realizing this, Su-Ming quickly adjusted his magnetic field, releasing the area that encompassed the cockpit. As Su-Ming shifted the field, the pilot finally remembered the emergency ejection system, a last hope for survival. Without hesitation, he pulled the handle. The flames of the seat's rocket boosters roared to life, jets of fire blazing to propel pilot and seat clear of the wreck. But to his despair, even as the flames threatened to scorch his legs, he remained stuck in the cockpit, utterly immobile. The ejection system kept working valiantly, but the searing pain from the heat left the pilot's mind a blank haze. It's over. This time I'm finished. Just as despair took hold, the invisible force holding him down seemed to heed his silent plea, finally setting him free. The powerful thrust at last had its effect. The seat blasted out of the cockpit, but before the pilot's heart could leap into his throat, his upward flight was abruptly halted. Hulk had snatched the seat in midair as soon as it cleared the cockpit, trapping the pilot in his grasp. It's over. This time, I'm really done for. As the pilot abandoned all hope, a glint of cold light streaked past. It was Su-Ming, who'd casually picked up a shard of metal from the ground and hurled it to help the pilot. Who needed throwing knives now? Su-Ming could turn any scrap of metal scattered at his feet into a weapon, knives included. Those precious seconds spent adjusting the magnetic field had almost seen the pilot incinerated by the ejection flames. Now that he'd finally escaped, Su-Ming couldn't let him fall into Hulk's hands. Didn't you see? The pilot's trouser legs were already burned away. Hulk yelped in pain and released his grip on the seat. With a rush and a thud, the pilot plummeted dozens of meters before his parachute deployed, saving his life by a hair's breadth. At that moment, the pilot remembered Agent Hill's stern warnings, and tears streamed down his face. Agent Hill, I was wrong, it hurts. But what brought him to tears wasn't regret for ignoring Agent Hill's advice and plunging into danger. It was the agony of his legs, burned by the flames. He even caught a whiff of roasted meat in the air. The aircraft, still suspended by Su-Ming's power, was now straining under the weight, teetering on the edge of collapse. Seeing that the pilot was out of immediate danger, Su-Ming released his hold on the plane, letting the Hulk plummet freely. After all, the big guy was practically indestructible. One less troublemaker to worry about. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed. Propelled by the shockwave, the Hulk's falling body picked up speed, shrinking rapidly until he was just a speck against the earth, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Thor appeared beside Su-Ming. Watching the Hulk grow smaller and smaller in the distance, he clapped Su-Ming heartily on the shoulder. My friend, fighting alongside you is truly a pleasure. Su-Ming, on the other hand, was thinking, hey big guy, do you have any more Asgardian souvenirs? I'll take anything, no matter how small. But the words never made it out of his mouth. Right then, something went wrong with the helicarrier's engines. The whole ship tilted sharply, sending everything in the room sliding to one side. Su-Ming suddenly remembered Nick Fury's instructions and hurriedly raised both hands. A powerful magnetic field instantly enveloped the entire ship. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, edged quietly toward the bridge. His eyes betrayed no emotion as he watched his strike team fall, one after another. He slowly drew an explosive arrow, knocked it, and took aim. Nick Fury, fending off the intruders with his sidearm, found himself suddenly troubled by a question. These are just foot soldiers coming through now, but where is Barton? What is he up to? A blast shook the room. The crew at the control consoles were thrown aside in the chaos, bodies tumbling and blood flowing. It's Barton. Fury was still wondering about Barton's whereabouts when he saw the familiar flare of an explosive arrow detonating nearby. He quickly swung his gun toward the spot where Barton was hiding and fired. But Barton, seasoned in battle, was not so easily caught. With a subtle move, he dodged Fury's shots, then swiftly drew a specially modified arrow from his quiver. Seizing the brief lull in gunfire, he aimed and fired at the control panel. The arrow struck the data port dead center. The tip, sensing the hit, transformed automatically, splitting into two data prongs that slid neatly into the sockets. Inside the arrowhead was a program designed to disrupt electronic data. The moment it connected, the entire row of display screens on the console went dark. This particular console was the control hub for Engine 1. A red fall indicator immediately flashed on the monitoring screen for Engine 1. The engine shut down on the spot, falling silent. A crew member reported promptly, "Engine 1 has been shut down." So that was their plan all along. At this moment, the thing Fury feared most finally happened. With Engine 1 shut down, the balance of the helicarrier's anti-gravity system was broken. The massive ship, suspended high in the air, immediately began to tilt. "Sir, we've lost all power from Engine 1. Barton sabotaged our systems. He's heading for the sealed sector." Upon learning of Barton's whereabouts, Nick Fury spoke urgently into the comm. "Can anyone hear me?" Barton was not only a seasoned agent, but also a formidable fighter. If he were allowed to run wild on the helicarrier, the consequences would be unimaginable. Someone had to stop him, and fast. Natasha was still reeling from the chaos of the fights with Su Ming, Thor, and the Hulk. She had barely caught her breath. When Su Ming and Thor chased the Hulk up to the fourth deck, she had stayed behind, taking a moment to recover and think about her next move. Now, hearing the urgent updates in her earpiece, her mind raced through the whereabouts of the other Avengers. Thor and Su Ming were upstairs, locked in battle with the Hulk. Tony and Colonel Rogers were at Engine 3, making repairs. "It's up to me." She and Agent Clint Barton had been teammates for years. She knew him inside and out. Had it been any other Avenger, Natasha would have had no qualms about taking action. But Barton was different. Like her, he possessed no superhuman abilities, yet remained an outstanding agent. Natasha believed that if she faced Barton, she stood a fighting chance. "This is Romanoff. I'm on it." With that thought, Natasha activated her earpiece and responded. She took a deep breath, steeled herself, and sprinted toward the sealed sector, determination in her eyes. Meanwhile, Su Ming remembered the task Nick Fury had entrusted to him. As soon as the ship began to tilt, he quickly activated his magnetic control, preventing the helicarrier from tipping further or capsizing altogether. Gradually, he leveled out the entire ship. Noticing that the helicarrier had stabilized, Nick Fury realized that fate had intervened. His eyes darted to a certain spot, and he couldn't help but think, "Fate, you really came through. Worth every bit of that billion." The tense mood among the S.H.I.E.L.D. staff eased as the floor beneath them returned to level. "It's Mr. Fate." Agent Hill's eyes sparkled with relief and admiration, offering her utmost respect to Su Ming, who had just snatched them from the jaws of disaster. With the immediate crash crisis averted, Thor suddenly remembered something and dashed off toward the sealed sector. Su Ming tried lowering his hands, maintaining the magnetic field's balance through sheer force of will. After a few minutes, and confirming that everything was stable, he took off after Thor. By the time Thor reached the sealed sector, the door to the detention cells had already been forced open by members of the Infiltrator Squad, and they had brought the Mind Scepter. At that very moment, Loki was about to step out of his cage. Thor knew that if Loki managed to escape in the chaos, it would surely lead to even greater trouble. There was no time to think. He instinctively lunged forward, determined to tackle Loki back into the cell. Even if it meant trapping himself alongside Loki, he no longer cared. But he caught nothing but air. The figure of Loki at the cell door suddenly shimmered and became insubstantial. Thor passed straight through him. With a heavy clang, the cell door slammed shut. The tables had turned. Now Thor was the one trapped inside, while Loki stood at the control console, hands folded behind his back, watching Thor's agitation with a leisurely composure. "This trick never fails with you, does it?" he said, a sly smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Barton was making his way through a narrow corridor toward the secured area, when suddenly an attack came at him from the side. It was Romanoff. Barton reacted instantly, his body moving on instinct as he met her assault with a counterattack. But the cramped corridor left no room for him to use his bow, and so Hawkeye and Romanoff launched into a close-quarters brawl. Back in the cell, Thor decided to try smashing the glass wall with Mjolnir, his mighty hammer. He swung, and after the blow, fine cracks appeared in the transparent wall. But to his shock, the cell itself suddenly dropped a few feet with a jolt. It was the projection mechanism. When Loki had closed the cell door, he'd also activated the sensors. If there was any disturbance inside, the entire cell would be dropped. Realizing this, Thor dared not make any more rash moves. Loki was positively delighted, laughing as he taunted. "The people of Earth call us gods. Shall we put that to the test?" He moved closer to the controls, apparently ready to send Thor plummeting down at any moment. Just then, a cry of pain rang out. One of the strike team members who had opened the door for Loki was taken down. "Don't move." Agent Coulson, impeccably dressed in his suit, now appeared before Loki, hefting an enormous weapon. This weapon was an energy cannon developed by S.H.I.E.L.D., modeled after the destructive force of the Destroyer. Coulson didn't know exactly what kind of power it could unleash, but he was certain it was enough to make Loki hesitate. At this moment, Su-Ming had followed Thor into the secured area. Hidden in an inconspicuous corner, he was quietly balancing the helicarrier's systems while observing the scene. Seeing the weapon in Coulson's hands, Su-Ming was a little taken aback. So the Destroyer's already been sold off, huh? And yet S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to develop something with similar capabilities? Credit where it's due. Their R&D department really knows what they're doing. Just then, Su-Ming noticed another Loki suddenly materialized behind Coulson. This Loki was sneaking up, scepter in hand, aiming a deadly stab at Coulson's back. It was Loki's classic trick as the god of mischief, deception, and ambush. Coulson, still unaware of the mortal danger behind him, stood his ground, calmly facing the Loki before him. Su-Ming sensed disaster. His eyes instantly blazed with brilliant, searing yellow beams, firing straight at Loki. No wonder Loki is a god from Asgard. Despite the searing beam that could easily slice through a mountain, it only managed to blast him across the room and slam him into the wall. Who's there? Loki tumbled to the ground in a most undignified manner, his hair a wild mess and all traces of composure gone. He shouted the question, his voice echoing in the room. Coulson, startled by the commotion behind him, turned abruptly, only to find another Loki standing there, his face filled with disbelief. Su-Ming stepped out from the shadows, showing no intention of exchanging words with Loki. When dealing with someone as cunning as Loki, Su-Ming believed in direct action. Beat him until he submits. With a heavy thud, another blazing beam shot out, sending Loki tumbling once more. He smacked into the wall, which bounced him back to the floor, rolling several times before coming to a stop. As Su-Ming's eyes began to glow again, clearly preparing for another round of torment, Loki threw his arms up in a panic. Wait, stop. Just tell me what you want. Let's talk this over. Loki was completely dumbfounded. Since when did people attack first and ask questions never? Wasn't this unreasonable? The onslaught had been swift and ruthless, leaving him no time to react. He could only endure the beating. He knew he had to buy himself a chance to negotiate, or he'd never have a way out. Su-Ming eyed Loki's ornate godly armor, a sly grin tugging at his lips. What's that? Take your clothes off? Loki stared at Su-Ming in utter confusion. And he wasn't the only one. Thor, locked in his cell, was equally baffled by Su-Ming's demand. His puzzled gaze flickered between Su-Ming and Loki. Agent Coulson, on the other hand, looked as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Interrogation is an art, with 1,000 methods and means. Making someone strip is just one way to break down an opponent's mental defenses. Mr. Destiny knew the art of interrogation all too well. Even the seasoned Coulson had to admit, Su-Ming's approach was impressively smooth. With the situation firmly under control, Coulson gently set down one end of the massive weapon he'd been holding. Damn, this thing is heavy. During that brief standoff with Loki, Coulson had nearly lost his grip on the oversized device. Hurry up, quit stalling. Loki tried to maintain a strained smile, eyes locked on Su-Ming, uncertain what he was planning next. But the glint of cunning in Loki's gaze made it clear. He had no intention of surrendering easily. The reason Su-Ming ordered Loki to strip was simple. While lurking in the shadows earlier, curiosity had led him to discover the staggering value of Loki's armor. Regalia of the god of mischief, estimated value, $150 billion. There was no way he was passing up a windfall like that. One by one, Loki's pieces of armor clattered to the floor, until finally he stood in nothing but a pair of shorts. Instinctively, he glanced at Thor, only to see his brawny brother grinning mischievously from his cell, clearly finding some humor in Loki's predicament. Instinctively, Loki touched his arm, a faint sense of shame rising within him. Just you wait, he muttered under his breath. At that moment, Su-Ming turned his gaze to the armor lying on the ground, faintly glowing. He lifted his foot and slowly moved forward. Just as Su-Ming bent down to pick up the armor, a sudden change erupted. Over by engine number 3. Tony had nearly fixed the malfunctioning equipment, but he still needed some external force to jumpstart it. The principle was simple, like jumpstarting a car by pushing it. He planned to step into the engine's fan blades and use the Mark armor's propulsion to get the massive thing spinning again. But once the engine restarted, the rotation would accelerate, making it nearly impossible for him to escape in time. It was extremely risky. There's a wrench over there. When I give a signal, pull it down, Tony called out. Right now, Tony could only rely on Colonel Rogers, who, at least to him, didn't seem all that dependable. Captain America raised no objections. With the lives of everyone aboard the helicarrier at stake, He was ready to risk everything if it meant getting the engine started again. Neither he nor Tony knew that Su-Ming had already stabilized the vessel. Even if all 4 engines stopped, the helicarrier wouldn't fall from the sky now. Tony entered the spinning blades of the engine and began to push the propeller. One turn, then another. Under the powerful thrust of the Mark 6 armor, the giant turbine propeller started to turn, slowly at first. From above, the flames from Iron Man's boosters spun faster and faster with the turbine, forming a ring of fire. Ugh! Tony gritted his teeth against the pressure and dizziness of high-speed flight, roaring as he kept pushing the propeller. At last, a jolt ran through the machinery. The engine roared back to life and began to spin on its own. As the massive blades picked up speed, they spun out of Tony's control. Now's my chance. Taking advantage of Su-Ming being distracted, bending down to pick something up, Loki's hand flickered with light, and the Mind Scepter revealed its true form. The Mind Scepter, which he'd just thrown to the ground, began to fade and vanish. At the same time, Loki's 3 duplicates sprang into action. One appeared at the prison control console and swiftly activated the ejection switch. Thor, still smiling, barely had time to react before both he and his cell were suddenly hurled into the sky. Another duplicate seized the moment while Su-Ming was bent over and launched an attack at him. Meanwhile, Loki's true self materialized right behind Agent Coulson. With a flash, the sharp blade of the Mind Scepter plunged straight through the back of Coulson's vest. Unable to take down Thor or Su-Ming, Loki had to vent his humiliation, stripped of his dignity, on the unsuspecting Agent Coulson. Coulson felt a sudden chill on his back, followed by an endless wave of pain, so intense it stole his breath away. At that moment, Su-Ming's attack finally landed, sending Loki flying with brutal force. The instant Su-Ming touched the armor, he silently recited in his heart, "The Trickster God's Gambit." Exchange failed. As soon as the system's alert echoed in his mind, Su-Ming realized with a jolt that he'd been duped. Whether it was the armor that Loki had seemingly stripped off and thrown to the ground, or the Mind Scepter, both were nothing more than illusions conjured by his sleight of hand. A shimmer of light flickered across Loki's body, and that uniquely styled armor reappeared on him in a flash. Knowing he was no match for Su-Ming, Loki seized the momentum from being blasted away by the heat vision and slipped out with a flourish, vanishing like a shadow. Su-Ming, wasting no time, unleashed his heat vision to crush the attacking Loki, then immediately turned his gaze to the Loki behind Agent Coulson. A searing beam carved a long, deep fissure across the floor in an instant. The armor in his hand slowly faded away as Su-Ming darted to Agent Coulson's side, gently blowing over his wound. A chill breath, swirling with thick white mist, instantly froze over the gruesome wound, and the gushing blood stopped at once. Yet Agent Coulson's breaths grew shaky, and he slumped against the wall, his strength draining away. Just then, Nick Fury arrived, his eyes immediately falling on the spot where the prison cell had once stood, now completely empty. Turning around, he saw Agent Coulson wounded and slumped helplessly against the wall as Su-Ming tended to his injuries. Su-Ming, still controlling the entire helicarrier while exhaling frosty air, had no time to acknowledge Nick Fury. "Sorry, boss. I let that walking disaster slip away." Agent Coulson looked up at Nick Fury, his voice weak and tremulous. Su-Ming stopped releasing his icy breath, worried that he might accidentally freeze Coulson to death if he wasn't careful. "I let my guard down." Thinking back on Loki's masterful performance, Su-Ming couldn't help but marvel at how a god of mischief who could play all sides so skillfully was truly a cunning adversary. Nick Fury first gave Su-Ming a grateful look, then turned to Coulson. "Stay with me. Keep your eyes on me." His voice was sharp, brooking no argument, yet beneath it lay a deep well of worry. "No, I think it's time I got some rest." "You can't rest." Looking down at his dying old comrade, even Nick Fury, so used to the comings and goings of life and death, was at a loss for words. At that moment, Coulson was all too aware that, though the Avengers' initiative had finally begun, the hastily assembled team members had yet to find true unity. Their constant bickering and mutual disdain made that painfully clear. Perhaps he thought his own death might be the catalyst that changed everything. Even as his life ebbed away, Coulson's thoughts remained fixed on Nick Fury's plan. "I'm fine. Boss, if we don't give them a little push, they'll never come together." There's always a faint smile on Coulson's face, but now he could no longer speak. Nick Fury was lost in the heavy sorrow of losing a comrade, his heart a tangled mess of emotions, and for a long while, he said nothing. Meanwhile, Su-Ming, standing to the side, did not feel particularly grief-stricken at this moment. His heightened spider sense made his hearing far keener than any normal person's. He could still faintly hear that Coulson's heart had not truly stopped beating. Director Fury, I think there's still a chance to save Agent Coulson. At these words, Director Fury immediately reached out to check Coulson's carotid artery, but he could not feel even the slightest pulse. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid Agent Coulson really won't make it. Su-Ming looked at Fury's actions with a hint of exasperation. These people in charge always have to confirm everything for themselves before making a decision, completely unnecessary. Before Fury could react, Su-Ming shoved him aside, scooped up Agent Coulson, and dashed away at full speed. He moved so fast, it was as if he left a blur behind him. Doctor, where are you? Get to work. Cap, move that wrench. Wait for me. Tony and Captain Rogers each found themselves in awkward predicaments. Colonel Rogers had narrowly avoided falling from a great height during the enemy's attack, and was now swinging through the air, gripping an electric cable. Tony, on the other hand, was temporarily trapped in the gap between the blades of Engine 3, spinning rapidly along with the propeller. If Colonel Rogers' situation could be called hanging by a thread, Tony's was no better. The Mark armor's flight speed was no longer keeping up with the propeller's rotation, and the turbine, which had only been able to turn with Tony's help, was now spinning faster and faster. Tony found himself going from pushing the propeller to being pushed along by it. Wrench! Hurry! Tony's eyes darted through the data that Jarvis was feeding him. Every indicator flashed danger, warning him of the peril he was in. He badly needed Captain Rogers to pull down the wrench that could slow the engine's speed, giving him a chance to break free. But just as Rogers managed to climb back aboard the helicarrier, he was ambushed by enemy fire yet again. Bullets flying all around him, Captain Rogers finally managed to pull down the wrench. With a heavy clang, Tony was already ricocheting back and forth within the narrow gap of the turbine, battered by the force. Luckily, the new Mark suit was tough enough. Otherwise, in just a few seconds, Tony would have been ground to mincemeat by the spinning blades. Finally breaking free of the turbine, Tony's Iron Man armor was left covered in scratches. After a violent jolt and collision, the jet propulsion system of the suit was on the verge of failing, forcing him to spend quite a while in midair before he was finally able to steady himself. Gunfire continued to ring out by his ears. All Colonel Rogers could do was hunker down beneath the railing, letting bullets whistle overhead, utterly powerless to respond. Tony knew the armor was about to collapse, with Jarvis's voice reminders constantly warning him of impending failure. The roar of flaming jets swept past, and after a thunderous explosion, the gunfire abruptly ceased. In the final moment before his suit powered down, Tony used what little energy was left to assist Colonel Rogers, taking out the enemy who had been pinning him down for so long. Then, utterly spent, he collapsed on the ground, unable to move another inch. As if sensing the battle had ended, the lights running along the Mark armor flickered out right on cue. At that moment, a shield aircraft, with its distinctive silhouette, rose from the deck. I have to admit, that was quite a thrill. Loki's gaze shifted from the closed hatch to the horizon ahead, the tension on his face slowly easing as he began plotting his next move in his mind. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Clint and Romanoff was drawing to a close. With a sharp, vengeful kick, Black Widow sent Agent Barton sprawling. Clint's head struck the guardrail with a heavy, dull thud. The eerie blue glow faded from Barton's eyes as the mind control scepter lost its hold. He shook his head, dispelling the lingering fog clouding his mind. Lying on the ground, he felt dazed, as if he'd just woken up in his bedroom, bathed in the first light of morning. "Natasha?" he asked, gazing blankly at Romanoff, with no memory of what had just occurred. Her answer was a merciless kick. Agent Barton was sent straight back into unconsciousness. Having finally subdued Hawkeye, Romanoff, both exhausted and battered, sank to the floor, catching her breath after the fight. "Agent Coulson is down." Nick Fury's somber voice came crackling through the earpiece, casting a pall over Natasha and the rest of the Avengers. The engines of the helicarrier had been restored. Freed from magnetic manipulation, Su-Ming slumped into a chair at the conference table, visibly worn out. He had just entrusted Agent Coulson to the medics. Seeing the doctor's grave expression, Su-Ming couldn't be sure whether Coulson would pull through this crisis. Except for Loki, who had escaped, all other intruders on the helicarrier had been eliminated. Sitting at the table with Su-Ming were Colonel Rogers and Tony. Agent Hill leaned wearily against the nearby railing, her mood heavy. Thor, meanwhile, had been tossed from the ship along with his cell by Loki. The weightlessness of free fall gave the god of thunder a taste of true disorientation. Inside his can-shaped prison, he bounced around like a boba pearl shaken in a cup of milk tea, until in the very last moment before hitting the ground, he summoned his hammer and blasted free. The god of thunder crashed to the soft earth like a meteor, sending up a thick cloud of dust as his hammer flew from his grasp. Golden hair now streaked with dirt and sand, he wasn't injured, but the dust and grime left him looking thoroughly bedraggled. Not far away, the prison cage plummeted to the riverside, gouging a deep pit in the ground as sand and dirt sprayed into the air like water bursting from a fountain. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner, bare-chested, gradually regained consciousness among the ruins. It was clear that the Hulk's massive body had once again borne the weight that Banner himself could never have endured. The wreckage, already battered and broken, was now rendered almost unrecognizable by his fall. This was found in Agent Coulson's pocket. Nick Fury tossed a stack of cards onto the table. Coulson's treasure collection, guarded over the years. He may never get the chance to ask you for an autograph. Though Fury didn't know whether Agent Coulson would pull through, he fully agreed with Coulson's conviction. They needed a reason to unite the Avengers, and Coulson had placed that reason right in Fury's hands. So Fury ordered the medical team to do everything they could to save Coulson, but to keep the fact that he was still alive a closely guarded secret. At present, apart from Su Ming and Nick Fury, everyone believed Agent Coulson was dead. The cards scattered before Captain Rogers. He picked up one bloodstained card, its edges already yellowed with age, yet perfectly preserved without a single crease. It bore a photo of Captain America, saluting in his classic, dashing pose, still clad in the uniform from 70 years ago. The other cards were all Captain America memorabilia as well. Each piece a cherished memento collected by an agent who had idolized Captain America since childhood. Looking at the image of himself, Captain Rogers felt his emotions growing ever more tangled. The communicator's down. We can't find the Tesseract. Banner and Thor have both vanished. I lost my best teammates. Maybe this is what I deserve. Tony, usually so full of confidence, now seemed utterly shaken. Gone was his pride, replaced by a silent gaze fixed on the edge of the conference table, lost in thought. It's true. We planned to use the Tesseract to build weapons, but I never pinned my hopes on that. I gambled on something far riskier. That was my dream. Stark, you should know. As Nick Fury seized on Coulson's death and the sting of defeat to drive home his message, Su Ming stifled a yawn on the sidelines. Maintaining the magnetic field to keep such a massive warship airborne for so long. This was a first for him, and to say he wasn't exhausted would have been a lie. Watching Nick Fury put on his performance, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh with admiration. No wonder he's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. That acting alone deserves an Oscar. Just as Su Ming was hesitating about whether to return to his room for a nap, the scene before him suddenly shifted. The conference table in the bridge's command room, along with the people seated around it, froze in place as if time itself had stopped. Then, as if in a movie, the entire scene was pulled away into the distance. The abrupt silence in his ears made Su Ming instinctively glance around. Quiet. Dark. While Su Ming was still puzzling over what had just happened, a surge of golden light appeared, and an old man materialized before him. He had long silver-white hair and beard, a golden eye patch over his left eye, and an aura of age and authority etched deep into his face. He wore magnificent golden armor and a dark cloak, radiating the oppressive presence of a supreme ruler. Is that Odin? How'd he find me? Su Ming recognized the old man at once, but was deeply curious as to why Odin would choose to appear to him at this moment. Su Ming, I've heard Heimdall mention you before. Odin looked at Su Ming with eyes that were both profound and kind, an expression that seemed to see through everything and left Su Ming feeling uneasy. Su Ming could only watch silently, waiting to see what business the king of the gods had with him. I am Odin, the All-Father. The towering, broad-shouldered old man paced a few steps before Su Ming, his casual stride helping to ease Su Ming's nerves just a bit. After all, this was the king of the gods. Su Ming had no idea just how powerful Odin's divine might truly was. Nor did Su Ming know exactly how much Odin knew. But one thing was certain. As he was now, he was absolutely no match for Odin. If Odin harbored any ill intent. Don't be nervous, young man. I mean you no harm. I know you're a friend of Thor. I've come to you, because there's something I'd like your help with. Just as Su Ming's gaze darted anxiously around, Odin spoke up, dispelling his worries. His voice was gentle and warm, almost grandfatherly. During Thor's exile, Odin had fallen into a deep slumber. In that sleep, Odin entered a higher plane of existence, a world formed entirely of energy. There, even as the All-Father, Odin felt not the slightest advantage from his divine power. One after another, immense spheres of light hovered around him, each radiating a force capable of destroying worlds, leaving him deeply awestruck. Yet, he sensed no malice or destruction from these beings, only a boundless feeling of hope and renewal. Peaceful, serene, elusive. He could even hear faint, melodious music drifting gently by his ears. Vaguely, a voice echoed from within his heart. So mean, I hope you can look after. Thank you. But before the first voice could finish, a second voice cut in sharply. How can you ask for a favor without showing any gratitude? That's simply rude. Here you go. Odin awoke from his slumber to find a vibrant surge of energy coursing through him, a life force that mended much of his body's weariness. From that moment on, Odin would occasionally seek out Heimdall for conversation, eager to learn more about Su-Ming. At first, Heimdall found this curiosity rather odd. After all, in the world of Midgard, there were thousands upon thousands named Su-Ming, and they were all ordinary mortals. Why would the king take such an interest? But as Thor grew, Heimdall began to pay closer attention to the man who had earned Thor's Medal of Honor. In the eyes of all-seeing, all-hearing Heimdall, there were no secrets among the beings of the Nine Realms. Yet some things remained mysterious even to him. Take this Su-Ming, for example. He seemed to possess a peculiar power, one that could cause things to vanish into thin air. Moreover, Su-Ming's capacity for growth truly impressed Heimdall. Not a season would pass before Su-Ming acquired another unique ability. Some of these talents were so remarkable that even the observer of the Nine Realms could not help but feel a hint of envy. There was, for instance, Su-Ming's remarkable fighting technique, crafted with exquisite skill, as if he'd mastered the art of close combat, able to fend off attacks from any direction. From time to time, Heimdall would find himself idly mimicking these moves, trying them out for himself. Yet he knew this martial art was a complete system, and that in the distant east of Midgard, many were skilled in such abilities. It is also worth noting that somewhere high above the 10 million square kilometers of Midgard's eastern lands, a silken veil seemed to hang, so dense that even Heimdall's all-seeing gaze could not easily pierce through. So he is the Su-Ming the king has been searching for. Heimdall then relayed everything about Su-Ming to Odin. Through these accounts, Odin learned of the strange happenings that surrounded Su-Ming, something he had sensed from the very moment they met. For Odin had felt the faint ripple of spatial energy lingering about Su-Ming. This time, Odin had come in person partly out of curiosity. He wished to see for himself what manner of man Su-Ming truly was. But there was another reason. During his rest, Odin had glimpsed a vision of crisis looming over Asgard, and he hoped to find allies within the Nine Realms who might help his realm through troubled times. More precisely, he sought to find worthy individuals who could assist his son, Thor, in governing Asgard in the future. As a father, Odin understood Thor well. Mere kingly bearing would not suffice for the one who would rule over all Nine Realms. Since fate had brought him into contact with Su-Ming, Odin saw no harm in meeting him ahead of time. Su-Ming heard Odin's words, and his puzzlement only deepened. What kind of trouble could even the king of the gods not resolve, that he would seek out a mere mortal for help? With polite curiosity, he spoke up. "Your Majesty, is there something you require my help with?" Odin stroked his beard and answered with a gentle smile. "I have no idea, either." Su-Ming was utterly bewildered. "You are the mighty Odin, Lord of the Nine Realms, Father of the Gods. You came all this way just to play a prank on me. Isn't that a bit mischievous, to say the least?" Seeing Su-Ming's reaction, Odin smiled and shook his head. "The future is unknown to me as well. After all, being king of the gods doesn't make me a prophet. But I have a sense that something momentous is about to happen. I came here today because I want you to agree to one thing." Su-Ming's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. "What could this be? Something even the God King Odin himself wants to discuss with me. I hope that when Asgard faces its darkest hour, you will lend us your aid." Of course, Odin's premonition must be about Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Su-Ming's eyes, but he quickly fell into contemplation. Odin may be the king of gods, but there's got to be some logic to this. Setting aside whether I'm willing to help, even if I wanted to, I might not have the power. And even if I did, no matter how noble your station, you can't just order people around, can you? I'm not one of your subjects. At this thought, Su-Ming put on his long-in-use professional smile. "Your Majesty, I would be more than happy to serve Asgard, for a fair reward, of course." Odin burst out laughing. Seeing Su-Ming raise the question of compensation, sly as a little fox, Odin was thoroughly amused. Truth be told, he had met countless people and seen countless schemes, but he rather liked Su-Ming's straightforwardness. Besides, Odin had never intended to ask for help free of charge in the first place. "Very well. If you help Asgard through this crisis, I will let you choose any single item you desire from the treasury of the gods as your reward." Hearing Odin's offer, Su-Ming's lips twitched. That's a bit stingy, isn't it? He had originally planned to find a way to visit Asgard through Thor and make a big haul. Now, if he agreed to Odin's request, he'd end up working himself to the bone and only get a single item in return. No matter how he looked at it, it felt like a bad deal. Odin truly lived up to his reputation as ruler of the gods, his skill at dangling carrots was masterful. If I could seize the opportunity during Ragnarok to exchange for everything Asgard has to offer, wouldn't I strike it rich? Why would I need to slog away to help you defend your kingdom? The choice seemed pretty clear. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm just an ordinary mortal. I can't help you with something this big. Still, I have faith and sincerely wish that Asgard will overcome its trials. He actually refused? Odin stared at Su Ming, momentarily taken aback by such a resolute rejection. In all these years, I've met very few who dared turn me down flat. Thor is one of them. No wonder you two get along so well. Sharp minds, both of them. Odin did not grow angry at Su Ming's refusal. Instead, after a moment's reflection, a sudden inspiration seemed to strike him. He lifted his hand and summoned the mighty spear, Gungnir. What the? Is he going to stab me just because the deal fell through? Seeing Odin conjure his weapon, Su Ming was startled. But then, noticing Odin's gentle expression, which bore no hint of hostility, Su Ming felt a little more at ease, though he remained quietly on guard. I know what you're thinking. That's why I intend to give you a gift first, Odin said. At that moment, Odin's wise and profound gaze seemed to radiate the energy of the cosmos. He tapped the spear lightly on the ground. A golden flash streaked by, and a surge of dense energy condensed at the tip of the spear, gradually shifting into a vibrant green glow, brimming with vitality. When the transfer was complete, Odin swung the spear to point directly at Su Ming. Unknown energy infused. Talent upgrade successful. Su Ming was enveloped in light. The emerald energy surged into his body, flooding every limb and bone. A comforting warmth spread through him, sweeping away all fatigue. As the system's notification chimed in his mind, Su Ming realized the energy Odin had directed at him seemed to have enhanced one of his innate abilities. He opened his attribute panel quietly. Name, Su Ming. Age, 29. Physical strength, 22,255. Current account balance, $150 million. Acquired talents, Deadpool level regeneration, dynamic vision LV.2, Jeet Kune Do mastery, demigod physique, faceless mask, danger sense LV.2, precision. Throwing LV.2, sketching mastery, iron body LV.5, magnetic manipulation LV.5, heat vision LV.3, suspended ring portal LV.1, frost breath LV.4. His gaze swept over the list of talents, and to his astonishment, the level 5 physical enhancement he once had now transformed into demigod physique. Odin nodded in mild satisfaction, then turned away and vanished into a golden radiance. A voice echoed from afar. I'll be waiting for you in Asgard. Su Ming. The halo of energy lingered around Su Ming for a while before finally merging completely into his body. In a blink, the scene snapped back to the bridge of the helicarrier. No one seemed to have noticed anything unusual. Everything appeared as if only a few seconds had passed. Suddenly, an atrocious stench assaulted Su Ming's nose, nearly knocking him off his feet. The smell was layered and complex, like the sweat-soaked insoles of summer shoes left for 3 days, drenched in brine from a can of pickled herring. An odor so foul, it was almost an art form. Does anyone else smell something like rotting flesh? Tony Stark was pulled from his thoughts by the unbearable stench. He wrinkled his nose and spoke up, frowning. Before he could finish, Nick Fury, Colonel Rogers, and Agent Hill all caught a whiff of the odor as well. Nick Fury was seizing the moment, trying to brainwash everyone, but his train of thought was abruptly derailed by a sudden, overwhelming stench. Oh, my God, is the mothership's waste system malfunctioning? Check it immediately. Reporting, sir. The waste system in the mothership's restroom is operating normally. A few seconds later, the staff shouted their verification results across the room. Su Ming snapped back to his senses, only to discover a sticky, dark, foul-smelling layer had appeared on his skin. The source of the odor was unmistakably himself. In a flash, he vanished from everyone's sight. He needed to take a thorough shower right away. Tony only felt a gust of air, pungent with an unbearable stench, whip past him. He glanced at the still spinning stool, where Su Ming had just been sitting. Realizing who that whirlwind must have been, he muttered, "Holy that smell. Did Mr. Destiny get a bad stomach?" Just moments ago, Nick Fury had stirred up an atmosphere of solemnity and epic sacrifice. But now, the mood took a bizarre and awkward turn. Su Ming spent nearly an hour in his quarters, scrubbing himself clean over and over before he finally rid his body of all impurities. He'd always thought the purification of the body and marrow, described in cultivation novels, was just a fantasy. He never expected to experience it for himself. The social embarrassment was off the charts. What exactly was that green energy? How could it force so many toxins and impurities out of my body, even though my physique was already enhanced to level 5, with the durability of iron? Staring at his own reflection, Su Ming saw his skin glowing with a healthy luster for the first time and felt the unprecedented sensation of his meridians flowing freely. His senses had grown sharper as well. He suddenly realized that, along with his physical upgrades, his danger perception ability had also leveled up. Now, as long as he calmed his mind, there was not a sound anywhere on the entire helicarrier that could escape his ears. Even with the engine's thunderous roar blasting well over 150 decibels, his enhanced body filtered the noise down to a tolerable level. This meant that no matter how loud one sound was, it would never drown out the faintest of others. In other words, even if Su Ming stood next to the roaring engines, he could still pick up the softest noises from the farthest corners of the mothership. For example, right now he could sense that, on the lower level beneath the bridge, at the 5th computer on the right, a crew member was quietly playing a game. Judging by the sound effects coming through the headphones, it had to be that classic old arcade game, Galaga. Good grief, this guy must really love gaming. Even such an ancient cartridge game could keep him thoroughly entertained. Su Ming remembered that, before the recent conflict, Tony had publicly called out this man for gaming on the job, but the technician's lightning-fast reflexes had allowed him to switch screens before anyone could catch him. Everyone had thought Tony was just teasing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but now Su Ming had actually heard the sound. There was no doubt about it. On a high-tech flying aircraft carrier like this, can't they at least install a couple of decent games? On the ground, in an abandoned factory, you came down from the sky. An elderly security guard was startled by the thunderous crash of something heavy hitting the ground. As he walked closer, he discovered it was a curly-haired man lying there, not a stitch of clothing on him. Did I hurt anyone? Banner's mind was still reeling, as if he hadn't quite shaken off a hangover. His head throbbed with pain. He knew he transformed again, but what happened after that was a complete blur, just like blacking out after too much to drink. The first thing this gentle-hearted man did after waking up was to make sure he hadn't caused any harm. He never wanted to witness a scene like that again, where his girlfriend was injured by mistake. There's nobody here you could have hurt, but you did scare off a fair number of pigeons. That's a relief. Banner finally relaxed. He wasn't sure if this old security guard had witnessed his transformation, and the thought itself might be alarming. Testing the waters, he asked, "Did you see everything?" This old security guard truly impressed Banner. Not sure if it was a sign of experience or just his unflappable calm, but either way, Banner took note. "You smashed right through the ceiling, a big green guy, bare as the day you were born. I figured, once you get back to your regular size, you could probably wear these." As the old guard spoke, he tossed Banner a set of clothes. "Are you an alien or something?" Huff, huff. If Banner waking up was like a hangover that hadn't worn off, then Hawkeye, Clint Barton, was still very much in the throes of intoxication. He panted heavily, limbs strapped to a restraint bed, struggling to drive out whatever was barking orders in his mind. It's like the real you gets shoved aside, and something else gets crammed in to take your place. Barton was sharing exactly how he felt with the agent in front of him, Natasha Romanoff. "How did you manage to get rid of it?" Clint was genuinely curious about how Natasha had regained her own consciousness. "A cognitive recalibration. I hit you really hard on the head." Natasha had been through the torment of having her mind broken before, so she could empathize with Clint as he finally regained himself. "Natasha, how many people did I?" Natasha had expected Clint to ask this. Being controlled by the enemy, turned into their pawn, slaughtering your own comrades. It was a harrowing ordeal. "Don't blame yourself. The real culprit is Loki. He's the monster here, not us. We never trained for something like this." Natasha's words eased Clint's heart a little, but they only deepened his hatred for Loki. "If only I'd shot an arrow into Loki's eye, I'd be sleeping like a baby right now." Tony and Colonel Rogers arrived at the scene of Coulson's attack. The bloodstains on the wall still hadn't been cleaned up. Staring at the gate that had dropped the prison cage, Tony and Rogers found themselves at odds over Coulson's actions. Tony believed Coulson shouldn't have faced Loki alone, but Rogers thought that sometimes the body acts on its own instincts. As the conversation shifted to Loki, Tony began to empathize, sketching a psychological profile aloud. "He wants an audience. He showed that in Stuttgart." Yes, that was just a trailer. Today is the main event. The more Tony thought about it, the more convinced he became. Loki is a textbook egomaniac. He wants flowers, craves applause, and dreams of some iconic landmark where his name can be exalted above all. His confident analysis came to an abrupt halt as Tony's gaze froze on a distant thought. "Wait a second, doesn't that sound just like me? What place could be more fitting than my own Stark Tower? Son of a bitch." Tony had just deduced that there was a high chance Loki was planning to enact his final scheme in Stark Tower. Meanwhile, he hurriedly worked in his lab, repairing the Mark 6 helmet. Colonel Rogers headed to Natasha's quarters and found Hawkeye, Clint Barton, fully recovered. Which one of you can fly a plane? Although Agent Romanoff was skilled with aircraft, it was clear the stage should now be given to Hawkeye, eager to get back into action. Suit up. Dressed in the Captain America uniform, Rogers glanced at Barton, who was still in civilian clothes. The message was clear. Gear up for battle. At the same time, down on the ground, Thor had recovered his hammer. Reflecting on the fight not long ago, he knew victory had eluded him. Gazing at Mjolnir lying on the ground, Thor suddenly understood his real battle was only just beginning. This time, he was determined to win. Fueled by his unyielding spirit, Thor grasped Mjolnir and raised it high. Lightning cracked and thunder roared across the clear sky, as Thor's armor surged to cover his arm. Hawkeye slung his quiver across his back. Captain America picked up his shield. In front of Tony, the Mark VI helmet flickered back to life as Jarvis powered on once more. The Avengers, all of them, made a unified decision. It was time to go on the offensive. Agent Hill watched as Nick Fury toyed with Coulson's collectible cards in his hand. These cards, they were in Coulson's locker, not his jacket. Clearly, Nick Fury had played a little trick, using the cards to stoke the Avengers' thirst for vengeance to its absolute peak. Gazing at the bloodstained card in his hand, Nick Fury felt confident in the effectiveness of his move. They could use a little motivation. Fully armed, Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow strode purposefully toward a plane, exuding an undeniable sense of authority. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. A technician, adjusting the equipment, promptly warned the group when he saw they were about to commandeer the aircraft without authorization. Step aside, kid. Colonel Rogers politely but firmly ushered the diligent S.H.I.E.L.D. agent out of the way. Hey, heading out for some fun? Mind taking me along? At that moment, Su-Ming spoke up from beside the plane, as if he'd been waiting there all along. Colonel Rogers glanced at Su-Ming, who was dressed in plain clothes, and his brow furrowed slightly. Do you have a uniform? Captain America seemed to have a bit of an obsession with this. He took it for granted that, on a mission, every fighter should be in uniform, making it easier for allies to distinguish one another amidst the chaos of battle. Hearing this, Su-Ming looked down at the package at his feet, which contained his signature crimson suit. The S.H.I.E.L.D. logistics team had brought his iconic attire as well, an arrangement personally seen to by Agent Hill. Put on. You got 2 minutes. Though Colonel Rogers respected Su-Ming's abilities, he couldn't accept a fighter stepping onto the battlefield so casually, without any preparation. Seeing he couldn't argue with Rogers, and catching Agent Natasha's expectant gaze, Su-Ming disappeared in a flash before their eyes. His package vanished with him. Strap in. We're taking off. Hawkeye Barton was at the controls, making final preparations for departure. Just then, footsteps echoed behind the trio. Natasha guessed it might be Su-Ming returning, and turned around with curiosity. When she saw who it was, a flicker of amazement shone in her eyes. There stood Su-Ming, clad in a striking crimson suit, a gleaming silver mask on his head, and polished shoes shining beneath him. His entire presence was utterly transformed compared to when he'd been in civilian clothes. Colonel Rogers had never seen Su-Ming dressed like this before, and the effect of the faceless mask made Su-Ming appear to the captain as a complete stranger. Sorry to keep you waiting. When Su-Ming spoke, Colonel Rogers finally recognized him by his voice. What kind of combat suit is that supposed to be? Well, at least he'll stand out. Besides, my own battle uniform isn't anything to brag about. In terms of style, Captain America's suit clearly couldn't compete with Su-Ming's, yet both had a flair for the dramatic that Rogers couldn't help but acknowledge. Nick Fury offered no further explanation in front of Hill. Most of his tricks rarely escaped Agent Hill's watchful eyes, and this time was no exception. At that moment, Tony Stark, clad in his armor, soared away into the sky outside the window. Meanwhile, the staff's urgent reports rang out. Someone has taken off from Helipad 6 without authorization. They found Loki. Nick Fury felt deeply gratified by the Avengers' initiative, proof that his little manipulations had worked as intended. Confidence colored his words as he turned and strode toward the command post on the bridge. Restore communications immediately. Whatever it takes. Star Tower, rooftop. Eric Selvig pressed the switch on the device before him and took 2 steps back, his eyes gleaming with an uncanny blue light, filled with anticipation. The Tesseract hovered at the device's center, slowly spinning. Now and then, arcs of energy flickered from it, a clear sign that it was being activated. Shut it down, Dr. Selvig. At that moment, Tony, clad in his Mark VI armor, arrived, hovering just above the device. It's too late. It can't be stopped now. Dr. Selvig, excitement lighting up his face, stole a glance at the Tesseract on the verge of activation before turning to Tony. It's going to show us an entirely new universe. All right then, A surge of energy burst forth as Tony raised both hands and fired his repulsor cannons. The blast struck the device, triggering a small explosion. But the shot rebounded off a shield of pure energy, flinging Tony far off into the distance. As for Dr. Selvig, standing near the device, he promptly collapsed into unconsciousness. Jarvis's voice chimed in. "That's pure energy, sir. It's impenetrable." Tony now spotted Loki, standing atop Star Tower and looking up at him. Plan B. Tony knew a major battle was imminent. His Mark 6 armor was battered and barely holding together. He needed to switch to the newly developed Mark 7. Jarvis, however, issued a timely warning. "Sir, the Mark 7 isn't fully combat ready yet." "Doesn't matter. We're out of time." Tony landed slowly on the platform, letting the circular mechanism strip away his armor piece by piece. He needed to buy some time. After all, aircraft didn't take off or land nearly as swiftly as his suit did. So he decided to stall Loki with a little verbal sparring. "You're finished. My team's on their way." Tony poured himself a drink at the bar, all while discreetly slipping on 2 smart wristbands. "We call ourselves the Avengers. A team of superheroes, and you've managed to piss every one of them off. That was my plan all along." Hearing Tony's words, Loki felt a surge of triumph at having so thoroughly rattled their resolve. "If Earth falls, we'll all come for you. For vengeance." In front of Loki, Tony rattled off a list of Avengers members, throwing in a jab at Loki's overconfidence as he did so. He made full use of his unrivaled gift for trash talk. There was no doubt about it. Loki was no longer as composed as before. He stepped slowly toward Tony and said, "If you turn against your friends, all they'll care about is fighting you." With that, he raised the scepter in his hand. The Mind Stone at its tip glowed with a sinister light. The razor-sharp end of the scepter pressed against Tony's chest, producing the unmistakable clang of metal upon metal. At the same time, the blue glow from the Mind Stone, lacking a target to invade, faded away into nothingness. Tony was ready to fight back at any moment, but this unexpected glitch made him pause for just an instant. Loki's expression stiffened even more. The confident smile he'd worn vanished in a heartbeat. Unwilling to back down, Loki tried the scepter's power again at the same spot. Another metallic clang rang out. Loki was baffled. "I've never failed before." "Well, everyone has an off day now and then," Tony started, but before he could finish, Loki, now thoroughly enraged, seized him by the throat. This guy really can't keep his mouth shut. Loki tightened his grip on Tony's neck and flung him aside. "Jarvis now," Tony called out. Gone was the swagger he'd shown sparring with Loki. Without his suit, he was nothing but a sitting duck. But Jarvis, usually so dependable, remained silent. "All of you will kneel before me," Loki thundered. Against a suitless Tony, Loki radiated an aura 10 stories tall. He grabbed Tony by the neck again and hurled him straight out the window. Crash! Tony's body smashed through the glass of the high-rise, plummeting from over 100 meters up. "Jarvis, what are you waiting for?" Tony shouted, the wind howling past his ears. Without his suit, he was just an ordinary man. This no-safety gear bungee jump was sending his heart racing with terror and adrenaline. All he could do was hope the Mark 7 would activate in time. He twisted his body midair, desperately angling himself to suit up as soon as possible. Just then, not far behind Loki, the doors burst open as a missile-shaped object crashed through, streaking after Tony's falling figure. In the air, the Mark 7 suit, folded into its missile form, quickly caught up with Tony's free-falling body. A red scanning beam instantly locked onto Tony's smart wristband, snapping into place. In the next moment, the missile pod transformed midair, piece by piece wrapping itself around Tony. As the helmet snapped shut, Tony was less than 5 meters from the people on the ground below. With the system activated, Tony immediately raised his hands, and his thrusters burst into flames, propelling him back into the air at the very last second before he would have crashed into the ground. At that moment, Loki was peering over the edge at the exact spot where Tony had fallen, eager to see this brazen challenger reduced to a mangled heap. "You've also made another enemy, Agent Coulson." Before Loki could get a clear look at what was happening below, a voice suddenly sounded right next to his ear. Iron Man, Tony Stark, clad in his Mark 7 armor, appeared before him once more, wasting no words as he fired a repulsor blast straight from his palm. Loki, who had only just started to gloat, was sent sprawling across the floor in utter disgrace yet again. Star Tower, rooftop. A brilliant blue-white beam shot skyward from the device containing the Tesseract, piercing the clouds above. A massive surge of energy tore open a portal in the sky, an entryway through folded space. Awaiting their moment for who knows how long, the Chitauri army began to pour through the portal, frenzied and relentless. The Chitauri soldiers' bodies were a fusion of organic flesh and mechanical enhancements. Their skin was a mottled gray-green and dark slate, armored with a tough, chitinous shell. Metal masks concealed their faces, while cold blue lights glowed from their eyes. Their very appearance radiated menace and combat prowess, but the advanced energy weapons in their hands were every bit as formidable. Their long rifles and close combat spears could both unleash bursts of blue energy, easily shattering ordinary defenses. What's more, they rode agile flying vehicles like high-tech sky bikes that gave them unmatched mobility. Chitauri soldiers jostled shoulder to shoulder as they surged through the portal, and from a distance, they looked like a swarm of insects fluttering madly around a street lamp on a summer night. Bring it on, army! Gazing up at the endless flood of enemies overhead, Tony was the first to charge straight into the fray. The plane Su-Ming was aboard was fast, but even as Stark Tower came into view, it was still no match for Tony or Thor when it came to sheer speed. By now, Thor and his brother were already clashing on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Stark, we're here, on your right, northeast side. Even as Captain America finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind rushed into the aircraft. Turning to look, he saw the cabin door had been flung open, and a scarlet figure was shrinking rapidly in the distance. Enemies that had slipped past Iron Man's firepower now swooped down toward the crowded streets below, unleashing wild, erratic bursts of energy. Taxis lining both sides of the street were shredded and set ablaze by the pulsing blasts, crumpling as easily as paper, burning hot and fierce. Police officers in the street, shop attendants, and office workers all looked up in stunned silence, gawking at the chaos unfolding above Stark Tower. What the F***? Mom, what am I seeing? Are aliens really invading Earth? Is Iron Man standing alone against the invasion? No, there are others. Look, the Crimson Silver Duke has arrived as well. Most civilians, when faced with such an earth-shattering event, instinctively seek shelter. But once they confirm they're safe for the moment, they immediately transform into onlookers, eagerly discussing the unfolding chaos. The moment Su-Ming saw the energy waves shooting skyward above Stark Tower, he flung open the plane's hatch, activated his magnetic control, and shot off at full speed. In midair, Su-Ming, grabe da Kitauri warrior. The alien stared back, utterly bewildered, as a message appeared. Target is a living being. Exchange failed. TCH, just as I thought. With his feedback from the system, Su-Ming confirmed that aliens couldn't be converted into money by the system. That made things simpler. Raising his hand, Su-Ming casually threw a punch, landing it squarely on the alien's face. The strange metallic mask, along with alien tissue and peculiar-colored fluids, exploded in an instant under his fist. The alien's body went limp and tumbled out of the sky in a matter of seconds. Snatching up the alien flying vehicle, Su-Ming gripped the controls and initiated an appraisal. Chitauri War suit estimated value, $1.5 billion. A satisfied smile played across Su-Ming's lips. Ah, now this is the pace I like. At this moment, a profitable plan began to take shape in Su-Ming's mind. Did you guys come here by ox cart or something? In the heat of battle, Tony realized he couldn't control the situation alone. He felt a mix of gratitude and exasperation at the belated arrival of Colonel Rogers. Head to Park Avenue. I'll draw them over there. Just then, Tony noticed all the nearby aliens had suddenly frozen in place. Huh? What just happened? Tony immediately ordered Jarvis to analyze the cause of this bizarre phenomenon. As Jarvis was still processing, a dazzling beam of golden light shot across the sky. Analysis complete. It's your teammate, Mr. Silverduke. All right, I get it now. In Tony's eyes, just 500 meters away, Su-Ming was riding an alien speeder bike, his gaze blazing with golden light as he swept through the invaders with seemingly random bursts. But as Jarvis zoomed in for a closer look, Tony was shocked to realize that what looked like chaotic firing was actually the pinnacle of efficiency and speed. After taking down the first Chitauri warrior, Su-Ming had reached a simple conclusion. Aliens are worthless, so kill them. Their vehicles and equipment are valuable. Keep those. So, Su-Ming first used a magnetic field to immobilize every Chitauri warrior in sight. Their bodies, full of metal, left them helpless against the powerful magnetic force. Only their eyelids, free of metal, could still twitch. Then, unleashing his heat vision and maximum power, Su-Ming precisely pierced the heads of every nearby alien. Headless bodies rained down from the sky like a storm, delivering a visual shock to Tony that he'd never experienced before. Jarvis analyzed Silver Duke's move. How many enemies did he just take out? Right away, Mr. Stark. After tallying, Mr. Silver Duke has eliminated 68 enemies in this strike. Tony had been the first to appear on the battlefield and immediately engaged the enemy. But even after unloading every micro-missile from his shoulder launchers, he'd only managed to take down 29 foes. And that was when the spatial portal had just opened and was still at its smallest. With this single move, Su Ming had nearly wiped out the entire first wave of descending enemies. Tony had been planning to lure them to the other side to coordinate with Captain America, but it seemed there was no need for that anymore. Just as Tony was about to take advantage of the brief respite Su Ming had created, something even more unbelievable unfolded before his eyes. With the continued release of energy from the cosmic cube, the portal above Stark Tower kept expanding. The Chitauri army, which had previously entered Earth's airspace in a trickle, now surged through the portal in organized groups, flooding in front of Tony. 30, 50, 100 enemy troops, dense as a tide, poured through the gateway into the skies above New York. Tony knew full well his stamina was limited. He couldn't hold off this many enemies for long. But this was the critical moment to defend his home. No matter how exhausted he was, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Having just caught his breath, Tony's gaze slowly hardened with resolve. This was a battle that would end only in victory or death. Just as Tony was about to charge back into the swarm of enemies, a scene unfolded that nearly made his jaw drop to the floor. After mowing down the first wave, Su Ming manipulated the magnetic field to gather the vacant Chitauri armor suits into a neat pile, packaged them up, and cashed in for several tens of billions of dollars. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed with satisfaction. But he seemed to think there was still room for improvement in efficiency. With a glint in his eye, Su Ming refined his next attack. He raised both hands, expanding the magnetic field to its utmost limit. Every Chitauri warrior within its reach instantly became a puppet at his command. With a sweep of his arm, rows of enemy soldiers lined up neatly, head to head, foot to foot, forming two long columns. Then, leaning back ever so slightly before snapping forward, Su Ming unleashed his heat vision, two sides of light that sliced through both rows of alien heads at the speed of light. Holy, what kind of mowing game is this? Inside his helmet, Tony's pupils quaked with disbelief. He'd worn himself out, fists and boots flying, combining every punch and kick with blast from his repulsors just to barely hold back a small wave of enemies. And then there was Su Ming, harvesting alien lives by the dozens with a mere flick of his wrist. Seems like Mr. Silver Duke is far more suited to large-scale combat like this. Tony decided not to focus on Su Ming's fight anymore. There was no time for distractions, not in the middle of a war. Stay focused, Tony. Eyes on the mission. Tony kept reminding himself to focus on his own battle, but his gaze still involuntarily drifted towards Su Ming. My God, what am I seeing? At that moment, the communications system aboard the helicarrier came back online. As soon as the monitors lit up, they captured Su Ming unleashing his full power. The sight left Nick Fury utterly stunned. Why does this scene look so familiar to me? Oh, right. There's a popular snack in the East where candied hawthorn berries are skewered together. The way Su Ming efficiently dispatches enemies brought to mind, for Nick Fury, the image of a stick of candied hawthorn. Bing Tang Hulu. Synchronize and broadcast everyone's battle footage. With the staff's fingers flying over the keyboard, the command center of the helicarrier lit up with multiple screens. Thor locked in combat. With Loki, Tony drawing small enemy squads away in the air, Hawkeye and Natasha piloting a jet, swiftly picking off stragglers behind Tony. And Su Ming, standing his ground beneath the portal, holding back waves of enemies. At that moment, Barton piloted the jet, skimming over the top of Stark Tower. Do you see it? Barton signaled to Captain Rogers, indicating that the mastermind behind this war was right there. But before Rogers could respond, Loki, distracted during his clash with Thor, fired a blast of energy straight at them. A glowing orb shot toward the jet, blasting away its left engine. Gritting his teeth, Barton wrestled with the controls, managing a rough but relatively stable crash landing. Captain America was tossed around inside, taking a good beating from the turbulent descent. As the jet's hatch opened, the trio who had taken to the skies now became a ground unit. Rogers gripped his shield, flanked by Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha. They planned to head to the top of Stark Tower to support Thor. But just then, the portal above had grown enormous. A colossal alien creature dove down from the sky. Its entire body was encased in thick armor, resembling a centipede. Though in the air, it looked more like a giant fish gliding through the clouds. Its features were distinctly biological. Fins like those of a fish, a spine-like structure flexing up and down along its back. Yet it was even more reminiscent of a floating fortress or a military cargo carrier. Hooks and chains shot out from its sides, and, almost immediately, wave after wave of Chitauri soldiers descended to the ground and onto buildings, using the anchors as their pathways. Stark, do you see this? The ground team barely had time to act before they were left speechless by the sight. This was not an enemy they could hope to defeat with brute force. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki's fight raged on. Look around you. This is the rule you desire? Thor tried once more to reason with his stubborn brother. With his strength, defeating Loki would only take a moment, but for the sake of their bond, Thor wanted to give him another chance. Loki, however, had no intention of continuing the conversation with his brother. So sentimental. Loki thrust a jagged blade into Thor's abdomen, and then, using the momentum from Thor's counterattack, slipped away from Stark Tower. He mounted a Chitauri hoverbike and began launching indiscriminate attacks on the civilians below. Just a moment ago, the three-person team on the ground had been at a loss faced with the gigantic alien creatures. Now, finally, they found their purpose. Led by Captain America, the trio quickly split up duties and became impromptu firefighters, rescuing trapped civilians from the clutches of the invading Chitauri soldiers. Su-Ming began to feel a hint of pressure. For the first time, he truly understood what an army meant. Even if you could wipe out 100 enemies in one stroke, there would still be 1,000 more behind them, and 10,000 after that. Although Su-Ming had refined his method of harvesting spoils to a certain level, he still found it hard to keep up with the pace at which enemies poured in. It was a bit frustrating. There were just too many enemies, so many that he barely had time to trade in his loot. Chitauri weapons and hoverbike sets had already piled up like a mountain at his feet. Realizing that the things beneath him were a veritable gold mine, Su-Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. War, after all, was a surefire way to strike it rich. Of course, you had to be strong enough first. Su-Ming watched as a massive alien transport bug slipped past him while he was distracted. He wanted to help out, but if he strayed too far from the portal, the enemy would flood in even faster. At this moment, Su-Ming felt like the main tower in a tower defense game. His firepower was formidable, but there were simply too many enemies. No matter how hard he tried, some would always slip through the cracks. That's when the thickness of the city walls would be put to the test. Tony and the ground team, they were the city walls. Su-Ming wasn't worried in the slightest. After all, even without him, the Avengers would pull through this crisis. The Hulk hadn't even made his entrance yet. While Su-Ming's hands kept moving, his mind wandered with 1,000 thoughts. Just then, another massive alien bug, loaded with infantry, burst through the portal and hovered overhead. Not so fast. You think you can all get away? With that thought, Su-Ming drew in a deep breath. Then he exhaled a sweeping blast of frigid air, laced with shards of ice. A wave of cold instantly enveloped the entire portal area. Under the extreme cold, the incoming Chitauri warriors and their flying bikes froze into solid sculptures, shattering into pieces as their momentum carried them forward. Ouch, that's a shame. Watching as both enemies and equipment were utterly destroyed, Su-Ming felt a pang of regret. All that money, gone in a flash. But the effect of such a large-scale, strategic move was undeniably powerful. The massive Chitauri transport bug slowed in midair, gradually losing all ability to move on its own. With a powerful leap, Su-Ming sprang into action. A tremendous, crashing sound echoed through the air. The massive alien queen disintegrated, turning into a chilling rain of ice that lashed fiercely across the faces of the other warriors.